taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Your holiday decor is down and suddenly your house looks very January. Kohl's can help you bring the spark back. No twinkle lights needed. Save on bedding that feels like a snow day. Decor that'll boost the mood. And Shark vacuums because, yes, you're still finding pine needles. Get an extra 15% off some of your faves store-wide. And beat those winter blahs at Kohl's. Select styles. Offer ends January 25th. Some exclusions apply. Coupons do not apply to Shark. See store or Kohls.com for details.
Excuse me, can you tell me where...
I don't know. Those big box stores, they don't know, but Dolan's knows. For 60 years, Dolan's Lumber has been serving the Bay Area with the materials and knowledge to make your next home improvement project stellar. Lumber, doors, windows, you name it. Dolan's knows exactly what you need. For a limited time only, get 2025 pricing on Marvin products. Call now for a quote, 800-9-DOLANS, or visit dolanlumber.com.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
It's about time pros had one partner for the whole job. Why juggle 10 different suppliers when one can do it all? At the Home Depot, you'll save with pricing built for pros. You'll stay on track with job site deliveries, schedule, next day, or same day. And you'll get every size, every finish, every job lot quantity you need. One partner for the entire job. That's how pros get more done. The Home Depot Pro. It's about time.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or bird seed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
In San Francisco today, cloudy skies with a high of 56 degrees.
Weather brought to you by Staples. 2026 is here, and at Staples, deals mean business. Like up to $100 off custom print orders. Head into the new year looking good for less. Staples. That was easy. Ends 1/31.
Rise.
Wake up. It's time to wake on up. Wake up, wake up, wake up. With a nice cup of Joe.
What's up, Joe, bro?
Featuring Joe Spadoni.
He's an Italian.
And Joe, the Butcher Boy Shasky.
I am slippery.
Oh! The best part of waking up is morning roast in your cup.
It is the morning roast, man, on 90.
20 seconds to go. Toronto will bring this up. Shot clock is dark. I don't believe they will do anything except run this one out. Well, the Warriors coming off at a crushing, if there can be such a thing as a crushing win, it was last night in this building against Miami. A crushing win because Jimmy Butler tore his right ACL and is out for the rest of the season and part of next year. And the Warriors emotionally came in on E for this game tonight, and Toronto took advantage. They jumped ahead 41-28 after one, led by 30 at one point. The Warrior bench crew cut the lead down and made it a game at one point, but just not enough. That's too much of a deficit. You have to be letter perfect to end the game.
Tim Roy on the call right here on 95.7 The Game. 145-127 the final. The Toronto Raptors snapped the Warriors' 4-game winning streak, and I think Tim said it best. An emotional game that you knew, like, man, are they going to show up for this one? You just lost your second best player for the season with the torn ACL, that being Jimmy Butler. Is Jonathan Kuminga going to play tonight? There's a huge void. Someone needs to step up. And for a moment, more than a moment, Kuminga did step up. That was pretty impressive. And there's a lot to get into before the game, after the game. The comments from Mike Dunleavy talking about, demands in the trade market. What are you going to do with Jimmy Butler now with this contract? There is so much to get to, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Welcome in this morning. Joe Spadoni alongside Joe Shasky. We would love your participation today. We are streaming on YouTube. We're on the Odyssey app. You know the number, 888-957-9570. Call or text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. But the big question last night, Joe, or yesterday, the entire station was, it shifted from, okay, Jimmy's out for the season. Is JK going to play? And he did. And he played well.
Joe, I'm like man on fire this morning. I'm going to go guru on you.
Great movie. Yes.
Great movie. I'm legitimately like fired up in about 15 different directions. I want to start here. Yesterday is not, or last night, or even today, should not be about victory laps in any direction. Victory laps for the anti-Kaminga crowd. See, down 30, he scores a bunch of points. Classic Kaminga. It's not a victory lap for Kaminga fans this morning. Look, 20 points in like 20 minutes. Wow, this is the guy. He's a superstar. He could do X, Y, and Z. You know what today is? Today is about, damn, this is sad. This is sad to me. I don't want to start with the fans. I'm pissed off at the fans. I want to start with them.
Oh.
Warrior fans, let me ask you, because I've been a Warrior fan my whole life. And a lot of you pretend to be Warrior fans for your whole life. And I can tell you haven't been. I mean that very sincerely. I saw a lot of people last night tweeting out, it's a good timeout from the 90s. Dog, you weren't even in the state. You weren't even in the state. Dieter Kurtenbach, who writes for the San Jose Mercury, which is an irrelevant writer, by the way, tweeting about a team that he didn't even watch. I watched it. I rooted for those teams in the 90s. You weren't here. You got here when Steph was good. You got here when Steph was good. And that's how I feel. That's how I feel about a lot of these younger fans. And I'm going to start here. Do you root for one team? Or do you root for one player in Steph Curry? Ask yourself that question, Warrior fans. I root for the team, all right? Of course I'm a Steph Curry fan. He's the greatest player I've ever seen. Of course I am. And of course I understand there's going to be some leeway. When you got Joe Montana, damn it, you better trade up and go get Jerry Rice. When you got Joe Montana, you better make a trade for Fred Dean, right? That's what you do, all right? But you're always looking for the next Steve Young. That's what every business is doing. Duh. That's what every business is doing.
Trying to get younger.
Now, I'm not here to say that Jonathan Kaminga is the next Steve Young. That'd be stupid. I don't even know. Joe, I don't even know if he's a starter in the NBA, okay? But again, ask yourself this. These people that have been tearing down a 23-year-old for weeks on end. And John Dickinson, I'm talking to you. It feels personal. It's weird. There are people in the media. It feels personal for this 23-year-old. What did he do to you? John, you rooted for the Kings for like 20 years. What did Kuminga do to people to make him so controversial? I don't get it. I root for the players. I'm rooting for Moody. I'm rooting for Pods. I'm rooting for Quentin Post. And yeah, is there a time and a place where I'm done with certain people and I want them off the team? Like, there was a time and point I was done with Jordan Poole, like all of you were. But I rooted for the guy. And time again, I have watched Warrior fans, Steph fans, not Warrior fans. Steph fans run people out of town. We did it to Kevin Durant. We did it to Jordan Poole.
Klay Thompson.
We did it to Klay Thompson, a legend. Klay Thompson, a legend.
Yeah.
Okay? Kevin Durant, legends. We're doing it again to Kuminga. And honestly, shame on all of you. Because I've been watching this team my whole life, going back to the 80s. KICU Warriors. Shame on all you. Today should not be about victory laps. Today should be about self-reflection and examination as to why the coach, who's an all-time great, what happened here? You couldn't find a couple minutes. Nobody's saying the guy's an impact superstar. A couple of minutes. 16 straight DNPs. A couple minutes? Joe, you cannot, with a straight face, look me in the eye and tell me Steve Kerr, an all-time legend, simultaneously really kind of screwed up this Kuminga thing.
Oh, it's totally botched.
Does Kuminga deserve a ton of blame? Sure. Does his agent deserve blame? Sure. Does the ownership deserve blame? Sure. And all these people, Joe Lacob's a moron. He's a moron. You're a moron. Do you know how many... The Boston Celtics look at the Warriors run over the last 10 years and go, damn, we wish we did that in the 80s. Say that out loud.
Yeah.
The Celtics of the 80s look at the Warriors of the now and go, damn, they were more prolific than us. Let's stop pretending like Steph Curry has had a poor little Reggie Miller run where he went to 1 finals. A poor little Dirk Nowitzki run where he went to 2 finals. They've been to 6 finals.
He has 4 championships. 4.
We have a fractured fan base of spoiled brats who just got here, and it bugs me to no end. We have turned Jonathan Kuminga into this litmus test of if you're all about Steph or not. Last time I checked, I'm all about the team. Now, of course I'm all about Steph Curry. Of course I am. It's one of the greatest players I've ever seen. Steph's not without fault. You know who Steph's been siding with for the last 4 years? Draymond Green, who right now, I could make the argument, and I will at some point this morning, he's the 6th most important Warrior on this year's team. Okay?
It's a reality check for him.
Now, let's get back into Kuminga. I'm watching them yesterday, and I'm going, my God, the amount of athleticism and ball movement and dribble drive penetration, the Warriors stood no chance. And, Kuminga stepped in the second quarter, and it looked real shaky. And then he went back in there in the third, and look, they're down 100. I'm like, I get it. You're down 100. You're down 100. But you know what? The young kid who had got 16 straight DNPs looked like the most well-conditioned athlete on the team.
He's the only one that looked like he belonged. Him and Melton against that Raptors
Pods
team.
too.
Pods too.
Pods and Melton have a thing going.
Yeah.
And again, if you say something about Pods, like I'm all about like.
Can't say one without the other.
No,
right?
it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Like I can't even praise Pods without coming off as a Pods homer. I can't criticize Pods without coming off as a hater of Pods. I like him. I'm an equal opportunist. You play well, I give you props. You play like poop, I call it out. Something smells here.
Just couldn't shoot the 3 ball.
Okay? Melton and Pods have something going. Yeah. You know who looked like the 2 best players on the Warriors? Actually, 3 last night. Buddy Hield, who I've been crushing all year, Jonathan Kuminga, and Pat Spencer.
And you didn't say that their best player that usually is Stephen Curry. Steph didn't play that well last night.
He got 100 on defense.
He did.
Okay?
He did.
So
2 of 7 from beyond the arc.
I think I'm looking at a fractured fan base right now. Like, I'm looking at this fractured fan base, and I think it's also a byproduct of basketball. We've become player stands instead of team fans. And I ask you simply, do you root for one team, or are you rooting for one player?
888-957-9570. It's a great question. You can call or text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. We already have some texts rolling in here from the 925. Using Butler's injury as an excuse is so soft, bro. He tore his ACL. He's not dead. So don't talk about how emotional they are after yesterday. No, it's a real thing.
Is he talking to me?
He's talking to me because I said it was an emotional letdown after the day after you lose your second best player. No, that's a fact. That's a fact. You don't think people in that locker room are saying, damn, we just lost our second best player. You don't think that affects the team?
Yeah,
I'm not saying it's an excuse. I'm saying that's a reality. That's just the fact. You're going to be a worse team without Jimmy Butler. And they were yesterday.
Joe, they look terrible. They look terrible. They look lifeless. And look, like, again, I'm telling you, this is not about victory laps on Kuminga. It shouldn't be. This is not. This is about sadness, about where we are as a fan base and
in society, really. It's not Warriors, exclusive. This is going around all. Started with LeBron. You got your Kobe stands.
Joe.
You got there is something going on in sports society the last 15 to 20 years where we have shifted from the team to individual in multitudes of ways.
So people are going to say, like, oh, we've got the greatest player of all time. Do you know that the last 3 years would be the best 3 years ever of the Chris Cohan era? Now, look, is that a low bar? Of course it is. These are by far and away the 3 worst years for most Warrior fans in their mind.
Yeah.
Do you know how, and I'm not trying to, of course you have one of the greatest players of all time. Guys, everyone take a deep breath. They've been to 6 finals.
It's like a Patriot.
They've been to 6 finals. Of course I want more. There's no doubt I want more. I'm greedy. I want more. But we act like they've been to 1 or 2.
It's like the Patriots fans complaining about last year. It's like, oh my God, we didn't make the playoffs.
That's what I'm saying.
My God. Yeah, the little second grader Sally is so devastated, but everyone else has watched the championship after championship after championship. The Bay Area in general, quite frankly.
Joe, there is a real element of, hey, Kaminga put up a bunch of points, down 1,000. It's low stakes. It's empty calories. Look, you're right. I'm going to acknowledge it. Look, you're right. You're 100% right. Guess what? The Warriors have been walking the Mojave Desert looking for scoring. They are so malnourished and starving. Bring on the empty calories, for Christ's sake. Bring them on. Bring on the empty calories. Can we get a loaf of bread? Someone bring me a loaf of bread.
Please, sir, can I have some more?
You can tell me all you want about empty calories, and you are correct. But guess what? Did you see the coyote that was swimming
I was gonna
all
say,
the way
you brought that up.
to Alcatraz? That was a malnourished coyote who was barely going to make it. That's what the Warriors are right now. So, you guys want to talk about empty calories? I acknowledge it. I'll tip the cap. You're right. Empty calories. We're malnourished. We're 1 meal away from dying over here. So bring on the empty calories. Bring me the loaf of bread. Let's go, Kaminga. And now it gets to Draymond Green. I got so many. I mean, I got a whole Kerr thing as well. Draymond Green. The time has come. No, Joe. The time has come. The Warriors have one of 2 options. And again, I'm not here to say Kaminga is the future. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying right now, their best opportunity to win, they have one of 2 options. First option, starting Kaminga at the 4, putting Draymond at the 5. All right? That's option 1. That's the best way to do it. They need athleticism. They need somebody who can put pressure on the rim, who could break down a defense. Yesterday, they played a team that was passing the ball around like they were the Harlem Globetrotters. On offense, they were taking horrible early possession, shot clock, chuck threes. Terrible. They need someone who can get downhill. They need somebody who can get to the free throw line. The alternative, Jonathan Kuminga starts at the 4, and if Draymond balks at playing the 5, guess what, Draymond? You're coming off the bench. That's the only 2 options they have right now. They've got to lean in on this, and they got to let it play out for a couple of weeks, and in a couple of weeks, and then stay committed to it through good and bad. Stay committed to it and see. Draymond is not the future. Draymond is not the solution. And so every time I hear poor Steph chose Draymond. Steph chose him. Let's acknowledge where he's at. He's an undersized 5 who struggles to get up and down the floor and can't hit a bunny if his life depended on it right now. His assist-to-turnover ratio is terrible. And defensively, yes, he can guard situational bigs late in the game. So we have one of 2 options. We start Kuminga at the 4 moving forward, and Draymond starts at the 5, and we figure out the rotations from there. Or Draymond comes off the bench, Kuminga starts at the 4. You have nothing to hold you back. Nothing. The miracle trade's not coming. The magical balloon to come save this team is not here.
No.
The answers have to be found by the coaching staff with the roster they have and in the locker room that they reside in. You're not getting help from outside. Embrace it, Warrior fans. And here's where we're going to separate the real Warrior fans who root for one team as compared to the ones who root for one fan.
888-957-9570. You're on fire. You are the man on fire this morning. Oh, my God. You
come at me.
No.
I want to hear from people this morning.
I'm with you on the player standing. I've been on this. It really does bother
absurd.
me. No, it bothers me. Like, you can... I'm not saying you can't be a fan of just one player. That's fine. Stephen Curry, I'm a fan of him too. I love the guy. Probably my son's favorite player. I love Steph. But you also have to take a look in the mirror and say it's not all about him when it comes to this team. Yeah, he has been everything. I understand it. Steph. The only reason I'm here is Steph.
He's the greatest player ever.
Yes, he's the greatest Bay Area athlete of all time. He's the most beloved Bay Area athlete. He might be the most beloved athlete ever. He's Captain America. But also... you have to take a look in the mirror if you're him and look at this totality of the roster. As I hear Mike Dunleavy talking yesterday, saying, oh, yeah, well, we're going to keep Jimmy because we like it. Even though he's going to be 37 next year, we think we could, kind of conjure up what we had last season with him when he comes back next January. I was like, really? That's the plan? Having a 37-year-old coming off a torn ACL save you in the second half of the season? Oh, and then we're talking about demands. Well, you have to be in demand to have demands. And then you have an agent clapping back on him. It's a joke right now. All around, honestly, everyone should be embarrassed. Dunleavy, Lacob, Kerr, Kaminga, the fans, everyone should be embarrassed right now.
Why are we having a civil war? Like, honestly, think about this yourself. You're having a civil war about 5 years ago's draft when I took phone calls for 6 months and not one person called into this station saying, Franz Wagner, that's who I wanted 6. Joe, I did the shows.
I know.
I broke down every single player coming out of the draft. No one, not one person called into this station, texted into this station and said, I want Franz Wagner.
The only person that did, and I will give him credit because he's a host over in Sacramento, is Whitey Gleason.
Okay.
But he's a host. He wasn't a caller. Yeah. He is the only one I will give credit to this. He loved Franz Wagner coming out of God knows where.
You know what happens? Like, see, this is the part, when you play sports, sometimes... guy breaks his thumb, and guess what? You're screwed.
Sometimes a pitcher just gets a blister. Yeah,
sometimes there's no golden parachute to save you. There's no Hollywood Disney ending. Like, sports is cruel. The end of whatever run you're in, there is no mythical, magical trade that keeps it going.
There's been a lot of cruel twists of fate when it comes to injuries here. You think of Dre Greenlaw in the Super Bowl in Vegas, just running onto the field. You think Jimmy Butler a couple nights ago. You just think of, Nick Bosa, Fred Warner, George Kittle, the amount of injuries that this team has sustained. Jonathan Kuminga for a stretch last year. Steph once upon a time. It's been a rough stretch, Joe. It's been a rough stretch. And I think you're speaking for a lot of fans right now with you're over it. You're over with
I'm over the arguing.
Well, the arguing the excuses because at this point, the championship's not in their view. You're not winning a championship this year.
No, you know what I want? Like, I want everyone on the roster to play as hard as the 8 guys did from the middle of the third quarter to the end of the game. You give me that every night, sign me up. Now, look, of course that's that. But you know what other people, if it's not championships, I'm not going to watch. Well, then you're not a real Warrior fan.
888-957-9570 is the number. We'll pick this conversation up on the other side. Coach in Vallejo, Jonathan in San Jose, I see you. We are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. And it is a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Freeman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances in live working vignettes. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. Spadoni, Shasky, The Roast on the other side. Brought to you by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for Foster Farms Simply Raised Boneless, Skinless Chicken Breasts. Thin sliced or tenders, buy one, get one free when you buy 2. Clip coupons from the weekly mailer or download them from the Safeway app. See you in the aisles.
We talk a lot about defense on this show. But how's the defense on your actual house? I'm talking about your windows. If you're feeling a draft or your energy bill is higher than a Steph Curry three-pointer, it's time to sub in the pros. That's why I'm sending you to my friends at Ashby Lumber. Ashby Lumber has been the Bay Area's heavy hitter since 1968. And right now, they're featuring the best in the business, Milgard windows and doors. Whether you want that classic look with the Milgard Tuscany series, or you want the modern sleek vibes of the Trinsic series, Milgard has you covered. And let's talk about durability. Milgard's Ultra Series fiberglass windows are built to handle whatever the Bay Area weather throws at them. Plus, they come with lifetime warranty options for the total peace of mind. Go see the experts at the Ashby Lumber showrooms in Berkeley or Concord. They'll walk you through the entire Milgard lineup so you can win big on your next home project. Check them out online at ashbylumber.com. Ashby Lumber and Milgard, that's a championship combo.
Get it done today.
Paramount Plus is the new home of UFC, and we're coming out swinging with UFC 324.
Oh, what a shot!
And 325. Boom! On back-to-back weekends, the new era is here.
It's time!
Every fight.
Bam!
Yes! On one subscription.
Oh, my goodness!
Pay-per-view just got knocked out. Let's go. Back-to-back blockbuster UFC events this month only on Paramount Plus.
Presenting Again Fling's love story. Dear love of my life, we were on the 12B bus this morning when I caught a whiff. A scent so fresh, so life-changing, I had to find its source. Alas, I didn't know if you were the woman in the pink freshly washed cardigan or the retired mailman next to me, but I knew one of you was my soulmate. Ah, the scent of Gain Flings. Try Gain Flings with OxyBoost and Febreze.
It's your boy Guru, and you know the big game is almost here, and there's nothing better to cash in during America's biggest sporting event with Prize Picks, where it always feels good to be right. And since the big game is right around the corner, that also means it's your last chance to get into the football action before next season. So close the season out right with Prize Picks by getting $50 instantly in lineups when you play your first $5. Prize Picks is available in California. I downloaded the app and I've been playing ever since. New feature alert, my favorite, Prize Picks now has early payouts. If your player gets off to a hot start, you now have the option to cash out those winnings before the game even finishes. Download the Prize Picks app today and use my code GURU957 to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code GURU957 to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. It's good to be right. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for details.
Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Discover the luxury of Monogram appliances at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. At Monogram, it's not just one detail, it's many. From preheating your oven with voice control to checking your dishwasher cycle from your phone. Monogram blends innovation with elegance. Right now, receive up to 2 free eligible Monogram appliances or generous credits toward the appliances of your choice. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill to explore the full Monogram collection, showcased in stunning live working vignettes or online at friedmansappliance.com.
Now that the new year is upon us, why not consider revitalizing your home's interior? Golden State Lumber and Showroom has a simple solution on how you can transform your home from ordinary to extraordinary. By upgrading crown molding and baseboards, you can instantly add elegance and character to any room from one of our partners like Windsor One or Kelleher. Get inspired at GoldenStateLumber.com by clicking brands. Since 1954, Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
95.7 The Game has your chance to win your way into the Super Bowl experience. Presented by Jersey Mike's. February 3rd through the 7th at the Moscone Center. Listen all this week for your chance to win tickets. Courtesy of Bay Area Host Committee. For info, visit 957thegame.com.
This crowd been quiet most of the night here at Chase Center. Haven't had much to cheer about. Draymond off a pick, lob, and there's Kuminga for a dunk. Jonathan Kaminga has checked in, gets a dunk. Darko Rajakovic hated that and calls a timeout.
Dab Nation, this is Jonathan Kuminga. You're listening to the Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shiesky on 95.7 The Game.
JK. He played last night, people. Played well.
Were you surprised that he played at all?
Yes, I actually was.
I told you he would.
Warriors!
I thought he would. And like when I read the Slater piece, or not piece, but when he spoke to ESPN and Malika Andrews, Anthony Slater, obviously, he covers the team for ESPN. And he was like, yeah, I expect him to get some minutes tonight. I was like, okay, all right. But how many? Is it going to be like Fugazi minutes? No, he got legitimate, like early second quarter minutes.
There's an element, and we will get into it.
I like the shirt underneath the jersey, by the way. Keep going with that. The GP2.
So, like, there's definitely a Kerr aspect I want to dive into.
Mm-hmm.
There's a Lake-up aspect I want to dive into. This what is owed Steph Curry aspect that I want to get into. But, like, JK, again, it's not today shouldn't be a victory lap. Anybody that's doing a victory lap on John, you lost the game.
Yeah.
All right, let's take a deep breath. We lost the game. It was a nice performance in a losing effort. I'm a little perplexed that the guy couldn't get a minute or two multiple times over the last couple of years. It's almost laughable.
Well,
I mean, just a couple of minutes.
Yep.
It's just anyway. But he does deserve some credit, and Buddy Hield too. Like both guys, when you get DMP'd and you keep yourself in shape and you stay ready, and when your number is called, what did I scream for a couple weeks ago? Because I was very mad at him when he didn't play with that. Back injury, and I go in air quotes.
Yeah.
I was mad. I'm like, hey, man, do it for yourself. You're a professional NBA basketball player. Do you know how many kids would die around the league that are playing in the G League right now who would die to be in your spot?
The opportunity.
Yeah, just to play, right? And I understand there's a business aspect. We're asking you to play basketball. I'm not asking you to do something that is not under contract for you to do. So, on one level, like, he did his job last night. But, like, it's hard to not play for a month in a real game and go in there and look good.
I will give him credit for that.
Yeah, and so there's a variety of opinions this morning, but like overall, there's no victory laps for anyone in this one.
No, and we're going to take your calls and texts. Coach Jonathan will get to you in just a second.
I want to hear from all these fans.
I do want to mention the NFL is taking over the Bay Area with the Super Bowl experience presented by Jersey Mike's February 3rd through the 7th at the Moscone Center. Dive into an immersive football festival celebrating all 32 teams, plus interactive games, player autographs, photos with the Vince Lombardi Trophy, and exclusive NFL shop merchandise, plus much more. And for your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets, you got to be listening to the Morning Roast all week long between 7:30 a.m. and 8:30 a.m. for this cue to the contest line. You got to be caller number 5 and you'll win. So between 7:30 a.m., 8:30 a.m., be listening for that. Can't wait.
And I know we're going to go out to the lines, 888-957-9570. One of the elements that bugs me, and it's not Kaminga specific, I actually find this to be young player X on Warrior specific. Pajemski, it's never good enough. Kuminga, it's never good enough. Moody, it's never good enough. No matter what these young guys do, Jordan Poole, never good enough. No matter what they do, we put them through the microscope and just slice and dice all the performances. And I'm raising my hand. I've been guilty of this at times. We all have favorites in players and in play styles, and there are things that people do that bug us. Like I can't tell you why, for whatever reason, Marco Scudero I liked, and Nate Shearholtz bugged me.
Oh, like I like Nate the Great. He was fun.
Right, but like
great 5 o'clock shadow.
I can't explain why some people like some players and don't like others. But I do believe the overarching theme for a lot of the young players is that no matter what they do, it almost feels like it's never good enough. So, for example, yesterday they're down 1,000. Kaminga goes in there and he looks really good. Yeah, but they're down 1,000. Okay, but did he play well? Well, yeah, I did. Okay, well, am I saying that he's like the next coming of Christ? No, I'm saying he played well yesterday. Hey, boy, Pods and Melton play really well together. Yeah, but he's not a starter. They started with him, and look what the score was. No. All I'm saying is, like, for whatever reason, like, Pajemski looks really good alongside DeAnthony Melton. I don't think he's a starter either. I actually like him coming off the bench. The guy I want to start is DeAnthony Melton, but his body I don't think will allow it right now.
I think you just said it right there, is that you're just assessing the game itself, and it has to turn into a narrative no matter what.
It's just,
literally, I could just say water is wet. Well, it was ice before. It's like, what? Like that's what I'm saying. Like there's narratives that have to be built in no matter what. Oh yeah, well Brock, he did all he could. It's just like it, and I'm saying Brock Purdy because I feel similar to how we talk about quarterbacks, but it's every single player on the Warriors now. It's every single young player is how we talk about quarterbacks in the NFL.
Joe, the scrutiny is so unfair. And I've kind of been here for a couple months now, and I've tried to like taper back to my young player criticism because I think we're unrealistic. Let's go to the lines.
Let's go to the phones. Coach in Vallejo, kick us off.
Hey, good morning, guys. And you kind of led right into what I want to talk about. Joe, you was telling the other day about the guy seeing you at the grocery store or whatever, and hey, that's Joe Shasky, blah, blah, blah. You guys are celebrities to us, okay? And there's a lot of fans. We hang on to every word you say as if you are experts. So once you guys say something about Kaminga, I'm not saying you specifically, I'm just talking in generalities here, low IQ and things like that. Now that's a jacket that's hung on that young guy.
I agree.
Okay?
It's not fair.
He could throw, he could throw a pass through the middle. Oh, that's a low IQ. But Draymond throws the same pass. That's not low IQ. Kuminga never had 8 turnovers in one game like Draymond has, or Steph has done some bonehead things. Now, with that said, Kuminga came in the game. They were 20 points down when he actually entered the game, and he did play well, okay? Jonathan Kuminga is a good ball player. Now, Steve Kerr is part to blame. For him not playing all these games, a lot of people are saying, well, he must be a defective player. He must be a dumb player because Coach Kerr has not played this guy. Well, Coach Kerr can make mistakes too.
Agreed.
Okay? So Kuminga was number 1 player coming out of high school. You don't become number 1 player out of high school in this country and not know how to play basketball. Now, the style may be different. You may not care for his style, but that does not mean he's not a fine young player. So I think we all have a responsibility in being careful about what we say about players because once you hang a jacket on someone, it's hard to take off,
I do.
And I think we need to reboot with Pop. We need to reboot with Kaminga. We need to reboot with Trace Jackson Davis, who has not taken not one jump shot in 3 years. Okay, we need to reboot and say, let's look at these guys for what they've done. Yes.
I was saying to you about the Kerr thing. It's a really good point. He's one of the greatest coaches I've ever seen. But all the greatest coaches ever, pick the sport, have made mistakes. And they have certain personnel decisions that they want back. And I love Kerr in terms of what he has done for this team. I think he's been slow to evolve on some of his principles offensively. And I do believe that he's had a couple of things personnel-wise that I would have done differently. Does that mean I want him gone? No, but that doesn't mean that I can't, I don't know, I guess not hold him accountable, but analyze his performance? Like, that's all I'm doing is analyzing it.
Right. And we can all hold each other accountable because no one is perfect. I'm not perfect. I taught safety for 40 years.
Wow.
And I know people lives depended on what I said. So I had to be careful about what I say. And I think we all need to be careful about what we say about certain players because usually it's just our opinion and it's not based on fact.
Yeah, I agree. And to me, I guess where I get come down, and look, I think now the media is like, it's not journalism. Like what we're doing is giving opinions. We're opinion columns back in the day, right? We're not the beat writers just reporting, like a stenographer just reporting what we're hearing. I'm giving you my opinions.
I try to entertain. That's what I try to do first and foremost, entertain. Okay. And if I want to educate on certain things that I feel like need to be discussed, sure. But first and foremost, I'm trying to have an entertaining program with you. I'm trying to just have a good time with you on these shows every morning, Joe. I'm trying to, but also there are shows like we had yesterday where it's not about just, hey, how you doing, Joe? No, we have to discuss in real time what is going on with all the sports teams around us, sometimes nationally too.
Yeah, but I guess where I fall down is it just feels like to me, for whatever reason, Jonathan Kaminga, some of it, not all of it, some of it is borderline like, feels personal.
Yes.
Like we're trying to go at the kid at every turn and we're just nonstop. Let's just use this guy as a punching bag. And I'm like, why?
Yeah.
Like,
And I'll say with Coach, and Coach, I've heard a lot of him. I've heard him on with Warriors This Week, with Devone, with Giddings, with everyone. It's weird that I call him Giddings. E-Dog, Evan, I don't like that. And he's been very staunch defender of Jonathan Kuminga, and he has been very critical about the rhetoric around him with certain language, like low IQ, because he feels like that is coded for something because of his skin color and how we talk about him having a low IQ compared to a Podziemski, who many feel like handles the ball, has a quote-unquote high IQ. That's a real thing amongst fans. Like they feel that way. So I understand why people... I do too.
I'm very sensitive
People
to that.
are very sensitive to that thing. And when I say... and that's why I never say low IQ if I'm talking about a player. Basketball IQ, football IQ, instincts, whatever. I never say IQ. Dude, I got no IQ when it comes to the game of basketball, all right? I watch the game, but if I'm playing it, please, in real time, kidding me? Turning it over left and right. We're up against it. I do want to pick up this conversation more on the other side.
I don't think there's enough. Look, again, Kaminga is not the end-all, be-all. Like, my brother asks me all the time, Joe, why the hell are you guys talking about Kaminga so much? Yeah. Like, he says, and he's right. He's right. But you know why we do?
Bigger than the player.
No, but you know why we do, Joe? Because the audience, for whatever reason, finds him to be one of the most captivating conversation pieces on the team. And yeah, it's kind of knocked off some of the limelight on Steph Curry. And I don't know, man.
Well, and also we care so much about Jonathan Kuminga and his success or failure because it is tied to Stephen Curry. Because Stephen Curry, you want... Again, going back to player stand-dom or fandom, you want the best for Steph, and is Jonathan Kaminga going to help unlock that?
Is JK the reason that Clay physically depreciated?
No.
Is JK the reason that this team missed on Wiseman?
No.
Is JK the reason Jordan Poole and Draymond Green had the incident they had?
No.
And they traded for Chris Paul? Is JK the reason Jimmy Butler hurt himself? Like, do you see what I'm saying? Like,
absolutely.
We're using him as an avatar for our frustration of what I call normal sports stuff.
Speaking of Jonathan Kuminga and 888-957-9570, what did you see from JK last night that maybe gives you hope that he might remain a Golden State Warrior going forward? Mike Dunleavy had some very interesting comments before the game. We're going to react to what he had to say about Kuminga's trade demand or lack thereof. That's on the other side, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off. Every Warriors game throughout the season as we get ready for the action. Presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage. Brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that.
All right, Bay Area, listen up. And if you've been thinking about upgrading your ride, now is the time. It's the Ceremony Ford kickoff sales event, and they're pushing one of the best SUVs on the road. It's the 2026 Ford Explorer. Yeah, I know, Bonte drives one, which tells you two things. One, the Explorer is legit. And two, even Bonte Hill makes a good decision every once in a while. So here's the headline. $2,500 back on every new 2026 Explorer in stock. A $2,500 rebate. That is real moolah, real money. Not Mully, money. And this isn't a 1 or 2 on the lot situation. They've got over 40 Explorers in stock, ready to roll. So show up, pick out your color, and drive it home today. Roomy, powerful, loaded with tech, perfect for families, road trips, or just owning the road like a boss. Head over to Ceremony Ford, right off at 280 in Ceremony Boulevard in Colma, Daly City, or 24/7 at ceremonyford.com. The deals are real, the inventory is stacked, and that $2,500 Explorer rebate, it's not going to hang around forever. Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
In sports, success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. At Great Clips, we save your haircut details in clip notes, so every member of the highly skilled team knows exactly how to create your signature look. And with our easy-to-use app, you can check in from anywhere and get a ready next text when you're up next for a cut. It's the confidence of a great haircut delivered by a team you trust. Download our app today. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call now, 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS, or go to carsforkids.com. That's cars with a K.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and R&S Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Chris from Concord. Tony and Lennon were great. We replaced and upgraded our garage door systems. They were timely, very informative, and helped me set up the new garage app. We've used R&S on other properties and have always been satisfied.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with R&S Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Straight Talk presents the math of more. Here's how it works. When you say yes to more with Straight Talk, you're left with more for all the other good stuff. So getting an unlimited plan starting at just $25 a month equals more savings for your family's weekend adventures. And with a network covered by Verizon, you can share more from wherever you go. It's simple math, really. More equals more with Straight Talk. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. The $25 plan requires a compatible unlocked device and a new line of service. Additional terms apply.
Honey, that flu keeping you up? Did you take NyQuil Intense Flu?
Nah, I got this. Okay, I don't got this.
Yeah, you need NyQuil Intense Flu.
Undo your flu with NyQuil Intense Flu. NyQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms so you can sleep.
You do got this.
NyQuil Intense Flu. The nighttime sniffling, aching fever. Best sleep with the flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
It's your boy Ricky Antonio, the winner of the Listener Knockout Champion. You feel me? Shout out to Spadonian Chats, man, on 95.7 The Game. Can I get a water though?
We're back. 145-127 the final last night at Chase Center. Raptors, snapped the Warriors' 4-game winning streak. So the Dubs fall back to 25-20. And you look at the standings real quick. They are the 8th seed currently, but still in a couple games back of, 4th seed, quite frankly. 3rd seed, it's tight in the West. Tight. And that might be the kind of loss you're going to see more of going forward. I'm just going to keep it a buck.
Yes, to your point, Joe, too.
Jonathan Kuminga played, though, last night, and it sparked a plethora of takes at my friend group, social media, nationally. people are drawing their line in the sand. It's Kerr. No, it's Kuminga. It's Pods. It's Dunleavy. It's Lacob. It's everyone, people. Everyone is culpable in this situation. There is not one side versus the other. And at the end of the day, Joe, I know you root for the Warriors. Carter roots for the Warriors. He's wearing the hat. Sam Lubman roots for the Warriors. He's not rooting for Kaminga. He's not rooting for Pajemski. He's not rooting for an individual player. He roots for everyone.
But of course you love Steph.
Of course you love certain players.
Of course you love him.
You love him. You love the team more, though.
Well,
that's the thing.
Joe.
Do you love the team more than the player?
Of course.
There you go.
I also love the player a lot. Like, he's one of the few players of the history of the Bay that, like, you put him, like, it's his own stratosphere.
But it feels like the way we talk about Kuminga, as I'm bringing it back here, and we just talked about it off air, we act like he is the quarterback of the San Francisco 49ers, when you said he's like the outside linebacker. He's like the seventh or eighth thing that you think about, should be.
The Kuminga saga, the why today should not be about victory laps in any direction.
No, there's no victory laps.
It's more
for anyone.
sad for me, and I'm probably more in the Kuminga fan camp than I am like some like scrutinizer of him. I think he's had moments. I think he's had moments where he's looked terrible. So there's times where I agree with Steve Kerr.
I've probably been more critical of him than you have on this show.
Okay,
for sure.
Okay, but do I think he's like, oh my, he's the difference between everything and nothing? No. We talk about him and we scrutinize his impact on winning and losing more than Jimmy Garoppolo or Brock Purdy. We act like Kaminga has more of a hand in whether the Warriors are going to win a title or not than Purdy or Jimmy G did for the Niners.
Why is that? Where does that come back to?
I don't know. It's bizarre. And I would also argue with you, for all the Steph-specific stands that are out there, there's a bizarre JK standum as well that doesn't really make a lot of sense to me either. That is way extreme and on the outside.
You could find stands everywhere. There's literally like Kaminga Muse, Stat Muse, or for like players, or like Brandon Ayuk had stands.
Would it be like I'm not even going to go there.
Say it.
No, I'm not even going to go there.
Come on.
I'm not even going to go there.
Let's go to...
If I bring up like different political extremes, it's going to be like... it's just not going to
Don't talk about that. Brought to you by Golden State Lumber and Showroom, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com.
I know we want to go to the phones.
Yeah.
In a couple minutes, we're going to play some Mike Dunleavy sound regarding Jonathan Kuminga. And I do want to...
Where does he fall into this, by the way, Dunleavy? We haven't really talked about him.
Well, there's a hierarchy. I want to start with Joe Lacob.
Okay.
And then we'll get to Dunleavy.
Lacob?
Because I do believe that this all goes back to Joe Lacob. And I think we're not understanding, Lacob's made some mistakes. Come on, y'all. He's one of the greatest owners we've ever seen. Who are we kidding?
It's funny you say that because you sent an article this morning from ESPN. It was like the fall of, behind the scenes of the sale of the Bus family to Mark Walter, who's now
the dysfunction.
All the dysfunction around
the Bus kids.
All the siblings, right? And I thought it was fascinating. And I think there is a fear from Warriors fans as I listened to them yesterday and for weeks and weeks and weeks this season. They're like, oh my God, if this turns into like the Lacob family debacle, like down the line, like you see with Jerry Jones, because we see Jerry Jones, or the Bus family, where it's all this intermingling amongst the family members, and they have just their hands in everything, and it's them or the highway, and you can't have a normal functioning team because they're always going to have complete control over everything. There is a part of me where it feels like fans feel that way.
But the difference is Jim Bus did all those things.
Yeah.
Not Jeannie Bus.
Correct.
Who took over the team.
Yes.
Joe Lacob, with obviously amazing people around him.
And that was when Dr. Jerry Bus passed away, obviously.
Yeah,
in 2013.
Yeah, 2013. Yes. But like the bulk of the success of the Lakers during the Bus family tenure was during Dad's run.
Yeah.
Okay? That happened after. All the dysfunction happened after.
Yep.
So
immediately after, actually.
Look, I can't tell what the future is going to hold. Are the Warriors going to go 17 years without a playoff appearance or something like the Kings? Or are they going to be like in the middle? Or are they going to be really good? Like, we got to kind of let it play out.
I have faith in Joe Lacob. He has to prove to me, and that's why I scoff at this whole comparison to the Jerry Jones stuff. We had Bonte Hill in studio with us. I was like, can we let the guy have a couple losing seasons in a row before we start jumping the gun? They were in the second round of the playoffs last year. They're a play-in / playoff team currently right now. Like, come on.
Joe, you know, now we're going to go to the calls. 888-957-9570. Just everything Warrior related. We're all over the place. They have 12 winning seasons since 2011 under Joe Lacob's tenure.
12?
Okay, no. They had 2 out of 18. 2 out of 18 during Chris Cohan's era. 2. Now, hey, they have Steph Curry. You're right. They do have Steph Curry. Did Steph Curry draft Klay Thompson?
No.
Okay. Did Steph Curry draft Draymond Green?
No.
Did Steph Curry fire Mark Jackson?
No. He loved Mark Jackson, actually.
And I love Steph. I'm not taking anything away from Steph. I'm just saying we have to give Lacob some credit. Did Steph Curry hire Bob Myers?
No.
Okay. Did Steph Curry say no to the trade that would bring them Kevin Love and keep Draymond Green and Klay Thompson?
No.
Okay. Did Steph Curry trade Monte Ellis for Andrew Bogut?
No.
Did Steph Curry bring in Andre Iguodala?
No.
Did Steph Curry bring in Sean Livingston?
No.
Did Steph Curry foot the bill for the largest luxury tax 3 consecutive years the league has ever seen?
Nope.
Did Steph Curry alone lure in Kevin Durant?
No. Not alone.
Okay.
He was part of the allure.
And
but
look, I'm not taking Steph's. None of this happens in terms of winning at the highest level without Steph. But there are things outside of Steph's control. Did Steph Curry build Chase Center with his money?
No.
Okay. Now, is he a huge impact on the financial dollar?
People will say this is the house that Stephen Curry built.
Someone's got to have the money to be able to put down for it. I like understand business people. Did Steph Curry pivot from Kevin Durant, get D'Angelo Russell, trade him for Andrew Wiggins, and then maximize Andrew Wiggins?
No.
Did Steph Curry draft Jordan Poole?
No.
Okay. So, like, we can go down the litany list and talk about all the things that Joe Lacob hasn't done, but what he has done is had a more successful run in the last 12 years than the Boston Celtics of the 80s. The Boston Celtics of the 80s are lauded as one of the greatest dynasties ever. You could say the Lakers of the 80s. You could also go the Celtics. 81 title, 84 title, 85 they lose in the title games, 86 title, 87 no championship they lost in the finals, 88 they lost in the conference championships, 89 they only win 42 games. Why? Bird started declining. He missed a bunch of games. Yeah. They lost to Detroit year after year after year, and it got progressively worse. The Warriors have been to 6 NBA finals and won 4 of them. Let's stop acting like we've been dysfunctional and not supporting Steph Curry. I think they've done a really good job. They have missteps along the way. They missed on Wiseman. There's just no other way around it. They missed on him. They've probably missed on Kaminga and Moody. They've missed on other free agents. They probably overpaid Draymond Green. They probably mishandled the end of Klay Thompson. They made a horrible trade for Jordan Poole and Chris Paul. But they've also done a lot of great things.
And I would also say this isn't a Warriors-specific thing, as you're mentioning. This is around the NBA. The Lakers right now, like you watched them, they had a win last night against the Nuggets, but they can't play defense. And they literally made one of the craziest trades you've ever seen.
Craziest.
Have one of the best players, all-star starter Luka Doncic, but they're not a title contender.
I don't think
they're
they
freaking out over down there, too, because they're saying, we need to maximize Luka. Do you trade Reeves? Oh, LeBron James. Like, this isn't a Warriors-specific thing, but we are in the Bay Area, obviously, so I understand. And the mortality of Stephen Curry is more real now than it ever has been, which I think is a huge part of this conversation, is because not only did you lose Jimmy Butler, this is going to be another year that, and I hate using this phrase, but that's how they feel at the end of the day, a wasted Steph year. That's what it's going to be for the fan base. You wasted a year of Stephen Curry where he's an all-star starter, the only one that's over the age of 31 to start in the all-star game this year. You're wasting that year of Stephen Curry. That's how they're going to feel.
Okay, all right. Look around the contemporaries of the greatest players of all times, all right? Like, let's not act like all of them went to 15 straight finals.
Yeah.
Okay? Like, do people understand sports? It's not a video game. Jimmy Butler tore his ACL. How's that Joe Lacob's fault?
It's not. It's a freak thing. It's sports.
They could have made all the moves everyone was opining. Yeah. You got Miles Turner, and you get this guy, and you get that guy. Jimmy, it's like, it sucks. Jimmy tore his ACL. Like, it sucks.
Well, that's how we knew with the Niners, too. I mean, let's be honest. Once Bosa and Fred went down, it's like, all right, well, we're not winning. We're not winning a Super Bowl. Hey, can we get to the playoffs?
You know what made the Patriots dynasty so unique? Because it lasted as long as it did. You know what made Tom Brady so unique is that he lasted as long as he did.
Well, and also he took pay cuts.
Yeah.
Which is a big part of it.
Like the Spurs dynasty, that's the unicorn.
Yeah.
That's not the rule. And they had Tim Duncan, but they already had David Robinson.
Well, and
people understand.
They also messed up too.
Yes.
Even the gold standard of NBA organizations was a cluster F with that Kawhi thing.
I know.
That was bad. That was a bad look for them.
Dude, Belichick's one of the greatest coaches who've ever lived. He probably wants a couple personnel decisions back.
Malcolm Butler in the Super Bowl in line 1.
Drafting Jimmy Garoppolo and alienating Tom Brady, which starting to their downfall.
I mean, you try to get Tom Brady a weapon and N'Keal Harry. How'd that work?
Couldn't draft a weapon to save his life. Then he goes all the way down to Tampa Bay and just destroys.
Yeah.
So let's go to the calls.
Let's go to the phones. Bleacher Dave in West Oakland.
Bleacher Dave.
What's up, Bleacher Dave?
What's up, Bleacher Dave?
What's up, y'all? Y'all was teasing me for the last 30 minutes about going to the calls.
That's what I am, Bleacher Dave. I'm a big tease, baby.
Doggy. My bad, doggy.
No trip, man. You're doing your job. Look, I was going to say something else, but now you got me on this Lacob thing. So the Warriors went 18 years and went to the playoffs once. That was pivoting off your comparison to the Kings. And that was a we believe year. And when we got to the second round, it felt like we won the championship.
Thank you.
Because we had been so bad for so long. And so, I think Joe Lacob inherited a pretty good situation. Now, Steph, he didn't draft Steph. That was drafted before him. He was willing to put in place. He hired a bunch of the right people on the business side, on the team side. We collected the fruits of that. He benefited from a contract that Curry got because his ankles were bad, and he turned into the dude that he became. Who knew what Clay was going to be? Oh, Jerry West said don't trade him. There was a lot of things that predated Lacob's existence that he benefited from.
Sure.
Once he pronounced we're light years ahead, and then we got into some of the later things you're talking about, all of the misses. And so one thing you said is he built that stadium with his own money. No, he didn't. He used my money and all the other PSL holders and corporate sponsors and all that kind of stuff.
That's a form of finance. Yes.
It's the financing, so it's not his money. It's OPM, other people's money. He moved the team from our beloved home city of Oakland, where we supported them, and then he tried to stiff us on the lease. And so I don't think he's a nice man. I respect his business acumen, but I think his legacy is yet to be written when things get tough. Now, he owns what happens now. He's made all the decisions, and we'll see, where we go from there. Because there have been a lot of mistakes. You can't miss on Weissman with the number 2 pick and not pay penance. And so we're going to go.
I would agree.
Let's talk about Kuminga, though. And so this stuff is interesting. So, Steve has made his mistakes. We all do. Steve is, he's a particular kind of coach. I think he's more philosophical and team building than he is X's and O's. And I think that's what the team needed when they had that great talent. I think now you might need something a little bit different. Am I going to say – so I listen to the fan base say, if only Kerr would have did this, we would have won that game. Because from listening to the fan base, the Warriors win every single game if but for Steve Kerr messing up. I'm like, y'all are tripping hard. Now, here's what I will say, though. Tell me what Kaminga can do besides dunk. And I've been on this for a while. It's kind of a nasty, funny line. He causes people provoke. But that's really his skill set.
Well, last night, were you at the game last night? You go to a lot of games.
I had tickets. I couldn't go.
That's okay.
I was there Monday. I saw Jimmy bust his
There's a lot of empty seats.
Yeah. Well, Dave, I would counter with this. I actually think his passing has gotten a lot better. Is it his strength of his? No. But he made a really nice entry pass into the paint to TJD yesterday. That was brilliant. And also, I think he's got a back-to-the-basket game that no one else on this team outside of Jimmy Butler actually has, where he made an and one last night in particular, where he backed down his guy, did the little dream shake, turn around, bang, hit the and one. Now, is that something he hangs his hat on? No. His point about, one of the things he does is dunk. Yeah, that is an element.
Yeah, he gets to the rim. That's why he gets to the free throw line that no one else can do outside of Jimmy Butler. That's important.
I would argue LeBron. No, LeBron is LeBron. So I'm not trying to say that. But LeBron went 15 years without having a patented move.
No, yeah.
Outside of dunking.
It took him forever to get that jump shot. Then once he got that, and then he eventually, towards his late 30s, had an incredible three-point shot.
The league has been littered with athletes who are, useful players, not stars, but useful players who get buckets around the rim. Darius Miles. And I'm just using a very garbage player. You ever watch? I mean, I know Bleacher Dave saw him. Corey Maggette.
Well,
you know?
let's do a rising star in today's NBA, or like Paolo Banchero's not a great shooter.
No, but his ball handling's way better than Kuminga's.
No, I understand that. But I think where a lot of people goes, oh, he can't shoot the ball. It's like, no, Kaminga can.
Well,
I've seen him shoot the ball well at times.
Did you see? There was one
He's
play.
not a scrub.
There was one play yesterday that was like, whoa, haven't seen that in a while. It's when Draymond threw the alley-oop to Kuminga.
Yeah, it was sick.
Everyone was like, wow, where's that been?
Wow, athleticism. Wow, isn't that nice? As I see Scotty Barnes look like Wilt Chamberlain on the other side against this team.
Yeah.
That's twice now, by the way. He's like, has he gained 4 inches since last game?
Amazing.
He like literally paused, but like, come on, like seriously.
I guess, and now my question is, okay, if we're going to be assessing skill sets right now, all right, what's GP2 doing these days besides dunking? Now, he hit a couple threes.
Yeah,
but so did Kuminga.
Yeah. It's true.
I think their three-point shot is very similar.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live in the free Odyssey app, coming live from the Laughing Monk Studios. It's a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Freedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Freedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. Mike Dunleavy sounds shortly as he spoke to the media yesterday.
So, like, you know, when we do this, there are so many guys in the league who hang their hat on one thing. Buddy Hield. Why does Buddy play?
Defense. He's a great, scrappy defender. Scrappy.
Now be real.
No, like, well he plays because, you know.
Because he can shoot.
GP2?
No, I said Buddy.
Oh, Buddy. Oh, that was lost in translation. That was my bad. Flag
Buddy
on me.
Hield. Why does Buddy Hield play?
Flag on me. I thought you said Gary Payton. My bad for some reason.
Why will Buddy Hield always have a spot?
Because he can shoot the ball.
Yeah,
there you go.
right?
Yeah.
Like
because you've seen it. He's a streaky guy, but when he's streaking on, it's really freaking good.
You know, like
he had 25 points yesterday.
Does anybody look at Jeremy Grant's floor game as like, oh, that guy can do so many things?
No. Like, come on. I mean, and Jonathan Kuminga yesterday, he was 7 of 10. Like, and I get it. There was dunks in there. And I always go back to this, and people like to scoff and say it's great. Like, I don't scoff that he can get to the free throw line with this team that struggles to do it.
Yeah, it's a skill set that they need.
I know, like people like to complain, Steph needs to get there more. He should get there more. I was like, yeah, but he's not. If he hasn't gotten the calls for 15 years, he's not getting them now.
No.
So, like,
here's an element that I do agree with Bleacher Dave with. There is a part of the post-Steph legacy for Joe Lacob that is yet to be written. And I think people are so quick to write off everything. They've made mistakes, tons of mistakes. Mm-hmm. They've overcome some of these mistakes, right? Like they have to a degree. Who's the best run team in sports?
Oklahoma City Thunder. Right now, I believe.
You do?
Yeah, I believe the Thunder currently are the model for sports teams and what they've been able to accomplish. Yes.
Was drafting Josh Giddey home run draft pick?
The selection of him and what he meant to the team, no. Flipping him for an eventual championship piece with Alex Caruso was a move, though. That is a great organization does.
They pivoted.
Yes,
right? So I think when we look at a lot of these moves that the Warriors are going to be doing over the next couple years, we kind of have to let some of them that have yet to happen play out before we can truly assess. Look, you get credit for what you did with Jordan Poole.
Yeah.
You lose a lot of that credit when you traded him away for Chris Paul. It's a bad move.
Like what Bleacher Dave was talking about when it came to, like, you know, moving out of Oakland and, you know, going to the Chase Center and using the PSLs. I want to say, though, that is not an exclusive Joe Lacob thing. That's what every owner is doing now when they're bridging the gap of the finances, are these luxury suites. Whether we like those or not, that's what every new stadium is going to do in the NFL and in the NBA, Major League Baseball.
Well, and his point on PSLs, because I say the same thing about Levi's. Yeah. That's only a fraction of the money.
Yeah.
It is a big chunk where people pay money for the personal seat licenses to put up, and then obviously the season tickets and whatnot. But there's a variety of ways that you fund a stadium.
If the entire project was listed at, you know, and I'm guesstimating here, $2.1 billion, and those PSLs were $300 million, it's a chunk. It is, but it's not the whole
huge chunk.
It's not the entire thing.
No, but that's a good down payment to give to a bank so that you can get a loan.
Correct.
It's a hell of a down payment.
Hell yeah. By the way, the NFL is taking over the Bay Area with the Super Bowl, as you mentioned, which is going to be at Levi's Stadium. Experience presented by Jersey Mike's, February 3rd through the 7th at the Moscone Center. Yes, that is right. The Bay Area Super Bowl experience at the Moscone Center. Dive into the immersive football festival celebrating all 32 teams, plus interactive games, player autographs, photos with the Vince Lombardi Trophy, exclusive NFL shop merchandise, and much, much more. And for your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets, you got to be listening to the Morning Roast all week long between 7:30 a.m. and 8:30 a.m. for this sounder, Carter. You got that sounder for me? If you didn't have it, I was going to try to do it myself.
Bloody nose, Carter.
Oh, you okay?
Shut up.
Hitting the slopes this early, huh? Be caller number 5, and you'll win, courtesy of the Bay Area Host Committee. And that's going to be via the contest line. What's coming in the game is sponsored by Fairmount Bank, here for you, here for good. We're going to hear from the general manager, Mike Dunleavy, on the other side. Dub Nation, is there any way to salvage the demand for a Jonathan Kaminga come trade deadline? Is there any way they could salvage his stock around the league in these next couple weeks? 888-957-9570. Spadoni, Shasky, the Morning Roast, 95.7 The Game.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Now that the new year is upon us, why not consider revitalizing your home's interior? Golden State Lumber and Showroom has a simple solution on how you can transform your home from ordinary to extraordinary. By upgrading crown molding and baseboards, you can instantly add elegance and character to any room from our partners, Windsor One and Kelleher. Get inspired at GoldenStateLumber.com by clicking brands. Since 1954, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well,
I'll take this one.
What? Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there.
It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
Jewelry Graham. Hi, I'm Brian, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company, here to remind you that Valentine's Day is Saturday, February the 14th. It's the most romantic day of the year to give and get fine jewelry. We have expertly crafted gifts for every type of sweetheart, any style, any budget. Get creative and design a custom necklace with meaningful charms, including 14-karat gold letters, engravable hearts, and birthstones. For the one, we'll help you propose with a dream engagement ring. Come see our wide selection of hand-picked natural and lab-grown diamonds in all shapes and sizes, in stock and ready to compare side by side. At Shane Company, love is always in the air with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty, everyday competitive prices, and no-pressure shopping experience. Come see us in store or at shaneco.com because a friend wants you to win Valentine's Day. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanitas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. With 24 monthly bill credits, 4 new lines, and 4 eligible trade-ins. For well-qualified customers with auto pay plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement required.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb.
Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hardworking partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your Nature-Made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature-Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
95.7 The Game has your chance to win your way into the Super Bowl experience. Presented by Jersey Mike's. February 3rd through the 7th at the Moscone Center. Listen all this week for your chance to win tickets. Courtesy of Bay Area Host Committee. For info, visit 957thegame.com.
Yeah, man, you seem very emotional regarding this.
Now, back to the morning roast.
Want to talk about basketball?
With Joe Spadoni.
Anything about the game?
And Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Actually, we are talking about the game. That's something we are doing today. 145-127 the final. Raptors get the dub. And the Dubs go down. They are now 25-20, snapping their 4-game losing streak. And the Warriors now will go on the road and see old pal and friend Klay Thompson. That's tomorrow, 4:30 tip. Then they go to Minnesota for a couple days. They play on Saturday and Monday. I don't know how to feel about those little baseball series they call them, where they stay there for a couple nights. I was like, I don't know if that's my favorite. Then they wrap up with the Utah Jazz and then come back home. So, little 4-game stretch here on the road coming up. And I feel like, Joe, the conversation is going to start trending towards not just Jonathan Kuminga, but around the NBA and value in general. I'm very curious to see how this trade deadline in particular is going to look with all this new CBA and apron stuff. Because nothing, I'm just going to be honest, nothing ever is going to top last season. Like, the trade deadline was insane. Luka Doncic, who saw that coming, going to the Lakers. Jimmy Butler going to the Warriors. You had, who else? You had De'Aaron Fox going from the Sacramento Kings to the Spurs. There was so much movement last year. I think it's hard to top that. Are people going to be close to the vest and not want to give up anything? Well, that's how it sounded when Mike Dunleavy addressed the media yesterday before the game. And 888-957-9570, Dub Nation, is there any way to salvage demand for one Jonathan Kuminga these next couple weeks? Any way at all? I feel like last night was kind of a good start if you wanted to still trade him, right? 20 points? Looked good. Is that one game going to change the mind of a GM out there that already has his opinion on Jonathan Kuminga? Can you really change your opinion of a player in 2 weeks' time? Really?
Probably not.
Yeah.
I think his perception is his perception, right? I think with all these things, and I know that we put out a social media, clip of us talking earlier. I think it's just too extreme. Yeah. We're too extreme in general. Is he a star? No. I don't even know if he's a starter. But on this team right now, given where they're at, I think he kind of is.
So I want to hear from Dunleavy. There's a couple quotes here. Before I get to the big juicy one, I do want to let him speak about the big story of the last 24, 48 hours is the loss of Jimmy Butler for the season. Torn ACL, he is out. Here's Mike Dunleavy, Warriors GM, discussing that.
Tough 24 hours here for our group, our organization, most especially crushed for Jimmy, who, he's having a great year. Obviously that's over now. So we're disappointed as a team, as an organization, most especially though individually for Jimmy, who's meant so much to this organization since he got here. It's hard to believe he hasn't even been here a year, but he's fit in so well. And, we hate it for him, but, the beat goes on. We got to keep going. And I think our team's playing really good. I think we're playing some good basketball, and so that's the bright spot here. I don't have a positive twist on the news. It's not good. ACL injuries are not things that you can be positive about, but this will all come out well in the end, and we'll move forward. But I think our team's in a good spot, and obviously we've got some things to figure out over the next year in terms of roster finances and all that we'll sort through. But for now. We're just kind of getting through it here last 24 hours, and we'll figure it out.
He sounded like he was going to cry at the very, very beginning.
No, he did.
And I don't mean that as a knock on him. I think it's really emotional.
It is. I mean, that was the biggest trade of his, young GM career, and you lost your second best player who was playing well, who's been a great leader for this team. Say what you will about, Jimmy Butler in the past, Miami, whatever. As a Golden State Warrior, he was exemplary. He was great.
Yeah. But this is the path that they chose.
Yeah.
And I would have chose it too. I want to defend them. Like, they didn't have a lot of options last year at the deadline.
No.
And I probably would have went, if the only way you're getting Jimmy is giving him the 2-year extension, I'd have done the same thing.
And that was the only way you were getting him. Because remember, it was reported that Jimmy didn't want to come here. Yeah. And then once they showed him the money, he's like, oh, yeah, I'll stay. Never mind. Yeah.
But this is the risk of making a deal for a guy who's 36 years old. This is the risk of giving $60 million to a 36-year-old. This is the risk of building a team with a 39, 36, and 35-year-old as the three quote-unquote best players on the team. This is the risk of what you build. And sadly, it's, crapped out.
In a conference where you look at the Oklahoma City Thunder, all like 30 or younger, basically, just in their primes or just scratching the surface of their primes. The Denver Nuggets, you think all of them are in their prime still. Aaron Gordon, Jamal Murray, Nikola Jokic coming back from an injury eventually. And then you got, the Houston Rockets, who I don't know what to make of, but I know that they have Kevin Durant, but a bunch of younger guys that are still scratching their primes and surfaces as well. You got the Spurs, Victor Wembanyama. I mean, that guy, just insane. Insane. He's an alien. And then you look at the landscape of, as you just said, Joe, bunch of older guys who are all-stars in their own right at one point and Hall of Famers, but they're not that caliber anymore. Steph is. Steph's still playing well, but his games that he's going to have in between there are going to look like last night sometimes. He's going to have some duds. And that this team right now, which is going to mirror the Warriors pre-Jimmy Butler now, because they don't have him, is going to be, hey, are we getting a Steph game or not? And if we're not getting a Steph game, we're probably going to lose, which sucks.
I know it does. Look, when you acquire a player, no matter how old they are, whether they're 20 years old or whether they're 35 years old, anyone could get hurt.
Yeah.
But we have to be real about this. And I've played on a lot of old man teams. The older we are, the more injured we become. It's just true.
I know you were talking about this morning. What'd you hurt? Your thumb? Oh, no. Did I just derail the show?
Reffing the game yesterday, I went to do on one of the side hoops.
Wait, you were a ref?
Yes.
Oh, my God.
My 8th grade versus the 7th grade. 7th grade dismantled us. I mean, just took us to town.
Yeah, you and Dibs over here reffing.
Well, I'm better at refereeing than Dibs. I can actually move around on the court.
Hold on. How is someone better at refereeing than another ref?
What are you talking about?
Take me through it. How are you better as a referee?
Well, number one, are you in position? Okay. Do you call a consistent game on both ends of the floor and in all spots on the floor regarding physicality, right? Do you communicate to people hey, get in and out of that paint? You know what I mean? There's a lot of elements to refereeing. Do you control the physicality on the field? And that way no one gets hurt. There's many elements to what make a good and bad referee.
Is the basketball ref the hardest of all the 3 major sports?
Well, there's a lot of, no, calling balls and strikes is by far and away the hardest. I don't care what anyone says.
Okay.
If I were to do here at the station and I put everyone with a face mask on and I said, go behind the plate and you call balls and strike and we put a GoPro camera, you'd be shocked at how difficult it is.
I didn't mention soccer. I will put that in there only because you also have to run multiple miles if you're the head ref in the middle. I do not want to do that.
Pitch, half the stadium hates you.
If you're standing, sitting, you're chilling your knees, you're good. You're chilling.
The ball is coming at you and could ricochet whether the ball has been struck by the bat or not.
But you can have a fun little strike call.
Okay, so then if you're there by yourself, all right, after the ball's in play, now you have to move and be in position to call someone out or safe on the base pass.
I kind of want to see this, like a referee off between you and Dibs. This would be good. You should do this at the station at some point.
I take a lot of pride in officiating.
No, you should. It's great.
And I like to call a clean game.
You should. Well, because I've seen all these YouTube clips coming up here about when refs lose control.
Yeah.
And when parents take over and start fighting and stuff. Is that up to a ref to step in at that point? I'm asking as a father.
Wait, what?
To help step in so it doesn't escalate between parents. And
what is going on here?
Parents? I established it very quickly, especially in CYO. I've done this as a coach. I call a timeout. I walk to the middle of the court and I say, I've done this, I think 3 times. Guys, this is CYO. For example, you go to St. Cecilia, St. Brendan's, Good Shepherd, pick the school you want. Guys, your parents pay a lot of money for you to go to a private school. This is not prison ball, okay? Everyone needs to take a deep breath, all right? We need to relax, all right? You're all going to go to high school either with each other or be friends at some point. Let's pump the brakes a little.
Let's go to Jonathan in San Francisco. Wants to talk about Jonathan Kuminga and this current Golden State Warriors squad. What's up, Jonathan? How you doing, man?
Hey, good morning. Yeah, when it comes to Jonathan Kaminga, no, they're not going to get any kind of value because they did the no-no. You're not supposed to tell anyone that you don't like the guy, and they told us, everybody in the sports universe, in the basketball universe, they don't like the guy. It doesn't help that they gave him a bunch of DNPs, and I get why Podziemski plays. I see it. He's what Steve Kerr calls a connector, connects the game, right? But he's not. The one that baffles me is why Jonathan Kaminga doesn't play. But you're playing Al Horford. Al Horford's got 2 good games out of 40 plus. Same thing with Buddy Hield. So yeah, those 2 guys play, but not Jonathan Kaminga. And you're the most unathletic team in the league, and you're also the shortest. Jonathan Kuminga, 6'8", athletic as heck. So yeah, when it comes to Jonathan Kuminga, they're not gonna get any kind of value. And when it comes to the big picture of the Warriors, guys, they totally blew it. They missed their chance with the number 2 and the number 7 pick. That's their chance to have this continuum. Of somehow be great for a long time, but in sports, when you're giving those opportunity, you're gonna have to hit on those, and they didn't. That's why they're stuck between a hard place and a rock. If I were them, I'd press the reset button now, because in the NBA, it's no shortcut. How they build a dynasty, and a bunch of great decisions. They hit on 3 draft picks. Sprinkled a little bit of, key free agents, Iggy and the guys, right? You see, OKC did the same thing. Now they're the champions. Who else is about to do that? The Minnesotas, the Rockets, Denver? Dude, they got about, in their division, in the West, it's about 4-6 teams that are really, really good. So, hey, Joe Lacob, I know you're concerned about money. Don't be concerned about the money, bro. You already made it. You bought the team for $400 million. It's worth $10 billion. Hit the reset button. We'll be great in about 3-5 years again.
Thanks, Jonathan, San Francisco. Unfortunately, that's not something that they're going to admit, hitting the reset button, nor is that something that they're going to try to do. At least I don't think they will. I don't want to speak for Mike Dunleavy. I'll let him speak for himself here shortly. More of what he had to say. Now, there's this article coming out from our guy, Nick Friedel, who's our Odyssey NBA insider, covers the team for The Athletic. He just posted an article, Joe, with some juicy deets in here, and I know Sam's printing it out. The title. This is title from Nick Friedel, our guy, cousin Nick, who texted us separately yesterday, by the way. The title, with Jimmy Butler out, Steph Curry and the Warriors' title hopes have disappeared. And he starts it off as he sat in the front of the podium late Monday night trying to process what Jimmy Butler's knee injury meant to the Golden State Warriors and himself. Curry paused, deciding he wasn't ready to answer the question asked of him Curry said, quote, "I won't talk about him being out until we know what's going on." That's how the article starts. And how it ends is Curry knew as he sat up at the podium Monday night, he just wasn't ready to admit the dynasty is no longer fading. It's over. That's Nick Friedel, who's covered this team for a long time, different parts and iterations of it. That's how Nick feels. That's how he's interpreting what Steph didn't want to say Monday night. It's hard to accept that reality of, and when he used the term dynasty, I mean, was the dynasty there in 2022? Was the dynasty there a couple of years ago? Like the dynasty was the KD years. And then he had some blips because he didn't make the playoffs.
I think it's all one bottle when it's Steph,
Is that how you,
Curry, and Dre.
It's not a nuanced take, whatever. But like the championship window, if you will, that's where fans like Jonathan are saying is like, hey, dude, if we're not competing for championships, then what are we doing? And where I'd argue with you, do you want to go just to the depths of hell? Do you want to be the New Orleans Pelicans? No. Like, come on. So that's why the season's not over. That's why Mike Dunleavy's not going to reset the entire organization. He's going to try to do what he can.
Yeah, but okay, so like, let's have a real conversation regarding this, the Jimmy Butler part. So like, Back to the Future is one of my favorite movies of all time.
Love it.
Because you're just reading this now I'm getting some inspiration.
Okay.
In the future, they take a Polaroid photo of his entire family, right? And as Marty goes into the past and things start happening, the future photo starts to fade.
In the present, they take the picture, 1985, he goes to the past.
You get where I'm going. Okay. And so as things are happening, the family that Marty would have, his brother and sister, are fading from the photo. If I had a photo of the future of Steph and Jimmy holding a championship, even at the beginning of this year, it would have been a very faded, tough to see photo because it would have been very unlikely. Can we all agree on that?
Yep.
It would have been a long shot.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of things would have had to go well. A lot of things would have had to happen transaction-wise to probably bolster their opportunities. Okay. Maybe nobody's on that Polaroid this morning.
No.
That doesn't mean that they can't have a heck of a run here at the end and set themselves up for next year and do some things. That doesn't mean we can't have fun, and that doesn't mean we can't have growth and kind of start to shape the roster for what could give them a little more flexibility for next year. So I'm looking at this and I'm saying to myself, like, I'm never going to say never. I'm also not going to be like, this team's a title team, because that's not realistic. I didn't think the Niners were a title team.
Do I sound like a loser, Jill, if I say I'd rather have a top 10 pick than a play-in game right now? Is that a loser mentality? Is that like after losing Jimmy Butler, it's like, you know what?
I'm not going to do that with Steph.
Okay.
I'm probably not going to do that with Steph.
That's a fair response.
Yeah,
and I think that's how most people feel.
Yeah.
But I could understand where a Jonathan saying, hey man, like if we're not competing for much this year, aka a second round playoff series or pass, because that's what they got to last year, then I'd rather have a high end prospect.
I guess
but they probably already. But I say that, Joe, they probably already won too many games now at 25 to be even in the lottery for the top 10.
So here, well, you never know. Dallas got gifted the number 1 pick. What?
It's true.
I mean, you just never know.
Gifted.
You just never know.
Yeah.
So okay, given the things that you're throwing at, I think over the next 14 days, the Warriors need to pick a path. And here's the path: either you are committing to certain people for this year to see where it goes so that you can make moves in the offseason, right?
Yeah.
Or we're just standing pat and we're playing ball and we're just doing the same thing that we know is not good enough. So the path is this, like, where are you going with Buddy? Like, where are you really going with Buddy Hield?
I mean,
where are you going with GP2?
He was a nice player when you were in the playoffs to have, but as just a piece, not as a main guy.
But with the absence of Jimmy, would I rather get an opportunity to see Moody or Kuminga, Pods, Melton? I'd rather see those guys, right?
I mean, we're seeing them. Yeah.
To me, everything should be about, like, how can we retain Melton right now? Like, that's one of my top priorities. I like Melton. I want to keep him. Pajemski down the stretch. He's extension eligible. Yes, Matt Steinmetz. I don't know where you're at.
He loves saying
Pods
that.
is extension eligible. But we kind of need to figure out what is Pods.
You extending him?
Well, what rush am I in?
Just asking.
Like, I kind of want to see, like, what position is he?
He's a point guard.
Okay. Starter?
Right now? Maybe. We'll see.
Well, that's
he started yesterday.
So this is like we have
with no Jimmy though. Yes, things changed. He was a starter.
Okay, well, I think that tells me we need a more dynamic 2-guard to be in the starting lineup alongside Steph Curry. If you're telling me Pods is starting, I like Pods off the bench. I like Pods playing alongside Melton. Those have worked this year. He's shooting like 40-something% from 3 over his last 20 games. As a starter, I think you have defensive you're compromising your defense and alongside Steph. I don't love that, okay? I get to GP2. Like GP2. When you have Jimmy and you have Steph, GP2 makes a lot of sense. You're not going to have Jimmy for about a calendar year. Does GP2 fit right now?
No.
Okay. So him and Buddy are guys that I'm like, does a contender need him?
Maybe.
Right? Horford. Come on. Come on.
Didn't play yesterday, back into back-to-back.
Right?
Yeah.
TJD. I like TJD. Come on. Moses, Moody, and Kuminga. What are you doing? You playing them?
I mean, Moody's been playing well. I want to see more of Moses Moody. Well, he's been starting.
Okay.
Keep him there.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
I'm fine with that.
Okay. So, but I think as we have these 14 days, I look at, to me, it's Buddy. I'm making a decision on Buddy. I'm making a decision on GP2. I'm making a decision on Horford, Moody, Kaminga, and Pods. That's what we're looking at over the next 14 days. Who's here, who's not? And all those guys should be auditioning for their opportunity, not only for right now, for the remainder of this year, and for next year, which is, the last Curry year, essentially, that we're all in. And then I go, what do we do with Draymond Green? This thing that Draymond just gets to ride off into the sunset with the Warriors. Again, look at their guys that they have. Stapling Draymond to Moody, stapling Draymond to Pods, stapling Draymond to Kaminga. Does that get you anything to help you now into next year?
I don't know. I'm looking at Draymond Green, and when Bonte was telling us yesterday, Bonte Hill obviously, joins us every single Tuesday, courtesy of Ceremony Ford. He was saying there's no way that Draymond, he hasn't heard his name brought up in any discussions for a trade, any at all.
Joe, if there's a way that I could staple second-round picks and some of these guys and sneak into the back end of the first round, why not? Like the Warriors couldn't just draft a guy who could shoot, who's young like Buddy Hield?
I would like that.
Who's not making $11 million a year?
The reason we're talking about all this, Mike Dunleavy yesterday, we played one of the cuts. We're going to play more of them. Just what this Butler injury means for the trade deadline as you bring it up, Joe, which is 2 weeks officially from tomorrow. This is what he had to say about it.
Tough to say. Our team's in a different spot today than it was this time yesterday, so it will in some way, but I think it just always comes down simply to making good decisions, and that'll be the same here. Maybe the parameters have changed, maybe the goalposts have moved a little bit, but we believe in making good, sound decisions, and we'll do that, whether it's something big, small, whatever. The main thing is we do the right thing.
I would hope you're always making good decisions. Thank you, Mike. And here's more about the possibility of moving off of Butler's contract during this torn ACL time.
I mean, I don't envision that, but now that you brought it up, I guess I'd say what I envision for him is kind of giving us a boost next year the same way he did last year when he arrived. And so, at some point during the season, him returning and being the player he's been. I mean, at his age, what he's doing this year to have the year he's had is impressive. I think he's got a style of game that can play for a long time with his skill, his physicality, his mind for the game. So I guess my vision for him is him, returning at some point between now and this time next year.
That's so unfair to Jimmy Butler to just expect him to come off a torn ACL at the age of 37, which he'll be at that time, and just do what he did last season, which is push the team to the second round of the Western Conference.
I think Dunleavy's just talking.
Yeah, I know, but that's come on, man. Well, to expect what he could do. That's what I would say is, hey, we'll evaluate where Jimmy is at and where the team is at when he's healthy to be on the court. How about that?
But I think, I wrote, we didn't even discuss this yesterday. What's Jimmy's rehab time? Okay? What's a realistic return? What's a realistic impact to expect upon arrival? Where's the team at
exactly
when he returns? Do you remember when Klay Thompson was returning? Had to start him. Who was playing the best basketball of his career when Klay Thompson returned?
Who was it?
Jordan Poole.
Yeah. Pool party.
Knowing what we know now about both guys, and they ended up winning the championship that year, but it was clunky. Wouldn't it have been best to have Klay come off the bench? Knowing what we know now, and I'm not trying to dog anybody. I'm just be honest about it. Like, knowing what we know now, if you could do a do-over, wouldn't you have kept Poole in the starting lineup and eased Klay in for his own psyche?
That would have been nice. It would have been, but there was fragile egos that were involved, Joe, and they needed to cater to it, which, again, and Jordan Poole, the whole situation after that, hate to go Hawaiian and bring up the punch, and then he's gone.
But your point about, so unfair to Jimmy, it was so unfair that they did that to Klay and, immediately threw him into the starting lineup, and he's out there gunning to be the old guy, the old version of Klay. I watched this team go through the same thing with Klay Thompson. Now, his injuries, though he was younger, were more debilitating because they were back-to-back.
Correct.
But to expect the 36-year-old to come in and spark them is just insane.
I also think the equity that Klay had built up at that time as a Warrior legend already, if he never even played another game in his career, he would have been a Warrior legend and Hall of Famer. Like Jimmy, he hasn't even put together a full season in a Golden State Warriors uniform.
I know.
And we love Jimmy. We do. It's great. It's great. But if I'm Jimmy Butler, you think I'm rushing to get back? No, seriously.
Well,
why would I rush to get back? For what? For who?
But I don't think it's over. And I'm reading Nick Friedell's article, and
just dropped. It's really great stuff. Nick Friedell, Odyssey NBA Insider, covers the team for The Athletic.
I'm
on tomorrow, right, with us, Sammy? Thumbs up. Cool.
I'm not gonna ever say it's over. Look, it was over when David Lee got injured. And then Draymond ascended and came out of nowhere. Now that's an extreme example. There's many other examples where Kawhi Leonard gets injured and it is over for the Spurs, right? But they still have Steph and they still have some pieces and they still have opportunities to make a move, and they got 2 weeks. So I guess the question is now, what is the move that you're making? Is it the move for now? Is it the move to clear up playing time for some of these other guys that you want to get a look at so that you can make moves in the offseason or determine your fate in the offseason? What will appease Warrior fans?
Well, the guy that's being brought up in these conversations ad nauseum is Jonathan Kuminga. And Mike Dunleavy was asked whether there's a demand for him.
Yeah, I think as far as the demand, I'm aware of that. I think when in terms of demands, when you make a demand, there needs to be demand on the market. So we'll see where that unfolds. But heard, always with these guys, I tell them I'm willing to work with them, want to help people out, whether that's JK or any player on our roster. So we're good with, if that's his wishes, trying to figure that out. But we got to do what's best for our organization, and that's what we'll do. And as far as it goes with the deadline coming up, I think we'll take the next couple of weeks to assess this team a little bit more. I felt pretty good with where we're at heading into last night's game in terms of what we need to do. I thought our team was playing really well, heading in the right direction. Obviously, things have changed, so I want to take a couple of weeks here to watch these games and see our team and what we can do better.
That was the clip that circulated and got a lot of clicks, a lot of views. Our guy, Nick Friedell, who just released this article, texted it to us. He said it was a juicy quote. It really is. Talking about Jonathan Kuminga. Hey, if you're making demands, there has to be a demand. And he just told you, there's no demand for you. That's basically what he just said.
Can I ask you this?
Sure.
Who's more needy? Teams on the outside for JK or for the Warriors to play JK right now?
I'd say with the loss of Jimmy Butler, it's absolutely the Warriors, right?
Do you think... I don't know if the fan base agrees with you.
The fan base doesn't agree that the Warriors need JK more than JK needs the Warriors?
JK is one of the most polarizing players I've ever talked on radio about. So I honestly don't know.
Jonathan Kaminga, and I hear where fans are like, no, JK needs to get out of this situation. And Bonte and you, and I think are all in agreement there, is I think what's best for him and the team is probably going their separate ways at some point because of all the crap that's taken place. But in any relationship, is it way past being salvaged? It might be. It might be. But I've seen crazier things mended in time. I've seen it.
Name one.
I can't think of it at the top of my head, but I feel like I've seen it.
Okay.
Like things happen in life sometimes. Not to get too personal. I'm going through a divorce right now.
Uh-huh.
Things were a lot worse last year than it is now. It might change. It might get worse. It might get better. Who knows? Things happen, and they're not even divorced. They're still together, technically, in all of this. You know, it could be salvaged. Somehow, some way, maybe. How does that happen? That has to be with Kuminga and his camp, has to be the coaching staff. There's a real possibility, as I'm saying this, though, Joe, that he just stays here. That's kind of what I heard from Dunleavy yesterday. Well, there has to be a demand if you're making the demands, and right now, it doesn't seem like there's any demand for Jonathan Kuminga in the NBA circles.
I just keep coming back to Steve Kerr. If there's no demand out there, and you're looking at your team, why hasn't this guy been, like, I don't even think, like, forget 25 minutes a night. Can't play this guy for 5 minutes a night? Weeks on end? Multiple times over the last year, calendar year?
I do think it's more than just Steve, though.
What?
There's like an unspoken thing that both of them were okay with him not playing, right? Like JK clearly was like.
Let's go back to last year, though. Yeah. Let's go back to last year. Like, he got hurt.
That sucked. That threw a monkey wrench into everything when he got hurt for his playing time, I think, because the team took off.
Okay.
Right?
Took off, or were playing weaker opponents?
Doesn't matter.
Both?
They both.
Okay.
The team took off. They were playing weaker opponents, but you know what? They were winning at the end of the day, and it was working. And I do think Steve Kerr tried to insert him in there, and people got upset during, what was it, the Blazers game, I guess, where he didn't look very good. Or
no, he didn't make a pass. He didn't make a pass in the corner.
So, the Golden Goose. You can't upset the Golden Goose, Joe. And that's what happened. And then people that get offended on Steph's behalf. One play where Steph was angry. Oh, Steph hates JK. If Steph hates him, I do too.
I don't know about that.
No. That's how fans feel.
I know, but I don't know about
Steph. And I'm not saying Steph feels that way.
I'm more mad at Steph siding with Draymond over the last couple of years, like, than I am the JK situation.
Are you surprised, though? That's his boy. They've always been boys. That's his guy.
Yeah, the wheels have fallen off.
That's his ride or die, Joe.
Yesterday, I watched him smoke multiple layups in the first quarter and brick from the outside, and Steph just looked over like, oh. And I'm like, Steph, you chose that.
Yeah.
No, like he did.
Yeah. Mike Dunleavy.
What? But how is that not a bigger? Okay, I'm not saying that JK's he's not the end all be all.
Oh, Joe,
if this were a football team, he is like the outside linebacker.
I'm with you, by the way.
But we're talking about him as a fan base like he's Brock Purdy or Jimmy Garoppolo, who is like destroying the offense. The ball's in his hands. He's ruining everything.
I'm with you on this. Like, what about the Draymond thing, the Kaminga thing? I just know that they're not getting rid of Draymond. So I've accepted it. I've accepted that they're just not getting rid of this guy, and they're just going to keep him. He's probably going to be a Warrior for life.
This is the bet that they've made, and they have to lay in it then.
Yeah. No, yes, absolutely. They have to lay in it.
And if
doesn't mean you have to be happy with it, though.
Well, here's what I would say to you. Like, and this Draymond conference, the reality is this. They have a handful of moves that they can make right now for the next 2 weeks. And we'll see beyond that what moves they end up making. You start Draymond at the 5, and Kuminga starts at the 4. Look at your options. They're not great. You're not great. Like, I don't even know if Kuminga's a starter. I'd roll with it for 2 weeks. If Draymond is like, oh, I'm going to wear down, you're going to wear down regardless. All right? Yeah. Then you come off the bench. We'll start Quentin post, and if Quentin's hitting shots, we'll roll them a little longer. JK will be the first to come off. Like, I would start JK at the 4. And I would have Draymond at the 5, or I'd have Draymond come off the bench if he's unwilling to play the 5 to start games.
Dunleavy thinks there's a way for Kaminga to help the team win still.
I mean, he's available every night, and I think there's a path and a way for him to help us win games. He knows what that is, and if he can do those things, there's no doubt I think he can help us.
There's a path. There's also a path to Brian in Palo Alto. Brian, good morning.
Morning, guys. How you doing?
What's up?
Not much. I think, yeah. I mean, look, I'm sort of over the relitigation. I thought we were past it,
Me too.
And it was headed towards a conclusion. It's like Groundhog Day, right? Here we are back again talking about trying to rationalize, 30 minutes a night for Kuminga. And I think, look, what we know about Kuminga is, he does have some ability. Doesn't play wing basketball. We know that, right? Like, the best place for him is, 30 shots a night, for a lottery team, right? I think that's what he wants. So you take the next 2 weeks before the trade deadline, play him 38 minutes a night, 40 minutes. Hopefully he plays well enough to, get somebody interested.
What do you want? What do you want in return for him? Like, what are you looking at? I don't even know what to look for.
Look, if you're going to get a really good player back, you're going to have to attach a pick or two.
Yeah.
My contention is I'm all about giving Steph one more shot to try and win something significant. And that I value that more than leg up capacity to blow and overvalue two lottery picks. So that's my take on it. I would rather those, a first rounder or two be used to go get, a Markkanen or Trey Murphy or one of those guys, to give Steph a chance to do something.
Hey,
I think Steph deserves it.
Hey, Brian, is this the worst stretch this last 3, 4, 5 days in Bay Area sports history?
It's up there, man. Yeah, Niners lose. Salah's gone, Jimmy's ACL, and potentially Gus Bradley being the new defensive coordinator.
I don't want Gus Bradley at all. And then BPA.
By the way, Gus Bradley in his last 5 years as defensive coordinator.
Thank you.
Never better than 29th.
Thank you. Thank you. And
29th, 29th, 30th, 31st, 28th.
You forgot also
1 year, sorry.
Kyle Tucker going to the Dodgers while the Giants are buying a theater.
No, I don't care. Yeah, I don't. I mean, look, Buster's got a lifetime pass, but I don't care.
If you're asking me who my DC, I want Jim Schwartz. I want him yesterday.
May the Schwartz be with you.
Let him out of that Browns contract. I know he's interviewed for the head coaching job. I want him out of here.
They're saying Raheem Morris, the latest on that, too. It might be of interest because of the relationship, Kyle, McVay, all that. So, yeah. Just keep that in mind. Continue. Do you like? You looked at me like I just.
Well, are they going to go to a 3-4? Because that's where Raheem Morris has traditionally run.
Would you like that?
I'm open to any scheme change.
All right.
I'm open to anything.
That signals to it.
I think Gus Bradley reeks of Sorensen, meaning let's upgrade the guy who's already here.
Gus Bradley has had defensive coordinator.
Where was he last year?
Experience.
Where was he last year?
Gus?
Yeah,
he's here in San Francisco.
No, the year before that.
Oh, Indianapolis?
Yeah, and they were terrible. Yeah. Where was he before that?
Well, they also didn't have the players. Maybe they were hurt. He was with the Raiders.
Yeah. How'd that look?
That was the last time I think they got to the playoffs was with Gus Bradley as defensive coordinator.
Did you like him?
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. Patrick Graham was better.
I mean, when Raider fans are like, on a team that went to the playoffs, tells you everything that I don't want as my Niner DC.
One of their 2 playoff appearances in 20 years.
And
I be listening, by the way, for the next 7 minutes, your opportunity to win a 4-pack of tickets to the Bay Area Super Bowl experience presented by Jersey Mike's.
I started the show by saying today is not about victory laps for anyone. It's not a victory lap for the Kaminga fans. It's not a victory lap for Steph fans. Like, today should be about sadness. And quite frankly, I think that Steve Kerr should look in the mirror, and he's an all-time legend. He's mishandled the Jonathan Kaminga thing. Jonathan has mishandled the Jonathan Kaminga thing. His agent has mishandled the whole thing. Warriors management has mishandled all of this. The fact that this guy couldn't play a couple minutes and whatever happened, whether it's because it's deeper than just play. You can't convince me it's not deeper than just play. And this is just my gut feeling. There's egg on everyone's face this morning. This should not be people like coming in doing victory laps. Like, look how good this guy looked. Look how good this. Like, I think today everyone should feel a little bit of shame.
888-957-9570. Is there any way to salvage the demand for one Jonathan Kaminga? As Mike Dunleavy, the general manager, said yesterday, yeah, there's basically no demand for him. Can he salvage that in these next 2 weeks? 2 weeks tomorrow is the NBA trade deadline. And obviously last year, you made the big swing for Jimmy Butler, and it looked like it was going to work out. Now he's out for the year, and maybe next year, too. He's going to be 37 if he does indeed come back next season. We're also reacting to the latest from Nick Friedel from The Athletic, covers the team, posted this article this morning talking about Stephen Curry and, just this window that is probably closed.
All right. Well, we were talking about Draymond. Like, I think Draymond has just skated this year. And I think it's insane. It's honestly insane to me.
Absolutely incredible. On this show, he hasn't skated. We've talked about Draymond a lot.
Joe, if you just scour
our show hasn't skated by him.
The texts, conversations, the internet, podcasts, Kaminga. Like, Jonathan Kaminga is just this rock that's anchoring the team. I want you to rank importance this year. Who has been the most important Warrior this year to winning?
Stephen Curry.
Okay, Steph, number 1. Who's been number 2?
Jimmy Butler.
Jimmy Butler. Who do you think has been number 3?
Ooh, the third most important. Is it crazy if I say as of late, D'Anthony Melton?
No.
Does that sound insane?
I would accept that.
Okay.
I would accept that.
D'Anthony Melton. As they've gone on this run, he's been a big part of that, and this run is now.
This is going to be controversial. Last 20 games, Pods.
Okay.
Pods been excellent.
Yeah, because they were so mediocre before this recent stretch, so it's hard for me to say impact-wise on any given night. Maybe Moody has a game. Maybe we know it hasn't been Jonathan Kuminga. Maybe Buddy Hield, but Buddy hasn't been good. Joe, it hasn't been a lot of players.
Okay.
Draymond hasn't been a big part of it.
Has Moody been great this year?
No.
He's had about as many good games as Draymond.
About, it feels like, yeah.
So
now people would argue against you and say some of the biggest wins this season, Draymond was a big part of defensively, a la the Spurs going up against Wemby.
I don't dismiss that.
Yeah.
I don't dismiss that.
Yeah.
Those are few and far between, though.
Yeah.
How many of those have they had?
Well, it feels that stretch feels like forever.
2 of them.
No, that stretch was 2 months ago, wasn't it?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. So there you go.
This is a guy got kicked out for a week straight. Remember?
I know.
I mean, so this thing about Draymond is it's insane to me. We're sitting here just crucifying Podziemski, and he's playing well. We're crushing JK, and he's not even playing. And yet Draymond Green is here on the magic carpet just riding along with Steph Curry getting 0 heat. When I watch this fan base run Clay out of town.
Couple more minutes, and I promise, right after we hit the injury report, people, your opportunity to win a 4-pack of tickets to the Super Bowl experience at the Moscone Center, February 3rd through the 7th, presented by Jersey Mike's. Right after the injury report, you got to be listening for the sounder, and I'll give you the contest line to call in. You got to be caller number 5. So you spoke to Draymond. We're going to hear from him because he talked about JK and Jimmy Butler last night after the game.
And I just think we have to be honest with ourselves. Warrior fans, Steph's the best. Yeah, Steph's awesome. Dre's time as the second or third best player on this team and them doing anything significant, that's done. That's done. And that's the part that I think, if you're asking me, the part that has been frustrating the most for me to assess in real time is that Steve Kerr, the guy who once said, I'm not going back to David Lee, I'm sticking with Draymond Green, is now 12 years, 13 years later, afraid to taper off Draymond's importance to the team when it's so clear as day. Everyone can see it. He's a situational role player. I think that has been a bigger screw up in their blueprint, more than a JK trade, more than a Podziemski thing. It's the Draymond decline that no one's willing to acknowledge out loud.
888-957-9570. We'll pick that up after the injury report. Well, there's not a lot of optimism around the Golden State Warriors, but there is with George Kittle in regards to his Achilles injury. He told reporters this week that his injury was a best-case scenario in that it was a clean tear up high in the soleus, adding that there was no need to drill into his heel during the surgery, and that repair was where there is a lot more blood flow, which could lessen the time it takes for Kittle to recover. After concerns that he might miss all of next year, the possibility of Kittle playing football next season is not out of this world. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. And you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the Free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. And as you know, it's a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. And boy, is it a Warriors Wednesday. We're reacting to a 145-127 loss last night to the Toronto Raptors as the Warriors' 4-game winning streak is snapped and their final game of this current homestand. They're going to go on the road to Dallas, couple stays in Minnesota, back to Utah. Then you're going to come back home Friday, January 30th, a couple days before the NBA trade deadline, which is February 5th, Joe. We're talking about Jonathan Kuminga. Will he or won't he play? And he played last night and played well, quite frankly. Overall, though, you lose by 18 points. You know, there's emotions everywhere, and I think you hit the nail on the head when you opened up the show this morning and said, everyone's to blame for this. Yeah. Everyone's to blame.
There's no victory laps this morning.
Yeah.
There's not a victory lap. Like, and I'm rooting for, whether it's Steph, JK, like, of course I root for Steph more than others, but like Steph, JK, Kerr, Pods, pick who you want on the team. Like, I'm happy for Buddy, but I've been destroying Buddy. Buddy had a great game.
Yeah.
Pods been great for like 25 games.
Yeah.
Like, great. Not good, great.
Al in San Francisco, Jonathan in San Jose, Dave in Fresno. We'll get to all of you, but first, you heard that sounder. The NFL is taking over the Bay Area with the Super Bowl experience presented by Jersey Mike's, February 3rd through the 7th at the Moscone Center. Dive into an immersive football festival celebrating all 32 teams, plus interactive games, player autographs, photos with the Vince Lombardi Trophy, exclusive NFL shop merchandise, and much, much more. For your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets, call the contest line now on B-Caller number 5 to 415-523-4652. Again, 415-523-4652. B-Caller number 5, and you'll win, courtesy of the Bay Area Host Committee. All right. Want to go to the phones here? People are fired up about this Kuminga conversation. Is there any way to salvage the demand for Jonathan Kuminga? Because Mike Dunleavy last night told us there isn't one. Let's go to Al in San Francisco. What's up, Al?
Hey, how you doing, guys? Thank you for getting me on here. I wanted to say something, called in yesterday, but I couldn't get on. But my thing is, yesterday was, before that game, I think Kuminga, this is the right script for him. You know, it's sad to see what happened to Butler, but I think this is a time for Kuminga to shine and just to play his game and show what he's got, because he's got a lot of athleticism in him, and he's a baller. And now if he steps up and maybe help save the season and help Curry maybe get that chip, all will be good. I think this marriage between him and Kerr they're having reconciliations back. I seen Kerr tapping on Kuminga's chest last night and smiling and talking to him. So I think it's getting a little bit better, but I think it'll work, and maybe we can keep Kuminga. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. That's Al in San Francisco. And it was nice to see JK smile, wasn't it?
I felt good for him.
That was nice.
I felt really good for him.
Good vibes. Just smiling.
Now, I would have felt a lot better if we were winning.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's nice to smile when you're down 20 points.
But Joe,
did you just hear the arena yesterday, by the way?
It's not JK's fault they were down 40.
No.
So what I'm saying is, like, hey, he played well.
It wasn't his fault at all, but people act like, and Brian and Pal also called earlier.
Watch the first quarter. Well, Scotty Barnes was like, yeah, Draymond, I'm going to stand in the circle. You do whatever you want out there.
I disagree with the notion, and Brian called in earlier, and I let him have his time. I know he tried to call in yesterday, so I didn't want to interrupt him, but he's like, Jonathan Kuminga doesn't play winning basketball. I was like, do the Warriors play winning basketball?
Well, that's a great point.
I don't like to just single out one guy. Who's playing? Was Stephen Curry playing winning basketball yesterday?
Well, yesterday was a clunker.
Exactly, but that's what I'm saying. Like, if your best player now, Stephen Curry, because Jimmy Butler's gone, if your best player is going to have a clunker, you're probably going to lose now because you don't have your number 2.
Yeah, I mean, how many teams can lose their number 2 and then their best player plays poorly? It's just very rare. That's a good point.
Only the Thunder and a handful of other teams, maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe.
I mean, they gave up almost 150 points, Joe.
145.
What was it, 145? Yeah.
Scotty Barnes looks like Will Chamberlain whenever he plays them.
They had 115 points with 10 minutes left in the fourth.
Wait, say that again.
They had 115 points with 10 minutes left in the fourth quarter.
Oh, my God.
You just have no shot.
The amount of passing in the paint, we rewatched it again this morning. It was incredible.
No, the amount of made layups or shots for the Warriors, but then the Raptors immediately push and just get a dunk. I felt like that was every single time.
Emmanuel quickly looked incredible.
They had zero respect for any Golden State Warrior defensively yesterday. They had zero respect. They're like, dude, you guys can't stop us. I mean, Emmanuel quickly dropping 40 points. Is that the highest point total of his career, by the way? Emmanuel quickly? It's got to be. 40 points? He was almost perfect. He was 11 to 13. He was 11-11 from the free throw line. He had 10 assists. I mean, Fitz was right. Emmanuel quickly looks like the greatest player in the NBA.
Well,
and Scotty Barnes. Well, what do you got with Fitz?
There's no way they could shoot 60% from the field.
They were the worst three-point shooting team heading into
We were giving them 6 feet of space to shoot. Yeah, I can see how it could happen.
If every night the other team is having a historic shooting night through 3 quarters, I think the common denominator is the Warriors don't play good defense.
And God bless Bob Fitzgerald's on the broadcast.
I know, I love Bob, but it's just like...
He kept calling Grady Dick by his first name because he just refused to just dive into anything like that. It was just, I love him so much.
Size matters.
Relax back there. Relax. This article I keep reading from Nick Friedel, though, Joe, it is sobering for a lot of fans waking up this morning. It is. This little excerpt right here, Nick Friedel just had the latest piece in The Athletic talking about this era in Golden State may be coming to a close. Just let me read these sentences. Quote, Butler's injury also officially closed the Warriors' final hope of making one last title push in the Curry era. The Warriors were built after a trade just before last season's deadline around 2 future Hall of Famers, Curry and Butler, with no runway beyond the present. Curry will turn 38 on March 14th. Butler will be 37 in September. The window, in theory, was open through the end of 26-27 season. Well, it closed Monday night. That's Nick Friedel. It's Nick Friedel.
I'm not ready to concede defeat.
Okay.
I thought it was over when Jimmy Garoppolo got his foot stepped on, and then out of nowhere came Brock Purdy. Sports has a weird way of surprising you. I'm not saying these things are going to happen like storybook.
You feel so much better, though, because you had Kyle Shanahan at that time than how Warriors fans feel about Steve Kerr.
We still have Steph.
You do.
I mean, like, that's something the Niners didn't have.
He'll be 38 in 2 months.
Yeah. Joe, I'm aware of the birth date.
The mortality feels more real than ever right now.
I think Steve Kerr is closer to his tenure being done with the Warriors than Steph Curry.
I would agree with that. If I had to bet right now whether Steve Kerr comes back as Golden State Warriors head coach, I would be betting that he's gone. Yeah.
Knowing that 4 championships can never be erased and how great you are, you think he wants to redo with the JK thing?
Probably. I think he wants to redo with a lot of things. I think the Jonathan Kuminga saga and the Jordan...
I don't mean just now. I mean overall.
I'm saying these are the 2 low points, I believe, in Steve Kerr's career, because a lot of people are going to go to Draymond and KD, and I think that was more about those 2 than it really was about Steve. Steve was a part of it.
100%.
So was Bob Myers, but that's where everyone
100%.
naturally will go. But I think there's 2, no pun intended with this one, black eyes here. It's the Jordan Poole punch and this Jonathan Kuminga saga. Those 2 go on Steve Kerr. And Bob Myers on that first part, too, has some culpability with not, fining or, suspending Draymond Green.
Well, I'm still not thrilled with the KD thing, but I get your point, your bigger point.
For me, that's how I feel. The KD thing is part of it, but for me, those are the 2 situations that I look at and said, man, Steve, you probably want those ones back. That's not great, as he is elected the greatest leader in American sports from The Athletic. It's true. That's what they say. He's the greatest leader in sports. Steve Kerr.
Napoleon, the greatest tactician of all time.
Yeah,
Napoleon's behind Don Staley.
That's such an inside
Don
joke.
Staley was number 2.
Did Dawn try to march up to Moscow in the middle of winter?
You never do.
No, she didn't. That's why she's a better leader.
Very limited rations.
You never do that.
And then get exiled to an island only to be returned?
Again, that's why she's a better leader. She didn't.
Have you ever gone down the Napoleon rabbit hole? It's a very interesting life man lived.
There's a lot
I've
of rabbit
Bill and
holes.
Ted's Excellent Adventure.
Yeah, Bill and Ted, that's right.
Well, some say that
Water slide.
He wasn't executed. He actually escaped. I've seen so many different conspiracies.
That sounds like another person I know that's hanging out in Argentina, right? I see all those rabbit holes. It's just, come on.
Well, there is some truth to all of the Germans fleeing to South America. And you're talking about Hitler?
Yes.
It's called What They Did.
It's called What They Did.
No,
and
I
the
know,
Italians. That's why all the Argentinian last names are Italian or German now.
There were
Lionel Messi.
There were many people who think that they saw Hitler not only in the small town of Argentina, but also in Cuba. He had
what is going on here?
At some point. I don't know what I believe, but I know this. The bones that they found of Hitler.
Bones? Where? Wasn't he burned?
Yeah, but they found bones, and they did a scan on them. They're actually female bones. They're not male bones, so they are not Hitler's.
Yep.
It could be his wife's, but they're not his. Dude, this is facts. This is not me coming up with they did a test on it.
God damn, man.
I know.
Hey,
I know.
I heard Jana Mountain View, I think it was Monday, reacting to that Niners loss. God love her. When you hear a by golly or for heaven's sake from Jan. That's real.
She's pissed.
Pissed off.
Yeah.
For heaven's sake. Hey, Jan, where you at? How are we feeling about this Warriors team, Jan in Mountain View? What's going on with JK? Can we salvage his trade value? Can we salvage it at all?
The CIA had a file for 30 years on Hitler, and they kept tracks on him wherever he was going. It's crazy.
What is going on here?
Crazy. Mind blown. Look it up.
Oh,
my new thing. Look it up.
Look it up.
I've done the research. Now you should.
Oh, you're part of those. Hey, I'm Joe Shasky.
Can't even keep a smiling
I'm Joe
face.
Shasky here.
I love it.
Like Aaron Rodgers, I do my own research. I don't need doctors to tell me what to do because I do my own. Throw Rogan.
Well, actually, the Russians and the Americans both believe this. This isn't just
sure.
I'm just
yeah. Continue.
I'm just saying, like they both. Stalin kept talking about how the Americans, didn't have concrete evidence that he was officially dead.
I should call you Joseph Stalin right now because you're Stalin on this
Joe,
Kaminga
I'm
talk.
giving you the CIA documents that have been now uncovered, which explain all these things. This isn't me. These are like what people of the times believed and put into documents. I'm also a big art guy. I am.
Come on, guys. That Stalin joke was
Are
like
there
a
documents
4.
in the room with us right now?
I don't know what I believe.
You need to watch National Treasure with Nick Cage and Sean Bean.
Just because I have an inquisitive taste does not mean that I'm some wackadoodle.
No, you just like to watch YouTube videos.
I like to go. No, it's not just YouTube. You got to go down the rabbit hole.
What articles are you watching?
There's a lot of websites. I'll send them to you. I don't do reading like on paper like I used to.
You don't print them out?
No, I'm not using print journalism like I used to.
Chucky D, Jonathan San Jose, Dave in Fresno.
The amount of texts I'm getting where everyone's like, you're right.
And I think you smoking his eye.
I know. Phil Momac's like, what is Joe talking about?
I would like to. Is there any way to salvage demand for Jonathan Kuminga? Plus, Sam, are we doing this that you put in my box right here? Are we going to have that conversation?
We don't have to.
Who gives you more of a chance? Kyle Shanahan or Steph Curry?
Well,
888-957-9570. It's brought to you by Freon Bank. Here for you, here for good.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal está? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI, all on America's best network. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla. Speed test intelligence data 2H 2025. Receive Netflix standard with ads on us with qualifying plans.
Express yourself with personalized cafe appliances at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. You can select custom hardware in 4 finishes that let you uniquely accessorize your kitchen. Experience GE Cafe innovation with 6-burner Pro ranges, hot water dispensing refrigerators, and smart induction ranges. Plus, for a limited time, receive up to a $3,000 rebate with the purchase of select suite combinations. Uniquely style your kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
The NFL is taking over the Bay Area with Super Bowl Experience presented by Jersey Mike's. February 3rd through 7th at the Moscone Center, North and South. Dive into an immersive football festival celebrating all 32 teams, plus interactive games, player autographs, photos with the Vince Lombardi Trophy, exclusive NFL shop merchandise, and much more. It's the ultimate Super Bowl week event with fun for all ages. Tickets start at just $40 and kids 12 and under attend for free. Visit superbowl.com to buy your tickets today.
You know, covering Bay Area sports for years, I've seen athletes go through it all. The highs, the lows, and the pain that comes with getting knocked down. But when it's not just a game, when you're the one injured, or when tragedy strikes someone you love, that's where Beam Law comes in. Beam Law is the Bay Area's go-to personal injury law firm. Whether it's a car accident, a serious injury, or a wrongful death, they're there to shoulder the legal burden so you can focus on what truly matters: rebuilding, recovery, and taking care of your family. Beam Law is local, and they win, with millions recovered for clients across the region. That's why SF Weekly voted them Best of the Bay 4 times. If you've been hurt or lost someone because of someone else's negligence, call Beam Law at 415-523-5555. 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555, or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
Excuse me, can you tell me where?
I don't know.
Those big box stores, they don't know, but Dolan's knows. For 60 years, Dolan's Lumber has been serving the Bay Area with the materials and knowledge to make your next home improvement project stellar. Lumber, doors, windows, you name it. Dolan's knows exactly what you need. For a limited time only, get 2025 pricing on Marvin products. Call now for a quote, 800-9-DOLANS, or visit dolanlumber.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's impossible to have a bad day when you started with Chick-fil-A.
Hi, I'm Miles.
And this is Grant.
And the little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is
how the fluffy, crispy goodness wakes us up in the morning. The chicken is crispy, the biscuit is soft, it's iconic.
Throw some jelly on it, you can throw some honey on it. It helps me kick off the day.
The hash browns are great. And I really like the shape of them too. Little circles of crispy goodness. Yeah, those early morning chicken biscuits are just great, man.
Mornings are a little bit brighter with the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit and Simply Orange Juice. Available on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing.
Mom, how do you feel?
I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with AutoPay, plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Google and Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Dub Nation, it's Quinton Post. You're listening to the Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
La 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 la. It's a banger. It is. How are we going to get something for Jonathan Kuminga? Okay, if we're trading him, how are we getting this value back? Is it salvageable at all? Mike Dunleavy, Warriors GM yesterday, being like, I don't know about that.
Yeah, I mean, I think as far as the demand, I'm aware of that. I think when in terms of demands, when you make a demand, there needs to be demand on the market. So we'll see where that unfolds.
There you go. There needs to be a demand. He's saying there's none right now. Did that last night help? 888-957-9570. Where do they go from here with JK, who answered the question last night? He showed up early in that second quarter, was a part of that run in the third after a 30-point lead, dwindled down to as close as 11. He's a big part of it. 21 minutes, Joe, 20 points, got to the line, 5 of 8, couple of assists, 5 boards, steal. I liked it. It was good. But you also lost by 18. So, it's all shadowed under that and how just unathletic in comparison you are against a team like the Toronto Raptors, where every one of their guys is a Jonathan Kuminga. No, seriously.
But they play.
And and Emmanuel quickly, it was his career night, by the way. 40 points, 11 of 13.
Oh, he looked amazing.
He was incredible. 10 assists. Scotty Barnes. I mean, that's the guy. Scotty Barnes, he's really good. He's really good.
Oh, is he?
Yeah. And he grew like a couple inches. He did. I wish Jonathan Kaminga did that a couple years ago when that was the rumor. That was the fake news. JK grew 3 inches over the summer. He's 6'10" now.
So it's like the amount of comments, they lost by 20. It's like, yeah, I'm well aware. They were going to lose by 50.
Yeah, no, that's true.
Brock Purdy reached this part of his career where it's like, he's only doing it with the Avengers. He's going to have to do it on the road with nothing but Jake Brendel at every position on the offensive line, throwing to Luke Farrell and Kendrick Bourne with a backfield of Jordan James, minus juice. And he's got to be down 21 points in the fourth quarter on the road in the cold, and it has to be raining for me to give him any credit.
He came pretty close to doing that against the defending champs.
I know.
In Philadelphia. He won the game.
But he threw 2 picks.
And then what happened the week after against the Seahawks where the entire team didn't show up? Oh, it was Brock's fault. Well, I think we got to get rid of him now.
The moving of the goalposts for anyone is it's bizarre. It's bizarre. There is made men and they could do no wrong. And some of the made men make total sense. Like George Kittle has proven he's awesome.
He is.
But if I go, hey man, he's not moving the way that he used to, which we were talking about beforehand. I was like, what are you talking about? It's George Kittle. It's like, I'm assessing what I saw.
I'm not saying he's a scrub, yeah.
So yesterday, Jonathan Kaminga, I'm assessing what I saw. Man, they were down 1,000. He came in, he looked pretty good. Yeah. A lot of empty calories. This team is starving. They are malnourished to the fullest.
They're the Coyotes swimming to Alcatraz, as you said.
Exactly. So
did the Coyote find any food there?
Exactly. So in this one, I'm saying to myself, hey, Kuminga looked pretty good. I'd like to see him do it in maybe a more expanded role in a closer game. Is that me moving the goalposts or being a little more measured? Probably being a little more measured, right? But to dismiss what you saw, that's absurd.
Yeah.
And then to not play the guy for weeks on end, and then to not say, hey, forget being a starter. You couldn't play him for 5 minutes here and there?
This is just the absurdity of the entire thing, Joe.
The extremes are unreal.
That's why we have to chuckle and laugh at some point.
The extremes are unreal.
I just have to laugh. We played that Kerr sound yesterday of when Kawakami is asking, does this mean that you're going to play Jonathan Kaminga? Sure. Yeah, whatever. Whatever. Yeah. Yep. We kept playing that the entire, because we have to laugh at the absurdity of the situation. And it's unfortunate. Exactly. It's unfortunate that it's all shadowed because you lost Jimmy Butler. And unfortunately, you lost any hope at a title, if there was any. If there was a minuscule chance that you maybe could compete for a championship, that went out the window. And now you're reassessing everything. I think Steve Kerr is too. So he has to go. Well, he doesn't have to, but he did. He went to Jonathan Kuminga yesterday, and he played well in a loss, a big-time loss.
Yeah.
But two things could be equally true.
But that's the part I think we've lost the plot as sports fans. We can't critically analyze. Everything's got to be extreme. And I push back on that. I just do, and it's like, we can't be real. There was a point in time, who's my favorite pitcher of all time?
Who?
Tim Lincecum.
Oh, okay.
It's not even close. My favorite pitcher of all time.
I was going to guess Bumgarner. No, not a Bumgarner.
No, I love Bumgarner. Yeah. But if you're asking me between the two, I'm sorry, I'm going Lincecum.
Gotcha.
Not that I don't love not that I don't love Bumgarner. You know what the big question was for many years? Who do you pay? Lincecum or Kane?
Kane, yeah. Kaner.
Right? And there were some people that were Kane guys and some people were Timmy guys, whatever. There's no wrong answer. Ideally, you want all of them, right? There was a point in time where I had to acknowledge, as the biggest Timmy fan ever, he's done. We're at the very end. And every time you hand him the ball, you're probably going to lose.
That Anaheim Angels stunt.
Before that.
No, I know. But that was a lasting image. Oh, yikes. Yikes.
If I were to make a roster of favorite Giants ever, favorite Bay Area athletes ever, somewhere on that list, Tim Lincecum is God, I don't know if he's top 5, but he's freaking close.
I miss Timmy. Where's he at?
Joe, he's one of the most electrifying athletes I have ever seen in my entire life.
He was also just Bay Area to a T.
There was a point when I had to admit out loud, and I had to be like reasonable, and I was like, yeah, he's done. Like every time they give him a chance to go out there and start for them, they're probably going to lose this game.
Yep.
We're not at that point with Draymond, but we're getting close. And when you even acknowledge that with Draymond, people are like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? Like they lose their mind. There was a point in time when Chris Heston gave the Giants a better chance of winning a game than Lincecum. It's a crazy sentence to say. Heston played a little after, but it's like, that's where we were at.
17th no-hitter in the history of the Giants franchise.
Yeah, that's his like claim to fame. But like he's not very good.
Oh.
But like you looked at their rotation and you're like, yeah, like I'm going Matt Moore and Chris Heston and some of these random they had traded for Matt Moore later. I'm going with some of those guys over, Lincecum right now, right? I feel like we're going through that right now. Like, is Kuminga better than Draymond all the time? Not even close.
Yeah.
But like, Jonathan can help them a little right now. He can help them. And I think, like, I'm watching the slow decline of Draymond. It's not either or. I'm just saying, like, can we analyze what we're watching? Yesterday, was Draymond good?
No. He had some really bad turnovers, I thought.
And he also had a couple of nice layups.
Yeah.
Right? But overall,
I don't think he was good.
But I also don't think he's the reason they lost.
No, I'm going to keep saying this. Like, the Raptors are actually a good team. They're fourth in the East for a reason. Like, they're not scrubs. Like, they present a lot of problems for a lot of teams, but specifically a guy like Draymond, without Jimmy there, he's just getting, like, the size and youth and athleticism. He's not as fast as he used to be. He's going to get exposed there on the defensive ends at times. Now, he made some plays because his IQ's not going to go away, Joe. So that is something that he can hang his hat on, is that he could, see things before they happen. Like what is that? Premeditated kind of moves, right? Instincts. He can do that.
Feel for the game.
But that can only get you so far, too. Like, that can only do so much at this stage of his career. And if he's not going to be shooting the ball and he's going to be smoking layups, you need to have a diminished role.
Well, just a lessened role or an altering role.
Diminished sounds kind of negative, but yeah, just less minutes or a different type of, role. Yeah.
How many teams are starting him?
Not many.
I mean,
not many championship playoff teams are starting him.
And I think that the problem that they run into right now, without Jimmy Butler on the floor, is who's going to run that second unit. And if Draymond...
I know you want it to be Pods running the second unit.
I think Dre and Pods together would actually be a really good second unit. They have one of two choices, and I think for the next 14 days, and maybe it goes beyond that, I would start Kaminga at the 4 and say, Draymond, do you want to start at the 5? If you do not want to start at the 5 because you're afraid about the wear and tear and all that, which I totally acknowledge,
right?
Then you're going to be the one coming off the bench. And it might be a quick hook. Maybe only go a couple minutes with JK. I don't know.
So
but
ideally for you, would the starting lineup look something like Steph, Moody, Post, Kuminga, Melton?
I'm okay with that.
Okay.
I'm okay with that. I do think Post should continue to start. And here's the thing with Post. This is how I treat Post. Are you hitting?
Yeah.
If you're hitting, your 11 minutes goes up to like maybe 20. If you're not hitting, then I'm going back down to like 8, 9, 11. And then whatever I start the second quarter with, the third quarter, the second half, that might change too. Yesterday they started Gee to start off the second half.
Yeah.
That might be a rotating position as well.
It was good to see Guy Santos back, obviously, coming off that ankle injury. Let's go to the phones. Dave in Fresno has been patient. What's up, Davey?
What's up, Dave?
You guys, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Real quick on JK. I think the frustrating part is that the Warriors, we can't be, beggars can't be choosers. And not playing him like we have this loaded roster, to me, that's the biggest pride and shame in all of this. Like the Warriors are known for being old, slow, and short. The one guy who brings you the most athleticism, you can't find time for him. That's, to me, ain't about whose side you're on. It's about what's right and what's wrong. And they wrong, trying to justify not playing him. And real quick, Shasky, if I was in the studio, bro, I'd kiss you right now, dude. What you were saying about Draymond, I've been saying for 3 years, man. Just go back and look. KD left because of you. Jordan Poole left because of you. Your play is irrelevant in today's game. We need to stop. When I say we, media, the radio stations to stop babying Draymond. He's a grown man. His game is irrelevant in today's game. He can't shoot. He ain't the same defender he was. He gets kicked out of games. Put him on the bench. Like you said, Shasky, don't be afraid to step up to him. He's just a big old crybaby right now. He's known for tantrums more so than his play. That's just the real. We ain't got to sugarcoat it. Say, if it's real, say it. He don't help this team win. And like you said, Shasky, these are the options. Either you play the 5 or you on the bench, bro. Stop capping to this guy because what he did 10 years ago.
But here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. There's nuance, and I don't mean they still need him to finish games.
Correct.
See, that's the
he still has value.
No,
yes,
he does. But not as much. See, this is the nuance. Yeah. Not as much value as the last 5 years they've been leaning on him.
Yeah, that's a fact. Yes,
and people have a hard time coming to grips with it.
I'll say this in regards to Draymond Green and the way people discuss him or lack thereof with certain things. There are members of the media that are critical of him in his role. I know, like Kendrick Perkins of the national media. I do think that people don't talk about it as much because he is a member of the media, though, as he likes to call it, #new media.
You think that's it?
He's on the Odyssey. He does a lot of work. Well, formerly of TNT, he does a lot of things with inside the NBA. He's like. Yes, I do think that his relationship with a lot of the other members of the national media is a benefit towards him. I'm not saying that they should be crushing him, by the way. I just think that as we see Jimmy Butler now gone, Joe, I think a lot more people are going to start noticing what you have noticed for quite some time, that the shortcomings of this team go far beyond the lack of Jimmy Butler. Draymond Green's a diminished player. Steph on an off night like last night, he can't have those anymore. Those are going to come up more and more because he's about to be 38 years old. He can't keep being the greatest player of all time. Some might say, every single night at Chase Center on the road. He can't be doing that. It's not fair to Steph. He's 38. He's 38 years old. At some point, Father Time is going to come for him. Everyone's mortal. And then the shortcomings of a guy like a Moses Moody, a Brandon Pajemski, a Jonathan Kaminga now. See, there's a lot of young pieces on that team that need to have minutes and heavy minute allocation. I think that's where a lot of other fans will go to Coach and Daly City and Rico want to see.
How many games have they played this year?
How many overall? Just games? I think 45.
What?
45 that they've played total.
They've played 45.
They're 25 and 20.
Okay. Because we do this thing like so-and-so's a lockdown defender. How many games has Draymond been a lockdown defender this year? 4?
I'd say
5? Like lockdown, the way people discuss him.
Probably like a handful, maybe 10.
Okay.
Yeah.
So 1 out of every 5 games.
Yeah. That's about right. Yeah. 1 out of every 5 games. And some of those games have come in.
It's not even his fault, Joe. I just think you're asking a 35-year-old to do too much. He can only be that guy situationally, right? What makes, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander the best player in the league right now, or one of them? Every night, this is who he is. And maybe 1 or 2 out of 10 is a clunker by his measures. Would you agree?
Yes.
Okay. Defense requires significant amounts of energy and effort and conditioning. And when you're older, he just doesn't have it. Here's the problem the Warriors find themselves. They don't really have it anywhere else either. So 2 things can be true. He's not as good as he used to be. And I look around the roster and I'm like, DeAnthony Melton cannot be my second best defender.
No.
GP2 cannot be my third best defender. Like, besides him, that's not good enough. So there's the smaller Draymond issue, but then there's the deeper macro issue of they don't really have anybody else to offset him.
Here is Draymond speaking after yesterday's game about the Butler injury and how emotionally draining it's been for the team.
I think initially you feel for him. The amount of work that he puts in to be who he is, and this is what we do. This is your rhythm, your flow, your reality, and so that's altered. So first you feel for him, and then you just try to process it. It's emotionally draining. Yeah, you just try to do your best at processing it and moving forward.
Okay, and here he is talking about Jonathan Kaminga.
I think we've all been very vocal about how he's handled himself. He's been incredible, and that is proven by the game he had. If you've been a nuisance, if you will, that game doesn't happen for you. But when you stay prepared, wait on your opportunity the way he has, he's been in here working every single day. You allow yourself the opportunity to go out and have that game because you've prepared for it. and he's prepared for whatever came next. And it showed tonight, and it'll continue to show because he'll continue to prepare, and he is who he is as a person. So what he's been doing ain't going to change because that would be changing the core of who he is, and that's not changing.
That was kind of a word salad at the end there, but that's Draymond Green just basically saying, hey, JK stayed ready. And I will give Kuminga credit here. He's been a team player when it comes to communication, when it comes to with his teammates. He himself has not been a quote unquote toxic teammate.
My dad would be laughing. My dad would be laughing at me to say this because my dad took his lunch pail and went to work every single day and made a fraction of what these guys make nowadays.
I can't find the Tom.
Thank you. I miss that voice. But he would say stuff like, have professional pride. Right? My dad was a plumber. He'd put things into the wall, and they covered up with sheetrock, and you'd never see it. Now I'd say, Dad, why does it have to look so perfect? Why do you care what it looks like inside the wall? He says, because I know. And the next person who opens that wall 10, 20, 30 years from now, they're going to know, and I want them to know the guy who was here before had professional pride.
Yes.
And put it in the right way.
Yes.
And so on one level, it sounds absurd to say, hey, JK was a professional. He was ready to go. Man, he got his opportunity, went in there. Now, he didn't do that a couple weeks ago, right? On another level, it's like, yeah, that's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to have professional pride. But I look around this league and I look around sports in general, and I do believe, not everyone, but it feels like professionalism has been lacking around the league. It's not everyone. I wouldn't even say it's a majority of people.
It's not even sports related, country in general.
No, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. I just think that we've kind of lost the art of professional pride and coming in and grinding and working hard and doing it for yourself as well. So on one level, I feel foolish having to actually acknowledge that, but on another level, it is true. We look around sports. How many guys now? Oh, you're not playing me? I'm transferring.
Yes.
1/4 of all college football players are in the transfer portal. That's insane.
The guy that just won the Heisman's the number 1 overall pick, Fernando Mendoza. Cal Berkeley goes to Indiana.
It was probably a right move for him, but
it was a great move. It was great.
But very few people are like, yeah, I got benched and then I had to sit and then I had to earn my spot and then come back. So, I'm talking in circles, but
you're not.
He does deserve credit, but it feels kind of ridiculous. It's like, this is also what you're paid to do. But he does deserve credit.
Do you want to hear what Steve Kerr had to say about Jonathan Kuminga's game last night?
Kind of, but kind of not. So let's hear it.
Yeah, he came in and had great energy, attacked the rim, made some shots. I thought JK was really good, and it's a great sign. With Jimmy out, obviously there's a hole in at that spot on our roster. So JK is going to factor in here again, and really pleased with the way he stayed ready and stayed prepared, and got his opportunity and played really well.
Did you know he was going to be prepared to play like this tonight?
It's been a month or so since he's played, and we haven't had any practices, so it's hard to have any idea how someone's going to play in that set of circumstances. But he was really good. Yep.
That part of Kawakami asked him. Kawakami asked him.
It's a great follow up.
It was great.
Did you know he was going to?
Do you know he's going to be ready? He's been out for a month. So, no, he didn't. That's basically him saying, no, I didn't know if he was going to be ready.
So, we have to be reasonable here.
We've got so many different, Steve Kerr, drops at this stage in the last month. It's been incredible.
It's amazing. Joe, the only way this means anything, I'm talking about Kuminga's performance today, is if he backs it up in a tighter game, and then backs it up in a tighter game, and then backs it up in a tighter. That's how, then it becomes something. Right now, it's just, hey, it's nice. You get what I mean?
Yeah. Right now, it's, hey, you know what? It was a nice little story for you. 20 points.
Well, and for Pat Spencer.
And for
Buddy Hield.
Yes.
Right? I don't think this is Kuminga specific.
Pat Spencer, man.
Pat Spencer's been really good when given opportunities.
Remember him? I thought he was that MFer. That's what the head coach told me. That MFer has just been sitting on the bench doing nothing. When he plays, I agree with you. He's a good player. Positive.
I like Pat. I've been on, but I'm also not like he needs to start alongside Steph Curry. I'm like, he's a really useful piece off the bench, probably a third point guard.
Exactly. And Mike Dunleavy, for just joining us, he still thinks there's a pathway for Kaminga to help the team win.
I mean, he's available every night, and I think there's a path and a way for him to help us win games. He knows what that is, and if he can do those things, there's no doubt I think he can help us.
See, he's like, Dunleavy's saying there's a path for him, almost like, you know, if you're watching CNN, there's a path for the Democrats to win over the Republicans here in last year's election cycle.
I thought you were going to go more dating.
No.
Is there a path for us?
There's a path. No, there's a path here. Steve Kornacki's over here doing this. All right, if we get these districts to go here and here, there's a path for Kamala. It's over. It's done. We all saw it. It's not happening. All right? And this isn't me being political.
There's a Willie Brown joke in there somewhere. That path goes right through Willie.
But we all...
Carter got that joke.
That was my dog's name. Rest in peace, Willie, my first ever dog. So I always think of... Or One-Eyed Willie, I think of.
One-Eyed Willie?
From the Goonies.
I know.
It's classic.
I love that.
Hey, you guys.
No, don't talk about that. If we're going to go all Willies, not Willie Adamas, my favorite Willie of them all, groundskeeper Willie. He was such a legend. Who wouldn't want to fight that man?
Oh, God. I always like the line. He's like, no, it's the shinning. Don't you mean shining? You want me to get sued? It was great. I just love that line. It was great. What, the Treehouse of Horror? It's great. All those are, I love The Simpsons. God. And I love how the South Park always, the guys, Trey Parker, Matt Stone, the creators, always like, all right, did Simpson do this? They have to like check. They literally have to do it. Like before they do an episode. Have the Simpsons done this already? Because they have thousands and thousands of episodes in their catalog.
Would you rather...
Thank you, Randy Marsh.
Willie Beeman, Willie McCovey, Willie Mays, Free Willy.
Oh, Free Willy's a great movie. I used to have the VHS of Free Willy, and they had the Michael Jackson like music video before it. Take me to the river of Jordan. There you go. Oh boy. Oh, Hegan walked in on that one. That's probably gonna be great. 888-957-9570.
What about
is the number?
Willie Smith?
Wow, dude. That's when you're supposed to hit
That's what I thought we were going to do.
Wow, it's all right.
Yeah.
We'll learn.
I thought we were going to do that.
On the other side.
I figured Carter had comedic timing, but I guess I was wrong.
No, he has his hat backwards right now, which Colin Cowherd would not like. After the events of last night, how are we feeling about Steve Kerr, Warriors fans? Did last night's performance from Jonathan Kuminga and all the events leading up to it, did that kind of change how you feel about the head coach, or did it validate any of the feelings you already had? 888-957-9570. I'm going to ask you
I want to chew on that
same question. It's going to be sponsored by Ceremony Ford. Ceremony Ford's got over 40 Explorers in stock. 40. And ready to roll today. Get $2,500 back on every new 2026 Explorer in stock. Ceremony Ford off 280 in Coleman Daly City, or shop 24/7 at ceremonyford.com today. Your trusted Bay Area Ford dealer.
Hi, I'm Chris.
I'm David. And I'm John Margevisi with Jack's Restaurant and Bar. Dude, what's with that voice? Bro, it's my radio voice. People say I have a great voice for radio. Bro, people say you have a great face for radio. Oh, you have a radio
Guys,
face.
not again. We're here to talk about Jack's. Our mom taught us everything we know. Use the best ingredients. Cook everything homemade. Treat everyone like family.
Don't forget the bar. With amazing cocktails.
Of course. Full bar. Amazing cocktails. Let's stay focused.
You're right. I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry, too.
That's better. Besides, you're twins. You have the same face for radio.
Why, you little I love Jacks.com.
Are you heading into the new year like I am and considering revitalizing your home? Because you should. Golden State Lumber and Showroom has a simple solution on how you can transform your home from ordinary to extraordinary. By choosing to upgrade crown molding and baseboards, you can instantly add elegance and character to any room. Golden State offers decorative options from Windsor One and Kelleher, who make it easy to transform plain walls and ceilings into timeless design features. Molding not only enhances your style, it also hides imperfections, protects your walls, and adds lasting value to your home. Get inspired at GoldenStateLumber.com and click brands for Windsor One or Kelleher, the most trusted names in the industry. Now that January is here, start designing your home's new look for the new year with Golden State Lumber and Showroom. Building better in the Bay Area for over 70 years. Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
Paramount Plus is the new home of UFC, and we're coming out swinging with UFC 324.
Oh, what a shot!
And 325. Boom! On back-to-back weekends, the new era is here.
It's time!
Every fight.
Bam!
Yes! One subscription.
Oh, my goodness!
Pay-per-view just got knocked out. Back-to-back blockbuster UFC events this month, only on Paramount Plus.
Presenting Again Fling's love story. Dear love of my life, we were on the 12B bus this morning when I caught a whiff. A scent so fresh, so life-changing, I had to find its source. Alas, I didn't know if you were the woman in the pink freshly washed cardigan or the retired mailman next to me, but I knew one of you was my soulmate. Ah, the scent of Gain Flings. Try Gain Flings with OxyBoost and Febreze.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well,
I'll take this one.
are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there.
It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEB-NOW-1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
95.7 The Game has your chance to win your way into the Super Bowl experience. Presented by Jersey Mike's. February 3rd through the 7th at the Moscone Center. Listen all this week for your chance to win tickets. Courtesy of Bay Area Host Committee. For info, visit 957thegame.com.
Hey, this is Jonathan from San Francisco. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky.
Happy
hump day, people. Happy hump day.
Thank you, Tim Hardaway. I thought we were going to get the Michael Jackson Free Willy song. It's okay. Will You Be There? It's a classic. Maybe on the other rejoin. Can we get that, Carter? I'm telling you, it was on the VHS tape before the movie started. It was a Michael Jackson music video, and it was all time.
Joe, good luck finding some friends.
I got a lot of them. By the way, one of our...
You would be a Free Willy guy.
What does that mean?
It's just such a dorky movie.
Well, I watched it when I was like 5 years old.
I know, that's what I'm saying.
Like Star Wars. You're a big dork. Please.
Just head to toe and Abercrombie and Fitch.
That was high school when that was cool, Carter. Back when we were like 07, 08.
During
Don't
the
lie.
days.
Come on. Hollister and Abercrombie was what was...
Hollister. Never owned anything from Hollister.
Yeah.
I honestly never owned anything from Abercrombie.
I wouldn't expect you to, because that's not your style. Back when we were in high school, Joe, when you were like 30, we wore, Abercrombie and Fitch American Eagle, and
So you just
Hollister.
walked into class every day 5 minutes late with a Starbucks too? Is that what you're saying?
I never
No,
owned
actually,
an American Eagle
I came like
article.
20 minutes late, reeked of cigarettes because my brother drove me to school, and he was just smoking heaters every time with the window rolled down, and I'd have to suffer.
I'm not ripping you guys. I'm saying I've never owned. You said American Eagle, never owned anything from them.
That's fine.
I just never have.
Yeah, who's we?
I said during our time in which we were in high school, which was 07, 2011, that was the style for White Joe, White Carter, White Sam. It was very popular. All right.
When I was growing up, it was Old Navy because it was inexpensive. Yes. Anorak jackets, Dickies or Ben Davis. Yeah. Maybe some Levi's.
I wore Dickies because we had to wear slacks in a collared shirt at my school. High school.
Yeah. Carhartt pants. Like the Carlux, like zip up.
Sure.
Sounds like you went to high school in the late 90s.
Sweatshirts, beanies, flannels.
Yeah. It's great.
We kind of looked more like we were construction workers than we did,
So I had a uniform, like a standard uniform from kindergarten through 8th grade. I went to private Catholic school all the way through high school. So from K through 8, Unipro Sarah School, which is now defunct at Mission San Carlos over in Carmel. There was just a standard uniform. Everyone wore the same thing. And then high school, it was like I think what De La Salle does too, which is what Palma High School does, still does, I believe. Just a regular collared shirt, any collared shirt, doesn't matter. And then like slacks like I'm wearing right now or Dickies or whatever. Yeah. And that's it. That was the uniform. The dress code, if you will.
The shoes were either you'd wear the all white Air Forces if you were balling.
There you go.
Okay. The all white Stan Smiths.
Mm-hmm.
Or you wore Chuck Taylors. Those were kind of, and then Air Max as well. Like if you had some freshness to you. Okay. My boy Eric Blowout used to always have the different Air Maxes. He was an Air Max guy.
Vans were very popular still because skating was early 2000s, mid 2000s.
Yeah.
So you had DC, Vans, obviously.
Converse.
Etnies, Converse. Those are the big. Lakai. There you go.
I don't even know what that last one is.
You don't even know.
I'm like, what?
Because you're not a skater boy.
K-Swiss.
My brother was a skater.
Oh, dude. Remember the commercials for K-Swiss? I wear my K-Swiss. My K-Swiss.
They were sick.
Let's go. I had a pair. I did, all white. Let's go to Rico in Santa Rosa. Rico, let's get back on the Warriors here and Jonathan Kuminga.
What's going on? Yes, first-time caller here. Love you guys' show, by the way. I guess in this situation right now, what we're seeing with the Golden State Warriors and Jonathan Kaminga, from what I'm seeing on my end, is that yesterday was more of a showcase of an open market and just kind of showing the NBA, like, hey, this is what JK can do, right? I feel like, first time playing in a couple weeks or a few weeks, and then they kind of let him just ride out the rest of the game. To me, it kind of showed like that was just a showcase for the NBA, like letting them know, letting the teams know, like, hey, this is what this guy can do. Now, as far as on trading him, I just don't really see any trades that are going to boost the Warriors into a championship caliber right now this year. So I don't know if that's really the best move. I think, unfortunately, with the loss of Jimmy Butler and his injury, I think that those chances kind of went out the window. But also, you can never really underestimate the Warriors, just like the 21-22 Warriors, when they probably had like a 10% chance in the beginning of a 7-game series against the Celtics, and then they just came back and just proved everybody wrong with the squad that they had. And I think they're kind of in a very similar place, but also just kind of like on the edge of the end of the road and entering a new chapter. And I think the best thing to do would be to hold off, let JK do his thing, let him play, finish off the season as strong as they can. If they somehow make it far enough into the playoffs and into a Western Conference Finals, then, they've been there plenty of times, and I'm sure that they could pretty much prove everybody wrong. But I think as of now,
think this year, I just want to make sure I'm clear. You think they actually have similar vibes to 2022?
I don't want to say I don't think, but I I always have high hopes for the Warriors, right? Just because they've been that team that's really, really high hopes. Yeah, apparently, right?
Well, what have they been the last 3 years? Isn't that and at least in 2022,
thanks, Rico.
They were the best team in basketball for a month.
For a month.
I mean, into November.
I mean, come on. Similar vibes? No.
Was Jordan Poole one of the more up-and-coming players in the league?
Yes, absolutely.
At the time. I know it seems crazy now, but at the time, was he not?
Yes, absolutely was. No, I'm not giving him that. I'm not. And you know what happened during that whole stretch? The West was wide open. Wide open. Look at the West this year. Is it wide open? It's not. It's not. There was already a gap when Jimmy was healthy between you and Oklahoma City. The gap is just Grand Canyon-esque now. It's not even close. The gap is a galaxy apart.
Can Jonathan Kuminga be the second best scorer on the team and you be a team that makes the play-in at minimum?
Maybe. But that's also not saying much about the second best scorer on this team on any given night. I don't know who
Forget player. In terms of the scoring load, could he help get them to the play-in and beyond?
If he does what he did last night consistently, yes.
Okay.
But can you do that consistently? I don't know.
The alternative is, would whoever you trade him for fill that void?
What
do they need right now with Jimmy out? I mean, everything. Okay, we'll pick something. They probably need scoring, right? Jimmy scored in a variety of ways because he's more of a facilitator than a scorer.
He was consistent. So if his efficiency was off, you knew you were still getting 15, 16, 17 points. Why? He was getting the line.
Okay.
So that's always going to be part of his game.
So the calculation should not be, to me, at least just my opinion, should not be what can you get that can, be the better piece alongside of a, championship? Now my algorithm for the trade is can I find someone who's a better scorer than JK currently? I don't know if they can. For JK plus something.
Well, that's what I was going to say. You can find a better scorer, but can you find someone that you can actually get from another team through a certain trade package? That I'm not sure of.
Well, I'm not sure Kaminga can consistently put up 20 points and this team win 500 or more of their games.
That's why
that is still to be determined.
That's why I understood Michael Porter Jr. Whether you like the guy or not, he has been a consistent as hell scorer this season. Yeah. He's been really good scoring the basketball, shooting the 3 ball, all of it. He's big, he's 6'10". He's good. But the fact that you were even flirting potentially with him before the Jimmy Butler injury now seems even more far-fetched that you could get him post. Let's go to Coach in Daly City. What's up, Coach? A lot of coaches.
Hey, how's it going?
It's going, baby. What you got?
Okay, hey, I got a question, and I'll be real brief. One must stay. Jonathan Kaminga or Steve Kerr? One must stay. And here's just something I'd like to throw at you. Hypothetically speaking, LaMelo Ball, John Morant are available. How would Steve Kerr handle coaching players like that?
Wait, give me it again.
John Morant and LaMelo Ball are possibly out there, for a trade. They're out there.
Mm-hmm.
How would Steve Kerr handle coaching John Morant or LaMelo Ball?
I think he would struggle.
Coach Max McClung. So I just wondered what your thoughts were. I'm sorry. I would roll with Kaminga staying and Kerr going.
Well, Coach, I'd also throw this back at you, and I appreciate the call. I mean, how many coaches in the NBA would like to coach John Morant or LaMelo Ball right now? You think Eric Spoelstra is going to get through to those guys who we all think is the best coach in the NBA?
That's a good point.
You think he's going to you think Mark Daigneault?
I think he means more style of play.
Yeah, sure. But but I hate when we do that because I feel like it's only Steve Kerr specific, where a lot of coaches would struggle with both those guys. They're not, and BPA uses the term, winning basketball players. I don't know if they are. I mean, I've seen Ja be the best player on a team that's been through the offs before, but there's a lot of baggage there, man. And it's more than just on the court with those players, in my opinion. There's a lot more off the court.
Yeah, but I think he meant more. I'm just going to go X's and O's, half court. He probably wouldn't love it. I mean, he doesn't even love Jimmy Butler holding the ball as much as he does, and Jimmy's obviously significantly better than those two.
You're listening to
Currently.
95.7 The Game, KGNZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live in the free Odyssey app, coming live from the Laughing Monk Studios. It's a Warriors Wednesday, brought to you by Freeman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances in live working vignettes. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. All right, I teased this question, and I want to ask it to you and the audience at 888-957-9570. After last night, JK, he came in, first time in a long time, played 21 minutes, had 20 points. How are we feeling about Steve Kerr? Has your opinion of him shifted with what's taken place in these last 48 hours? Or did it, solidify what you already thought of him? I'm asking you, Joe, did last night's game and Kuminga coming off the bench and playing for the first time in a long time shift your opinion on how you felt about the head coach?
No, it's more just the whole overall operation. They're just indecisive over the whole thing. It's not that Kaminga was going to help them win or not win or whatever. It's just the whole exercise has been malpractice for everyone involved. Coach doesn't like the player. All right. Why is he on the bench making $25 million a year? Why wasn't he moved last year? To just get something that the coach likes, that he can play. All right, you were winning despite him. Okay, great, you were winning despite him. What could you have done over that same period had you had pieces that the coach likes with the money allocated to that individual? All right, let's say it's going the other direction. Should the coach have been playing him all along? I don't know. The results were kind of speaking for themselves, but I do also question, over the last 3 years, we couldn't have used him for a couple minutes a night more often. The DNPs all really make a lot of sense. I think organizationally, I look at it this way. Owner, GM, coach, down to the players. It's not lining up. We're not on the same page.
No.
If you're giving the coach ingredients he doesn't want to use, then you need to put different ingredients in the cupboard. If the ingredients are so good and the chef is choosing not to utilize them, then why doesn't the rest of the league want them in their kitchen? All of these things can't be true all at once. So to me, it's a direct reflection of the inconsistency from the top to the bottom. And I think Steve plays a portion of the frustration this morning. But I'm more frustrated above him because if Steve doesn't like him, for whatever his reasons are, and he's made it very clear, this isn't year one on that. It's year 3 on that. Why is he here? But the coach is not perfect. Coaches make mistakes all the time. But it's pretty clear, Joe. But is it clear? He doesn't want to play him.
Yeah, the proof is in the pudding. Look,
and he's got his reasons.
Listen to this. Tim Kawakami, SF Standard, asking this after the game yesterday about Jonathan Kuminga.
Did you know he was going to be prepared to play like this tonight?
It's been a month or so since he's played, and we haven't had any practices, so it's hard to have any idea, how someone's going to play in that set of circumstances. But he was really good.
We haven't had him at any practices. Practice, and yeah, I'm going Allen Iverson. We in here talking about practice. It's insane.
The whole thing is
it's insane. Just not even showing up to practice, and at that point, as a head coach, and I know Steve just said whatever, don't you have to fine a guy for doing that? At least, don't you kind of have to flex your muscles a little bit?
Well, did they tell him not to come to practice? I don't know. I'm just asking. I don't know.
Well, and I actually want to ask you this, and people are lining up. And again,
why? So then my question is okay, if by December of the new extension, he's asked or doesn't come to practice or is asked not to come to practice, again, I don't know. Why is he on the team?
Correct.
No. If he's on the team and management thinks he's so good, well, then it is on the coach to play him. But if the coach hates him so much or his play style or whatever his reasons are, then he needs to go back to management. Guys, I don't want him on the team.
Correct. There is a lost in translation somewhere
here.
If
this were 18 months of this, I'd be like, hey, it's really hard to get rid of guys. It's been 3.5 years of this.
So we heard from the head coach. This is the GM before the game yesterday, Mike Dunleavy, not being thrilled about this Kuminga situation.
I'm probably disappointed it hasn't worked out better, but, it is what it is.
Without getting into it too much, I think I have a pretty good understanding of what's going on, and there's still time left here. He's on our roster. I know the trade has been requested, but nothing's imminent. Things in this league can change in a heartbeat, as they did last night. So he's got to be ready, and, we'll be ready.
I think the thing that is the most puzzling, and again, it's so extreme. No one is saying he's a star, but my whole thing is, who else in the league is DNPing a $25 million piece that could help you? And if you are DNPing, not for a week, for 16 games, a month, and you've done it now twice because you did it last year, you've had so many opportunities to move off this situation. Why do you have $25 million, essentially, not helping you at all? Why? To me, that's coach and management not being on the same page, or one of the two not doing what the other is demanding.
So you said something there. It's like, he's not an all-star. He's not. But next to Stephen Curry, and there's no Jimmy Butler, he's the closest thing skill set-wise, like, that could get you to be an all-star, if you get what I'm saying. There's no one else here that I view skill set is going to translate ever to being an all-star. God love Joe Lacob for thinking Pods is going to be an all-star. I have a hard time seeing that happen.
Well, it's just really hard to be an all-star.
No, it is.
If you ask me to bet, I'm betting against Kuminga and Pods to be all-stars ever.
I agree with you, but I think he has the skill set to be an all-star. That's a different question, though. But I look
Can he be a starter?
Well, I just no.
One second. This is the problem with the Kuminga rhetoric. Superstar, star, all-star. Can he be a starter? I'm not even sure right now, and I'm rooting for him. Can he be a functional, high-level starter?
The reason I bring that up is because I only have one all-star on this team. That's Stephen Curry. I have one.
Okay, well, most teams only have one or none.
Not if you're a contender.
Well, that's it. They're not a contender.
Well, that's what I'm getting at here. Thunder have multiple. Spurs have multiple.
Yeah.
Nuggets have multiple. Rockets have multiple. Lakers, multiple. Timberwolves, multiple. Hell, Blazers are going to get one. Maybe two. Who knows? It's going to be Denny Avdia. The Warriors, I don't think Jimmy was going to be an all-star this year.
He's been really good,
He's been really good, but he wasn't going to be an all-star. He's been an all-star in the past.
Again, it's really hard to be an all-star.
It is, but you need at least two on your team to do anything in today's league. If you have three, you're feeling great. Like, we got a shot.
Again, the Pacers made the finals, and they really were like a one-star led team. I know it's a unique situation.
Pascal Siakam has been an all-star before and a champion. I give him that, though. Like, I do.
Well, Draymond used to be an all-star, and he's a champion, and Jimmy has been an all-star. You know what I mean? Like, there's a difference. Like, I don't know. I just keep coming back to, do you see what I'm saying? Like, I'm not faulting you on JK, but do you see, like,
no, the rhetoric
he has all-star, but that's like,
no. That's what people and fans are going to be clinging to here in these next 2 weeks if he shows what he can do, scoring the basketball and doing other things that obviously Kerr wanted to do, rebounding the ball, facilitating. Like, I can see it there. It's just the consistency that's just going to be the issue that we're going to see. Like, he has the game he has last night. What's he going to do in Dallas tomorrow?
Who?
Jonathan. Who knows? Does he start? Do they just say, hey, JK, you're starting now? After a month of not practicing the team, here you go.
But this goes back to
what does that signal to the guys that have actually been practicing too, by the way? You don't think they feel some type of way? Like, if I am Pods or Moody and I've been here and done that, and by all accounts, they've been fine with JK. They've been cool. But, like, I got to feel some type of way. It's like, wait, this guy's been on ice for a month. You guys clearly have some beef, but he hasn't been here at practice. I've been here at practice. I've been working my ass off.
Well, that fits in for the last 6 years of the team. There's the haves and the have-nots.
Yes.
Joe, I don't know what to tell you. How many times was Klay Thompson an all-star? 4, 3? Like, one of the greatest shooting guards I've ever seen.
Yeah. He has.
I mean, he's not in the top 5, but I'm saying, like, he's one of my favorite players ever.
Klay Thompson, all-star.
4?
5-time.
5.
From 2015 to 2019. 5-time all-star.
He's a first ballot Hall of Famer.
Correct.
Okay.
4-time NBA champion, 2-time NBA third team.
I guess we throw words around like all-star. It's just so hard to be an all-star.
It's very difficult. Not like the Pro Bowl in the NFL where everyone can be one.
Yeah, it's just hard. And I'm not trying to rip you for that. It's just
no. You're not ripping me at all.
It's just like, I think the way, like, and
I said skill set. I never think he's going to be an all-star. I want to make that abundantly clear. I don't think he's going to be one.
No, I hear you. And Like I hear like Guru and Steiny going at it, and I think I get where Guru's coming from, but I also get where Steiny's coming from. When you say like he has superstar qualities, like that's what a Guru will say, and it's good. Like we're just talking, right? This is sports talk, and then Steiny's like, no, he doesn't. Yeah. Because he's like superstar qualities. There's only like 6 superstars in the NBA.
Not superstar quality. Like there's levels.
But I know what I'm saying.
Yes.
Like, the word that you're using matters to me, and I think sometimes we say things out loud and it's not meant to be said that way.
But when you get guys like Jimmy Butler speaking about that way, that does resonate differently. Jimmy Butler is a guy that's taken a team to 2 NBA finals,
that's a good point.
And he does have tremendous belief in JK.
Yeah.
So that I gravitate towards a guy like Jimmy, who has been on the outside looking in as a guy that hasn't been here since the inception of Jonathan Kuminga getting drafted to this organization. That holds a lot of sway with me. And I feel like this fan base too, when it comes to JK on this team, and you know, Jimmy's been a big advocate on the non-Steph Curry minutes. There has to be a different type of offense.
Mm-hmm.
We can't just run the same offense when Steph's off the court because it just doesn't work. It doesn't. And we've seen that. And we saw that last night. When Steph doesn't have it, then where do they go? Jonathan Kuminga.
Yeah.
Hey, JK, save us. How's that fair to him?
You know, like it's just the reason why I get triggered by the All-Star thing is because
sorry, I didn't mean to, by the way.
And I don't mean to be stuck on it. I watched the Warriors for so long not have a All-Star. And like Baron Davis is one of my favorite players of all time.
Baron.
Never was an All-Star as a Warrior.
Never. I know. David Lee. There you go. That was a big one.
No, it was. It's just, he had one. So like I just think I don't think people appreciate how difficult it is to be considered an all-star in the NBA.
All right, we got full phone lines.
They don't just hand them out.
We're going to get to all of you on the other side. AJ, Chucky, Luis, Will, Father Time, all of you on the other side. Put a bow in this conversation. After last night's loss and JK playing for the first time in a long time, how are we feeling about Steve Kerr right now, Dub Nation? 888-957-9570. It's brought to you by DAZN.
2 global superstars in their prime square off at Madison Square Garden. Here we go. Tiafimo, the Brooklyn-born king of 140, looks to retain his world title as Shakur steps up to become a 4-division world champion. Don't miss Lopez versus Stevenson, January 31st. Watch only on DAZN.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for members. And as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers from Safeway. Just clip the highlighted deals from the weekly mailer or click the deals in the For You section of the Safeway app to breeze through checkout. Buy one, get one free. Foster Farms Simply Raised boneless, skinless chicken breasts, thin sliced or tenders. When you buy 2, it's kind of like radio hosts. Buy one, get one.
And here he is, and you can mix and match 1 pound strawberries or 6-ounce blueberries, raspberries, or blackberries for just $2.99 each when you buy 3, and mix and match Lucerne flavored creamer or cottage cheese, Dannon Greek yogurt, Yoplait fridge pack, Mountain High yogurt, and Yakult probiotic drinks, selected sizes and varieties like us, just $2.99 each when you buy 2.
Wonderful job. Safeway makes it easy for you to save money on the items you already buy, so that's perfect. Go to Safeway.com for more details, and we will see you in the aisles.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Upgrade your New Year's resolution with a new Toyota hybrid or electrified vehicle. Choose from 19 hybrid and electrified vehicles like the 50 MPG Corolla Hybrid or the 51 MPG Hybrid Camry. Or get 0% APR plus up to $6,000 finance cash on the redesigned all-electric BZ. Go farther than ever before. Toyota, let's go places. Offers available through TFS to buyers with premium rated credit and cannot be combined with other offers. Finance cash must be applied to transaction. Ends 2/2/26.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Google of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Looking for lifelong financial guidance? Look no further than Pettinelli Financial Partners, your dedicated financial coaches for every stage of life's journey. Whether you're planning for retirement, starting a family, or buying a home, we're here for you every step of the way. Visit PettinelliFP.com. The financial consultants at Pettinelli Financial Partners are registered representatives with and securities offered through LPL Financial. Member FINRA SIPC. Investment advice offered through Stratos Wealth Partners, a registered investment advisor. Stratos and Pettinelli are separate entities from LPL Financial.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I left the pizza box on top of my car before driving home. Not smart. Oh, and a semi just turned my deep dish into a thin crust.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Back in 60.
Are you really eating during the commercial break?
You bet. These Factor meals keep my head in the game.
Oh, yeah? So what do you got there?
This here's filet mignon and creamy Parmesan shrimp. With Factor, I get chef-prepared, dietitian-approved meals delivered weekly. Perfect for pros like us.
Oh, so you're a pro now, too?
Box says Factor, eat like a pro. So, yeah.
I think it's time for you to share a bite like a pro.
No. Get your own at factormeals.com. Factor, eat like a pro.
Now back to the morning roast.
A lot of people wait to hate. They cheer when they're drinking the beer. I want you to keep that same energy when we win that chip this year.
With Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Ooh. We're rolling, baby. We got full phone lines. We're going to get to all of you, I promise. 888-957-9570. It's been a tough stretch in Bay Area sports, man. My God. Niners out of the playoffs. George Kittle, torn Achilles. You already have Nick Bosa rehabbing from a torn ACL. Fred Warner, maybe if he won this past weekend, he could have came back, but he's not. Robert Saleh gone, your defensive coordinator, so there's a hole there. He went to Tennessee. He's their head coach. Did we do the Giants angle with the Dodgers? You know, Kyle Tucker, I guess, adding them, but that, whatever. The Dodgers are the Dodgers. They're just,
this is stupid.
This is what they do. The Dodgers, they're winning. No one's touching them. Giants, Padres, Rockies, whatever. Doesn't matter. Diamondbacks, no one's touching them. But the Jimmy Butler torn ACL, when we were turning the page on the Niners season to Warriors, and this happens, and now the Jonathan Kuminga aspect of it, NBA trade deadline 2 weeks from tomorrow, there's questions everywhere. And how are we feeling about Steve Kerr, the head coach, Dub Nation? That's what I want to ask right now as he joins Willard and Dibbs later today And Joe, I want to ask you this right now as you're taking a seat. What question would you ask Steve Kerr tonight if you could ask a question? Because that's what Willard and Dibbs are going to be doing in their show later on. I put you on the spot. I put you on the spot.
No,
here.
I know.
Yeah.
There's a million questions I'd love to ask. If I could ask Steve Kerr anything, what does your team need right now? What's the number one thing that your team needs right now? It could be internally from your roster you currently have or externally. What is it that you think your team desperately needs the most of? Is it defense? Is it pure scoring? Is it just spot-up shooting to space the floor? Because I think that his answer with Jimmy out, I think it would be revealing as to what the team would be looking for internally and externally at the trade deadline. And so, let's say he answers, hey, we need a playmaker. Well, then that tells me Pods' opportunities are going to increase, and they're looking for someone who could put the ball on the floor and break down a defense and maybe get their own shot, maybe not. If he says, we need scoring, well, that tells me they're a little open to an ISO score. Maybe JK's that guy. Maybe it's Michael Porter Jr. If he says, I'm just looking for shooting, right? Well, then I go back to Michael Porter Jr. maybe as one of those options. Maybe it's somebody else. Maybe it is the kid for New Orleans whose name is now evading me. Trey Murphy.
Trey Murphy, yes.
Right? So,
they have so many young players.
Is it size? Right? Do they need a legitimate funneling big man to offset Draymond's lack of height to help him out a little more? Maybe even though he's hurt right now, a Derek Queen would be nice, in the middle, or Gafford or Lively or whoever one of them's on the deadline. Do you get where I'm going?
Yeah.
I think I want to know, what does he think this roster without Jimmy desperately needs right now?
Well, and
internally or externally, what is the skill set he's looking for the most of right now?
And is that even attainable at this trade deadline, right?
Joe, it just might not be.
It just might not be. Let's go to the phones. We got full phone lines, Joey. People are fired up about this conversation. Let's start off with Chucky D in Concord.
Hey, Chuck.
What's up, Chuck?
Hey, guys. I'm glad you guys are putting on a heck of a show.
Appreciate you.
I listen to you every day.
Thank you.
And you guys are awesome. I have a question that one of you guys can tell me. When they do the draft, do you think they draft without the head coach knowledge, or do they draft with him included?
Well, it sounds like to me years ago when they made the Kaminga pick, and from just the reporting that's been done over the last week or so, back then I don't think Steve wanted Jonathan Kuminga. But I don't know how it worked in every draft. I just know that particular draft selection, it sounds like he in particular, again, from the reporting of the Athletic article and ESPN, he was more in on Franz Wagner. Kerr.
Okay, so let me ask you. Name me one player on the Golden State roster that Steve Kerr had a hand in drafting or recommended drafting. That is any good.
Well, I don't know. Do you? Okay, let me ask you this. Do you think he likes Pods?
He had a chance to draft him, so he didn't like him. He had a draft.
Pajemski, Chucky. Pajemski.
He drafted Pajemski because Steve Kerr really, I don't know what kind of coach he is. I can't put my finger on what kind of coach Steve Kerr. He won the championships with the Warriors, but remember, the team was already made for him. So I don't know. Steve Kerr really didn't have anything. He showed up with a team that's already.
So hold on. So Chucky, so Steve Kerr's never done anything. He's gotten lucky riding the coattails of all the talent around, is what you're saying.
Exactly.
Okay. Yeah,
that's a little too far for me.
I'm out on that.
That's
Bye-bye.
too far for me.
Jesus. I mean, come on. God.
And this flush is brought to you by Kohler?
Yes. This was brought to you by Carter, who was brought to you by.
Well, Carter's bleeding like Leo DiCaprio in The Revenant over there with a nosebleed.
I mean, that was an hour ago.
It's called,
dude, there's so much
fighting through adversity. No, he's every single
there's blood
trash
everywhere.
can.
There's blood in every trash can.
Dude, if
there will be blood over that's brought to you by Carter. There you go. Great movie, by the way. Daniel Plainview, all-time villain.
Not the movie I would have referenced with a nosebleed.
No, but it's
Blow, Scarface, maybe go in that direction.
Well, maybe, but it's like an oil well spilling out of that thing. I mean, good God.
Well, it literally looks like he's been bleeding out for the last hour and a half.
What is that quote from Jesse Ventura in Predator? I ain't got time to bleed. all time. So hard.
It is a good one.
The Athletics, Marcus Thompson, Sam Amick, and Nick Friedel were the ones that reported that Steve Kerr wouldn't have drafted Kuminga at all. If he had it his way, it would have been Franz Wagner. But you know what? Would Franz Wagner be the player he is going up with this Warriors team? I don't know. He had the opportunity to play through many mistakes in Orlando because they had zero expectations.
Well, let's just go with the theory that he is really good.
Yes.
And he does get a chance to play. Does that make them a contender today?
I don't know.
With Jimmy, I do think so. Maybe they don't make the trade for Jimmy. I don't know. He's a really good player. I really like Franz Wagner. But, like, are they a Franz Wagner right today? Are they Franz Wagner away from being the top 2 or 3 team in the West?
Even with Jimmy Butler, as you said, Joe, they need more.
I'm just asking.
No. Even with Jimmy, they
I think they're
more.
way better.
Yes. But even with Jimmy, you need more. Like,
they
even
need
if it's
shooting.
healthy. Yeah, they need
shooting.
I like how you asked that, Steve, because Steve, honestly, he might have replied, I think we need everything, which tells you all you need to know about the state of this team.
Look,
everything.
No one is going to sit here and say that Franz is not better than the J. He is clearly way better at everything right now on the basketball court in terms of floor game than JK. But I think they'd still have a similar, like, I don't think Pods would be as valuable with Franz. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Because of the ball handling and the playmaking. He'd make a great ball player for the Warriors, but they would still need a lot of shooting around it.
Correct.
But it would simplify their needs. He does give size. He's a better defender. He's a stud.
Chucky was talking about, too, it's just like, what has Steve Kerr done when it comes to the draft? And it's like, I don't think he has the ultimate say, clearly, when it comes to the draft. So I'm not putting all of that on Steve Kerr. He does what he does with the pieces he has. Are we giving him credit for Andrew Wiggins turning into the player he did with the Dubs? Does anyone do that?
What about
I feel like
Jordan Poole?
We pick and choose. Yeah, Jordan Poole. We pick and choose when to say he doesn't do anything.
Evans.
It really annoys me with the Mark Jackson thing. It's like, oh, well, this team was handed to him. It's similar to the John Gruden thing with the Bucks. Oh, well, he inherited Tony Dungy's team. Someone has to coach them still. Yeah. Someone has to lead them to there. Like, say what you will about Barry Switzer. Oh, it's Jimmy Johnson's players. Someone has to coach the team. They get credit for that. Sorry, that's the way it goes. And in basketball, the X's and O's aspect of it, Steve gets credit for that. The ball movement, the style of play, what he brought from being a disciple of Greg Popovich and Phil Jackson, you weren't getting that with Mark Jackson. No. Sorry, you weren't. Let's go to Luis in Oakland. What's up, Luis?
All right. So I think that Steve Kerr, I have not changed my opinion about him. I don't think he's a perfect coach, but what I do respect about him is that I feel like he sees when a winning player is a winning player. And I feel like he wanted Halliburton over Wiseman, and obviously you just said he wanted Franz over Kaminga. He can tell when someone's not a winning player, and I think he sees it in Kaminga. Now, look, he's playing Kaminga now. He played him last night, and Kaminga did great. I actually enjoyed watching him play, but we ended up losing by 25, right? So to me, that could be the rest of the season, and I'm actually not that mad at that. If we lose our games and Kaminga has fun out there and Curry has fun out there, look, maybe we enter the draft and we have something fun, happening after that. We rebuild next year. But, right now, I think that Kerr realizes Kaminga's not a winning player, and he's just almost putting him out there once we're already lost to kind of prove his own point.
Well, you said you knew for a fact Kerr wanted Halliburton. Where did you see that reported?
I don't know if he wanted it for a fact. He wanted him over Wiseman, but I saw that he loved Halliburton. I've seen Halliburton talk about him. And look, I'm also one of the biggest Halliburton fans, probably the biggest Halliburton fan in the Bay Area. I absolutely love this guy to death. And when he came to the Bay in 2024, they beat us in a December game. Yeah. Kaminga was our leading scorer. And that's I'll think about that, is that Kaminga was our leading scorer and we lost. Now, of course, they went on to go to the finals and all that. So, they were.
Would you meet me here on Tyrese Halliburton?
Thanks,
no, I won't keep him on. I want to keep him on. Just meet me here because I agree with you. He wasn't named floated, but the way that it was presented was trade down to go get him.
Yeah.
The other names, these were names people brought up. Isaac Okoro. Obi Toppin,
yep.
Right? These were the names, like LaMelo Ball. And a lot of people wanted no part of those guys. Tyrese Halliburton also, and I love Halliburton. I love him. He went to the Kings first, then did not lot, and it's the Kings, got traded to the Indiana Pacers, and then eventually ascended. I mean,
Deni Avdija was another name I remember. He's a big unknown from Israel.
And don't forget, before they had made that trade, they did draft Jordan Poole the year prior. So Jordan was under the fold. Now, we didn't know Jordan would ascend to what he ended up becoming. So, like, your Halliburton point is well taken, but I do think there was a little more context to the draft itself and the team they had.
100%. I understand, and now everyone looks back on it. Hindsight is 20/20.
Sure.
Wiseman.
I don't think that's what you're doing, though. I think you're being fair.
Yeah, man. I just always think about how Bob Myers said when Halliburton came in to practice for the Warriors, he missed like maybe 2 shots, and he did the best interview he'd ever seen. And I just, I get so sad thinking about how this man could have been on our team.
Well, remember this, too. They thought Clay was coming back. Yeah. And Clay tore his Achilles the day before the draft. And I really do believe, not that they panicked, but that they didn't have enough time to even understand or recalibrate what their needs might be.
God,
I think they had locked in on Wiseman for the center, thinking that Clay would be back and they'd have their 1 and 2 guards. They had their backup point guard in Jordan Poole. That, again, whether that's real or not, that's kind of what I thought.
There's actually a lot of hits in that first round, which hurts too. There's a lot of good players in that draft.
Which one?
The Wiseman one.
So
you just
Anthony
look back,
Edwards?
I'm just going from back to 4. I'm just starting at pick 30.
Yeah, but okay.
No, I'm going to go back.
Those weren't realistic where they were.
I understand.
No one was trading.
No, Desmond Bain.
I know, Bain and Maxey.
McDaniels, Peyton Pritchard, Emmanuel Quickly, who we saw last night, drop 40. You had Tyrese Maxey, as you said. You had Isaiah Stewart, Beef Stew, Cole Anthony, Nesmith, who I know you like, Nesmith. However you pronounce that. Yeah.
No, he's a stud. Got to play a lot.
Halliburton, obviously. Avdia, who I mentioned. That was a name I heard occasionally. It's like, oh, Denny Avdia, who's this guy? He's
How long is he taking to get?
And he had to go to a couple different teams.
Yeah.
Obviously, Denny Avdia.
Emmanuel Quickly,
Obi Toppin, as a guy was called, is Toppin, but we got a guy like Obi Toppin's a bad man coming out of Dayton. Killian Hayes, you said, yeah. So LaMelo Ball, we had Dave in Alameda who called in yesterday, who I haven't heard from in years. One of our callers during that time would always call and say, I want LaMelo. I don't care about LeVar. That was a conversation with Warrior fans. LeVar's going to ruin it. And he's going to ruin the dynasty.
This is going to sound insane now. They traded for, the lefty, Kelly Oubre, who was going to fill some of the void at shooting guard. Like, that was what was out there. They weren't looking at guards because I thought they were guard heavy.
Luxury tax. Remember that?
I know.
Yeah.
So, like, it's so funny when I see, I know, look, the Wiseman pick was a terrible pick. But we have to go back in time. Very few people, and they're paid to get it right. Look, Joe, we could talk about what people, they're paid to get it right and wrong, and they failed. They did. They just did. They failed on it.
Well, and then you have
that's the context.
Then you have the look of the Anthony Edwards like workout with Steve famously, right? Where Steve's like, I don't know if you can play on my team. You're not conditioned well enough. I know. And people got all pissed off. I think Steve also knew he was not going to draft. Like, he was getting number 1 overall. He was always going to Minnesota. So, like, whatever. He's like, hey, you want to be like Steph Curry. You got a condition here. But Edwards actually took that as a challenge and, like, realized, like, hey, man, we got to, like, change our strength and conditioning and all of that. And he was honestly the big prize of that entire draft. And you're never getting him. So,
well, and, like, in this hypothetical, I remember Scotty Barnes the next year. Scotty Barnes was a guy that the Warrior fans and myself were all like intrigued on. Hey, he could be Draymond Light and
Didn't get him.
Let me give you a couple other names people were infatuated with at the time. Jalen Suggs.
Yeah, Gonzaga.
Infatuated with him. He's underwhelmed.
Yeah,
and I like Jalen.
He also can't. He just can't stay healthy.
No.
That's a big problem.
I remember football guy.
Yep.
The other guy who everyone loved, Josh Giddey.
Yeah,
went right in front of Kuminga. I think they would have took Josh Giddey.
Yeah, he can pass, which like, and he's not great defensively. He can't really he's a shooter, okay, but like,
I like Josh Giddey.
Yeah.
He's a solid player.
Yeah.
But like, would Josh Giddey have would that have been a successful pick? Now, Franz going right after
that hurts.
John the Kuminga. It does hurt. Like, there's no doubt.
That hurts.
But like Book Knight was another name people wanted. Remember?
Yeah.
Duarte were names. No one brought up the name Şengün.
No, I didn't even know who he was. He's from Turkey. Who? Corey Kispert. Remember him? Gonzaga.
Yeah, I do.
He just got traded.
I actually thought he was solid. I thought he was more of a late first-round pick.
Yeah.
And guess who drafted Şengün?
Not us. It was the Thunder.
The Oklahoma City
and
Thunder.
Traded him to the Rockets.
Who also drafted Domantas Sabonis.
Yes. And traded him.
Yep.
Yeah.
Must be nice.
So, like, I think...
There was a caller I called and Willard did yesterday. He's like, you know what I do if I'm Joe Lacob? Hand a blank check to Sam Presti. And then Willard astutely is like, why the hell would he want to leave the Thunder for the Warriors right now? All the money in the world. You don't think he's making a bunch over in Oklahoma City? I mean, I would love to dream too, but oh my God. And I don't think they're there yet where they need to go after Sam Presti. It would be nice. Be nice. As I hear Mike Dunleavy at the podium yesterday, I do not. Again, I said it yesterday. I do not envy being him right now. This working for Joe Lacob right now. And he's constantly blowing him up. How many times was Bob Myers on the station saying, Joe is an interesting man to work with?
I think Bob picked the perfect time to hit the ejection button.
He absolutely did. Let's go to Will in Oakland. What's up, Will?
What's up, Will?
What's up, guys? I'll start this off in pertainment to Steve Kerr and the old quote from Bill Parcells. If they want you to cook the dinner, at least they ought you let you shop for the groceries. I may have butchered that a little bit.
Just a little.
He is a guy that, we thought was going to come in and, be a contributor with Kuminga. And for him, it's just been kind of a nightmare scenario. I love Steve Kerr. We're a Warriors franchise where we were dormant before he got there with Steph as well. And obviously Steph is a bigger part of that. But, he's a 4-time champ. This Kaminga thing is a stain. It's something that's very frustrating to watch because clearly it's just adversarial between the two of them. And there's just no way we could work it out. But I think my bigger point now is this is the biggest deadline in quite a while. And I don't even blame Mike Dunleavy. I thought he's done actually a relatively good job if you look at the guys that he's drafted in terms of value, where he's gotten guys in the second round that are giving minutes like Quinn Post and late first-round picks like Pajemski. I thought DeAnthony Melton was a pickup. And don't forget, Kevin Durant deal was done. We were going to get KD. He just didn't want to come. He pivots, gets Jimmy Butler, who we were 42-18 with before he gets hurt the other night. So, yeah, really, really tough. But I think for this deadline, you've got a 6'10" version of Klay Thompson out there in Michael Porter Jr. right now. If you want one last shot for Steph Curry,
he doesn't defend like Klay, though. Klay. What made Klay was also the defense.
Totally fair. But, at 6'10", the shooting ability that both Steph and him can provide on a night-to-night basis, that gives you a shot in any ball game you step your foot into.
Yep.
And he's got his issues a little weirder, quirkier than Klay was. But, God, that gives you a shot. And if it comes to mortgaging the future for that, maybe overpaying with some picks.
Let me ask you this, though. Let me ask you this, Will.
About everything.
A shot at what?
Yeah.
A shot at, you say a shot. It gives them a shot. A shot at what?
A shot at one more opportunity with Steph Curry to make a deep playoff run. And let me ask you this. Before Steph Curry,
let me stop you. Let me stop you there. Michael Porter Jr., Steph Curry, Draymond Green, that gets you a deep playoff run?
Hey, I think it does in today's NBA if the shooting is on point.
I'm going to completely disagree. Thank you, Will in Oakland.
I think it gives them a chance to
not be a play-in team. That's what it gives you. Maybe.
I would say play-in team, but I wouldn't say not be.
No, I said maybe not be a play-in team. It was like maybe we could battle to be a top 6 seed, but that first-round series, God bless you, if that's your top 3 players. And again, you're acquiring a guy who has been healthy this year that is...
With Jimmy, I'll listen to it.
But
without Jimmy... I'm changing the math up.
It's a tough sell. Father Time in Napa, who's always undefeated.
And I appreciate the call, but I disagree with him.
I do as well. Father Time, what's up, ma'am?
What up, dogs? Hey, first things first, the most important thing, I umpired and refereed youth sports. Youth sports parents suck.
Thank you.
So yeah, exactly. Rein it in. This is not what we're here to do, is to debate balls and strikes, I have so many things I want to touch on. I've been listening all morning. I'll get to the most important question in a second. Just want to remind everybody that the decisions that are made in the Warriors organization talk a lot about Steve Kerr. You talk a lot about Joe Lacob. There's a dude on the throne. His name is Stephen Curry. Nothing happens without Steph. Klay Thompson doesn't go away without Steph. Draymond Green, who should go away, doesn't happen without Steph. So he's, in my mind, the greatest pound-for-pound basketball player of all time. He might be the best basketball player of all time before everything is said and done. But if you really want to read the tea leaves, and if you can get him to be his inscrutable nature, you can understand where the team is going, call Steph, ask him what's going to happen. Everybody's upset about the Jimmy Butler thing. They were going to be a 500 to 540 team with Jimmy Butler. They were going to maybe play hard and get into the first or second, playoff spot and not have to do the play-in game. But the reality is things have changed, and if you take a different view, maybe for the better. Steve Kerr is incredible. I like his sense of humor. I like his politics. I like the fact that he led the team. I don't understand what this conflict is about because nobody's actually said it. Like, what did Jonathan Kuminga do to not get playing time? Kuminga is the most talented player on the roster, barring Steph. He deserves to play. Like, let him play. Like, what do we have to lose? You're a 500 team. So he's going to get this opportunity to play for the next, 2 weeks. And then, if his trade value, if Dunleavy says his trade value is an all-time low, nobody wants to trade for him, there's no equity in the marketplace. Well, all that can happen by playing him is his equity in the marketplace goes up. But back to Steve, I would love Steve to bow out gracefully. I would really love it if Jerry Stackhouse was considered for the next head coach.
Interesting.
And I think, Steve, maybe take a year off and then pick your next team. I never want to question their men's, needs for money or what they want to do for their ego. Steve's made a lot of money. He doesn't have to put up with too much of this anymore. And by the way, this is small beans. It will turn into big beans if they don't get the next, 2 weeks to 9 months right. We are on that precipice, and you will go over.
Good call. There's a couple of guys in the NFL very different because they've been mediocre for a while. But there's a Harbaugh Tomlin-like feel to what's kind of going on right now with Kerr. And I think his indecision on an extension, it bugged me before because I just want to know. Like, I think everyone wants to know. Like, we put so much heat on KD wanting to know. And I think that
coach is kind of skate by a little bit.
Well, I just think in this situation, he's earned the right, but also how is the team supposed to operate on a multi-year plan when it's so restrictive to make trades in the salary cap era if I don't know who's coaching my team?
Well, and also it was the Bill Parcells quote. I don't know if it's Father Time or the caller before. It's, quote, if they want you to cook the dinner, at least they ought to let you shop for some of the groceries. So, to your point, if you're going to be shopping for the groceries, Dunleavy and Lacob, you need to have the head coach of the future shopping with you and seeing
or at least listen to my request list.
Correct.
For the groceries.
These are my wish list on what I would like. I would like some shallots. I will settle for a red onion, though. Right? Like, there you go.
Shallots are way better than red onions. Well, you can use them in so many dishes.
I agree. The sweetness of them, the finely chopped nature of them.
We're looking for melts in the pan. Wigs.
But I do love a red onion. I do. Especially in some guacamole. There you go. I like a chunky guac, by the way, not a smooth. I like mine chunky.
You are just
what?
Gift.
What?
Oh, who cares?
You don't like?
Say guacamole one more time.
Guacamole.
No.
Oh. Guacamole. You like that?
Absolutely incredible.
AJ in San Jose.
Are you the guy that says gracias after putting in his burrito order?
Yeah, but I do it with the lisp like I'm from Spain. Gracias.
Oh my God. I hope one of these people slaps you.
What?
Could you imagine doing that?
What? Hey, maybe I got some cousins in Argentina. Spadoni is the last name. Who knows?
My poor dad. I love him dearly. What? We never let him live this one down. We went to Subway one time.
Oh no!
And he was like, "Hey, no, I don't want the vacuum sealed, avocado spread. I want a real avocado. Can you go in the back and go get me the avocado?" And the guy was like, "See." My dad was like, "Gracias." And we just to this day.
Hey, but he appreciated that he tried to speak the language.
I know, he followed it up with the gracias, and it was the whitest, most gringo way. And to this day, it just.
But you know what I appreciate?
Hand, face to palm. And I love my dad. He meant it so sincerely.
But you know what I appreciate about the Central and South Americans that speak Spanish? That they appreciate when you at least try to do it. You go to France and you try to speak French, they hate you. They're like, that was disgusting. Don't ever try to speak my language again.
Yeah, I don't want to. The only language I know that the French speak is waving white flags.
AJ in San Jose. What's up, AJ?
Sign language.
Yeah, hey guys, thanks for taking my call. I listen to you guys every day, but just haven't had a chance to call you guys in a long time, but I've been meaning to. And I think after Jimmy Butler went down the other day, it sort of crushed a dream that I had. I guess I was never hopeful of this team winning a championship this year, because of everything that's wrong with the team. But I think just having Jimmy there, it just sort of, just like everybody, being Warrior fans, there's a dream, but that got crushed. And then it just made me feel like I needed to talk to somebody about it, just like any other part of life when your dreams are crushed. So I think there are a few issues with this team, and it runs deeper than just Steve Kerr or JK. But I think when you put them all together, it's symbolic of a broader issue of accountability. We can talk about draft picks and how they've failed multiple times over and over. That is the reality of it, and that's caused a cascading effect on just the future of this team and the present as well, right? But I think with regards to Steve Kerr, the first thing is I don't think he's a bad coach. I think he's a really good coach. He's an Olympic gold level coach, multiple championships, right? But I think one of the issues with him is that I feel that he's very protective of the folks that he's been with on a journey, right? And so when he goes up on stage, I feel like even today he doesn't take responsibility for the 15, 20 damn turnovers that we have pretty much every season. And in the past, that was okay because you were just 1, 2, 3, 4 threes away from Clay and Steph to make that up in like 2 minutes. But the margin for error is gone. But I feel like Steve does not, accept the fact that the league has changed and Warriors are falling behind. And so that's where the coaching element is, that how are you working with your team to ensure that turnovers don't happen? Like, there has to be some way, and you just can't go on stage and say that we're just going to overlook that or we just don't talk about it. I mean, even though if you're saying that as a joke, it doesn't matter. I mean, as fans, we are not just here in terms of our passion saying that we're fans. No, we also pay money to go watch the game, and we don't talk about that too often. So we pay money.
It's a great point, AJ. Sorry, we are up against it. We need to get to a couple more callers here. I liked what he had to say, though, Joe, about the lack of accountability overall with all the three levels of ownership, general manager, head coaching. Just, I understand the fan base being frustrated there. Like, who needs to be held accountable here with some of these decisions? Because you don't know. Like, is it just Steve Kerr? Is it a Dunleavy thing? Is it everyone being on the same page? I don't know.
It's all.
Yeah, it's everything.
It's all. One element we haven't discussed is yesterday, the game, okay, it's a blowout. Why it started to flip, the pace was better.
Yes.
You had guys with fresh legs able to push tempo. And one area that I look at with just their half-court offense, they're not getting stops defensively. That's one thing. And so you're going to walk the ball up the court. But then secondly, just a slow offense in general. And if there's one thing that the second half, forget the players that were playing, pace of play. I would like to see them play faster.
Well, and you saw that yesterday when the pace of play wasn't there. They were just trading baskets, and immediately when the Warriors would get one, the Raptors just push.
I know.
And then immediately just get a dunk,
one dribble,
layup,
boom,
one dribble,
kick it in front.
Boom, night. And for those of you just joining us, the big quote from last night, Mike Dunleavy before the game.
Yeah, I mean, I think as far as the demand, I'm aware of that. I think when in terms of demands, when you make a demand, there needs to be demand on the market. So we'll see where that unfolds. But heard. Always with these guys, I tell them I'm willing to work with them, want to help people out, whether that's JK or any player on our roster. So we're good with, if that's his wishes, trying to figure that out, but we got to do what's best for our organization, and that's what we'll do. And as far as it goes with the deadline coming up, I think we'll take the next couple of weeks to assess this team a little bit more. I felt pretty good with where we're at heading into last night's game in terms of what we need to do. I thought our team was playing really well, heading in the right direction. Obviously, things have changed, so I want to take a couple of weeks here to watch these games and see our team and what we can do better.
You know what we could do better, Carter? Our final thoughts.
Blow it up! All right.
What do you got?
I was reffing basketball yesterday, and this is a take.
Any technical fouls?
I'm worth fighting for. This is a hill I'm worth dying on.
God damn, man.
I went to go shoot a Rick Barry underhand free throw, and I said, Rick Barry, and I went to go shoot it. This kid Dawson on the team, who's an absolute animal, dog. I mean, he's a dog competitor.
Dawson
comes flying in out of nowhere to block my shot and completely jams my thumb.
Ooh.
I'd rather have a broken foot than a jammed thumb.
What?
Yes. This is a take I'll die on.
Have you ever broken a foot?
Yes. And I'll tell you right, I've had a lot of foot problems. I told you this. Like I've had plantar fasciitis for a long, long time. Broken toes on the feet. Yes, it's not good. It sucks. But you can walk around in a boot, and though it's unfortunate, having your hand and your thumb jammed, there's no definitive recovery time. It's hard to even just put the ice pack on it because you got to go around. It ruins everything. Can't grip a phone. Can't drive a steering wheel.
I'm going to completely disagree with you here, Chief. I'd much rather be able to walk than have one of my thumbs.
Have you broken your foot?
What? No, I've had foot problems before.
Yeah, I've had my foot in a
I've broken my arm.
In one of those little step-in things, the cast things, and I'd tell me, I'd rather break a foot than jam a thumb. I know it sounds insane. I would. I want my digits to be 100%.
What was your response once he did that?
Yeah, what did you do? Yeah, what did you say?
I went, there are all these parents there. And I was like, when you're like, it is painful. It feels like I thought I broke it at first, right? And I had that happen many times. I held from swearing because you just want to yell out kind of like Jimmy Butler on the floor the other day. And I was like, it's okay, Dawson. You didn't mean to do it. It's okay. He's like, I'm so sorry, coach. My bad. I'm like, it's all good. It's all good. In my head, I'm like, I'm going to kill you. Go to the bench.
Go to the bench. There it is.
I'm going to DNP you.
So that's why Jonathan Kuminga got benched.
Any technical fouls yesterday? No?
No, but I did tell one kid who was hot dogging it, would you do that in a game? Because he was trying to show up one of the lesser players.
I was going to hot dogging it?
You never heard of hot dogging it?
It can go a lot of ways. I don't know what that means.
You've never heard the term hot dogging?
You better be careful with what you're going to say. I don't know what that means. Hot dogging it?
Putting extra mustard on it? You've never heard that expression?
Well, I don't know. I thought it was like a bun related.
I thought I had some athletes in my crew.
I thought it was going to be bun related. I don't know. Hot dogs. I mean,
the term hot dogging it?
If I look it up on Urban Dictionary,
be a hot dog?
If I look it up on Urban Dictionary, is it going to be clean?
It means basically you're over the top celebrating in someone's face. Like you're doing and one type stuff, celebrating, pimping a home run, or, Deshaun Jackson celebrating before you get past the end zone. You've never heard this term?
Oh, this is something, yeah. This is from November 17, 2003. It's when, I can't even read it. I'm going to get in trouble. That's not what it means, Joe, hot dogging. I'm just letting you know.
Mine is sports related.
Okay, this one is not sports related.
It's like showboating.
YouTube chat, tell Shasky what hot dogging actually means. Carter, Sam, what do you guys got in the back? And welcome back, Sam. I'm sorry.
Guru in here.
I'm sorry about the loss.
Get Guru in here.
Guru will be in here in a few minutes.
No, bring him in now.
He's at Alice right now doing his game show.
Steiny, and I guarantee he knows this reference.
Definitely doesn't.
How you never heard "Don't be a hot dog"? Well, I tell the kid, "Don't be a hot dog." Like, would you do that in a game? No. I said, don't show the other kid up.
There's also a couple different ones that have sexual meanings that we won't.
Well,
get
that's not. It's sports related. Come on.
Stop.
Intimacies in an automobile while being watched by strangers.
Stop.
You've heard the term hot dog in it.
Turn on his mic.
Come on.
Us up.
You've never heard opposing fans call Steph Curry a hot dog?
Thank you, Steiny.
What am I, 70 years old? What?
It's not that.
Calling someone a hot dog?
It's not that old.
Yeah, like Pete Maravich was a hot dog.
Thank you.
Like people sometimes say Curry's a hot dog when he shimmies and all that stuff.
In the history of ever, Steiny, I've never heard someone say to Steph Curry, you're a hot dog.
Really?
Ever.
Steiny, we just come from a different era.
Come on, much different era.
All right, put me to sleep.
Steiny, if a coach, if you did some hot sauce move on a kid who's clearly not very good, in like a scrimmage game that you're blowing someone out, and the ref was like, hey, dude, don't hot dog the kid. Like, that's pretty appropriate.
I thought it was almost
in here now. Come on,
a common phrase that everybody knew.
Didn't know we were having a crossover.
Hot dogs.
Oh, have you ever heard the term hot dogging, Goo, in sports?
Yeah.
What does it mean?
Thank you.
The greatest hot dogger of all time is Ricky Henderson.
Thank you. That's a great call.
Yeah,
great call. Pimping a home run. Showboating.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes,
cool. All the people over 40 know about
exactly. All the people over 40. You're right. I know that. That's the one. By the way, I'll leave up the definition on Urban Dictionary of what it means for Steiny when he comes in. You do not want to look that one up, kids. What do you got, Sam? Sorry.
Oh, no, I mean, I had a story that I wanted to share about Monday, but I don't really know if we have any.
I can hear it in your voice, Sam. You were screaming at that national championship.
Yeah, no, I'll regale you of it was a very up and down sports Monday for your boy here, but.
Call me later. I'll put it on speakerphone and mute, and I'll just play video games while you're telling the story.
I'm not going to call you later. But all I'll say this is, you know what? Rough end for Miami, but the U's back, baby.
Yep.
There you go, Carter.
Carson Garoppolo looked good.
Carson.
He did, and then, he didn't. Which,
actually,
you know what, Chassie? You know how that feeling is.
I
do actually. I'll tell it tomorrow. I had an interaction on the way out of Hard Rock Stadium yesterday that, Shasky, I think you would very much appreciate. But I guess my fault was this. As we're getting on the bus to take us back to the parking lot that we were parked in, I get a notification on my phone from Anthony Slater. Oh, Jimmy Butler's down. So that's about how my Monday night was going.
The best thing that happened to Carson Beck was Dante Moore pulling out of the NFL draft. So it's him and Ty Simpson as QB2 now. So he's going to get overdrafted.
Anyone who takes Carson Beck as QB2,
Kyle Shanahan's going to. What's up, Carson?
Final thought, Josh Williams, director of scouting and football operations for the 49ers, had some comments.
Guy?
He said, for every player we draft, we have a vision for them. We are constantly talking to our coaches, talking to each other, working collectively to have a vision for how they will make this team. Yeah, sorry, dude. Whatever you're doing, just stop doing it. It's not working. It's not working. Stop doing it.
Jacob Cowling, though.
Some might say that about our show this morning. It's not working. Stop doing it. And we are. Stein Higu next. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you. Here for good.
Now that the new year is upon us, why not consider revitalizing your home's interior? Golden State Lumber and Showroom has a simple solution on how you can transform your home from ordinary to extraordinary. By upgrading crown molding and baseboards, you can instantly add elegance and character to any room from one of our partners like Windsor One or Kelleher. Get inspired at GoldenStateLumber.com by clicking brands. Since 1954, Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well,
I'll take this one.
What? Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there.
It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-646-5454. That's 800-646-5454. 800-646-5454.
Yeah! The Carl's Jr. lawyers said we couldn't name our new burger the biggest burger for the smallest price burger. So we didn't. And that's called a loophole. The new Cali XL burger. A beefed up chomp world double burger with double cheese, only $5.99. That's more meat, not more expensive. Get it now for a limited time only at Carl's Jr. Available for a limited time at participating restaurants. Tax not included. Not valid for use within a combo or in combination with any other offer or discount.
Do you really know what's in your tap water? LifeSource believes your water should support your health, not work against it. Upgrade to a LifeSource whole house water system. Clean water from every tap, no salt, no hassle. Call 1-800-WATER-99 or visit lifesourcewater.com. Warranty limitations apply.
95.7 The Game and Great Clips have teamed up for the new basketball season. We want our listeners to look fresh with a great haircut from Great Clips. Each week, we'll pick a lucky winner to score a gift card. For a chance to win, courtesy of Great Clips, enter online at 957thegame.com.
A lot of Bay Area banking customers are faced with a choice. Which financial institution best fits what they're looking for? It might make sense to consider a bank's history. Take Fremont Bank. For 60 years, we've provided stability and consistency with an emphasis on relationships. We've grown one customer at a time, not through mergers or acquisitions, because that's how you can do business when you're independently owned and community focused. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanitas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. With 24 monthly bill credits, 4 new lines, and 4 eligible trade-ins. For well-qualified customers with auto pay plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement required.
Hey, what's up, flies? This is David Spade. Dana Carvey. Look, I know we never actually left, but I'll just say it. We are back with another season of Fly on the Wall.
Every episode, including ones with guests, will now be on video. Every Thursday, you'll hear us and see us chatting with big-name celebrities.
And every Monday, you're stuck with just me and Dana. We react to news, what's trending, viral clips.
Follow and listen to Fly on the Wall everywhere you get your podcasts.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
Oh. And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
I love Kuminga.
And together, they are Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
Goo, I got to tell you, and I need you to believe me on this one. I didn't go out after work yesterday.
Okay.
Just went right home, played with the dog.
My man.
And yet today, this morning, kind of feel hungover. And I was thinking, I think it's the Warriors.
That man.
So I feel like, Jimmy Butler got hurt. Awful day. And we coped with it like some people cope with it.
Right.
And we woke up this morning, and we now got to think, okay, what are we going to do now? Like, we got to get this together. We got to get our act together. Last night's over, and we got to figure this out.
Yeah.
With sober, thoughtful ideas.
I don't even know where to start. I'll just tell you, I had a hell of a night.
Oh, that's right. You were at the game.
Yeah, I was at the game.
Duh,
Shout out Billy from Atco. Pest Control sat next to him and his friend. And I had Mr. Joe Frenchwood, who speaks highly of you, with me. We had some drinks. We watched the game, and we had some drinks. And I have to tell you, an OG pulled me to the side a long time ago and said, Goo, called me Daryl. Daryl, champions know. And I said, they know what? When they got action. And when I tell you in the great seats, the station seats that I sat in, courtesy of Billy from Atco Pest Control, Steiny, it's incredible to watch professional sports that close. Before the ball was tipped and shortly thereafter, I ran into Mullen. I'll tell you what he said too. I looked at Draymond Green and Steph Curry. This just means
Did you look into their eyes?
I did.
Like you did Wiggins a few years back?
Did.
All right, cool.
And Steiny, I got a feel of they knew everything had changed for the worse. And I hope I'm wrong, but that team went out there to gave up 150 points, I'm a Toronto fan. I like the Raptors and how they're assembled. I talked to Mully and Bonte, Steiny, and I'm starting to really, truly worry. It's just 4 quarters, 48 minutes, that we are about to embark on life before Jimmy, where we needed that lifeline in trade, and it did change everything. I'm concerned moving forward. And I do want to say this before I pass it back. I'm changing today because I'm sick and tired of the Kaminga thing. I'm a Kaminga fan. I'm a Golden State Warrior fan first. And it's ridiculous that some are saying that the game meant nothing. That's why he scored 20 points. Some are saying, okay, where was this at? I'm all of that. But I already know Jonathan Kuminga can play pro basketball. So the bottom line is, where do we and this team go moving forward with the deadline upon us? What did you make of Dunleavy's quotes pregame? Where was Curry and Dre during the run that got to 9? You were down 30. So game's over. I'm like, you know what? The Steiny and me saying Toronto didn't. I'm not solo show here, Steiny. Toronto up 30, they called the dogs off. I could hear you thinking that. But I was a bit perplexed that the chef nor Draymond came back into the game, and people sit next to me that I didn't know wondering the same. So I was a bit shocked there. But, man, Steiny, this team needs something. I don't know if they got the resources to get it, man.
And I think that's what's hitting home for a lot of people, and maybe even included Mike Dunleavy and Joe Lacob. Okay, that game last night, Warriors get blown out, 145-127.
It was 10-0.
First game without Jimmy Butler, and Jonathan Kuminga got back into the rotation, scored 20 points in 21 minutes. And obviously we're going to talk about Jonathan Kuminga, and I thought, to me, he didn't prove anything last night.
Right.
But
that's how I feel.
But he didn't prove anything. We knew he could score. We knew he's got a lot of skills. But the guy has to be commended. You have to commend him for being ready. If we're going to talk, and I heard Chris Mullin say the exact same thing after the game, and I said to myself, I'm going to steal it. So I'm giving him credit.
Okay, Mully.
If we're going to talk,
some love.
If we're going to talk about Buddy Hield staying ready and being professional, okay. Last night proved that Kaminga is not an attitude problem. Not that I ever thought he was, but I mean, they asked him to play after not playing for a month, and it was clear the kid, and I keep calling him kid.
Yeah.
It was clear Kuminga was trying to do the right thing. Okay, so to me that's at least a good starting point. Is that it looks like Kuminga's going to be playing for this team. What it means for the success of the team, I don't know. But I just wanted to start off the show by saying
I appreciate that.
Kuminga, he did everything you could have wanted him to do last night under the circumstances.
Okay, with that said, and I agree with you and Mully Steiny, he said hello. I have a question. One, we did learn something last night. Now, I'll revisit this because it's an older take, but it's still, I think, valid. There is nothing in Warriors world, shout out Sheed, that would justify or constitute Jonathan Kuminga being a DNP for as long as he had been. I'll leave that there, and I'm going to be consistent with that. That makes no sense to me, whatever went into that's how they approach that there, okay? I have body envy. Looking at Brandon Ingram up close, that wingspan, Scotty Barnes, R.J. Barrett in street clothes, and I look at our team, and we don't have that, but we do have it with one guy. And that one guy, his name is Jonathan Kuminga, and I'm sitting there sipping my margarita like, how can that guy be a mulligan, Steiny? And I know maybe it just happened, but I get more infuriated just thinking about why the body type and the gifts that Jonathan Kuminga, he's not perfect, but no Warrior player is perfect. How can that guy be a mulligan? Shame on us. I could cuss right now.
Don't.
All right.
I mean, to me, you always say it's bigger than something. And, yeah, Kuminga came back and played last night, and he performed admirably. There's no doubt. But
he was rusty.
Right, but it's so much bigger than Kuminga, and he's a part of this. But, I'm reading Nick Friedel.
Nicky.
And he usually, he's a reporter, but he wrote a commentary today, which is a column. And he basically is like, look, you gotta know it's over now. Whatever over is. And Joe Lacob and Mike Dunleavy have to realize it. And I'm just thinking, okay, but this is the problem. We got a guy like Kaminga who's not dissimilar from Barnes and those
and
guys
young,
athletically.
Okay.
Right. They're 3 players away from competing. And so, here's where I'm at now. I'm long past the days where we're going to get a guy in here to try to salvage something to try to get to 45 wins. I just, and I don't know what that's going to mean for Steph Curry.
It's going to mean something, and it's going to mean something to the fans.
I mean, the one thing I would brace for is just it's not going to be, this team's not going to fall off, but what if there's just a steady decline over the course of the season? Then what do you do?
What's your goal? To appease the chef, which I understand, and all the people that were in that building spending that money to see the great Stephen Curry, who didn't have the greatest performance last night, Steiny? Or do you try to appease?
What if I said this? Yeah. What if I said, can we cut it out? And I don't want to go here into the yes or no, but I feel like, listen, and Nick Friedel also put it. He said something like, Warrior fans have to understand just the money restraints and the way this roster is constructed with the salaries. They don't have a lot of moves to make. And I'm just looking at this team. We could talk about, could they trade Butler? Well, we don't want to trade Butler. What about trade? It's like and I'm not saying they should be at this point, but I'm kind of done with if you don't want to entertain, if every and any time Steph Curry's name ever comes up and you say no, never, there's no easy way out then. There's no quick way out. All right? So if we want Steph to retire here, which is I think a lot of people do, then we gotta be realistic about the next couple years and what they can do within the constraints of the salary cap. And I get it. You don't want to trade Steph. I get that, but then don't be begging for a quick fix. 888-957-9570. Go ahead, go.
No, well said. But if you let me back off real quick, I know we're up against it. I'll tell you another side, son.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
This crowd been quiet most of the night here at Chase Center. Haven't had much to cheer about. Draymond off a pick, lob, and there's Kuminga for a dunk. Jonathan Kaminga has checked in, gets a dunk. Darko Rajakovic hated that and calls a timeout. This is Tim Roy, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, thank you, Tim. Warriors get beat 145-127.
Man.
This is one of those games where I guess you could say they cut it to 9.
Yeah.
And you know what that reminds me of? About 2003.
Great timeout.
Yeah.
It was 23-10 at one point. I mean, it was 10-0. Steiny, they were down 13 after 1. And I don't know. I know we kind of commended Coach Kerr for his starting lineup, or he's found his rotations, and now everything's in flux. But, I mean, that starting lineup of Green, Post, Curry, Moody, and Pods, I was kind of shocked J.K. didn't start. I get it. But that wasn't it last night, and I'm just looking over at, again, the body types. I know it's more than that just in the game of basketball, but I was just looking like, man, how could Kaminga just be a bump on the pickle that long? But now my greater takeaway from just watching our team up close is, yeah, we got some cool, okay players, but even if you want to look past Dre and Steph Curry, Stoney, this ain't it. This is not it in regard to what we got Warrior fans to look for the future.
Yeah. A lot's going on, too, obviously, with the Warriors. That it's clear after watching Mike Dunleavy last night.
What did you make of that?
Well, this hurts. I mean, this from a practical standpoint, this really hurts for a variety of reasons. It not only hurts your basketball team because he's your second best player, but it also impacts the next year because we don't know when he's coming back. And we all know that the Warriors have set up their strategy around their 3-star players playing through next year. And this really puts a monkey wrench in it. And I think it brings to the fore a fundamental question of whether you want to try to piece something together in the next 2 weeks or whether you want to take your chances with this team and assess what they have over the next 3 months and figure it out in the offseason. But it is going to be very hard for the Warriors to avoid games like last night every once in a while. I just feel like they're going to have games where they're overmatched athletically. And that's the one thing I was thinking about Butler, and I'll let you jump in here.
Take your time.
With Butler is one of the things about Butler is he was able to mitigate other teams' athleticism advantage. So when you came up against a team like the Raptors and they're out-athleticing you, if you will, but you can give the ball to Butler and he can slow the game down and kind of create his own tempo and make up for the lack of athleticism with, playing in the half court, drawing fouls, all that kind of stuff. Well, if you don't have that, that's going to show up every once in a while.
Right. And it showed up last night, and, we were having some fun. You didn't get to see Saturday night, the Charlotte game, but they were doing basically the boxing one, everything on Steph, and it was funny because Jimmy wasn't hurt then. But last night, I'm looking at Jamal Sheed start on Curry, Stoney, and just watching up close. He was in his jersey. And before the Jimmy Butler trade, I keep going to that because that's as down and nervous as I had been about this whole thing being over. And now I feel like that's back. And you're telling me in the first full game without Jimmy Butler, Steph is a minus 25, Draymond's a minus 27, and Steiny, it felt like they were that. But my point is the attention that Steph was getting, it's like they're in his space this soon. So what's the counter for the Golden State Warriors? I'm watching. I don't know. Hopefully they find one. But if that's going to rear its head this soon, the game after Jimmy Butler, then they play Dallas tomorrow, then they got the baseball series with Minnesota. I don't know what you can do, man. Steiny, I'm not even, what word am I looking for? I haven't even processed the enormity and the fallout from the Jimmy injury. So you asked me in the green room, was Carl Anthony are all those names pipe dreams now for Warrior fans?
Well, interestingly, I got it.
Give me you gave me the names. I'm like, yes, I'll take them. I'll take them. I'll take them. I'll take them.
Well, Vegas put out some odds on NBA players, certain NBA players in their future teams. Domantas Sabonis, Jaren Jackson Jr., and Karl Anthony Towns. And then they had every team listed, and the favorite is a certain, but my point is this. The Warriors were second for all three of those guys. In other words, Sabonis, I think the first, Charlotte was 3-1. The Warriors were 4-1 to get Sabonis. They're 4-1 to get Jaren Jackson Jr. They're 4-1 to get Karl Anthony Towns. I mean, if that doesn't tell you what Vegas thinks they're trying to do, I don't know what to tell you. But here's where the fundamental issue is. I don't know how you can get any of those players without jeopardizing future firsts. And I'm sorry, I don't think they're good enough to command multiple firsts.
So you're saying those guys coming here doesn't change much as far as us trying to get to the chip or the Western Conference Finals? When you say they're not good enough,
okay.
Let's
talk about it. If you drop Sabonis onto this team right now, can they push for a title? I don't think so.
But go ahead.
I don't think any of these guys make them right now without Butler.
Yeah,
I don't think so. I mean, but again, I don't think it's even close. But if Dunleavy thinks so, that Karl Anthony Towns can be a game changer for this team. Okay,
and
then go ahead and do it.
Again, nobody cares, Stoney. I was at the game. I watched the Joe Lacob camera. He when Kaminga was on his little run, he was up out his chair. Like, it's not fair to you or anybody out there. What do you think he's thinking? Are they killing the phones, man? 100 calls a day.
Well,
I don't care if nobody's answering. My old boss used to I want to see 100 calls, Johnson.
Okay, well, this is, we all know the Warriors have one guy to trade. They're looking to trade, and that's Jonathan Kuminga. So let's go. How about it, Mike? Can we move Kuminga?
Yeah, I mean, I think as far as the demand, I'm aware of that. I think when in terms of demands, when you make a demand, there needs to be demand on the market. So we'll see where that unfolds. But always with these guys, I tell them I'm willing to work with them, want to help people out, whether that's JK or any player on our roster. So we're good with, if that's his wishes, trying to figure that out, but we got to do what's best for our organization, and that's what we'll do. And as far as it goes with the deadline coming up, I think we'll take the next couple of weeks to assess this team a little bit more. I felt pretty good with where we're at heading into last night's game in terms of what we need to do. I thought our team was playing really well, heading in the right direction. Obviously, things have changed, so I want to take a couple of weeks here to watch these games and see our team and what we can do better.
Can I go ahead?
Mike Dunleavy.
Can I jump in? I love Mike, and I like Mike, and I know this is difficult, and I know a lot of times in life, we use words and, stuff called fluff, but the bottom line is, what the hell do you need 2 more weeks for? You should be so astute at your job. Just to what you were talking about yesterday, you should have already known what it will mean if Steiny went down, if Evan or Goo went down. You should already know. So to give out that line, if he's telling the truth, that these next 2 weeks are going to be so symbolic on you making a decision, you should already know what it is. And maybe you do, but that hurts me when I hear, well, we're going to look and see what we got. Call me, Mike. I can tell you what you got without Jimmy Butler, and you saw it yesterday. So you should already have that answer.
Is anybody willing to acknowledge that maybe there's not a good deal out there for any players that they want?
I do believe that's what's going to happen, and Kaminga's going to remain a Warrior.
All right. Flight 420, 499 super chat. Put the rat on the table. Draymond's a major problem. Come off the bench.
Yeah, and Steiny.
Yeah.
All right, let's be real. Go ahead. I'm not being mean.
But it's small potatoes to me.
It's
whether
not,
Draymond comes off the bench or not. It's not going to make the Warriors a contender or not. But yeah, I'm for it.
But it's a guy doing something on your team because what he had done in the past. And there is a part to me that when it comes to accountability, the Warriors are willing to look the other way because of what he's done in the past. That doesn't sit right with me. And I was at the game. Shout out Sean Cook. I was sitting next to Sean Cook. He said hello. Steiny, I'm telling you, man, I just, can you understand? I understand that you're not going to win every year. The guys are getting older, and maybe this thing is over. That's cool. But when some guys seem to be getting a pass, that's when it becomes like it's not fun to watch.
Okay, well, that sounds to me like what you're saying is if Kuminga's back in the rotation, playing 25 or 30 minutes a night, and the Warriors slowly decline toward 500, that's okay. But I believe fans are still going to be frustrated. I don't think it's all about Kaminga right now. I mean, like, Kuminga's going to play now, and I get it.
Well, I said Draymond. I didn't even bring up Kaminga, but that's what it sounded like where I was headed. I was talking about Geese. I'm just, Stoney, the days of Draymond being what he were are over. And I feel like he's being afforded a luxury he's not earning. I'm not by myself. I'll just leave that there.
I mean, here's the one thing that I've been thinking about a lot in the last couple of days. Bill Walsh. Oh, genius.
Oh, Trey would have been gone.
Oh, genius, Bill Walsh. Better to get rid of a player a year too soon than a year too late. Everybody, it feels like, on planet Earth have used that saying and equated it to Bill Walsh as an indication of his genius.
Yeah, and cutthroat.
Cutthroat. That's what you have to do. We all subscribe to it. He's right. He's right. Why can't we do it? Why can't, when the chips are down, why can't we do it if it's such sound advice?
Feelings.
I'm just throwing that out there. I don't expect to get an answer to
I think it's easy to move on from Joe Montana when you got Steve Young.
No doubt about it.
It's easier to move on from Jerry Rice when you have Terrell Owens. It's easier to make that choice when there's something next. I would challenge you, what's next?
Well, I mean, what the next might be is who you get for one of the guys you move a year too soon or a year too late. But, I mean, I hear you. Let's go to Pete. Pete's in San Ramon. What's going on, Pete? How you doing, man?
Hey, doing great. Thanks for taking my call, guys.
Yeah.
First, about watching Kaminga last night, I got the impression, and I can't really quite put a finger on it, that time spent with Jimmy has benefited Jonathan Kuminga. I'm not sure if it's his handle or just more in control. I see improvement from last time he was playing, whenever that was. So I think that's a good thing. And as far as the future, and I call the near future the rest of this year and probably next year too, trading Jonathan and giving up picks and maybe 3 or 4 other guys just to get him gone for what? One guy? Those 3 guys you talked about, the odds, they're all second in the odds.
Yes.
Warriors need all 3 of those guys, not one of them.
Wow, man.
And really,
I
do.
I hear you.
So, for right now, you play the guys you got. You appreciate their improvements. All these second team guys to stay ready, crew and all that, they're getting better. It's slower than a lot of people want, but they're getting better. And Dunleavy and Lacob are stuck with the money, and that's not going away in the next year or so. So enjoy what we're seeing. Have a great day.
Thanks for you, baby. They almost gave up 150 points. I mean, in essence, they did 145, 70 at half. Toronto got everything they wanted. I told my partner, Scotty Barnes and Ingram, I felt like they didn't even sweat. And again, I'll ask you all, it was one game. Where was Steph Curry when the lead got to 9? Did that cross your mind as you watched the game?
Well, actually, that's one thing I wanted to look up.
When it got to 11.
Is the actual score.
Buddy Hield went crazy. He was going bonkers. But I'm just saying, why didn't the chef re-enter the game? Or was it was one of those games where you thought you weren't even going to get back and you let the guys finish it out? But I'm just asking. Questions that were asked to me at the cathedral, Chase Center.
And this is, we've had this conversation before. Should the guy, the guys who got you down 25 be the guys who finish a game? So look, they're down 12.
They got to 9.
But here's the okay. So it's 14 at the end of the third quarter, and Curry's on the bench. Okay, so it might be one of those games where he gets back with 8 or 9 minutes. Okay. All right, you're down 15, then 12, then 14, 12, 9:04, they're down 10. 9:04, they're down 11. So now they're down to 8, and they were down 11. They could have brought Steph back in with 7 or 8 minutes left.
Well, so do you think that was performance-based, being that he,
I think it has something to do with age.
And the back-to-back?
Unfortunately, I do. But I guess Evan was in with Steve Kerr after, and I guess he said essentially he didn't want to chase this win by putting those guys back in the game after they'd been sitting so long.
Chase.
Yeah. So.
Well, what if he had gone back to him? And it's the Pat Spencer thing from a couple months ago, right?
KC.
Yeah.
Where you were, and I'm not saying you, but a lot of people were killing Kerr for taking out Spencer and going back to his starters to chase a win. He didn't do it this time, and now people are wondering where Curry and Draymond were. It's like, I don't know.
I think, I mean,
he's one of the greatest closers in the history of the game. I get what you got, where you're going. I'm not like, what one of those fives not named Buddy Hield that you would have had a problem coming out the game for one of the greatest closers who can get hot with the best of them in milliseconds. And again, not my biggest takeaway. It's just a question of maybe Curry comes in there and 10 points is 3 shots for him.
I mean, we all know what Steph's capable of. I don't know. Maybe he was sitting a little too long over there. You know what? I mean, I wasn't there, but I'm looking at him on TV. I don't know if he was. It didn't look like he was clamoring to come back in the game, and maybe that was because there was an understanding that he wasn't going back into that game unless they got it really close. I don't know what Kerr was thinking there, but they were down 30. To me, the run to cut it to 9 was kind of what happens in the NBA. And
listen, can I say something? I know it's half my show too.
Yeah.
I don't want to overreact, but do you know how bad of basketball you got to play to be down 30 in the NBA? To be down 30 at home?
A lot of teams get down 30.
I'm talking about the Warriors with Draymond Green and Steph Curry on the damn floor and the people in the building hoping that Jimmy Butler's injury won't just knock us off. All the stuff with 12 out of 16 or what that's flush it. I flushed that with my morning business this morning because you got down 30, 10-0. Like, come on, man.
Who are you blaming it on?
I don't. No, I'm just telling you how concerned I am about moving forward.
Well,
and
listen.
now we got this thing of, hey, Kaminga scored 20 points. What do we do with him? And I'm with you in our caller. It's bigger than that, man. It's bigger than one somebody.
Again, like, this is where if you don't have Jimmy Butler, you're in big trouble. Like, Steph Curry continues to play at a very high level. But I think we've got to acknowledge that more frequently than in the past, he's had games where he's not the factor consistently that he's been over the course of his career. Is he performing at the highest level any guard has played at his age in the history of the game? Maybe. Absolutely maybe. But what are you going to do with a handful of games during the year where he might not have it? You know, whereas 10 years ago, he had 6 bad games a year, whatever. And now he's got a few more. You have to expect that. It doesn't mean he's not playing at a high level, but it also means that what he's got around him is not nearly enough because they can't help him when he's not going well. And unfortunately, when he's not going well, it's not automatic anymore that he's going to, find it during a game and bring you home.
And I hope, I got to be careful here, Stoney. Again, I brought up Charlotte and their approach. They're guarding Stephen Curry, and last night I felt like he's Jerry Rice, and I get it. Like they're trying to deny him the ball and exert so much energy not to make the shot, just to get it. And if you don't got a lot of dogs offensively to help you out, like a Jimmy Butler to take focus off you, you're almost basketball version of effed.
Yeah, and that's the other thing. I mean, this isn't altogether new with how Steph's being guarded, but now he's being guarded this way by 23-year-old. I use this term, 23-year-old nitwits who are just following him around and heckling him and all that stuff, and he's now 38. So, they've got issues. Like the Jimmy Butler injury has opened up the scab that they have significant issues now. They knew they had issues moving forward with their contracts and their age. They hoped they could stall it for a couple years or a year, I think. And now maybe they have to come to terms with changing a timetable or a philosophy. Let's go to Drew in Oakland. Hey, Drew, what's happening?
Hey there, how are y'all doing? The bigger, larger, broader picture here is that if you whiff on 3 high-level draft choices, you end up like the Warriors as opposed to the San Antonio Spurs. So in all of this, you can say who they should have chosen, who they shouldn't have chosen, but what they needed was someone who was going to come fit in their system and contribute to the system that they're running, which is one of the most complex offensive systems there is. So if you don't draft well, this is what you end up with no matter what, no matter who you get in trades or free agency or whatever else. And then none of that works because of the salary restrictions. And the real thing that has torpedoed the Warriors is that they whiffed on all those draft choices.
No doubt.
I can't say anything more than that because that's what it is. And fans want some magic bullet. There is no magic bullet. Teams are built from within to begin with, and that's how it goes, even if you do make good trades. You have to, and that's why what was Kerr doing in San Antonio? Wasn't he working in management? My goodness. He must know something about drafting people.
Well, I know he worked in Phoenix in the front office, but
yeah, I mean, come on. It's ridiculous.
All right, Drew. Appreciate the call. You know what? We're going to, if the Warriors struggle, we're going to have to revisit those draft picks. We will for a long period of time. But he's right.
Everything,
here's the bottom line. You know how, Moody was drafted at 14 and he is who he is. They needed a draft where Moody, the 2 guys they drafted were better than Moody. Moody'd be fine if they wouldn't have whiffed on Wiseman and, Kaminga wouldn't be struggling. So we know that. And the idea that, we missed on those guys, but that's it. You don't get another chance.
We focus so much on the big 3, but it's the invisible 3 that is going to be the story of how this thing ends, because you are right. The ramifications for missing, just imagine if Steph had an Emmanuel Quickly. I'm calling him, and Wiseman was Scotty Barnes or something like. Could you imagine how we would be feeling about this team and the future? You had that in your hand, and you struck out 3 times. You K'd 3 times, the big sombrero.
You know what I remember?
What was that for?
When the Warriors were winning championships, we would mention players like those guys, and they were never good enough when the Warriors were winning championships. Right. And now they're more than good enough. All right, 888-957-9570. I see all the calls lined up. We'll get to you on the other side on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, yeah, it's your boy Guru, and the big game is almost here, right here in our backyard, and there's no better way to cash in during America's biggest sporting event than Prize Picks, where it always feels good to be right. And since the big game is right around the corner, that also means it's your last chance to get into the football action before next season. So close the season out right with Prize Picks by getting $50 instantly in lineups when you play your first $5. Prize Picks is available right here in California. I've downloaded the app, and I've been playing ever since. And now they got a new feature. Get this. Prize Picks has early payouts. If your players get off to a hot start, you now have the option to cash out those winnings before the game even finishes. So download the Prize Picks app today and use code GURU957 to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code GURU957 to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. It's good to be right. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for details.
Febreze. New Febreze Air Mist has 50% more odor fighters and up to 30% more fragrance than the old formula. So now you can take on 100% more stinky odors, like sweaty gym bags, greasy cooking smells, and the after effects of the dog rolling around in something. Just spray, and new Febreze Air instantly restores just clean freshness. Smell you later, odor. Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/now. That's ethos.com/now.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Hey, it's your boy Guru. Every time we put a rat on the table during our show, it's brought to you by Atco Pest Control. Atco Pest Control is a family-owned local business proud to provide pest control in the Bay Area for over 35 years. Atco uses natural methods to give you a peace of mind and keep your family out of harm's way. Quality pest control doesn't have to empty your savings either. Don't wait. Go to AtcoPestControl.com for all your pest control needs. They got you covered.
Cats are masters at using up their 9 lives, like chasing laser pointers into walls or jumping onto high shelves. But the one thing cats never do, text while driving. So be like a cat and protect your one and only life. Don't text and drive.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
What's good, y'all? It's Von Miller, Super Bowl MVP, Sack Master, and now your host of Free Range. This is where NFL meets real talk. Every week, I'm bringing you inside the game, from locker room stories to league-wide headlines. You want football IQ, locker room insight, and real conversations with the people shaping the league? Welcome to Free Range with Von Miller, where nothing is off limits and every down counts. New episodes every Wednesday. Listen and follow Free Range with me, Von Miller, wherever you get your podcast.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not
get real cash back. If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Music legend John Mellencamp is coming to the Bay Area on August 12th at Shoreline Amphitheater. Buy your tickets at LiveNation.com for your chance to win tickets to the show, courtesy of Live Nation. Visit the contest page at 957thegame.com.
Post will bring it out of bounds. Finds Melton. He'll circle, leads Kuminga down the right side. Kuminga center steps all the way. Layup is good at the buzzer. What a play by Melton and Kaminga combining there. Melton with a beautiful pass to get Kaminga in stride. It's a 44-point third quarter. And granted, the Warriors start the fourth down 108-94, but they've given themselves a chance for an incredible comeback win.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Warriors would get it to 9, but no closer. They lose by 18, 145-127. I forgot to tell you all what's going on today. My bad. Should have been all over this. We're obviously going to be heavy on the Warriors in the wake of Butler's injury. But at 11:30, we got football. Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch are addressing the media in the wake of the 49ers season. So we are taking that live at 11:30. So we'll give you a little break from the Warriors at 11:30 and listen to Shanahan and Lynch. And I'm sure there'll be some stuff coming out of there that we'll want to talk about. So 11:30, Shanahan and Lynch live.
Yeah, that'll be big.
Yeah.
And
you have fun last night?
I had a great time, and I also got up early this morning. I beat you and Evan here. First time ever.
How come?
Because I was on Bridge the Gap, the game show on Alice with Sarah and Vinny.
You won, right?
Shut up! No, I didn't win. Now, I got to say something. I got, my Yoon contingency, all my boys, Reg B. He listens to not only the game, but Alice, and I get a text before the first question, you better win. So that threw me off, but I got some questions here. I'm proud of myself.
Okay.
But I got some I want to run by you and Evan. Obviously, he's Gen Z. We're Gen X. But, Stoney, I missed one that really hurt me.
Okay. Millennial.
Is that younger than Gen Z?
Okay. Yeah.
No, it's older. I would not like to be associated with Gen Z.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
Okay, gotcha, Evan.
Right, millennials got to be around 2000.
So this is for our era.
Okay.
You remember Blockbuster Video when we used to rent videos? Oh, dude, I lived there.
Okay.
They had a slogan, and you're supposed to finish the quote. Be kind.
Rewind.
Damn it! I didn't remember that one. All right, so that's
the one that you're supposed to get.
Yeah, no doubt. Duh.
It's one, Evan. My bad.
Now, I got this one, and then I start feeling myself like the ball's going in. Who was Johnny Carson's sidekick
Ed McMahon
on the Tonight Show? I got it.
Nice.
Our boy missed it. Who
the
I went up against.
Young fella.
Yeah. All right, now this hurt me, and the boss kind of cussed me out, and my boy Reg B didn't like this. What cereal did Mikey like in the commercial?
Life.
Give it.
Mikey.
I said
Mikey
Cheerios.
won't eat it. Mikey won't eat it.
Yeah.
He hates everything.
I said Cheerios.
That's a good guess. Seriously.
It's not if it's wrong.
It's not a bad guess at all.
All right. And then this hurt me, and it's over. I'll never go back. What disco movie starred John Travolta?
Saturday Night Fever.
So our guy missed it, so I was there to steal.
Nice.
And then I'm like, put one up for the Gipper. Saturday Night Live. You got that.
He might have hosted once.
But still, I knew it. Damn it, Steiny. All right, and then here we go.
Right.
I got this one. Where did Tiger Woods go to college?
Stanford.
Our young guy didn't know it, so I got that.
So it sounds like you should have won.
Well, I'll give you on the next segment. I'll give you the Gen Z questions, which I did.
Those are probably going to be tougher for me, but all right.
I lost.
Back to Kuminga.
Yeah.
Well, I can see why Steiny won a lot of these. I'm just saying, they're freaking layups.
Well, apparently not.
I'll let you handle that.
Apparently not, because
No,
I'm
but
the only
that's a shot
three-time
at you
champ. I
saying
know it is.
You didn't know much.
You're not actually. I think Joe won 3 times too.
I don't know why you would need to have your candle shine brighter
All right, real
by
quick,
blowing
Gen
mine
Z,
out.
you and Evan. What is Bill Nye's title?
The Science Guy.
I don't even know who that is.
Bill Nye the Science Guy.
Both of you guys knew it, okay?
That's not Gen Z, though. He's older than Steiny.
All right, here we
But he's
go,
popular
smarty
now.
pants, both of you. What is the name of the digital keychain pet you had to keep alive?
Pokemon.
What is the name of the digital keychain pet you had to keep alive? I was too embarrassed to be like, what the hell y'all talking about? Tamagotchi.
See, this is what I'm saying. Like, the questions for quote-unquote my generation are so much difficult. So much more difficult.
But I stole. I got this.
What is AF King? When people type that, what's that mean? What are you telling people?
Wait, say
What
that again?
is AKF?
Wait a minute. What
Hold on.
is it?
I think Evan know. When people type AKFING, what's that? What are they telling you?
What?
AKFing?
Yeah, AKFING. I got it.
Away from something?
Dude, you're a smart dude.
But I don't know what the last part of it is.
Away from keyboard.
Oh my God. We don't work these we don't work these kind of jobs.
And Steiny, I want this one hurt.
Right.
What is the name of the red Teletubby?
I know the Teletubbies. I can't remember any of their names. They were very controversial, though, at the time because they were...
Teletubbies?
Yeah.
The red one, what was his name? And our young guy got it.
Some crackpots had gender issues with them, even though they weren't human. Go ahead.
I didn't watch Teletubbies.
P.O.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Well done.
Well, I didn't win.
Still,
But I was in there, and they didn't know I won a contest. That came up. They said, how'd you get with Steiny? So I said, well, okay. So they got off on that. So that's how we started. But I lost, but I feel good.
Good.
Yeah.
Good. Sounds like you put up a good fight.
Scored.
Better than the Warriors.
Wow.
Let's go to Demarie in Milpitas. Demarie, what's going on, man?
Hey, how you doing, How you doing, Guru?
Hey.
Steiny, how you guys doing?
Doing well, thank you.
Hey, I want to bring this up, man. Let's get this party started.
Uh-oh.
First of all, let's talk about Mike Dunleavy.
All right.
Mike Dunleavy came in he's not aggressive at all. He's not an aggressive GM manager. We like even last year, he tried to go ahead and get Kevin Durant. That didn't go through. He reached out for Jimmy Butler. Miami turned down the deal, and then next thing you know, the time was ticking. At the last minute, he wants to go back out and go get Jimmy Butler. Now the fact that we got Jimmy Butler, right? He's still not being aggressive. You know what I mean? Like right now, our guy, he only has a certain amount of years left. You know what I mean? And we have the Michael Porter Jr. So you try to reach out to get Michael Porter Jr. You try to give they asked for 2 first-round draft pick. You only wanted to offer 1 to where like right now this time go get Michael Porter Jr. Give them their 2 first-round draft pick. Okay, now we still got Kaminga. Okay, let's go ahead and get Kaminga and let's get Draymond Green and Moses Moody. And let's go ahead now and reach out to the Lakers organization because of what they got going on they're dealing with right now. And let's try to make that happen. You know what I mean? And then next thing you know, we have Michael Porter Jr., we got Steph, and then we got LeBron. And we can go ahead and make this playoff push and try to run for a championship for the West Conference. You know what I mean? That's my go take on it. That's the only way it's going to work. And I just think that's just the best fit for us right now.
Why would the Nets want Dre?
Appreciate it, Demarie.
They ain't playing for nothing. Like, Dre still has value if a team is still in it.
I think
Or did
in this trade, they wouldn't have to trade. I don't know how any of this happens, though. That's my only.
If I ask you and Evan right now, over under a half, it's a half. So that means 1. Do the Warriors make any moves or 1 move?
They'll make a move.
I say 0. Evan?
I'm kind of with Goo, actually. I think the Butler the Butler injury changes everything.
I think it's more likely they could get off a guy like Melton now, believe it or not.
I mean, why would you do that?
It's just Friedel brought it up that, of all your players, he's 27. Looks like he's emerging from his injury. He might have value around the league.
But then you're saying we have no chance. We believe we have no chance. And I don't believe in any of our guys with Steph
They don't have
and
any
Draymond.
chance. I mean, with all due respect. I mean, if you could get any kind of first-round pick from Melton, I would do it in a heartbeat.
But there's no chance you'd get a first-round pick for Melton.
That's the part right there, Snidey. Look at you smiling. But, yeah, hey, wow.
And to me, when you say Dunleavy isn't aggressive, that's a fair point. But the only thing that's aggressive now, to me, is trading Curry or trading a lot of the future first. That might not be
real,
aggressive.
You don't have much else.
That might be dumb school. So they're not in an easy spot. And here's the other thing about Dunleavy. I mean, for those of you who were around during his playing days, I mean, he is the exact. And this is not a criticism or I'm praising him. He's the exact same general manager that he was as a player. He's not going to. He is going to be patient. He's very deliberate.
Is he going to be better than Bob Myers or as good?
Well, I don't think he's going to ever get a guy like Durant, but those situations come frequently.
Jimmy. He got Jimmy.
Yeah, he did. I mean, the other thing is, how'd the Warriors become a title team? Through the draft.
Homegrown, and then
through the draft.
Dre,
and now
Steph,
nobody wants to go through that again when this thing's over.
Well, they went through it, and they didn't get Steph, Clay, and Dre with Moody.
That wasn't this guy.
No diss at Moody. Moody, Wiseman, and Kaminga. Just think about that right there. Or the basketball gods, you guys ain't doing that again.
Right. Okay, so you blew it, which is fine. It happens in the NBA.
But you ain't done paying the price. It's just starting.
Right, but you can start over. You could theoretically start over and say, hey, it might be time to start building through the draft.
But you're in the middle, so you're not going to get a top pick unless you go dangle what we don't want dangled.
Yeah,
and that's the chef.
Or unless you're just not a very good team and you get high in the draft, and they might not be a very good team.
Well, to your point on that, I was thinking about you yesterday. They've already won 25 games.
Too many.
Man.
Even if they stink from here on out, they're going to win 36 games at least, I would think. 40? They're still probably going to be 500. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Do you believe today, again, I'll tell you about me yelling Steph before the game. Do you think he thinks this morning they have a chance or he has a chance to get the fifth?
I hope he realizes they don't.
And honestly, I'm starting to wonder how many mornings or him going to bed at night is that going to wear, not even cause anger, if something really changes and because that's where I think this thing is headed. I don't think it trades imminent. I don't think we're good enough. It hurts. But I'm wondering now about Michael Jackson just going to Joe and say, hey, look, this is what it is. I'm still performing. I'm still moonwalking. I need to do it somewhere else. Nobody wants to hear that, but that's the Right on the Table brought to you by ATCO Pest Control. As this thing goes, and Steiny, I was hoping last night, hey, maybe they'll get their 49ers on, and it would have just been one game. Maybe they'll be the team that dusts Toronto. And you go out there and give up 150 points. Draymond looks disinterested. Curry, that was one game.
I mean, is this an awful thing to say? I mean, to me, the best thing that could happen to the Warriors is at the end of the season if Steph says, what do you guys think? What do you guys think?
I never thought I would say that. Chris A. from Oakland, my guy, says, stop it, Goo. I'm just sharing my feelings. I'm worried about the chef and his psyche.
Yeah, I get it. Miguel, how about let's go to Miguel in New York City. What's up, Miguel? How you doing, man?
How you guys doing?
Hey. Doing well, man.
Enjoy the show. Calling from the East Coast.
Nice.
I'm not going to lie. I was a Knicks fan in the 90s, but I got so much heartache that kind of abandoned them, and it's I get a lot of flack for it. So turned into a Warrior fan afterwards.
Nice.
But I'm going to be honest, I think I'm more of a Steph fan than a Warrior fan. so I don't know how long I'll be around if he goes and when he goes. So that could be a bad thing, so I apologize in advance. The question I have, should the system be revisited? And I mean that system where Kerr says that Steph is the orbit, everything revolves around him. Steph says, I enjoy that ball moving type of style of play, which I enjoy. I love it. It's beautiful basketball. It's good to the eyes. But is it time for Steph to turn into that Ray Allen type of player? Is it time for them to more adopt that ISO type of ball playing? I mean, because the problem that Kerr had with Kuminga is, he didn't want to adapt to the system. He wanted to be an ISO player. I mean, Paz tried to be an ISO player. I mean, is it time for them to revisit that system and say, hey, maybe we got to put Steph in the corner? I don't know. They got to do a lot of questioning.
No, hey, Miguel, I think you're on it. I would say the problem with Steph, listen to that, is you're tied to his greatness. And Miguel, you're right. Like, he's still playing at a really high level, higher than anybody else in the team. So do you change the system because nobody can keep up with him, but you know that it's not functioning like it did in its prime? I don't know the answer to that. I don't think they become an ISO team and all of a sudden they're a second-round playoff team.
Well, I don't know why, and I love what he was putting down, but the bottom line is, how the hell are you going to be Ray Allen when you have no Garnett or no Paul Pierce here? So that's not happening. And I will say this, I'm not running Kerr out of town, but I do wonder if this is wearing on him, if he knows he's out and they know he knows he's out, because what he's yearning for, asking for, might naturally happen if you get a new coach in here.
Yeah, I mean,
just think about that, a new system.
I'd be shocked.
That would fit the others, because Curry could play in anything.
Well, but does he want to? If the Warriors don't trade Jonathan Kuminga, and he's on the team, and Steve Kerr leaves, and they hire a coach, and one of his obligations is to empower Kuminga, does Steph want to stay around for that?
I mean,
with a new coach?
Well,
a new coach.
Well, forget the coach.
We're going young.
Let's just be real now. Does he want to stay around for what's not around him right now? That's the answer. So that would just be.
Well, I think there's a comfort level with Kerr even through these difficult times. But I'm just saying.
Where's the comfort if they just fall out the standings and are playing team and get ousted?
The comfort is they've been together for 15 years. They know each other.
That's what we're talking about. Is that could possibly be wear.
Okay, so you think Steph will play for another coach and no problem at all and no adjustment and like nothing? I'm just saying, you hire a new coach. I mean, you going to check with Steph first?
Oh, I mean, yeah, he would definitely have some input.
Fair. That's what I'm saying. Okay, so you're going to check with your 38-year-old guy if he approves.
But he's playing like he's 28.
Well, he's not.
All right.
Okay, he's not playing like he's 28 anymore. Come on. Like, that's
I don't want to fight.
But that's the problem, right. Goo. He's not playing like he's 28.
And you shouldn't have to ask him to do that.
But
that's not his fault. That's on everybody.
What if I said he's part of the reason you're in this situation because of the money that he makes?
Okay, but is he the reason you blew the Wiseman pick?
No, of course
I'll never
not.
get over. Like the louder, the better.
Because you blew the I'm just wondering.
You blew the Kaminga and you blew the Moody right now. You could check all three of those boxes. They ain't got nothing to do with how much money Steph's making. Those were all bad decisions, and now those chickens have come home to roost when those chickens were supposed to make Steph's job easier.
Right. So what do you do now?
The $1 million question.
Okay, you continue to build around Steph, knowing that he doesn't have enough help, and.
I hear what you're saying.
You blew it with Wiseman and those guys.
No, but let's work on what you just asked me, and it's real. I don't have the answers. What do you do now? How do you build what? I'm asking. I don't know.
That's my point, Goo.
I don't think they know.
They probably don't at this point.
That's a problem.
But what? Why can't anybody just say, you know what? We're in a little trouble here. It might take a few years to get back to contention. What the hell is wrong with that? I don't get it.
I love you right now.
Because that's the only thing that can happen positive, I think.
But 30 doesn't deserve that.
Well, then you got to make a decision.
Okay, and we're going LeBron James.
And you
might be right.
But I don't know. I also don't believe in that. I also don't believe in this whole, it's not fair to Steph. I mean, they're doing the best they can. They put themselves in this position in part because of him.
So now, if you are right,
it's not working.
And it doesn't have to be bad blood, though, Steiny. And people are, Guru, you sound like Steiny. No, I'm not being negative. I'm just being a realist. What you said, Steiny, naturally, there doesn't have to be anger, bad blood, but there is a possibility now. I've allowed on my bingo card the staff and the organization say, hey, look, we can't give you what you deserve. But if Steph says I'm good.
We knew that. Remember the quote a couple years ago where he said, I just want to be relevant. I want a shot at it.
And Steiny, this team, before Jimmy got hurt the other day, they were trending in the right direction.
Then why did Jimmy Butler say we're mediocre?
I got you.
Let's go to Tim in San Diego. Hey, Tim, how you doing, man?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Love the show.
Timmy.
Long-time Dub fan. Used to go to the old Rick Barry camps and play against Scooter and all those Barry boys.
Nice.
Well, anyways, I got to say that this is really messed up, man. And I'm going to say from an organizational standpoint, meaning the longer Kuminga plays, is going to be more of an indictment on Kerr and Dunleavy.
Oh, man.
Why? Because we're going to see if we're seeing that we can't make a deal because Dunleavy's driven down Kuminga's value so bad, we're going to get pennies on the dollar. That's not going to help Steph out. 2, with Kerr, we're going to see the best guy on the floor from here on out is Kaminga. And we're all going to say, why the hell is the best guy on the team sitting on the bench? Why was he sitting on the bench? And it's going to expose Kerr even more so. And you're just going to see the indictment of these two guys and their organizational incompetence expose itself. I'm looking at the draft from Jacob Evans, who Desmond Bain was picked right after him. We missed. Okay. I'm looking at the draft from James Wiseman, Nico Mannion, Justinian Jessup. Okay, we missed on all those, and we had the first pick in all those. In the second round, we had 2 picks in the second round. We missed on the whole 2020 draft. Then you get to Kuminga and Moody, and then you get to Patrick Baldwin.
Okay,
you know who the player picked after Baldwin?
Who?
Watson. Guess who's blowing up now? Peyton Watson.
All right.
He is hooping for Denver.
So what do we do?
What do? We ride this out.
Yeah.
We ride this out. And you know what? Kerr, I'm sorry. We got beat by a team with a collection of Kamingas. That's where the league is going.
Appreciate you, Tim.
Guys.
No, I got you. Hey, listen, and as for Steve Kerr, let's say that perception's right. He's going to be exposed, that Kuminga is going to play well, and everybody's going to be, what the hell? Kerr's gone. Like, he's leaving anyway at the end of the year. Yes, I do. And I'm also starting to, it's time. Don't you think it's time for Kerr? It's like Harbaugh and Tomlin.
But I'm a loyalist, Donnie.
He doesn't want to coach this team anymore, I don't think.
But I
shouldn't say that.
Yeah.
Let me take that back. Yeah. I don't know.
Kyle Shanahan, and I'm going here, has not won a Super Bowl. I ripped him for not winning the Super Bowl in the way he coached at times. But I do step back and keep it real and understand his brilliance. I say that to say, is Steve Kerr, if I were running things, he would have to tell me when he would want to dip.
Even still.
Yeah, even still.
Well, see, and that, okay.
Because
again,
I don't think this decision, I almost had a heart attack the other day because you guys laughed and you thought I was telling you Buddy Hield was Steph Curry. I'm not. But the more we see Buddy do what he's done damn near his whole career, and it's not perfect, you do scratch your head as how in the hell was this dude a bump on the pickle?
Because he wasn't shooting well.
And Kaminga started off slow yesterday, but the one thing that caller said that gave me goosebumps again, and I was sitting next to people I didn't know, and I heard it, Stoney, going to the concession stands in the restroom, is how in the hell, forget what he's playing like. this team was not deep enough for Jonathan Kuminga not to be an option. And maybe that was all Kerr's decision, but somebody should have took the wheel.
And yet you bring him back next year even through all
But he's won 4 chips. See, I don't forget that stuff, and that's why I say loyalty does matter, man.
Okay, well then don't expect to get better quickly if you continue to marry these guys and want to be with them forever. All right, 888-957-9570. 45 minutes from now, Shanahan and Lynch are talking to the media. I'm sorry, I blew it again. 15 minutes. 11:30, Shanahan and Lynch are talking to the media, which is in 15 minutes. You don't want to miss it. We'll jump into, we'll switch it up, talk some San Francisco 49ers. 15 minutes. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibbs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for members. And as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers from Safeway. Just clip the highlighted deals from the weekly mailer or click the deals in the For You section of the Safeway app to breeze through checkout. Buy one, get one free. Foster Farms Simply Raised boneless, skinless chicken breast, thin sliced or tenders. When you buy 2, it's kind of like radio hosts. Buy one, get one.
And here he is, and you can mix and match 1 pound strawberries or 6-ounce blueberries, raspberries, or blackberries for just $2.99 each when you buy 3, and mix and match Lucerne flavored creamer or cottage cheese, Dannon Greek yogurt, Yoplait fridge pack, Mountain High yogurt, and Yakult probiotic drinks, selected sizes and varieties, like us, just $2.99 each when you buy 2.
Wonderful job. Safeway makes it easy for you to save money on the items you already buy, so that's perfect. Go to Safeway.com for more details, and we will see you in the aisles.
Your home is your sanctuary. Keep it that way with the beauty and performance of Milgard windows and doors. From the elegant Tuscany series to the modern slim profile Trinsic series, Milgard offers energy-efficient solutions and lifetime warranty options. At Ashby Lumber, our experts are here to help you find the perfect Milgard fit for your project, whether you're a DIYer or a professional contractor. Visit our dedicated door and window showrooms in Berkeley or Concord to see the Milgard difference in person. Start your project today at ashbylumber.com. Ashby Lumber, your trusted building partner since 1968.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well, I'll take this one.
What? Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there. It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
Hey, Bay Area sports fans, get ready for game day with Laughing Monk Brewing. Whether you're watching with friends or heading out after the final whistle, Laughing Monk has the perfect beer for the moment. With locations in Sunnyvale, Scotts Valley, and Bayview in San Francisco, there's always a Monk nearby. And now, check out their newest San Francisco location in Nopa. From crisp lagers to bold IPAs, every beer is righteously brewed in San Francisco. Grab a pint, grab your crew, and make game day better at Laughing Monk Brewing. Righteously brewed in San Francisco.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
Everyone needs to take care of their mental health, even running back Bijan Robinson.
When I'm on the field and feeling the pressure, I usually just take a deep breath. When I'm just breathing and seeing what's in front of me, everything just slows down. It just makes me feel great before I run the play.
Just like Bijan, we all need a strong mental game on and off the field. Make a game plan for your mental health at loveyourmindplaybook.org.
Love your mind.
Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Foundation, the Arthur M. Blank Family Foundation, and the Ad Council.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Wish your life came with a warning app?
That dog does not want to be petted.
Well, life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. Take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its Prediabetes Awareness Partners.
Buddy Hield comes and gets the ball, dribbles hard, left wing, gets in the corner to Richard. Ball knocked away by Grady Dick. Hield wrestled it away from him, takes a corner, three off balance and hit it. It's the Buddy Hield experience. And it's 121 to 108. 6:55 to go. Buddy now with 14.
I'm nice. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I'll tell you what, I'm glad he's a Warrior. He has really been a breath of fresh air as far as I'm concerned.
So you're proud of me when I stick up for him and like...
No, it's got nothing to do with he should play more.
I'm Batman.
It's the fact that he is unbelievably consistent with his optimism.
Perhaps.
Hey, so listen, I get it. The Warriors are top of the page today. Mike Dunleavy, as Nick Friedel pointed out, with the quote of the year about demand. They played their first game without Butler. But look, the San Francisco 49ers season ended on Saturday, and John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan are talking in 10 minutes. And we're going to take that live. This is the last time these guys are going to talk before any of the offseason stuff happens. There's injury things to talk about. There are personnel things to talk about. And obviously they just came off kind of a bittersweet year where they probably overachieved, but it didn't end great. And really looking forward to seeing what's going on down in Santa Clara and how those guys view the year that they had. Gil.
Okay, and I want to run this by you and Evan because I was thinking of this. Before Week 18's result, the loss at home to Seattle, and you scored 3, I said this is magical. This season has been surprising. I stand on that. But I do have to tell you, after Week 18's result and what happened last Saturday night to the same team that beat you in Week 18 and that same team in your division, do you have a problem with me saying, hey, all that stuff is cool, it happened, but the Niners got a major Seattle issue and Kyle has a McDonald issue in his division with his offense versus that defense? You say what? Like, it's real to me.
I wouldn't say that's strong. Okay, that's strong to me. I mean,
but
Seattle's
what would you
good,
make of those two games?
Seattle's a good team.
Oh, next year we'll be healthier offensively. Just from an offense-defense standpoint, and I know Evan's in for you tomorrow. We'll get to it too. But I'm serious, Donnie. I think this is the biggest question mark I think Kyle's had in his career as a Niner coach with one specific team. You can say, well, the Chiefs, but they had them and they were scoring. This is different. They got suffocated offensively, and you're brilliant offensively. Now, was that just, okay, what were you really without? Brandon Ayuk won't be there next year. Do you bring in a receiver? You have to reinvent yourself. You get new linemen. You got a Seattle problem.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to disagree with you.
All right.
But, okay, Seattle kicked your ass the last 2 games of the year. So, I mean, you got to get better. And there's a million places where you have to get better.
And that lets me know that you can't just go buy all ground beef. You need some vegetables, too, and the vegetables take resources. So you got to spend something on defense so it all can't just be on the offense. You know what I mean? Everything that you yearn for, because you got to spread it out. But I'm wondering if that Seattle defense can get better, too, Stoney. Oh, boy, McDonald suffocated you in your unit, defense to offense twice. That's all. That's why I changed my tune a little bit.
I'll say.
Evan, am I off the rocker?
I'll say.
I think he's got to show us I can do something against this defense.
Well, I do think everyone makes adjustments. And this is the thing, too. Kyle Shanahan did not spend every waking moment this season trying to beat the Seattle Seahawks. Every single week he's trying to beat a new team. And clearly 1 week or 5 days, not enough to solve the Mike McDonald defense. And we're going to find out. What if they win the Super Bowl? Then it's not just the Niners with a Seattle problem. It's the league with a Seattle problem.
I'm going to save it for tomorrow because we're rocking tomorrow. But that's interesting. Stoney, do you like that?
What?
Because when a team beats you before it gets to the epicenter of it all and wins it all, you feel better about it. The team beating you going to win it all. It's like, you know what? I feel better. They won it all. To me, it doesn't change anything.
I think different people feel different ways about that.
What if the Rams score 30 points on Seattle and lose? That's another concern. That great defense put up 30.
So, like,
can I
be honest with you?
No doubt. I'm being real. I've been thinking about it.
Like, the 49ers' concerns that they have right now aren't going to change if the Rams score 30 points against Seattle. Like, they got to get better, the 49ers, and then see how you stack up against those other 2 teams in your division. But, Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch going to talk in about 5 or 10 minutes, and we're gonna take it.
All right, last thing
live.
about that.
No,
because
we can talk about it right up until the thing.
This thing about the Warriors, and you guys could call it old stuff, but it's really just starting. It's real with the draft picks that didn't hit, 3 of them, okay? I mean, you could make a case with the Niners, the debacle that was, and the Niners, how much blame they deserve, not as much as Ayuk. I don't know what happened, but you paid them. Stoney, that hurts. Yeah. That's a position now with Ricky Pearsall, up and down in regard to being available. Yeah. That's not going away.
I know. And, and that's kind of the thing. People are going to be talking, well, they blew it with Wiseman and Kuminga and Moody. Yeah, and
that's a lot.
Right, but it happens. I hate to say it. It's been 40 years and we still are saying, can you believe they traded Parrish and McHale for Joe Barry Carroll?
Oh,
it's 30 years later and we're saying, we traded Chris Webber for Tom Gugliotta and then Tom Gugliotta for Donnell Marshall.
Stop.
We traded Latrell Sprewell to the New York Knicks and they got to the NBA Finals.
Wow.
We gave up on Tim Hardaway, and he went to the Miami Heat and became an all-star again. Like, these things happen. You gotta fix them.
Yeah, I'm getting some love on the text line in regard to the Seattle Niner problem. Goo, I agree with you. And then my guy, Bee's Knees, Goo's fans like I did when I was 12. Whatever that means. But, no, I'm just concerned, man. I got love for the Niners.
Of course. Why wouldn't you?
From the Bay. I guess you are too.
Yeah. Let's finish up with Brian in Burlingame. I love the teams out here. Love the teams. Let's go to Brian in Burlingame. Hey, Brian. The teams I like. The teams.
Don't listen to him, B.
Hey, Brian.
Hey, just wanted to call and see what you guys' thoughts on this. I was thinking about, you guys are talking about missing on picks, not being able to develop players. I think we give the Warriors organization a little bit too much credit for player development because we, drafted Steph, we drafted Clay and Dre. But I think those players are going to be all-stars and Hall of Famers regardless if they came to the Warriors or not. I think we consistently miss on developing players, and the only way for young Warrior players to get better in this organization is if somebody misses time or gets hurt. You know, I think about Draymond only getting his fair shake because David Lee went down, or Jordan Poole being only being able to develop because, you know, Clay and Steph had those injuries. So I just wanted to see what your guys' thoughts are on Warriors development overall over the past 10 years or so.
I'll let you go first, partner. Hey, go ahead.
I mean, I have to give them credit for the 3 Hall of Famers they drafted and developed. Well, like, let me ask you a question. Did the Warriors not get credit for developing Steph Curry?
I'm being real. Is that a lot on Mark Jackson's staff and who he had in those positions during that time? I'll just leave that there.
Okay.
I'm asking you how you feel about this. Is that fair?
I think you have to give Curry credit for, I mean, you got to give Curry credit. And I think the Warriors get credit for making a decision to utilize him in a way that they've utilized him that turned the NBA on its head.
All right, and I'll give Curry.
So, they developed Steph Curry into the most impactful player he could possibly be in the NBA.
And I think you could add Clay and Dre to that, right?
Sure.
And what about Looney and Poole? I'm talking about under Kerr's tutelage. Like I talk about my guy from the Union, Phil Handy, player development. Steiny, I don't know the Phil Handy on the Warriors, and I feel like I should. Or was that masked by Steph's greatness along with Dre and Clay? But when I talk about Moody, I like Moody, but I don't think, you know what I mean? Return on investment is a surplus for the Dubs. And Kuminga, I mean, man, we're waiting to see if he gets traded. And again, Wiseman. So is it fair to, to his point, the Warriors player develop, is that a strength?
No, I would say no, it hasn't been a strength over the last decade and a half.
But you didn't need it to be.
Because they were focused on titles and titles only. Here's the other, like Jordan Poole. All right.
That counts.
Do we all agree that they don't win the title without him in 2010?
I'm with you. That counts. So they developed him.
So they traded him, and now he stinks. It's like, who cares if he stinks now? Now, you could say, well, if you wouldn't have traded him, you would have had Jordan Poole, the Warrior, for 10 more years.
Right, but we know what went into that.
That's one thing, but how do you explain that the Warriors, that Jordan Poole has not approached the level of play that he played when he was a Warrior?
Yeah. Again, I'm not being smart or trying to make you laugh, Snotty. He got it knocked out of him. And I got to be careful here. Because now, just being at the game in the building last night, I could make a case that Draymond Green, his play has slipped so much, I can blame him for Durant not being here now when we need him most, and I can blame him for Jordan Poole being up out of here and us getting nothing for. I'm being real. That's too real for radio.
Like,
but it's real. But he's had his hands in both of those. Like, where would we be? We had a chance to get Durant last year. He didn't want to come back. Why do you think he didn't want to come back? A little bit of curve, but we know why he didn't want to come back. And now he's not out there being the pit bull on the court. Like, we got to talk about this stuff. It matters. And now we're getting nothing from him on the court.
I don't think that's a healthy way
It's not.
Think.
I don't feel good.
You should, like... Have you ever heard of double jeopardy? You can't try a person twice for the same crime.
I have heard that term and know what it means.
I think it's kind of unfair that, we... Yeah, okay.
But a lot of people, about time somebody said it, like that's part of it.
Okay, so Draymond ran off Kevin Durant.
No doubt.
Okay, where
will we be
when
with
does it
him?
end?
Okay, I got you. Well, it ends when we start, his play starts to slip. And I think we're there.
I don't disagree with you. By the way, Kyle Shanahan, this is not me. Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch have pushed back the press conference to noon. It's going to be in a half hour.
Yeah,
noon.
It'll be closer to noon.
Okay.
But they had to move it back.
Gotcha. All right, so noon for Shanahan and Lynch. So that opens up some lines for some more Warrior talk up until we get to that point.
145. You think Dallas is chomping at the bit? That's what the total.
145.
The Raptors.
What does that mean?
The Raptors scored last night.
Okay.
Do you think Dallas is chomping at the bit to play a Jimmy Butler-less Warrior team?
I think they're preparing for the Warriors tomorrow. Is it tomorrow?
Yeah.
I think they're preparing for the Warriors tomorrow like they've prepared for their first 40 games.
Can I give you a thought?
I don't think they're going to
having a thought.
I don't think the Mavericks are going to be sky high tomorrow in Dallas.
Can I make a comment? And you can do it in life without you guys taking it or making it about somebody that I'm not high on.
So we got to keep fighting.
I think Pods had mastered his role coming off the bench. He started yesterday, and it could be a one-off. What if I told you I'd like to see Will Richard be Steph's running mate?
Sure.
Evan?
Why not?
No, just seriously.
All right, I got to say something.
Last night wasn't.
He stunk.
Okay, but see, it's bigger than just last night. I'm looking at it all. Just your initial thought when you hear your boys say, "Give me some Will Richard to start the game, Evan."
Oh, I'm sorry.
You know what? Go for it.
Sure.
This is something that we will talk about a lot for the rest of the season. Do you remember how many starting lineups the Warriors had before they traded for Jimmy Butler?
That's right.
That's a great point.
They had like 27 in 40 games.
All right.
So every single game for the foreseeable future, because there's going to be a lot of experimentation, we're going to come in each day and say, well, Will Richard, maybe we should go back to Buddy. Buddy should start. Oh, throw Kuminga in the starting lineup. Well, actually, we could go double big, maybe Post and TJ. Like every single game in which there'll be a lot of, we're going to wonder who should start for this team.
Exactly. And that's the problem all teams have that have a lack of talent.
Wow.
Because the guys that they're using are inconsistent. So every night, it's almost like, can you guess right who's going to play well? Because if you don't, they're not.
Wow.
And then you're stuck with that performance. Let's go to Dennis in San Francisco. Hey, Dennis, how are you, man? What's going down?
What's going on, guys?
Hey.
I would, forget Joe Lacob, forget Bob Myers. The guy we miss is Jerry West.
And
Travis
Schlenk.
He's the guy. He's the one who built the dynasty. Was West, and we, the Warriors have created their own problem. I've talked to you guys about this before. I feel like they've created their own problem, and they don't seem to know how to get out of it. I thought that they would have traded Kuminga during the summer. That would have solved one issue, But the issue was, just like you guys are talking about, Steiny, you just said it, they're inconsistent. Moody can score 20 one night and 6 the next, and you put JK and he hasn't played in 6 weeks. He plays 21 minutes. He scores 20 points. Why wasn't he on the floor? I would love to know what really is going on there. You know what I mean?
I'm with you.
I thought that they would have had. I thought that they were probably telling Kaminga that they're going to do the best they can to trade him, even if he starts the season with them. But who knows? We don't know. None of us know. We're just guessing.
Yep.
And you know what I mean? And I just wish, I wish they solved the Kaminga thing so we could quit talking about it and move on.
That's a good point.
They need to rebuild. I've been talking to you guys for years about them needing to rebuild. We haven't bit the bullet. Rebuild. OKC did it. They got rid of their superstars. Houston did it. They got rid of their superstars, and they acquired draft picks. And they built through the draft, just like you guys were talking about, Steiny. They built through the draft last time. Let's build through the draft this time. I'm a Steph Curry fan, but I'm a Warrior fan first.
Right.
I want to see them rebuild. I'm tired of watching this product.
Thanks, Dennis. Appreciate it. I Dennis.
And to defend Dennis, real quick,
I should have let him go.
He says he's tired of watching this product. Let's hope it doesn't get worse.
Well, and that's
because I feel like that's where the train's headed. I want to be wrong. If loving you is right,
well,
I don't want to be wrong.
Okay, so right now,
a great
okay.
line.
Now, this is the way I operate.
Yeah.
Okay, so the Warriors were okay with Jimmy Butler, right?
I thought it was getting better. Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, they lost Jimmy Butler.
Okay.
It's gonna get worse. They lost their second best player, Guru.
I'm with you.
They're not going to rally around Rudy.
Okay.
And win 52 games because they really care and they're motivated.
No doubt.
They lost their second best player for the rest of the season.
But the basketball gods.
They're irrelevant, Guru.
There is a trading deadline. It could have happened after the deadline. Had the basketball gods gave you some love, so that it happened right before the deadline.
Bad luck.
Because when you're driving and you need gas and you're going to run out, that little light comes on. Maybe. So my point is, you are right. But the deadline is there. How symbolic is that to Lacob and Joe and Mike D to say, you know what, this is tragic.
Okay.
But we got an opportunity
to do what?
And a situation.
What's the opportunity?
To bring somebody in to alleviate that pain of losing one of our best players.
For who?
Jonathan Kuminga?
Yeah, I mean, I think as far as the demand, I'm aware of that. I think when in terms of demands, when you make a demand, there needs to be demand on the market.
So,
that was wow. Hey,
there are no quick fixes.
No.
The minute we realize that, maybe we can start to.
Well, that's
grow.
a downer. That's a downer.
I know, but life isn't fair.
I'd like to run something by you, Carter, and the listeners.
Not Evan.
And Evan. I'd like to add him first.
I'm out.
Listen, you know I love math and numbers. Norm used to give me whippings when I wouldn't recite the multiplications.
Why would you say that?
No, I'm just telling you.
He's going to be disappointed that you brought that to the air.
Evan, I used to get in trouble if I messed up.
It was a loosey-goosey period.
But listen,
back then.
You're right. Do you know December 28th when the Warriors blew the lead to Toronto?
Which one?
The one where they blew the lead at the end.
All right.
The score, get this, was 141, 127.
All right.
In last night's game, 145, Warriors 127. Go figure on that.
Well, sounds to me like maybe Kerr's got a Raptors problem.
The Warriors scored the exact same points twice, and Toronto scored 140. That's kind of uncanny.
Rajakovic.
I like him.
So here's the other thing that I've always heard that I keep hearing. And it's a tangible thing. Curry is the bell cow. Curry is the draw. Curry is the guy who mostly is the person putting people in the seats.
Yeah. Steal.
Was it a packed house last night?
Now go ahead.
Packed house last night?
What if I told you I was so locked in, sipping and talking, but that was on my phone after? Okay. I didn't notice it.
Really?
I'm being real.
You were too close to the floor.
Oh.
I mean,
Evan, that's why, boy.
Listen, it's not.
I needed that.
It's not the first time it's happened, and I'm not saying this is a turning point. But you watch that game on TV, you see a lot of empty seats.
My phone had that,
dude. At the beginning of every hand, at the beginning of every
in the Chase Club where we were at, eating and drinking.
Right. So, I mean, you ready for me to take
You know they eventually come back out.
And you do realize that Steph Curry starts the second half.
All right, wow. You hit me with that.
I'm just saying, they're staying in the clubs. And they're staying in the... Curry's on the floor, literally.
But they got
30
TVs
feet.
in the place.
I'm just saying. If
it's free, it's me. A lot of people have that slogan, man.
Joe Lacob, from the start of the second half till the 8-minute mark, has an entire row in the front to himself.
Wow.
There's
My phone
nobody
went off on that.
there.
Yeah.
So, and we may get into this more over the years, but I've always been fascinated by that. What's going to happen with Curry? And as long as Curry's here, is everything fine? And, I hear a lot of people that aren't crazy about this team, and Steph Curry's still playing on it. That's all I'm saying.
No, that's fair.
We're
mad. We're mad.
Okay. We're gonna find out who the real Warrior fans are in the next few years.
Well, I thought you were going to say this because there should be a 30 for 30 on Joe Lacob going out there getting booed on Chris Mullin night and what he built. But I do have to say something. Do you know how many whispers and people that I know, diehard Warrior fans, that want to rob Joe of the 4 chips and what he's built and the money that he spent and this privately funded arena, and they're saying, oh, no, Joe Lacob is starting now. How unfair is that, though? Or do you think there's some merit to that?
Not everything's 100% to 0%. It's a fact. He inherited Steph Curry.
He has to go find his own step.
Sure. I mean, wouldn't you want to prove that if you were Joe Lacob?
But what about me opening my wallet to bring in Jimmy Butler to keep this thing going, to bring in a Kevin Durant?
What What is wrong with facts? He bought the team, and Steph Curry was emerging as one of the game's preeminent star players, period.
But
I don't hold it against him, but yeah, this is a different era. Let's see. Yes, it's not going to be as easy as when he started here. All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. Shanahan and Lynch, last time they're talking to the media before at the end of this season, it's going to be the last time. And so they will be joining us at noon right now, noon on 95.7 The Game. All right, that was brought to you by DAZN.
Two global superstars in their prime square off at Madison Square Garden. Here we go. Tiafimo, the Brooklyn-born king of 140, looks to retain his world title as Shakur steps up to become a 4-division world champion. Don't miss Lopez versus Stevenson, January 31st. Watch only on DAZN.
All right, I've covered the Bay Area sports scene for a number of years, and I've seen athletes go through it all. The highs, the lows, and the pain that comes with getting knocked down. But when it's not just a game, and when you're the one injured or when tragedy strikes someone you love, that's when Beam Law comes in. Beam Law is the Bay Area's go-to personal injury law firm. And whether it's a car accident, a serious injury, or a wrongful death, they are there to shoulder the legal burden so you can focus on rebuilding, recovery, and taking care of your family. Beam Law is local, and they win. Millions have been recovered for clients across the region, and it's why SF Weekly voted them Best of the Bay 4 times. If you've been hurt or lost someone because of someone else's negligence, call Beam Law, 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555. Or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
What's your financial future look like? At Pettinelli Financial Partners, we help you shape it. Whether you're planning for retirement, buying a home, or saving for something special, our professionals are here to provide clear guidance and smart strategies. Visit PettinelliFP.com today and take the first step toward a more secure financial future. The financial consultants at Pettinelli Financial Partners are registered representatives with and securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC. Investment advice offered through Stratos Wealth Partners, a registered investment advisor. Stratos and Pettinelli are separate entities from LPL Financial.
Hey, it's Willard. You ever study the coaches who win relentlessly? The legends, the dynasties, they're systematic warriors, disciplined, obsessive. They outwork, outthink, and outlast everybody for pure domination. That's Omar Habas, Tarek Habas, and the Habas Law team. When Habas Law goes up against big insurance companies, they grind them to a dust. Habas Law knows every inch of the Bay Area legal playing field, and nothing catches them off guard. If you've been injured and you want to win, visit habaslaw.com. Habas Law, they fight to make it right. Habas and Associates, with offices throughout Northern California, including San Jose.
Looking for the perfect venue for your next meeting or special event? Discover History San Jose. With charming indoor spaces and beautiful outdoor settings, it's the ideal spot for meetings, weddings, corporate gatherings, or private celebrations. Nestled in the heart of History Park, you'll enjoy a unique blend of historic charm and modern amenities to make your event unforgettable. Plus, our spacious grounds offer the perfect backdrop for photos, dining, and more. Reserve your day today at History San Jose. Visit historysanjose.org or call now to book your one-of-a-kind experience.
Toyota, the MVP of MPG. With class-leading MPG and more hybrid models than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places.
Are you interested in being an install or service technician? Good news! R&S Doors and Gates is hiring. If you have good mechanical skills and a knowledge of power tools, welding, and motor controls, you should apply today. R&S Doors has openings to repair and install commercial overhead doors, entry doors, and loading dock equipment. You must be able to work in a professional, fast-paced environment. Call 800-FIX-A-DOOR and apply today. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Presenting a Gain Flings love story. Dear love of my life, we were on the 12B bus this morning when I caught a whiff. A scent so fresh, so life-changing, I had to find its source. Alas, I didn't know if you were the woman in the pink freshly washed cardigan or the retired mailman next to me, but I knew one of you was my soulmate. Ah, the scent of Gain Flings. Try Gain Flings with OxyBoost and Febreze.
In San Jose today, cloudy skies with a high of 61 degrees.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
Music legend John Mellencamp is coming to the Bay Area on August 12th at Shoreline Amphitheater. Buy your tickets at livenation.com for your chance to win tickets to the show, courtesy of Live Nation. Visit the contest page at 957thegame.com.
What's the question? I think you just answer your own question. Just a hair late on him, and you just got to look at his numbers and stuff.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan are addressing the media. It's going to be the last time they talk until all the offseason stuff begins, putting a bow on this year. And we're going to take it live momentarily. It could be in a minute, could be in 10 minutes. But we're going to bring that to you live because a lot of information likely to come out about some of their strategy going into the offseason, of course, their injuries.
Yeah, and you know what? Football's not dead. Obviously, we got the Super Bowl here, and we'll be Spadoni, Shasky, Willard, Dibbs, Carter, Evan. We'll be at Radio Row in our home soil. We did it in Vegas.
Right.
I'm getting a haircut, getting some fits.
Sure.
Steiny, we got to make the best of it. We need to go to this ship Joe Thomas, your boy, we get him at the ship. I run into my guy, Mike Irvin, we get him to the ship. Like, we have to enjoy this. And we'll be at a Super Bowl watch party. Details coming soon, you and I.
Yeah, it's...
yeah, baby!
A lot of times it gets really crowded at those Radio Rows, and...
That's the beauty of it.
Yeah.
And Lo Neal will be co-hosting with us a couple days that week, too.
Well, remember how you felt in Vegas?
I had a great time.
Well, no. Remember
I was worried.
Remember we had that talk about, like, with all those superstars around, you felt a little inadequate?
No.
I'm sorry.
That's when you went too corporate. You didn't let it hang that way. Even the boss, he'd be like, what's up? I said, he's just doing traditional radio. He's overthinking it. Normally, we need
we had a game plan.
Curb Your Enthusiasm
I stuck to it.
Nah, you went corporate over me. I didn't like it.
Hey, by the way,
Guru, we need to do this.
Yeah, you know what? We will go to Shanahan and Lynch the minute they come on.
All right.
Let me tell you something about Evan.
Evan, we get down tomorrow.
He's not evil, but he's got an evil side to him.
I've seen it.
So, I'm in the bathroom, and Paul from sales is in there.
Sounds like a party.
And
I don't know what
Paul loves golf, and I love golf. And he goes, hey, shot an 89 at Wentty. And I said, that course is tough for me.
First and foremost, there's too much conversation going on in the bathroom.
I'm already like, whoa.
He said I was 3 over on the back, and on 18, I hooked it into the water, and I had to take a triple, and I ended up 6 over, but still shot an 89. And I said, he was leaving, and I was like, we got to get out. We got to get out one time, Paul. He's like, absolutely. I said, we'll get up to Peacock Gap and play up there. And he walks out, and Evan was in there. I didn't know he was in there.
Right.
And he's washing his hands, and he goes, that's what life comes to.
Oh, Evan, can you tell us what you meant? Oh.
That's what life comes to.
Oh, boy. What did you mean by that?
Two guys older in years.
What do you think? I don't like this.
Talking about golf.
I don't like it.
That's what life becomes.
He's not wrong.
No, but dude, what do you want? You talk about drugs or like what do you? Come on, man.
Well, I personally would prefer when all men are in the bathroom, there be silence, which is why they didn't know that I was there.
I didn't.
Can I?
You can do whatever you want.
We got a minute,
Just stop thinking the Warriors can turn it around in a minute.
Carter Chickering. I bonded with his mother, after giving him advice the other day.
Shanahan and Lynch coming up momentarily.
Oh, okay.
So quickly, possibly, that you could get cut off. But go ahead. Try to squeeze it in. I'm just saying,
Now
they could be there.
pressure.
They could be there in 8 minutes. They could be there in 30 seconds.
So he comes in, and his wife, they're about to have a beautiful baby here soon.
Yeah.
And as an old American, I go, hey, have you picked out a name? And he's walking out, and he goes, yeah. And I just know, lay it on me. He goes, we're not telling. I go, that's a joke. He goes, no, we're not telling. I say, Carter, why? And you heard this.
Mm-hmm.
And this is about our society right now, and I kind of feel him. We judge. We're too judgmental. So he had to hide the name from the public because of the vitriol that might have come from the name that they were giving their brand new, beautiful baby.
Right.
And as the door shut, I was ready to say that. And I said, he's right. What does that say about our society?
Well,
that the judgmental part is why they're keeping the name on tuck.
That's not why.
Yeah.
I think Carter knows he doesn't like the name.
Oh, Carter, no.
Like I said, he's like, people are going to be judgy about it. And I said, so it's going to be one of those kind of names.
Oh, Carter, is he right? I didn't even think of that.
One of those kind of names is pretty funny, Steiny. That's pretty good.
Steiny, oh, man, here I am like, man, we are just nasty.
It's going to be like, it's Carter Chickering. It's going to be like Bartholomew or something like that. Are we ready? Okay, we're getting there.
Yeah.
Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch. Season ended on Saturday. They're talking to the media. This is their final press conference. Here we go. We're taking it live. Shanahan and Lynch from Santa Clara.
End of season meetings and all that ran a little long. So, go ahead.
John, again this season, so much scrutiny around the injury situation. Is there anything being considered or will anything be done this offseason to make changes organizationally when it comes to those areas, including injury prevention?
Yeah, so Matt, we're always, looking into trends, data, everything we do. Our health and performance of our players is at the utmost priority each and every year. This year it was tough, and it took a toll on our team, and we'll continue to look. Now, having said that, we've spent a lot of time and effort in recruiting really quality people, and I think being at the forefront of injury prevention, and I think this year, probably because the star players that went down, there was a lot of attention given on that. The fact of the matter is injuries are a part of this game, and so what we strive to do is never to eliminate injuries, but to mitigate injuries. And I think we have a lot of good processes. We'll challenge them all, and that has, that process has begun. It never, frankly, stopped. But yes, we'll look at everything and we'll examine everything.
What were your conversations like with Mac Jones at the end of the season, and would you be interested in exploring a trade in the next couple of months?
Yeah, awesome conversations with him, just like I did with a number of players. We, as any player on our team, including myself and John, you always listen to people with trade offers, but we're also not into getting rid of good players, and so I'd be very surprised if Mac wasn't around us next year.
Mac made this place better. He was outstanding this season. He picked us up in a huge way, and it was a really fun process to watch him come in and the joy that he was playing with. He's got an infectious attitude that affects everybody on our team. It affected that quarterback room. You talk to Brock. Brock will tell how he made him a better player. Biggest thing he did is when we needed him, which came early in the season, he went in there and won us a lot of football games, and he kept us in this thing. And so I can't say enough about Mac, not only his play, his leadership. I call it leadership. Do you make people around you better? And I think Mac did that all season. And so he's been an outstanding addition. Like Kyle said, you always listen, but I know we're a better football team with Mac Jones on our roster.
Kyle, and after letting go a lot of players last offseason, you talked about opening up a new kind of window of contention. Do you have a little distance on the way the season ended? Can you talk where you are maybe in the cycle? Was this season almost kind of ahead of schedule, and what does it set up for you financially and roster-wise this offseason? Is it time to maybe make some more spending? Is it time to try to make some more dramatic moves to try to take a bigger leap?
Yeah, that is a broad question. A good one. Last year was a huge challenge. We've salary cap wise and what we've gone for numbers of years. You can't do that every year. That's the way it's set up. And we had done that too many years in a row. So we had to make a decision to cut on money last year. That wasn't us being cheap or anything. We actually spend more, almost as much or more than everybody. That's what you have to do in the cycle of how it's all based. And more so than the injuries, that was the hardest thing to overcome, is how many good players we had to let go out of this building that went and helped a lot of other teams. That's why when we did have significant injuries to some very good players, it was more daunting. That would have been in years past, because the guys we would have hung on when you lose a guy like Fred or you lose a guy like Nick, those guys we lost because of free agency and stuff that we had to do because of the previous year. So, yes, if you would have told me that we lost those guys before the season with what we were going into, I wouldn't have expected us to have the record and stuff that we did. But that's when you look at things as a whole and you try to give a narrative to a whole. Like we just prepare for a game each week, and there was very few Sundays that we felt by the time we got there that we didn't have a chance to win. And I thought we did play well. I thought our players grinded and overcame a ton of things this year, and it gave us a chance to make the playoffs. And I never sit there and say this will be successful if we just get close to the playoffs or something like that. We always expect to try to compete for the playoffs. We know some seasons are going to be harder than others, which we thought this would be. And I am proud to a degree of what we accomplished. That doesn't mean I'm sitting here 3 days removed and having great perspective. Once you get to that point, you believe you can get to the next point, because you can't get that far if that isn't possible. So we're real disappointed right now with how the season ended, and I'm still dealing with that, which it'll get easier over the weeks and stuff. And then as we start to look into putting our coaching staff together, which, obviously losing Robert and stuff, there's definitely some holes there that we got to replace. And then once you do that, then it's you catching up with John with where we're at financially, what we can do, what the options are, what's available in free agency, what's available in the draft, what helps you on this year, what helps you to the next year, and all that stuff is connected. We're going to always try to do as well as we can to compete each year. But some years are harder than others in terms of what you can do financially. And I know I'm not there yet, but that's stuff that I'll be getting caught up from these guys over the next 2 months.
You're listening to Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch's press conference on 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station.
Mooney Ward, Talanoa Hufanga, Dre Greenlaw, Javon Hargrave, Malik Collins. I'm missing Leonard Floyd. A lot of guys left. I think that spoke to how good our roster was, and people want what we've kind of created and we've built. Our players have built what Kyle has built, and that's tough to watch that. Now, I think the thing that sometimes gets lost, we did sign our franchise quarterback to a big deal. We signed George Kittle and Fred Warner to extensions. We signed Colton McKivitz, that we felt like was a really smart move for our roster and needed. And so those are some kinds, the ebb and flows of this thing that you have to. And like Kyle said, we've been pedal to the metal for a while. There always is reckoning. I think what that did too, though, is, we had an 11-person draft class. All 11 of those guys are still in this building. We got great contributions from a lot of them. A lot of them, unfortunately, or some of them, like Michael, it was cut short. But we really are excited about the impact that class is going to have moving forward. A lot of guys, because of the injuries, had opportunities to play. Then we get guys back. We got to keep them back, but we put that all together, and we're excited. But yes, we will have a little more flexibility this year, and we're excited about that.
As far as replacing Salah, a lot of people are just connecting the dots and say, Gus Bradley is waiting in the wings. That makes a lot of sense. Will he be an internal candidate? Well, do you have any other internal candidates, and do you plan to, cast a pretty wide net?
I'm going to say it's a real wide net, but Gus is the obvious one to everyone, and it is to us too. Gus would be the main internal candidate. Would feel very fortunate to get Gus and great about that. But also we are going to go through the whole process. There's requirements we have to do and stuff that we want to do also. So hopefully we can get it settled sooner than later, but I see that working throughout this next week on it.
For both of you, what is the plan for Brandon Ayuk, and do you envision a scenario in which he's on this team next year? If so, what would that look like?
Yeah. The plan in terms of the transaction, that will come in due time. I think it's safe to say that he's played his last snap with the Niners. It's unfortunate, situation that just went awry, and I will look long and hard at what could have been done differently, but sometimes just doesn't work out, and I think that this was a case where that happened.
Hey guys, when you look at the roster positionally, what do you circle as your biggest needs heading into the offseason?
Yeah, I think in the day and age of football these days, it is yes, you have a core of players, and we love our core, and we just talked about the draft class that came in, the youth on this football team. But it's always starting at ground zero. There's a lot of attrition in this league. There always is. And so Kyle spoke of it. I let him coach the team. And, man, did he this year. It was unbelievable what he did leading our team. Couldn't be more proud to work with someone. And I try to leave Kyle to do that because that's a huge job. We're always having conversations, but it's not fair to talk about those things. We've been working on them. We'll have a lot of work, a lot of conversations to prepare him for this offseason. Not going to get into specifics, but we just need to continue to improve this team and get better, and that's exactly what we intend to do. We're real excited about that opportunity.
With Ricky, are there things he needs to do in the offseason to put himself in a better position to be more available and to withstand some of these tougher hits?
Yeah, I thought he did that last offseason, though. I thought Ricky had an awesome offseason last year, or this year. He got through all of training camp. Was one of our few wideouts who did all of training camp, I think minus the first 5 days. And I thought he went into the season as ready, much more ready than the year prior. Added some weight, was able to get through a training camp because he did train the right way. And that's why I thought he went into those first few weeks of the season ready to go. I think if you guys saw the film or you saw his stats, the stats did match the film. I think he was leading the league in a lot of categories before he got hurt. I want to say versus Jacksonville. And then he landed on his knee in the wrong way. And when you land on your knee in the wrong way and you hurt your PCL, sometimes that can last a week. Like Puka last year, sometimes it can last 7 weeks. And then when you do come back and you land on it again, it happens again. So can he prepare to not land on his knee? No. So he's trying to too. What do I got to do different? I'm like, let's talk about what you did do, and then let's talk about what happened. And so I think the main thing from last year is, man, what can we do to come back from that faster? When you do come back, what can we do to maybe not redo it so it doesn't linger? Because when it was said and done, Ricky played as Ricky for, I'd say, 4 games this year, even though I think he might have dressed in 8, but he was Ricky for 4 games, and that didn't have to do with how he went into this year. That had to do with an injury that he had in week 4, and those are tough to overcome. But I think he found the right way last year and keep adding to it.
Yeah, he said the last 2 games in Seattle, did they give you kind of a measuring stick as far as where you want to be, where you need to be as far as a roster, or is it just 2 games in terms of the big picture?
I think any time that teams got a better record than you, teams that beat you, especially when it comes to guys in your division, and say the same thing when we watched the Super Bowl last year and you see Philly. I mean, you'll say it if an AFC team wins, you know. So it's always closer to home when it's in your division, and their last 2 games versus us the way it went. But you know, always the best teams, which they are one of them right now. We'll see how it ends up. That's always who you're trying to stack yourself against to catch.
You guys have always put an emphasis on the defensive front since you got here. So when you when you have the league lowest sacks, which is 20, and obviously Bosa and Williams going out hurts, but does that make you revisit just how the scheme is or what other personnel you got to bring in, and how much of a priority is that going to be this offseason?
I think we look at everything there. I will tell you, I don't think it was scheme, related. Yes, everything ties together, rushing coverage, all of those things. Certain players, you never want to make excuses, but certain players are it's not only their impact, they're force multipliers. They make everybody else around them better, and I think Nick was that. I think Michael was just catching on. We've got to be better there. We understand that. That's always been at the forefront of our philosophy, to make life miserable on opposing quarterbacks and to wreak havoc. And we need to do better there, and we intend on doing that.
You guys had a few years where you were among the fastest teams in the league. I think this year the numbers were definitely lower on that front. Is improving team speed a priority? Is that something you guys think you need more of this year?
Yes, definitely. I mean, being fast helps. Being good helps. There's lots of ways to do it, but you'd love it balanced out perfectly with your whole team, offensively, defensively, special teams. But we definitely noticeably we're slower this year than we have been in years past. That sometimes that's substituted for a better football player. That doesn't mean you're always worse because of that. But it is. You definitely need more speed out there. To handle things week in and week out for some of the situations that come up for certain schemes and certain defenses, certain offenses too.
Just a few housekeeping things. Are there any injuries from the final game that guys, I know Jake Tonjes, Nick Martin, are there any guys that are going to have procedures during the offseason?
Nick was in the protocol, and I think he's been improving, but the protocol's the protocol. We hope to have him clear here soon.
Said he was.
If not, I think he did today, but I wanted to be careful. Yeah, I think he cleared this morning.
Tonjes was 3 weeks.
Yeah, plantar fascia.
Christian had a stinger. He'll be all right from him.
From the game, anything else?
Alfred with his shoulders. He might possibly have to look into surgery. Alfred Collins. Yeah, shoulder went out in the game.
And Nick Bosa's
We don't have an exact timetable on it, but we're hoping around training camp.
And he's tracking really good.
He's
doing great.
So.
Yeah.
John, obviously, before the season, you and Juwan's camp came to a compromise to keep him around, keep him happy in some respect. When you look at potentially bringing him back, do you expect to be any closer in terms of, the discussions you had then and where that's at now?
Yeah, first of all, let me just speak to Juwan. Gosh, man, the passion that guy plays the game with is something I admire, and I always have. And this year was no different. He dealt with a lot of injuries throughout the course of the year, but Juwan always plays with the passion. We can always count on Juwan. We can move him around. He blocks. He does the little things. You can see by the way the other players respond. It's not because he plays the right way, and I think it frustrates other people. He makes us better. We'd love to have him back. We'll go to work to try to get that accomplished, and we'll see where that goes.
Got rookies progress at their own rate, but a couple guys that you guys drafted, Nick Martin and Jordan Watkins, appear to have a lot of speed at positions where you guys maybe need speed, but they didn't really play much this year. Can you explain, are you dissatisfied with them, or why did they struggle to get on the field as rookies?
I think the hardest thing was you gotta develop enough to be able to, which the things that we draft those guys for, like everything that we wanted to draft them for, they do have. It's about developing them, getting them ready to help you win a game. And I think both of them from somewhat similar standpoints, but start mainly with Jordan. Jordan got hurt in his first preseason game with a high ankle sprain. and he wasn't ready yet. Like 95% of guys who come into training camp aren't. And then you take them through a few preseason games. You take them through an entire training camp, and they got a chance to get there for week 1. And then they usually realize, oh, I'm not totally quite ready. This is what I got to do, and maybe I can get there by week 5, week 6. When you get hurt right away in training camp and you miss a whole training camp, it's a huge window for guys who aren't quite ready yet. That was their chance to get ready. And then when you come back, where are you when you come back? If it's off a high ankle sprain, how's your conditioning now? All right, well, now it takes you 3 weeks just to get your conditioning back to where you can start to have a chance to improve. And when that happens, you have a setback, which he did. And so you kind of miss that window where you had a chance to gain on people. And then where are you sitting in week 12, week 13, behind a group of guys that are more consistent at this time in their career than you are. And then it becomes unfortunate for those guys. You know, you have a losing season, you're totally out of stuff, and you just want to give guys chances, and that's all right. But when you're trying to compete for a 1 seed, trying to compete for just to get in the playoffs, you don't experiment with that at the expense of the football team. And that's kind of what both of those guys got in. I think Nick was working his way to have an opportunity with some injuries. And that was going to give him a chance. And right when that happened, he got a real bad concussion that lasted a long time. And so that kind of ended it for him. If there were a couple more injuries for these receivers in the last month or so, then Jordan would have been up. It wasn't that he wasn't capable. It's that he missed his window to pass some people. And I think that can end up being a good thing for a guy if they understand why it happens. And they use that from January to March to understand how to come into an off season to make sure you get ready right away, because you never know when that time's taken away where you can't get ready.
You're listening to John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan's season-ending press conference from Santa Clara on 95.7 The Game.
We'll explore anything to make our football team better. I think we've shown that. Right now we're gonna get together and we're gonna put together our plan like we do each and every year. And like I said, we're open to anything that's going to make our team better.
John, how much will your cash spending be impacted by the dollars that came free, in essence, when you voided Brandon Ayuk's guarantees for the future? Does that have an impact on the models that you guys have put together and changing how you approach this offseason?
Yeah, of course it does, but, those things are complicated. With the cash that comes, there comes a cap acceleration and things of that nature. But yes, it obviously does affect things. Yeah.
Kyle, in a season of up and downs, was there a turning point you think that the season either could have gone south or went up? Maybe it was after Fred's injury, that the team kind of galvanized. He obviously went on a long winning streak and got in the playoffs. Do you feel there was a point where it could have broke either way?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, right after losing Bosa, then we went and had a huge win with the Rams, at the Rams. I want to say maybe the next week it was where we lost a tough game to Tampa that I felt like we should have won, but we didn't get it done. And then we lost Fred in it, which was like the second impact. I was like, all right, can we overcome this? But the way we showed up the next week and beat Atlanta was a hell of a deal. I forget who it was after Atlanta. I think it might have been Houston, but we lost the next game. And then I always felt that every time we lost a game that this could be it if you lose 2 in a row. Like this could be tough. And then our team never did lose 2 in a row. And I thought that was one of the cooler things that I would tell to our guys a lot that I noticed with them. Like whenever we did lose games, it's not like that we didn't try our hardest in those games, but when you lose a game, guys always were like, all right, what can we do to not make that happen again? It wasn't more like, all right, that was their fault this week, or I did my job, but that guy didn't, so that's why we lost. Like, you could just feel every time we lost a game, this team was a little different, and the fact that we never lost 2 in a row, I think, is what allowed us to do all that stuff, and what really allowed us to get the 2 seed, to have a chance for the 1 seed and to get in the playoffs was then stringing together some wins in a row, that overcoming some of the turnovers we had versus Carolina in the first half and finding a way to still win that game, to go on the road and then beat Cleveland, which we knew was a good defense, and if we were sloppy that they would be able to do us, get us to go up to Indy on Monday night and play that way, and then to find a way to beat the Bears in that shootout, and then all of a sudden, man, we've strung. Not only have we not lost 2 in a row, but we've strung together 6 in a row, and we started the year out winning 3 in a row. All right, that's why we're here. And now what are we going to do in these next couple weeks?
Kyle, you've talked about the Seattle defensive system, and that's the one that you've been toughest for you to go against. Is that still, you want to stay with the Seattle system? I know you're going to be talking to other people, but in your mind as you go into this, are you going to want to stay with the defensive scheme that's been working for you?
Yeah, I mean, one, I don't even know, when you say Seattle system, I think you mean when we first got here, you know, in a 4-down front and a team that majored in cover 3, and I feel like that's what's left from that, that we major in a 4-down front. You know, it really hasn't been that since 2019. It's been totally different. But yeah, we haven't been a 3-4 base or anything like that, but, you know, we had a lot of 5-down fronts this year. There's teams that are 3-4 base that didn't get into base the entire year. They were nickel throughout the whole time. So, like, I think the semantics or stuff, the way you describe something like that, I think is a little overrated. I think defenses need a little bit of everything. Yeah, we have a 4-down front. That's what we like to do. But I thought it was important that we had 5-down fronts this year. And we did put that in. I think it's important that you do have a coverage that you can, you know, you can really settle on and know this is what we do the best. But if you don't have 4 to 5 coverages that play off that, and it doesn't matter how good you are at that coverage. That's how this league works now. Offensive coaches know how to attack things too much, and so you have to up the variables on what they know they're going to get, and that starts with front change, it starts with coverage change, and it goes with personnel change. And I think we've done more of that each year, and we'll continue to have to do more of that.
Forgive me, I have a question about the electrical substation. I mean, I assume you guys think there's nothing to that, but you do have guys in your locker room who aren't sure. And, you know, based on some stories, you know, there are people in the league who aren't sure, and maybe it's a consideration if they want to come to the Niners. I mean, it kind of seems ridiculous, but is that something that you have to, like, I don't know, study, but or at least address in the locker room, address in some way? Because right now, even though I don't know, but it seems like it could be easily debunked, but there's, you know, a feeling, you know, at least in the locker room around the league, that maybe there's something to it.
Yeah, you know, what I would tell you, Eric, because it deals with allegedly, you know, the health and safety of our players, I think you have to look into everything. And so our guys we've been reaching out to anyone and everyone to see, does a study exist, other than a guy sticking an apparatus underneath a fence and by coming up with a number that I have no idea what that means. You know, that's what we know exists. We've heard that debunked. You know, so yes, we will look into it. We have. The health and safety of our players is of the utmost priority. We pour into it. Our ownership, Jed, tremendous in terms of resources, and we'll always be cognizant of things. I know that a lot of games have been won at this facility, you know, since it opened, and you know, and so, but yeah, we aren't going to turn a blind eye. We'll look into everything.
Two-part question on special teams. Obviously, a huge turnaround this year. The battery of Pinheiro, Morstead, Weeks. What are the prospects of bringing them back next year? And then just a larger picture question about Brant Boyer. Is there anything that you learned from him this year and his contributions that will help sustain the success that the team saw in special teams?
Yeah, first, hopefully we get all those guys back. I mean, we love those guys as people, and they played their asses off. So they played at a high level, and we'd love to get them back. And Brand was my first year with them, and it was cool to go through it with them. I mean, Brand's a no-nonsense guy, played in the league for a while and kind of has that respect of playing in the league and the way he made it as a 10-year fullback / special teams guy. And he kind of carries that over to his coaching style. He's not going to make it complicated. He's going to make it all about the film, all about executing and doing your job on a consistent basis over and over and over again, which is, to me, what you want. You don't want someone to come in and try to overly impress you with some guru up special team stuff, because, yeah, that can be good and stuff, but that's really what it comes down to. And it was really cool to watch Brand from day one. What he preached is exactly what he was preaching on day 200 or whatever it was. It was the same stuff that he believed in, the same stuff he talked about on when we interviewed him, and the same stuff I hear him talk to players about every single day. And usually when you're like that and you believe in something, you're going to get what you emphasize, and it was cool the players that bought into it.
Linebacker.
What's that?
Linebacker.
He was a linebacker?
Linebacker.
Special teams guy.
Kyle doesn't miss much.
Michael told us the other day he should be ready around training camp. One, is that your understanding as well? And then how have you seen him handle this process as a rookie whose season did get cut short?
Yeah, that's around the timeline. Michael handled that just like everything else that he has. Kyle and I think, I remember during the 30 visit, we knew the film inside and out. You want to try to get to know the person. And I think each of us there's an ease to which with his presence, there's a wisdom beyond the years. He's tough. He's got that dark side he can go to on the field. I know he was really upset, and you've got to be very cognizant of that with these young guys. They pour into this, and when they get hurt, it's really hard on them. And it was really hard on Michael, but he quickly snapped out of it. I think it's not a good thing because we would prefer those guys to be healthy, but the fact that he's had Bosa and Fred around to kind of be in his ear and be mentored in a sense as they go through their rehab together has been an awesome deal for him. He spoke to me on that the other day, and he's a worker, and so he's going to work tirelessly. Surgery went well and all that, had to be patient up front, but now he's really starting to crank, and he's going to do well. I know that.
Kyle, a couple of staff questions. One, did you expect any more changes either with people leaving with Saleh or decisions of your own to your staff? And two, would you like to get some continuity at the coordinator spot after, this would be 5 in 5 years?
Yeah, I do expect Saleh to ask for some people. We'll see how that goes here over the next 2 weeks. And I would love some continuity. I definitely don't like doing this for the 5th year in a row. I really would like to go on vacation, but these D coordinators keep making me have to my family wait and get mad at me for it. But it is what it is. We've had some real good coaches. And I'm very happy for Saul and his family that they got what they deserve. Wish it was maybe a year later. Because I would have loved to have Saul for another year. Also would have loved a draft choice. But it's part of having good people around here. So we'll find another good one. We have a lot of good guys in our building, as we've talked about already. And we'll end up figuring it out and being okay.
What is your expectation for George Kittle's sort of return timeline, knowing that even when guys return, they're not usually 100%? And how does that sort of affect how you approach the tight end position going into the offseason?
Yeah, again, going to be careful with timelines. What I do know, right out of surgery, Dr. Elatrosh called and just, went into great detail as to why it was a real success. And went into a lot of things. George talked to you that right over my head, but the outcome was really good. And there's a lot of reason to be optimistic where the tear was and such. And so he's doing well. He's already been around our team with that infectious personality. And George was down for a little bit, but he's already flipped the switch to recover. And George will attack it in a great way. And, we're very hopeful to have him back. And, I remember when I first started playing, you had an Achilles, and everybody's like, "Oh man, that's tough. You're never the same." That's not the case anymore. I think like a lot of things, they've gotten much better at the surgeries. They've gotten much better and more aggressive in the rehab and how quickly you get after it. And I think that will be the case for George. And we expect to have him back next year and a big impact like he always has been for us.
All righty, we're going to take a break there. That was John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan addressing the media on 95.7 The Game. We'll be right back to talk about some of what they said.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal está? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI, all on America's best network. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla. Speed test intelligence data to H 2025. Receive Netflix standard with ads on us with qualifying plans.
Come on, kids. We're almost there. The map says straight ahead.
One-a-day 50-plus multivitamins are made for your overall health, with nutrients to support your brain and muscle function. Because don't you want to make the most of each day? So even on the family hike, you're not just keeping the pace.
Hey, Dad, wait up.
You're one step ahead. One-a-day 50-plus. The one for you. This statement has not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Right, Bay Area, listen up. If you've been thinking about upgrading your ride, now is the time. It's the Ceremony Ford kickoff sales event, and they're pushing one of the best SUVs on the road, the 2026 Ford Explorer. Yes, I know Bonte drives one, which tells you two things. One, the Explorer is legit. And two, even Bonte makes a good decision every once in a while. Here's the headline: $2,500 back on every new 2026 Explorer in stock. They've got over 40 Explorers in stock, ready to roll. Show up, pick up your color, and drive it home today. It's roomy, it's powerful, it's loaded with tech, it's perfect for families, road trips, or just owning the road like a boss. So head over to Ceremony Ford right now off of 280 Ceremony Boulevard in Colma, Daly City, or 24/7 at ceremonyford.com. The deals are real. The inventory is stacked, and that $2,500 Explorer rebate won't hang around forever. Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by your workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer and Gerson can help you get back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer and Gerson at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer and Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Express yourself with personalized cafe appliances at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. You can select custom hardware in 4 finishes that let you uniquely accessorize your kitchen. Experience GE Cafe innovation with 6-burner Pro ranges, hot water dispensing refrigerators, and smart induction ranges. Plus, for a limited time, receive up to a $3,000 rebate with the purchase of select suite combinations. Uniquely style your kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off. Every Warriors game throughout the season as we get ready for the action. Presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage. Brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line. But my throat has officially thrown in the towel.
Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Paramount Plus is the new home of UFC, and we're coming out swinging with UFC 324.
Oh, what a shot!
And 325. Boom! On back-to-back weekends, the new era is here.
It's time!
Every fight.
Bam! Yes!
One subscription.
Oh, my goodness!
Pay-per-view just got knocked out. Back-to-back blockbuster UFC events this month only on Paramount Plus.
95.7 The Game has your chance to win your way into the Super Bowl experience. Presented by Jersey Mike's. February 3rd through the 7th at the Moscone Center. Listen all this week for your chance to win tickets. Courtesy of Bay Area Host Committee. For info, visit 957thegame.com.
Let me tell you what my new name is. Juwan Jennings. Trade me or pay me.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, welcome back. If you're just joining us, we were just listening to Kyle Shanahan, the coach of the Niners, and John Lynch, the general manager, wrapping up their season with a press conference with the media. Went for quite a while. It still might be going, but some pertinent stuff coming out of there, Goo. Let me just, I'll throw a couple out, and if there's an extra one or two that you, hit you, pop them on after. Mac Jones was asked about, but it does not look like the 49ers are interested in trading him. Brandon Ayuk, John Lynch essentially said he's played his last game for the San Francisco 49ers. And then the other thing that stuck out to me was it does look like they're going to try to bring Juwan Jennings back, which maybe didn't seem that probable a year or so ago.
Yeah, and I'm okay with that, but I want to hit the plus button on the calculator. I need more. And when I say I need more, the Niners need more at the wide receiver position. And one thing I jotted down, my biggest thing, you tell me what you think. So
Substation?
No, we'll get to that.
The force field?
No, Ricky played 8 games, but he only was Ricky for 4. And what's concerning is, so you ran him out there, and I get, it's attrition. You play football, you're hurt, you're banged up. But I guess I don't like my stud new receiver now, knowing the coach knows he's not himself, and maybe the record keeps happening over skipping because you keep expecting, what's the old adage, trying to help me out? Insanity is doing the same thing over, expecting different results. Yeah. So if you're going to run or let Ricky go out there half-ass, you shouldn't be surprised that he's unavailable. And I'm not saying Kyle was doing that. They got a problem at receiver, bringing Jennings back or not. So, again, it's that Brandon Ayuk thing. Now it's really starting to set in that you're without him. What are they going to do? Especially now, you just let me know, I can't count on Ricky, and Herm kind of told Willard and Dibbs that.
I mean, they got to go out and get a receiver, probably, right? No doubt about it.
No doubt.
And then
Purdy deserves that.
And then they got to re-sign Jennings and hope Pearsall can stay healthy next year. Mm-hmm. And then the weapons they'll look more formidable for sure.
I wonder, do you get a free agent receiver, or do you try the draft again, or are you kind of tired of the draft via receiver and you want a stud-like dude?
I mean, I don't want to have to draft a receiver. I mean, you just drafted a receiver in the first round.
And then I got you.
So if you, and I'm not saying they can't, but if they draft a receiver, then they will have drafted, 3 receivers in the last 6 years. One's not on the team. One isn't, the one you drafted wasn't so good that it's preventing you from drafting another one.
I got you.
So,
I'm looking at, go ahead.
888-957-9570 is the number. Shanahan and Lynch just talked to the media. If you want to jump in, is there anything they said of consequence? They were asked about the substation
You're
story.
smiling, but Steiny, this could be a class action lawsuit, and the only reason I'm bringing that up.
What do you know about class action lawsuits?
I've been a part of a few. Never got paid, but yeah.
I have no idea what a class action lawsuit is. Just so
when a million people are suing one entity, how about that?
Okay,
everybody's in.
I have no idea.
But Delaney Walker, a former tight end years ago for the 49ers, just talked about the whispers. And I'm not using the C word because it's serious in regard to cancers and all that stuff. But I'm going Aaron Brockovich, Steiny, when you live by an entity that gives off radiation waves and stuff like that, it can affect people years down the road. But we all laughed about what's in the water, what's going on. And John, I think he did himself a great favor by saying, hey, we take it serious. We care about our players, but the guy kind of stuck in, what was the instrument, into the grass? I don't know if that tested was it to the extent we needed to be. But I love, who was that, Eric Brandt? I love the question because can you seriously look at me and just say it hasn't crossed your mind?
No.
Not to the degree of the video floating around there, but these injuries.
No.
And Delaney Walker talked about it during his day. So that's what gave me like, uh-oh.
Do I believe it? No, I don't believe it at all. However, if an NFL player thinks there's something to it, then we have an issue. I mean, that I understand. Right. I mean, there are a lot of people that, have different thoughts about different things.
Right.
If it affects one player who doesn't want to come here because of it, I guess it has an impact.
Right. So that's the only reason I brought it up. Not even so much the video, just what we've been all racking our heads with just in regard to Niner football here in the last 5 to 7 years.
How long have they been practicing there?
I mean, man, for a while, I got to believe. I mean, during the Delaney Walker era, 2012, 10, so I'm just saying. And you're right, they won Super Bowls, but I guess it's just a lot of 49er players, Stoney, have not gotten hurt on that field, but you're starting to wonder, is there a correlation? That's all. And I think John went presidential when he said, no, I'm paraphrasing, we take it serious. And
well, I mean, by saying we take it serious, you almost do lend credibility to it, though.
Is there going to be an environmental company or somebody that comes and yanks up that stuff? And I'm just asking,
these
partner.
You know what? You love this phrase. These are questions that are outside my pay grade.
Right.
I have no idea.
Evan, do you call this a conspiracy theory with just this thing with the Niners? And the only reason I give some validity to the possibility of it is the number of Niners that have gotten hurt.
Yeah, but that's not real data.
Gotcha.
For example, 2 years ago, they were one of the least injured teams in football. So is that because they did anything different? Could it be real? Perhaps. And I feel like the fact that players are buying into it is really the only thing that the Niners are concerned about because it could impact potential players of the future. But there's no science or facts behind it.
But I got to tell you this. You two tell me what you think, Evan. Delaney Walker, former tight end from years ago for the 49ers, was on a podcast not too long ago, just a week ago, and he was just talking about, how do I phrase it, not the whispers or the ghost of that field. That's when I had my attention, he ain't doing this is making it worse.
Well, Delaney Walker also never missed more than one game when he played for the San Francisco 49ers, so
and he's not sick now or hurt.
Clearly didn't impact him.
Yeah. All right, I got you. I kind of wish the guy on the podcast would have said that to Delaney. Well, he was just speaking of the whispers.
Fine, move back to the city.
Well, that'd be cool.
That would be cool.
And I don't want to hate on what the Super Bowl's
I hope it is true. They'll move. They'll move back to the city.
Could you imagine us walking downtown? Hey, turn on 4th Street, and there's the Niner Stadium, Evan.
You know what?
Leaving the old ship, going to a game.
You know what, Goo? I got to tell you something.
Seriously.
I've never thought of it that way before, but you're right.
Just in a car. And there's a cathedral.
What? Why isn't there?
Well, there's some mayors to be.
Good call. Yeah, the idea of, if the Niners were in the city, I'd probably go see more games. Take a little ferry there.
Come on, man.
Man, you know what? This is kind of like Wiseman. We can go back to moving to Santa Clara and just say, yeah, that's what happened when they moved to Santa Clara.
Well, you also say that about the Giants every season.
Man, no Giants is almost baseball.
Go ahead, say it. Carlos Beltran. Steiny,
No, you guys, I liked your answers this morning. You, Butch, and Evan.
Yeah, good.
I mean, he's a Hall of Famer, but is he really? Carlos Beltran.
He really is.
Yeah, now he is.
What's bothering me about it, Evan? I don't
Save it
know.
for
He was a
Friday.
good.
You mean Thursday?
Oh, you're off tomorrow.
No,
By the way,
what's bugging you?
Oh, that's true. So people who don't know, Steiny's out tomorrow.
Yeah.
On a Thursday.
Oh.
That's pretty damn. That's like
Bring
the
it.
Warriors scoring 127 twice against Toronto. And Toronto scoring 145 and 146. I do want to ask what you're doing, but I won't pry. Because normally we're brothers, we're sharing.
I'll tell you on the other side.
All right.
I got no problem with it. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. And I've covered the Bay Area for a long time. I deserve some days off, like a day like tomorrow. I've been around so long, I've seen athletes go through it all. Highs, lows, and the pain that comes with getting knocked down. But when it's not just a game, and when you're the one injured, or when tragedy strikes someone you love, that's when Beam Law comes in. Beam Law is the Bay Area's go-to personal injury law firm. So whether it's a car accident, a serious injury, or wrongful death, they are there to shoulder the legal burden so you can focus on rebuilding, recovery, and taking care of your family. Beam Law is local, and they win, with millions recovered for clients across the region. And it's why SF Weekly voted them Best of the Bay 4 times. So if you've been hurt or lost someone because of someone else's negligence, call Beam Law at 415-523-5555, 415-523-5555, or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Febreze. New Febreze Air Mist has 50% more odor fighters and up to 30% more fragrance than the old formula. So now you can take on 100% more stinky odors, like sweaty gym bags, greasy cooking smells, and the after effects of the dog rolling around in something. Just spray, and new Febreze Air instantly restores just clean freshness. Smell you later, odor. Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/now. That's ethos.com/now.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877 Cars for Kids. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
Now that the new year is upon us, why not consider revitalizing your home's interior? Golden State Lumber and Showroom has a simple solution on how you can transform your home from ordinary to extraordinary. By upgrading crown molding and baseboards, you can instantly add elegance and character to any room from our partners, Windsor One and Kelleher. Get inspired at GoldenStateLumber.com by clicking brands. Since 1954, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. All your roles, fill them sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free, and you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Music legend John Mellencamp is coming to the Bay Area on August 12th at Shoreline Amphitheater. Buy your tickets at LiveNation.com for your chance to win tickets to the show, courtesy of Live Nation. Visit the contest page at 957thegame.com.
I'm tired of getting pushed around. Toronto's nothing.
Dub Nation, this is Brandon Pajemski, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. You're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, thanks, Pods. Appreciate it.
He deserved it.
Yeah, no, I think I like giving dogs people's names. You know,
I think that's weak.
You know, like if I had a dog, next dog we get, I'm going to name him Ed. Hey, Ed. Something like that. You don't like that?
No, I like the name you said, the great R.C. Davis named this dog. Tell us.
Well, Evan came in and said he has a buddy that simply calls his dog
I'm
dog.
mad at the guy. I don't even know.
Hey, dog,
him.
come here, dog.
That's terrible.
The great R.C. Davis, who works for the Warriors, he had a dog with the name D.O.G.
And I go, I like it. Then tried to spell it. You go, nah.
D.O.G.
That's
D.O.G. That's pretty cool.
That is cool.
That's a great name.
D.O.G. We had a dog, Danny. We named Irish setter Danny.
There you go, Danny.
I didn't name him, though. Yeah.
Danny.
You ever call him Daniel?
Nope. But I used to go
wanted
pheasant
to get his
hunting.
attention?
What does pheasant hunting? What does that have to do with? Oh, the dog went and got the pheasant?
My man.
Was it a basset hound? A beagle?
No, it was Irish setter.
Oh. Oh, they can do that too?
Yeah, we put him down. Norm did. Norm used to whoop him.
What are you doing?
He would
stop.
Well, he would
just
stop
Gonna get him in trouble.
I know.
The statute of limitations. The things I seen growing up having no hunter.
You can't beat the dog.
He was from Texas, Pops.
It doesn't make it.
Well, you can't even whoop your kids.
I don't know if I'm mad at you or Norm now.
No, you can't even whoop your kids. Forget the dog.
Shouldn't.
They got an 800 number.
Allegedly.
No, it happened to one of my family members. The 800 number got called and they came out. I'm just telling you. It's real.
Oh,
better come
I'm speechless.
No, I'm in trouble. My bad.
Hey, you know what I was thinking after listening to, and we just heard John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan talking about the 49ers season. Obviously came to an end on Saturday. Couple things. You know what I just, off the top of my head, thought, and I don't know why, John Lynch saying, Brandon Ayuk, he's played his last game for the 49ers. And I get it, the circumstances are different, but I feel like, they had a problem with a guy, and he had a problem with them, they had a problem. Fine, you're gone. We'll figure it out. We'll void your contract next year, you can become a free agent. I don't know why. Kuminga obviously popped into my mind.
Hello.
But then I thought of Juwan Jennings. And I thought, a year ago, people were really down on Juwan Jennings for.
You were. I never was.
But people were like,
I got you. Selfish.
Yes. And the reality, and everybody was like, well, he's only got one more year left, and then they're going to get it. Because at that point, you're thinking you're sitting with Ayuk and Pearsall, and Jordan Watkins is young. But he's proof that you can come back around, clearly. And I'm talking about Juwan Jennings. He did not get off to a good start this year. There were people that were really down on him. Thought he was kind of taking advantage of the situation because of Ayuk. And I'm just saying Lynch had nothing but praise for him. And now he's a guy that they need him next year, it feels
doubt.
like.
I feel like he's got the, what word am I looking for? I've been using it all week, leverage.
Like, I almost feel like they would have given him a longer, an extension if they knew Brandon Ayuk was done for good at that point.
Yeah, I would love to, be a fly on the wall. And, since we're talking about it, and I know the season's over, and Kyle brought him up, and so did you. But I'll never in a million years understand how I'm Team San Francisco, and I went from Team Ayuk. What they did to that man, besides give Ayuk the bag, for him to just turn on him. What did they do? Because let's just say up until it got real, when they broke you off that check and you got your number, what did you go do? I know you saw the jeweler, I ain't mad, but my God, what did the Niners do to BA for him to turn his back on them the way that he did? He had, real quick, ample opportunity to get traded. He had time to say, there's no dollar figure that's going to keep me here. I want out. And he acted out. I thought it was immature with the Jaden Daniels stuff, and they don't want me. But all that was, he got the bag and then won the negotiations. And I'm starting to think there were some writers or columnists in The Athletic that were saying the Niners lost the Ayuk negotiations, and they're not going to have that happen again. I wonder, is that the Myers and Fitz comment to KD at the parade that maybe turned them off that we didn't see? So I'm wondering if Ayuk heard that the front office said they got bullied or lost it, and maybe that, even if that were it, that's not enough for him to turn his back on them like he did. Well, and then cost himself some chicken. I want to know.
I mean, both sides are to blame.
One more than the other. The Niners gave him the bread, though, partner. Well, that's all. I thought we had a deal. That's what I'm saying. Stoney, we shook hands.
Okay, well, then get on him, because clearly the way the negotiation went over the course of the summer, and you want to be traded, you don't want to be traded, right. All that. Now, do I know? No, but clearly all that off-season stuff, whether he got paid or not, there was acrimony between the two sides. And he never let it go, apparently. But also, I don't think he ever liked his role here. Okay. But you got it when it's time to get paid, you got to get paid. And he's not the first person that signed a contract with a team to get money, but doesn't really want to play for him. But
how many times do we see them not play for him? Well, he got hurt.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's just weird to me. I would love to know. And I got to be honest, and I'm sure you are. You ain't got to be invested in it as I am. Like, I do wonder where he's going to end up.
I mean, he's going to be in the NFL next year.
Yeah, no doubt.
That's for sure. I mean, I would think. But, I mean, and then Jennings, Juwan Jennings is a guy that now, I mean, it is pretty amazing.
Right place, right time.
When he wanted an extension, even though we knew he was up at the end of this year, everybody was saying, well, 2 years we're not going to need him because we're going to have Pearsall and Ayuk.
Facts.
Well, guess what? You have a quarter of that. You got no Ayuk and you got half of Pearsall.
You need him. They won't say it, but you need him.
Exactly.
Get your money.
There's no doubt about it. As for Ayuk, he's a good receiver.
Yeah.
He's a good receiver. Not a great receiver.
3 catches in the Super Bowl. I'm still looking at that picture of him on that sideline on the bench. He was hot.
Yeah, and he made that known. and he made it known right after the Super Bowl he wasn't happy, and
he beat his dude, dropped him on a route that would have won the Super Bowl, but the ball never came because the guy didn't block. If you watch that, he dropped the DB.
Okay, he would have dropped it.
No, stop.
I mean, it is amazing, like what you mean? I mean, okay, so if a guy blocks,
and so why he dropped
still
the
here?
DB? I don't know if that would suffice, but he would be a hero. That would be a play in Niner history that, like the John Taylor, the touchdown in the Super Bowl against Cincinnati. Yeah.
Let's go to Nick. Nick's in Berkeley.
Nick.
Hey, Nick, how you doing, man?
I'm doing great. Hey, Goo, I hear you, man, about the dog stuff, man. It gives you a little PTSD when you see certain stuff. But, hey, I just want to say that I think Ayuk is petty, man, and he's playing the whole thing out. And I think he was going to get his money and give Shanahan a little payback because Shanahan had him in the doghouse early in his career. And I felt like to me personally, I just look at it like it was a little payback for the way Shanahan treated him early. And Ayuk was like, man, why wasn't he at the facility working out like Warner was? I mean, dude, like, you're a grown man, you're getting paid millions of dollars to play, and you act like a non-professional, like you don't even care about your team or your teammates, and you threw him under the bus after you lost in Philly when Purdy got hurt. I mean, come on, man. Who wants a player like that on their team? Is he even going to be, coachable?
Well, wow.
Yeah, you know what?
He's saying you should have saw the signs in. But they almost traded his ass. And then Kyle said he went and yanked out the fax machine, remember?
Well, what maybe that, that may be another thing. Ayuk never forgave Kyle for the way he treated him the first 2 years in the NFL. All we got to do, there's some people that hold grudges. There just are.
But there was a way for him to be out of it. He cost himself some bread. Had he just been...
But he doesn't care. And if he doesn't care, why do we care?
Yeah.
He had a grudge against the Niners, and he didn't like what was going on, and that was more important to him than money. He wanted...
But why even let them think that you were coming back to him?
Because he wanted money.
Okay, but he lost some too.
Right, but he got the guarantee he wanted. He got the... He
cost himself some bread too, Stoney.
Maybe.
As much as he made, he lost
maybe.
as much too.
He can recoup that.
That was a nice contract.
Yeah, it was a nice contract. I'm not convinced he's not going to make 100 over the next 6 years.
I'm totally with you.
Okay.
I'm totally. If I'm a team out there,
don't worry about him giving money up. He going to get it back.
No, I'm saying, what if you were saying he's not?
Okay, then he's not. But he made a conscious decision at the time. He didn't want to play here. He didn't want to play for these guys. Let's put the rat on the table.
Brought to you by Atco.
Let's put the rat on the table. The real issue with fans about the stuff like Ayuk and the stuff with Kuminga is it exposes your organization as less than perfect. And people want to think of the Golden State Warriors and the San Francisco 49ers as these elevated franchises that don't make mistakes and they're ahead of other teams and they do things the right way and they don't make mistakes and they run a business differently than anybody else in the league runs a business. Bull. They're just another team. They're a good team. They're good organizations, but they make mistakes. And they're not perfect.
Oh, no doubt.
And sometimes they don't treat employees well. And sometimes the employees don't treat the management well.
Hey, you're on fire, and I won't be a fire extinguisher. I'll just tell you this. I've shared on these airwaves that I was a bit disappointed in the Warriors culture and how they didn't handle the Jordan Poole thing like I thought they should have. That hurt me. That cut me. But I came back.
I guess what I like to point out every once in a while is, after the Niners beat the Eagles, it's a culture win. Oh, the culture won that culture. Okay, well, how was the culture for Ayuk? Seriously.
I got you, man, but we don't have all the facts for
we have enough facts.
I'm blaming him more than the organization.
But my point is they drafted Trey Lance, who couldn't play. Every organization's got warts. And the minute we start thinking that our organizations are better than others, give me a break. Give me a break. You know how many people around the league right now are laughing at Joe Lacob for his light years comment 11 years ago?
But what if I told you they've had to wait a long time to laugh?
Yeah. You know why they were light years? Because of Steph Curry and how they utilize Steph Curry. And you want to talk about what's the thing? Hindsight is 20/20.
Right.
The easiest thing in the world to do is, are you light years now? Were you ahead of this game? Were you ahead of the game when the guys were getting older?
Well,
that's all I'm saying. And Joe Lacob's a great owner.
Right. But you're saying what he's about to embark on, life after Curry, that scoreboard reads 0-0 right now. That's something he is not.
It blows me away. Blows me away that after the Warriors have won 4 titles in 11 or 12, 13 years, whatever it was, and Curry's 38, and Butler's 37, and Draymond's 36, is that I believe there's a large segment of fans that can't envision the Warriors missing the playoffs 2 or 3 years in a row. Like they can't. Like they're Lacob. Okay.
Well,
okay.
Let's hope Steph's not in the uniform when that happens. In the Warriors uniform.
Well,
the only uniform.
You could say it happened. It was happening last year before they got Butler, and it might start happening again.
But that's my point. We got to give them credit for going to do something and remedy that possibility of it happening with Steph last year by going to get Jimmy.
Right.
Now people are like, okay, we need some help. Where you at? Call Batman. Spider-Man.
Who?
I'm Batman.
Joe Lacob, like, go give us this. Go ahead. Like, fans are thinking it's as simple as you're talking about.
What is?
Put up the bat signal. We need help. Jimmy went down. Go get us another Jimmy. Don't work that way.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
But some people.
No, I appreciate that.
No, my point is a lot of the fan base thinks it does.
Thinks what? What do they think, do you think?
You're light years ahead. Go get us somebody.
It's just a feeling.
You know what?
Leroy.
Any fan.
No, I'm being real. Yeah.
Any fan of the Warriors that doesn't bake into the equation what Mike Dunleavy took over and what he was tasked to do, and just says, well, go out, that's above my breath. Do something. Get something done. Yeah, you got to appreciate they might not be able to.
Deep. That's deep, man.
I got to tell you, this is where, and this is kind of what I mean about Lacob. And look, I got a great relationship with Lacob. But damn, he ain't God. I mean, just because, what if Joe Lacob's mad? Oh, okay, well, then he's mad and his team's won 38 games. Just because we have Joe Lacob doesn't mean, when Curry retires, we'll start winning titles again with somebody else.
Wow.
I get it. Joe Lacob's got really deep pockets and he's super competitive. And that's great. That is great. Seriously, you're already ahead of the game, but there's still constraints that he's under and that the Warriors are under.
Yeah. My doctor, my chiro, Dr. Jolly, your guy, Steiny, he just sent me a long text. I can't read it all, but he said this Warrior Kaminga thing is giving him PTSD from the Weber Nelson. He wants Carter to leave and run for governor, and he wants Terry Stotts as the new Warrior coach. I totally disagree with him there, but
I guess what I'm asking you, Goo, is you want things to change. They got to do. They got to get better. They got to turn this around. They got to do it all. But you said, oh no, next year, Steve Kerr can coach as long as he wants. And so I was like, so Stephen Curry and Kerr will you definitely be back next year. And you said yes. And I'm thinking, okay, but what's going to restart? What will change if Curry's here next year with Steve Kerr and the team's not drastically different or better, which because they won't be because they're hamstrung.
Well, listening to Mike Dunleavy yesterday, Jimmy will come back. He'll be healthier than ever. Okay. And you try to take this, but I'm now you got me started real quick here about that. If Draymond Green can become what he is now, and I believe he's not a net positive, and still keep his daily duties and nobody check him, his role can't be reduced, then why the hell can't Curse continue to coach if you think he ain't doing the job?
That's right.
Because Draymond Green is the epitome of it don't matter where you're at and what you do, it's what you've done. And if he can do that and they're not checking him, Kirk can coach until my hair falls out, and hopefully it never does.
Okay. And not hating on what you're saying at all, Goo. But then, okay, when we come out in October next year,
let's go.
And it's media day, and there's Steve Kerr with Steph Curry and Draymond Green, and Jimmy Butler's had a setback, and he's not going to be back till March at best, and you just re-upped Pods for $27 million a year. Kuminga's not here. You think Steph Curry and Draymond are going to be like, I'll tell you what, we got a team here. Oh, we got a team. Plus, Chris Webber was the Rookie of the Year. Chris Webber was a star.
Don't even bring it up, Scotty. It's just,
I'm bringing it up because,
oh my gosh.
Until further notice, Kaminga ain't even close to Chris Webber.
And you know what I say about that team?
Which one?
The Warriors that year.
They would have won a title.
Had they got anybody in the tournament outside of Phoenix. Look at the
so they would have won it all.
Games went down
so
to
they
the
would have
wire.
won it all with Run TMC?
I'm just saying we might have got to the Western Conference Finals. Who knows? And the cold part about that team is Tim Hardaway. You say it wouldn't have worked with him.
So, did you have any concerns about that team defensively? They were winning games 150 to 147.
We had Spree. Oh, my gosh. I'll never forget that team, man. I get there was We Believe, but there also was that team, man. Damn.
I'm worried. You know what? Here's what I'm worried, if you want to know the honest truth.
Yeah.
You'd call yourself a Warrior fan, right?
Lifelong.
Yeah. And I'm wondering how long you're really going to stick with them.
I went through a great time out. I'm a lifer.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
We'll see, Goo.
No, I had to go adopt playoff teams.
We'll
that's real.
We'll see. We'll see how you feel about the boys when Steph's not here.
Warrior fan had to adopt a playoff team, or you would die watching them. That's a fact, Jack. I don't run from that. We had to do it year in, year out. Dude, what would Nelson say if we had him on? And I I know you know him, and I love Nelly.
What would the question be? I'll tell you exactly.
Do you regret how you handled the Chris Webber situation? That would go viral.
Yeah, and he'd say, life's too short to have regrets.
For credit.
I mean, that was such a long time ago. I mean, if I lived my life thinking about regrets, I wouldn't be able to live my life.
Yeah, we'll see. We're not there yet.
Dude, how long is that? We got to get, well, it's 2026.
I don't know where you're going.
That sound by the Cincinnati Bengal coach is so great. We went a whole year and nothing could top it. It just lives. It's incredible.
Do you guys remember what that was in reference to?
Jamar Chase?
No.
And
I'm saying no, but I don't know.
I think it's Chase, and he was holding out right before the start of the year, but he might have been able to play.
Give it to me one more time, E. No, then we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. We're not there yet. We'll see.
He kept his job.
For now.
Yep.
So stop thinking these organizations are perfect.
Oh, no. You said that, and hey.
Damn, I'm just sick
I know you're playing.
I'm sick of teaching class.
Oh,
I thought I hosted a radio show. Instead, I got to teach a lesson in sports.
Stop. I have so many gold record songs that you just throw away or delete. I said the Warrior culture on how they handled Poole hurt and cut me. And it's something I'll never forget.
But it didn't cut you when Draymond threatened to kill Steve Kerr in the locker room, and nobody did anything about it?
Well, security came still.
Yeah, stadium security.
It doesn't feel that way.
Steph and Dre at the beginning of that game, Stoney, looked like.
Which game? The Oklahoma City game?
Last night, the one I was in attendance to, front row.
Yeah.
They looked like they knew they had no chance. One was minus 27. The other was minus 25, if you're into that. But my goodness, I'm worried about Dallas tomorrow.
Why wouldn't you be? Why wouldn't you be?
Jimmy was truly the connector. You got to be that. You got to be better than Pods and the other dudes when we use those words. He was truly the connector.
They'll win.
Did you think they'll be Dallas?
Have you seen Dallas?
What about my prediction, Evan, about the deadline? Something's going on with this Jeannie Buss story and LeBron and Rich Paul talking. He's getting traded to New York for Karl Anthony Towns and some picks.
You think they're getting him and Giannis then, New York?
Oh, no, Giannis ain't going to New York.
There was a hypothetical, I think it was from CBS Sports I saw. Jimmy Butler and Kaminga for Anthony Davis, Klay Thompson, and Jaden Hardy.
Have injured players been traded more?
Bogut got traded for Monte. Monte was healthy.
But damn. Who would want, and I love JB, Jimmy Buckets, who would want him?
Nobody.
One more
As
year.
Jim Harbaugh would say, nobody. I love Kuminga.
Dude.
He's all right.
Hey, give him a letter grade last night.
I'll give him an A. Why not? He played hard. He played well. He sucked it up. He hadn't played for...
That first
you can't expect him to be 10 for 11.
Yeah.
He's not... Look, he's not going to be a great free throw shooter right now. He's just not.
But he started making them at the end. He got
He's 5 for 8. My point is, like, you can't sit for a whole month and then get right back into a game and think you're going to knock down 17 of 18.
Feels like Buddy did it.
That's different. Buddy's been in the league for 15 years.
Court, man.
I'm nice.
You were nice last night.
I'm bad, but why would he have been sitting there forever then? That's an indictment.
Because he finally made shots last night.
You don't know that until you put him in the game.
He was put in plenty of games early in this year, was shooting 32%.
All right, he wasn't the only one not hitting the side of the barn.
Blame Steve Kerr. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. I'll finish up with some Warriors. Nick Friedel called what Mike Dunleavy said about Kaminga and his trade value the line of the year. We'll play it on the other side. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
I saved the day.
Come on, kids. We're almost there. The map says straight ahead.
One-a-day 50-plus multivitamins are made for your overall health with nutrients to support your brain and muscle function. Because don't you want to make the most of each day? So even on the family hike, you're not just keeping the pace.
Hey, Dad, wait up.
You're one step ahead. One-a-day 50-plus. The one for you. This statement has not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well, I'll take this one.
What? Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there.
It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
For all contest rules, go to 957thegame.com/rules.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533.
Optima Tax Relief.
testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Want to interact with the hosts but can't call? Text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line at 888-957-9570. Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
In sports, success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. At Great Clips, we save your haircut details in clip notes, so every member of the highly skilled team knows exactly how to create your signature look. And with our easy-to-use app, you can check in from anywhere and get a ready next text when you're up next for a cut. It's the confidence of a great haircut delivered by a team you trust. Download our app today. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
The chase starts here. To make moments you'll never forget.
Chase Center is rocking.
The moment needs you on Warriors Day. Chase the moment. Buy tickets at Warriors.com.
From carriage house to glass aluminum doors, R&S Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Everyone needs to take care of their mental health, even running back Bijan Robinson.
When I'm on the field and feeling the pressure, I usually just take a deep breath. When I'm just breathing and seeing what's in front of me, everything just slows down. It just makes me feel great before I run the play.
Just like Bijan, we all need a strong mental game on and off the field. Make a game plan for your mental health at loveyourmindplaybook.org.
Love your mind.
Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Foundation, the Arthur M. Blank Family Foundation, and the Ad Council.
What is it that makes the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid an incredible SUV? Is it the spacious interior that's comfy for the whole crew? Or the capability to go off-road? Maybe it's up to 600 plus miles of range. What if it's all of that and more? What is it then? The all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. So much more than just another SUV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Now, the one thing that was great about Saturday was met a lot of guys.
This is Kevon Looney. Welcome back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, bring him
Take
back.
it away, Steiny.
Oh, thanks, Kevon.
I wonder what he's thinking. He got his own
thinking about the
problems.
Warriors.
So does Jordan Poole, who is not having a good year.
No. He hasn't had a good career after the Warriors.
It's
so
JP
far.
with the Golden State Warriors.
Oh, hey, by the way.
Wow.
You put a photo up and somebody said that looks like Jordan Poole.
Oh, that was Joe Frenchwood.
Yeah, he kind of looks a little like Jordan.
He can hoop. He can play ball.
Well, when he was with the Warriors, he could, but he is not playing well
No,
now.
I'm talking about Frenchwood.
Oh, please.
Yeah, no, he was a baller, Donnie. Played
Where
for
did he
San Jose
play?
State.
Oh, did he?
Look him up. You can look up the
Did he really?
stats. Yeah.
How tall is he?
About 6'4".
Okay.
We saw Bonte and Mully. Got to chop it up with them.
I'd rather talk about the guy, your buddy who looks like Jordan Poole.
Dude, that's funny. You did
D1.
Yeah.
D1.
Yep, he's a baller.
Like I said.
Played a lot of hoop with Hook Mitchell. So we were trading war
Not
stories.
anymore.
What you mean?
Well, Hook's not playing anymore.
Okay,
hey, by the way, Tim Jordan came in. He's our great do-it-all everything. And I had forgotten. Was that last year at the Super Bowl?
When the Niners win against
2023.
2023. Yeah. I'll start the story.
Okay.
So we go to the Super Bowl. It's Guru, Evan, myself, and Tim Jordan, just the master technician and much beyond that.
Yeah.
And he had a ton of equipment. And we're like, can we help you? And he's always like, no, I'm fine. He never likes anybody else to carry. So whatever. So there was a lot of stuff to carry. And I think I picked something up and you picked something up.
Yeah.
And
big duffel bag.
Yeah. And we made our way to security.
Yeah. And we're tired just trying to get home.
Yeah. And Tim had to stay back and lock up some cases or something. So I go through security and get through.
Yeah.
And
I don't see you. You're gone.
And I go in and I don't know where you are. And why don't you take it from here?
All right. And on top of that, Vegas is the worst airport in the United States, okay? It is awful. So I'm irritated. I'm homesick. And I do have to tell the people, you, Evan, myself, and Tim Jordan have a secret we all share that nobody will ever know.
No doubt.
Okay, wait. And I run my bag through the security, and it was a brother, the policeman, worked in this police station. And I'm getting irritated. I'm hungry. But I'm like, dude, I'm from the Union. I'm squeaky clean. I ain't got nothing going. What the hell's taking so long? So now I got men and women behind me, and they can't go until I go. And I'm telling them this is a joke, this airport, and they're agreeing. And then he walks over to me and huddles with two of his coworkers. So now they're three. They're calling a play. And I'm like, I'm getting mad, ready to go off. And he goes, where'd you get it? And everybody's ear hustling down, so I'm feeling like, what? Where'd I get what? And he produces Tim Jordan's butcher knife.
A buck knife.
Dude, a buck knife is about big as my foot. And he goes, where'd you get it? And then now everybody that was on my side's looking like we knew this dude was up to something. And my mouth, I always got something quick on the tongue, but I snitched. I go, that's not mine, it's Tim Jordan's. This ain't my bag. And then everybody was just like, here we go. So I had to wait for Tim because he was taking a little while. But dude was just like, don't blame it on nobody else. Just own it. And I'm telling them, like episode of Three's Company, it's not mine. But for a couple seconds, I thought your boy was going to the slammer. But Tim came. And then they figured it out.
He was like, well, we're either going to arrest you for the knife or we're going to arrest you for carrying in a bag that wasn't yours.
And I was about to cuss him out like, I got to go. He goes, he didn't say, he goes, where'd you get it? I go, get what?
When I saw the size of that knife, I was like, oh, my God.
People hide their kids from me, Evan. I'm just like, dude, people's not mine.
Yeah, if I was Tim Jordan, I wouldn't have taken it in either.
They were all on my side until he produced a knife, and you can hear I was like, hey, you got it mixed up. But dude,
carrying
that
a hatchet around in his backpack.
That was weird. Where'd you get it?
That was a nice knife, if I may say so myself.
I wonder now, that's been, 2 years ago? He said
it was in his tool. It was one of those, he had it in there and he forgot it.
I was wondering how he got it to Las Vegas.
Dude,
he was on the way back.
Right. Yeah, how did it get through?
Maybe he must have checked it on the way in like his electronic stuff. Yeah. Maybe. Anyway.
But that's secret we have among us four. We take that to the grave.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Which one?
The one.
The one.
Okay.
You're a part of it.
we're all a part of it.
People say I'm snitching on who?
You snitched on Norm.
Yes, I forget.
It was not a good day for Norm.
You better hope he's still home when you get back.
Norm took a beating today. Goodness gracious. I'm like...
I'm just saying, telling you my life, man. I didn't mean to get pops in
Sounds
trouble.
like you might have doled out a couple, too.
I thought Norm gives an impression of calm, cool, and collected.
Because we all love animals, but let's just focus on the kids. You cannot do what Norm and Daisy used to do to me or any kid that was born in the 70s now.
No, you can.
Evan said it. You can't. There's a 1-800 number if you want to discipline
but that doesn't
your
mean
child.
You can't do it. It just means there's a number to call when somebody...
There's a penalty. Dude, I think that's really what's wrong, man, is lack of discipline.
Bring back corporal punishment?
No, I've never liked that word.
Do you believe in the paddle?
No, I don't like that.
I had a buddy who said that he once threatened to call the number on his parents. I think it was his dad said, "That's fine. I got 45 minutes."
Dude, like, man.
Yeah, it's like my mom. I'd say, I hate this. I'm going to run away. I'm never going to see you again. She'd say, quit trying to cheer me up.
That's pretty good.
You wonder where I got my sense of humor. Back to the Warriors.
Yep.
So, how you feeling?
That Jonathan Kuminga is minute in what issues we have to get back to compete.
It's a difficult situation.
How about that? If we were a fading dynasty with Jimmy, and you did bring it up, and Jimmy said we're mediocre, what are we now? Well, let's be real, man.
Seriously, here's where we lose our perspective.
How?
They're 5 games over 500.
With Jimmy Butler.
But here's my point, is as terrible as it seems, they've won 44, 48, and 46 games after their title. They're not the Charlotte Hornets. Like, we are talking about them. I get it. They're not, you can not be a championship contender, but still be okay. They're okay. They're 25 and 20. Now they're in a little trouble because they just lost Butler.
They're in big trouble.
How are they going to get over it? They got 2 weeks till the trade deadline. They've got a piece that they probably know isn't going to get them a stud. But, I always think it's interesting. Is like, what can we do? You got to play. I mean, that's all you can do. You got to play. Okay. You got to try to beat Dallas tomorrow.
I heard Spadoni, point blank range, asked Shasky this, and Spadoni is not the author of this, but I loved how he did it because he was saying, I'm not this guy, but this is out there. And I wanted to say while I was driving in the car, oh, that's me. If the wheels fall off, you do understand the premise of we're wasting another year of a Curry year where he's still pretty damn good. I
never look at it like that.
Okay, can I ask why?
Because
the theme of the team is everything for Steph.
Right, and I think that's wrong.
Okay, but I get that, but they're doing it. That's the slogan. So I'm asking you, where do you get off the train? Where do you stop and say, oh, no more? Has that happened with Jimmy? I'm just asking. Because it feels like that. How long are you going to expect Michael Jackson to be making these hit records and what's eroding around it? So I expect a trade by the deadline or you ride this out. But I don't think Spadoni or any other fan like myself posing that question should get, like you disagree with that.
I do disagree with it.
I think it's valid to, I think that's their slogan.
Okay.
So go do something else now. Well, if you don't hit a triple, get on base.
I mean, that's really okay, Goo, and I get that. And what I'm telling you is, to my way of thinking, that's run its course. It's just run its course.
What if you're right? Seriously,
I think that's maybe what they're trying to figure out
But what's odd about it is you thought Curry would look older before you weren't able to put stuff around him. That's felt like the easy part.
Well, they also didn't put the right guys around him 5 years ago when they had an opportunity. I'm starting to think, okay.
Well, what do you mean 5 years ago?
Well, when the drafts came around, they blew it. And they blew it twofold. And I'll tell you how it was twofold. They could have moved those picks or a combination of those picks for a veteran that the Warriors players would have loved. The older guys would have loved him. But they didn't. But Joe Lacob was like, no, we are going to develop through the draft. Wow. So you actually did two things wrong. You should have moved the picks for veterans. You didn't. Then you used the picks.
And you got it wrong.
And you blew it.
Yeah, oh, man.
So, it's funny.
Now I need a drink.
Well, it's funny because, I don't want to bring this up day after day after day after day, but we can't then say, well, how come they can't? They can't because they didn't over the last 3 or 4 or 5 years.
Wow,
That's why they can't anymore, because of what they didn't do.
That's heavy. It is truly heavy, man.
So,
yeah.
The question is, what do you do now?
Okay.
and what are our options? And if you have a chance, assuming a blockbuster is off the table, can you make a move that makes you better?
Yeah, and we're going to find that out. And right now, I don't know, but I'm desperate. Paul George, I'd take anything. DeRozan. Let me ask you this about Mike D's comments about there's got to be. I'm not trying to start nothing. I mean, it was said. Yeah, give it.
You want me to play it?
Yeah.
Mike Dunleavy on Kuminga.
Yeah, I mean, I think as far as the demand, I'm aware of that. I think when in terms of demands, when you make a demand, there needs to be demand on the market. So we'll see where that unfolds. But heard, always with these guys, I tell them I'm willing to work with them, want to help people out, whether that's JK or any player on our roster. So we're good with, if that's his wishes, trying to figure that out, but we got to do what's best for our organization, and that's what we'll do. And as far as it goes with the deadline coming up, I think we'll take the next couple of weeks to assess this team a little bit more. I felt pretty good with where we're at heading into last night's game in terms of what we need to do. I thought our team was playing really well, heading in the right direction. Obviously, things have changed, so I want to take a couple of weeks here to watch these games and see our team and what we can do better.
The reason I asked for that is it's making its round, that clip.
Mm-hmm.
But when I hear it this time, I don't think – would you think he was taking a shot at Kaminga and Aaron Turner?
Yeah, absolutely.
But he said – he didn't say there is no demand. There's got to be – no, I'm asking you and Evan. So that was definitely a shot at Aaron Turner and Kaminga.
I mean, my answer would be of course, but maybe somebody disagrees. I mean, I think it was absolutely a shot.
He's explaining.
He's saying nobody wants Kuminga. Or he's saying, like, the deals aren't.
Yeah, I don't know why it hit different that last time. Like, yeah, there's got to be a demand. He didn't say there isn't one. Or did he say
put it this way. The more I think about it, there's no doubt that was a shot at his agent and Kuminga. It's like not even close. Like, and I'll tell you why it's not even close. It's because Mike Dunleavy is a lifer. Like when he came into the league as a rookie out of Duke, he knew how to play the NBA game, like what you say, what you don't say. Yeah. Like just like Steph Curry because of his dad, and Mike Dunleavy had a dad. So like Mike Dunleavy said that on purpose. There is no doubt about it. Right. And what he was saying was I think he was doing a lot of things. He was saying to the league, hey, we still got a guy here. We want to get off. If anybody wants to come in with a late offer. And then he's telling the fans, hey, I don't want anybody out there thinking we're getting a star for this guy.
All right, wow.
In fact, what we're finding out is we don't like what we're looking at in terms of trades. A lot of people
agree with you.
So, yeah.
I expect him to go nowhere.
Kaminga?
Yeah, Kaminga.
I think.
And I was saying this before the Jimmy trade. Like, he finished with a left one time with his back to the basket.
Who's that?
Kaminga. It was one play.
He scored last night.
And one. Oh, man. it was dreamy, man. And there was some stuff that was imperfect.
You see him,
man.
You see him kick the ball out of bounds?
Yeah, I saw that. I got you.
Dribbling to his right.
He caught an oop from Dre.
He was good last night offensively. Nobody was good defensively. But,
damn.
So Kuminga, I believe if you're putting it Warrior moves it over or under a half, yes. I'd say over. Yeah, but it doesn't necessarily mean it'll be Kuminga. But if I had a bet, I think he's going to be traded.
And the cool part about that is the dance started a couple hours ago. If this thing was as funky behind closed doors as we do think, and I perceive it to be, I feel like the tea leaves were pointing to 12:01 a.m. I'm going to wake up, get to you and Evan, and he would be traded. That has not happened.
There's a...
and now you need him.
Red Sound Entertainment on the YouTube chat says, you guys are scared to call out Kerr. Well, I don't know about scared, but...
Well...
Listen,
do they listen to this show?
Kerr won 4 titles. It's coming to the end of a dynasty.
And he's handled the JK thing wrong. I said that.
That's fine. But
like a broken record.
Again, ask me if I think he should be the coach next year.
Do you think he should?
No.
And I said different.
No, he should not be the coach next year. Because and maybe I'm reading too much body language into it, but can't you tell? It's kind of winding down.
And
can't you tell?
What body language are you speaking of when you say I'm licking? His own.
Yeah. Steve Kerr's. Everybody. I don't know. He can't coach this team next year.
Man.
Now, see, here's the issue. It's not going to be easy either way. I mean, if he coaches next year, I think that would be crazy. Because I don't see the team being drastically different next year.
I'm going to say this, and he's a friend of ours and mine, and he treated me like royalty. Bob Myers said he left for his family. I get it, but he left. Man, how can Steve Kerr look at the coverage here, especially with this Jimmy injury, and say, I want to stay here?
Right. And he's not.
I would be like,
and with all due respect.
Love. I got love for the Bay, Joe. I love you, Steph. But I am out on the first thing smoking. This thing is headed in the wrong direction. And pretty soon we're going to have a Curry issue. Of appeasing him.
If the Warriors pivot, whatever that means, he can't be the coach. You can't pivot if he remains the coach.
Well,
what do you mean?
Well, when you say you can't pivot, what are you saying you can't do?
You can't. I mean, you still have to live with Curry, Butler, Draymond. I mean, what do you mean? Oh, he's gonna he's gonna coach him differently.
No, I'm just saying I'm not even expecting anything from Jimmy. That talk about it's gonna be, oh my gosh,
and that's the scary part. They may only have one thing to do, and that is play the regular season.
Oh, man.
Try to get better in the offseason, play next year, and wait for Jimmy Butler.
Man.
I mean,
yeah. Oh, wow. Yeah, what was that? Monday that injury happened? Yeah.
Miami right now.
Yeah.
Monday.
Wow. It's changed everything.
Well, it's changed the timetable or the urgency level, I think, with the fans and the team. Anthony's in Brentwood. What's up, Anthony? How you doing, man?
I'm doing good. Thanks for taking the call. So one thing that you guys keep saying that's a little annoying is getting vets in here. We don't need vets. We need guys in their prime. We already have vets. Jimmy's a vet. Steph is a vet. Draymond's a vet. The vets need help. The guys that are drafted are a little too young and unseasoned. We need guys that's between the age of 24 to 29. That's what we need. Because if we had those guys, those particular players, whichever name you want to throw out, OG Anunoby, I don't know, Scotty Barnes, Ingram, the guys that just put up 145 points on us, those dudes are already in their prime as far as basketball players, and their game is cemented of the kind of players that they are. The issue is we're trying to develop guys which I understand, but we don't have guys that contribute to the level that somebody like the guys that I just named. You could throw any name out there, even somebody like, Jason Tatum, right? Just for example. He's in his prime. We don't need vets. We need guys in there.
And that's why I've been
real quick, who's saying they need veterans?
No, we haven't, and I've been using the word Thundercats.
You've been working. You've been guys. You just said vets. Get vets in here, and you mentioned it 5 minutes ago about what happened 5 years ago.
Right.
They didn't go for vets. Blah 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 blah.
Correct.
Keep saying vets, and it's I just wanted to correct that. But the other thing is this. Hell no, Steve Kerr can't coach this team next year. He shouldn't be coaching this team this year. Steve Kerr is the sole reason we haven't, quote-unquote, pivoted in another direction, because trying to do everything for Curry is why we're here now. And this is why I agree with Steiny. We can't keep doing everything for Curry, because now we did everything for Curry. We've done all we can do for Curry, and I love him.
Yep.
But Curry is somebody that can play with anybody. So if we want to try to get this Curry thing going, we need to get guys in here that can truly contribute to his cause, which includes getting rid of Dre. Because I love Dre. I don't like Dre.
I'm with you.
Got sent away, but Jordan Poole got sent away. But nonetheless, we got him. He's here. But he's holding up a lot of money as well. But that's just my little two cents.
Hey, Ed, before you go, Steiny don't need me to speak for him, but you heard vets in regard to what they should have did with Wiseman, Moody, and Kaminga when Iguodala, and they were clamoring, that's what they wanted done. So that's where vets came from. I want Thundercats, and I was behind the Raptor bench. I had body envy from like 6 or 7 players. Forget if they could ball. And I'm looking at our roster like, and we want to get rid of the one guy that fits this bill in Kaminga. So that's where I'm at. We need Thundercats, man.
Oh, no, I hear you, and that's where I'm like, Kuminga's the only guy that can really. You see, he came in the game last night. And he started to get his own.
Yes.
They can't guard him, and it's like Kerr. At this point, you just don't want to play him because if you can't figure out a way to include him in the game plan, you just don't want to because
Anthony's starting to break up.
Yeah,
a little
that's
bit.
the greatest. Like you don't want to, Steiny. And I know the game was over; it was undecided, and I hate that part of Kuminga scoring. There's some people out there ripping them for it was garbage time, and it was like the Minnesota series because it didn't mean anything. But forget that. He was playing. But when he's on one or he's rolling, let's say, for him, you can kind of see and that's why I love the Minnesota series from this vantage point. Those were athletes in length he was doing it against. And they tried to stop him.
Nah, did they? I mean, seriously.
No, you always go to this. That was the plan. Let him score.
But two things can be equally true. I give Kuminga a lot of credit last night for what he did. I mean, and I get it. It's his first game back, so you would expect him to be better in 2 or 3 weeks.
I got a question.
But I mean,
I got a question for you two before we.
I don't think he's a difference maker.
Where the hell is Seth Curry? What was that?
Sciatica, Guru. When you put a roster of 17 players together, 5 can't be active.
The dude played in one game. He looked great. I'm warming up to it. We ain't seen him since.
There was another Warrior back in the day who played just one game for him. One game. Can you name that player?
Go ahead,
That
Evan.
segment.
Oh.
Can you name that player? Yeah, there may be more. But this guy, I think I could bet my mortgage on. He came to the Warriors in a trade. He played one game. He was actually pretty good in the game, and they were very competitive against the Celtics, if I remember correctly, but they lost. And that's the only game he played.
Smiley each?
No.
Oh.
That segment, I'll give you time to think about it. That segment was brought to you by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for Foster
tell you?
Farms Simply Raised Boneless Skinless
Raja
Chicken Breasts.
Bell.
Thin sliced or tenders, buy one, get one free when you buy 2. Clip coupons from the weekly mailer or download them from the Safeway app. See you in the aisles.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Discover the luxury of Monogram appliances at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. At Monogram, it's not just one detail, it's many. From preheating your oven with voice control to checking your dishwasher cycle from your phone. Monogram blends innovation with elegance. Right now, receive up to 2 free eligible Monogram appliances or generous credits toward the appliances of your choice. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill to explore the full Monogram collection, showcased in stunning live working vignettes or online at friedmansappliance.com.
Hey, it's Willard for Underdog Fantasy. Let's keep having fun. These football playoffs are rolling on, and Underdog is the best place to get in on all this action because you can make picks and win money right now in California. Playing on Underdog is easy as you know. You pick your favorite players. They're going to go higher or lower on all the stats, touchdowns, rushing yards, interceptions, whatever. Get them right, pair them up. You can win up to 5,000 times your cash. This week on Underdog, you got good defenses in these playoffs. You got weather in certain environments. I would really lean toward going lower than on passing yardage for a lot of these quarterbacks coming up. That's kind of been the trend. Underdog make picks, win money. Must be 18 or over and present in California. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. If you are concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or go online ncpgambling.org.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off. Every Warriors game throughout the season as we get ready for the action. Presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage. Brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that.
Jewelry Graham. Hi, I'm Brian, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. Here to remind you that Valentine's Day is Saturday, February the 14th. It's the most romantic day of the year to give and get fine jewelry. We have expertly crafted gifts for every type of sweetheart, any style, any budget. Get creative and design a custom necklace with meaningful charms, including 14-karat gold letters, engravable hearts, and birthstones. For the one, we'll help you propose with a dream engagement ring. Come see our wide selection of hand-picked natural and lab-grown diamonds in all shapes and sizes, in stock and ready to compare side by side. At Shane Company, love is always in the air with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty, everyday competitive prices, and no-pressure shopping experience. Come see us in store or at shaneco.com because a friend wants you to win Valentine's Day. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Oh, how's that flu, babe? Did you take DayQuil Intense Flu yet?
Nah, I got this. Ugh, okay, I don't got this.
You stay on the couch, and I'll grab the DayQuil.
Undo your flu symptoms with DayQuil Intense Flu. DayQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms.
I'm ready for that to-do list.
Wow, you do got this.
DayQuil Intense Flu. The daytime coughing, aching, fever, under your flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
95.7 The Game has your chance to win your way into the Super Bowl experience. Presented by Jersey Mike's. February 3rd through the 7th at the Moscone Center. Listen all this week for your chance to win tickets. Courtesy of Bay Area Host Committee. For info, visit 957thegame.com.
Post will bring it out of bounds. Finds Melton. He'll circle, leads Kaminga down the right side. Kaminga center steps all the way. Layup is good at the buzzer. What a play by Melton and Kuminga combining there. Melton with a beautiful pass to get Kuminga in stride. It's a 44-point third quarter. And granted, the Warriors start the fourth down 108-94.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Tim Roy on the call last night. It's time for the crossover, brought to you by Bay Alarm. Rest easy. We've got you covered. BayAlarm.com. Dibs, I've been in this business in Willard. Welcome. I've been in this business decades and got caught on a hot mic.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. No, it was nothing bad.
No.
I had a great trivia question. And I said,
I asked where Seth Curry was at.
Okay. He played one game.
Right.
And I just always remember the Warriors had a player who played one game for him. They traded for him.
Let's see if you two
He played
can get
one game against the Boston Celtics and then never played again.
Can these two guess them?
Wait, never played again or never played for the Warriors again?
He may have never played again, but definitely not with the Warriors.
Ooh. Let's see what my two guys. That's a hard one.
Anyway, I thought it was off, and I said, no.
And then people heard it, so don't look at the chat.
Yeah, and I'm not looking at the chat, but I actually heard you decrying your own performance when you said the name after the fact, so I think I know the answer to it. But that's
Raja Bell.
Really tough one.
Remember him, the guy who
Michigan State?
Of course I remember it, but I don't remember it in that way.
Right. I remember him and Kobe had some great.
Oh man.
God.
Yeah.
He was competitive.
Like it, Phoenix.
Yes.
Yeah.
Anyway, welcome, guys.
I think Chris Boucher also played just one game for the Warriors.
What's everybody's worst hot mic moment? All been around for a minute.
That's a great. I mean,
it couldn't have been too great if we're all still on the air.
No doubt. No doubt.
Well, sometimes if you've built up a little bit, they you get away with one.
Yeah.
Wow. If they like you.
Well, back then you could get away with one, but now it immediately goes on the internets and it goes everywhere.
Right.
Awful announcing has it by 4 o'clock.
But it depends on what you say. Like if you just cuss, that's one thing. If
like
you say
Brenneman from the Reds when he said what he said about the
Marty.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not Marty. You ain't was it
Tom, right?
Tom.
Yeah.
You ain't coming back from that.
No.
I never had anything like that.
Yeah. You see, we're all here.
There's a long drive to left for Nick Castellanos. Woo!
Yeah. Oh, stop it.
Oh, gosh.
Let's go Rob Lowe about last night.
The Chris Berman one famously, when he was barking at people about his meds, and all that. And that goes way, way, way back. But that was them trying to catch him. I think the crew was kind of out to get him on that one.
Okay, gotcha. Set up almost.
I rocked an S word on the air in when I was doing games.
But that shouldn't get you gone.
And it didn't. I didn't realize I was like heckling my partner playfully. Like he was talking or whatever.
Gotcha.
And he's doing a pregame hit, and I'm just kind of sitting next to him, and I'm like, bullshitter.
Oh.
And my mic was on a little bit, and I didn't know. So that's kind of funny, except for then the host who's back at the studio who could
you told me this one. I didn't like it, Will.
Yeah, he sold me out.
Yeah.
He's like, hey,
hate
Rob,
to see it.
Rob, what's going on? Because I'm hearing some profanity.
And you were a giant dude in L.A.
No, it was in Idaho.
Oh, okay.
This was with the Angels organization in Boise, Idaho, like circa 1998.
So that cost you?
No, they're just like, don't do that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, don't do that. All right, second inning.
I always get very nervous with my guy Dibs.
I
with
worked
this
with
mother-father thing.
We had a show.
I mean, time honored.
Yeah,
it's a time honored one.
You get your signals crossed
You
one
can.
time.
That's too funny.
Yeah, not a big cusser anymore with a 3-year-old now. Because
that's when I used to ramp up my cussing.
Yeah, she's a sponge, this little thing. So now it's,
Wow.
mother, father has actually come out a lot more. I got caught in a hot camera moment. I was flying for Kron in the helicopter, and we were shooting what they call B-roll, and it was over, there was like a murder in Lafayette that made national news. So I'm flying over the house and shooting just footage.
Yeah.
Little did I know, CNN was taking the feed live. So after I'm doing like 10 minutes of just like I'm doing the camera, I switch to the inside camera and I start making this funny face like do 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 do, and I'm live on CNN.
Oh man!
Congratulations!
Did all that basically. I was like, doing goofy stuff.
Isn't murder funny?
Right.
Man.
So live on CNN, but
God.
hot camera moment. So there you have it.
Will, I thought I was not to put your business out there. We bonded over a story where you were this was an L.A. market. You were the resident Giant fan, and something happened where the mic was on, and then somebody did you dirty.
No, that wasn't a hot mic. That was when I
didn't like it.
When I was working in L.A., the station up here had me on as a guest because I think it was probably I don't know if it was Giants Angels World Series or if it was. I can't remember whatever it was. But the Bay Area station has me on, and I kind of did the whole
let's go.
Hey, right. I'm like, hey, don't tell any of my people that I work for down here, but let's freaking go, Giants. Let's go. They did the whole thing.
Right.
Well, somebody got a hold of it, and duh. back then, though, it wasn't so obvious, like Dib says. It doesn't all hit the internet in 2 seconds.
No doubt.
And so I thought, I was in the back room by myself on the phone. We're good. And then my show comes up about 2 hours later. Same kind of thing as this. Little crossover deal. And they're like, oh, we have a present for you.
Oh, boy.
And boom, they just played the whole thing.
That's the Southwest. You want to get away.
Boy, yeah, that was.
Oh, my God.
Like so many things, super thankful for it because it kind of was the slow burn beginning of me getting back home.
All right. Were you mad, though, at whoever put that together?
A little bit.
All right, I got you.
He was like, oh, it's playful. I'm like, yeah, for you. Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah. About last night, Rob Lowe.
Yeah.
150 points.
Right. And when your starting lineup comes out and they do that, you get smashed. And, second half of a back-to-back.
Not to cut you off, they've been doing that, but Kerr likes it.
Right. Well, I don't know what.
Jimmy wasn't. But go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, you do that, you get smacked. And then Kuminga comes in and he does what he does. And then that fun little plucky second and third string lineup gets you close. And I was thinking the same thing that Steve was. You guys don't get to come back in now and try to save the day, starters. They did this. They get to finish this.
Yeah,
that's my thought.
He was rewarding them. And it's not like
I brought it up. I'm with them.
It's not like it was a 2-point game. They cut it to 9, and at that point, I think at the start of the quarter it was 14?
They were down
14,
30 pretty much that game.
It's not like he's like, ooh, we got this. Let's get the chef in. I just think there's so much. There's 3 things to me that are on my mind. Like what? And I would love to know what y'all made of them. So before the game even starts, Mike Dunleavy is out here busting
We were
rhymes.
just talking about it with difference of opinion.
Oh, okay. You got to demand. There needs to be demand. And so there's that quote before the game. Then there's the game itself and what Jonathan was able to do. And I give him, if nothing else, the utmost credit for being able to play like that when you've been sitting for that long. I think that's impressive. And then the third thing that catches everybody's eye is Joe Lacob.
I watched him.
He didn't just like those drives to the hole. He loved them.
He was jumping up. I had the goo cam on Joe.
He had the gyration sensation going on in the body. He was feeling it.
What do you think that means? As far as that, why I asked you during, we were off. Do you think Kaminga's getting traded? I'm like hell to the no now because of the Jimmy injury.
Oh, I wouldn't.
But when I saw the owner doing that,
I would never say hell to the no. But our entire discussion yesterday for
I heard y'all. Y'all was
like that launched on the idea of I'm not so sure that you trade him now, and that was before Dunleavy says what he says, before last night looks how it looks. No, I don't think anything's been decided, but I just don't. I don't know that now is the right time anymore.
Okay, I do want to add this before you and Steiny go, Dibs. I had a great time. I was up close, and an old NBA champion friend of mine, Mario Ellie, told me, Goo, champions know when they got a shot and when they don't. And the only reason I bring that up is I looked at Draymond Green and Steph Curry that first quarter, midway through the quarter. They had looks on their face to me, and I thought of that quote like they must feel something. And when you look at the plus minus, if you're into it, they were both the worst. But Steph, all of a sudden, his space is being invaded. Shout out to Tari. That was a great game back today. And these dudes are in his shirt, man, and in his space. And I don't think it's going to get better until they get another player like a Jimmy Butler, who I don't think they're not. But that hurt me, if I'm right, that I felt like I looked at those two individuals, and the game was early, but there was a look of like, man, we may truly not have a shot.
That tough spot in the end of a homestand in the second half of a back-to-back, and you just lost Jimmy Butler. So if you're a defense, younger, more athletic, how are you going to defend the Warriors now? You're going to run Steph off the line, and Steph had an air ball in the game, and he had a couple of threes that he missed that were open threes, couple in and out, and a couple turnovers. And so now if you're Steph, you're going to have to work a lot harder just to be what you've been this year, which is still really good. Wow. But now Robin's gone. It's Batman, Alfred, and a bunch of other people, the Gotham City Police Department.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app, and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. I mean, the one thing I feel like I'm noticing with Curry, and I'll just take the last 2 games. I'm watching the Miami game, and I feel like, well, they can't guard him. Like, he can get a shot off. He's moving. He's doing things, and he's making tough shots, but he's creating a little bit of space. But then, another game, I'll be watching and be like, oh, my gosh, it feels like he can't get a shot off. Like, how are they going to get him the ball? How can you know what I mean? Right. It just feels like when he's good, he's as good as he's ever been. But there are just nights where, without any help and having to create his own way to get the ball through move, sometimes it's just he's going to struggle. This guy's shed.
Yeah, he was.
What is he? 23?
Yeah, he was. He was in his big man.
This is where I use the word nitwit, but I use it in a loving way. They got a guy like Shed who's a nitwit. He's just running around with Steph. He's just bothering him, and that's all he's got to do. And you know what? Maybe 8-9 years ago, it really didn't matter as much as that much. Well, now it can matter a little bit.
Well, and you're also talking about the basketball part of it. I wonder about what you're tapped into is the emotional part.
Man, I feel like I saw something.
Yeah, where my mind goes is remember when was his name Scott Cousins?
Yeah,
slid into Buster Posey, and that surrounded the Giants lost like 5 of 7. They scored 2 or fewer runs in 5 of 7 games. They were emotionally dusted because you have to redo the whole way you're looking at all of this. And at the stage that Steph and Draymond are at, I mean, you got to wonder if their NBA life doesn't flash before their eyes.
And my simple Simon self thought, they didn't, I told you guys yesterday, against Miami. No, the game had already started. They're lathered up when Jimmy got hurt.
Yep.
That's different than stopping, getting dressed to go out there without Jimmy.
And the realization that it's not just tonight against Toronto. It's the rest of the year and a part of next year.
I did ask Steiny before you walked in, after I heard the Dunleavy thing again about was that a shot, or was he telling you just the science of when you sell something, people have to want to buy it? Or was that him saying nobody wants to buy it? The more I hear it, I'm like, but I get it. Let's say it was a shot.
I don't think coaches and GMs very often get in the business of taking shots at press conferences. Listen to what you guys heard today on your show from Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch about Brandon Ayuk. They still haven't really publicly taken a shot till they finally said today, we don't get it. We gave up.
Yeah.
We tried our butts off. We gave up. We don't understand what the hell happened. He won't talk to us. But I think Mike Dunleavy's managing expectations.
I think so too.
I think that's what
I think that's part of it. And I think he is probably sick of the agent.
For sure.
And
that's what I was saying in the green room is, the agent is behaving kind of like a 12-year-old, and he's gotten under Dunleavy's skin.
Right.
And that's why he made that comment, in my opinion. But you also, for me, you shouldn't come out and talk about low demand for your guy, because if you're out there and you are somebody interested, the signal to you is there's not a lot of competition, so I don't need to up my offer. If the GM's telling me there's not a lot of demand for the player and I'm interested in him, I'm not going to come with we have to beat you offer.
Yeah. It's not bad.
Well, but if
that's the way I look at it. No.
Oh, it could have been
it
could have been a juvenile play on words.
I normally do those on purpose.
He saves those for 4 o'clock. Yeah.
On a Friday, get my partner laughing.
It's also yes, you're trying to outbid other teams, but if you're another team that wants Kaminga, you're sort of bidding against the Warriors' willingness to keep him, right? And I think that's what Dunleavy's managing right now.
Yeah.
I thought yesterday was as a whole was a day where Warrior fans need to reacclimate themselves with the idea that he might not be gone.
Oh, there's no doubt about it.
He might not be gone in 2 weeks.
Will. I've been Team Kaminga. I've been to Team Warriors, but something yesterday that I'm trying to process is I know Steve Kerr's a made man. He's got 4 rings. I got him on my top coaches list in the NBA. I understand that. But as a fan, nobody can go to a whiteboard and tell Goo, I went third person, why, one, Buddy Hield was out of the lineup as long as he was, and why Kuminga was a bump on the pickle. It just doesn't make sense. Okay, so I'm questioning Kerr's thought process behind that. But Lake Up, to see you doing what you were doing yesterday with every layup and dunk, I guess I'm disappointed in you, too, that you allowed it to go that long. And that's just, is that valid?
That's a big
deal. Do you want a meddling owner? For Buddy Hield, who we know he's proven he was truly in just a slump, but to just be forgotten about, and then you could come back and I'll give you guys ammo. Hey, Goo, they were playing better. Okay, if that's what you want to tell me, but my point is, I don't understand how for both of those guys it could have ever had gotten to that point.
I wouldn't put him in the same category. I would put Kuminga in his own category. Like Buddy, what's going on with Buddy doesn't really bother me that much. I don't think he was making shots, so he tried something new. And now Buddy's come back. Like, you always come back around to a guy, and that's what he did, and Buddy came through. But as for Kuminga, yeah, I think a lot of yesterday was tempering expectations, trying to tell Warrior fans there's no magic bullet in the next 2 weeks. And yes, we have to take our umpteenth look at Jonathan Kuminga. And that's okay. Now, I don't think it's salvageable, but...
Yeah, one quick thing.
No, go ahead.
I don't want Joe Lacob coming into the locker room and telling anybody who to start. Right. I don't want that in any team structure at all. The Kaminga thing, what I've sort of everybody's in such a bad position now. Everybody's stuck in such a bad position. And when Jonathan does what he did last night, which we already
started off slow. Let's be honest. It happened.
Sure, that's fine.
And I wasn't even mad at him.
He hasn't played in over a month.
Gotcha.
So that's fine. The point is what he did last night. It's not like we didn't know he could do that.
That's why I'm not celebrating what he did.
The problem is that, and I think everybody's opinion has been well stated. It's the Warriors and Steve Kerr have never said Jonathan can't go to the basket and score. Their issue is in some way, shape, or form the all-around picture. But whenever Jonathan goes and does what he did last night, boy, it gasses everybody up and it makes the Warriors look ridiculous. But they never said, we don't think he can score. It's all of the other things about fit and dribbling and passing and decision-making and shooting and all of those things that they've said. So I get it. Everybody ends up in a crappy spot.
Where are we headed?
We're headed for 2 more weeks of this, and he either gets dealt or not. And if he doesn't, well, then get ready for the second half of the year.
Real quick, season-wise.
For the team?
Yeah. No Kaminga move.
I'm making plans for the parade. I don't know about all you. Seriously, where are we heading? We're probably heading for either a 6 seed, 7-8, play in, and let's see if they can make it out of that.
I don't think they can get 6 as currently constructed. That's me.
You've got Minnesota a couple times in a row here. Yeah. If you win those, you gain on them, and they're the 7. So I don't think that 6 is out of the question, but when you get into the playoffs come April, if you can make it out of the play-in, you get in the playoffs, boy, you sure would love to have more than just Steph and, the others. So we'll see. You got 2 weeks from tomorrow for the deadline, and they'll either make a move, small, medium, large, or they're going to realize, you know what? JK might be our best chance to salvage something out of this year.
Yeah, it's breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and post-Jimmy injury, it's only breakfast. So, for me, this is the next 15 days. I'm not even thinking past that. Let's see. All right. Let's see, what does Jonathan look like? What rotations are you going to settle on? And then what's your roster 15 days from now?
Yeah.
And then go from there.
I mean, for me, it's okay, where are we? We're 25-20, realistically, and I'm old school. Well, we've already won too many games to tank, and Joe Lacob's not going to do that anyway.
Right.
Okay, so that's off the table. I also believe, kind of like Brock Purdy and Shanahan, like Kerr and Curry, they're not going to go 6-30 to finish the year. They're going to win. They're going to win more than 36 games, 38 games, I still think. Mm-hmm. So I'd say people have got to lessen their expectations for this team and make it just all about one shot at the playoffs. If we have to go through the play-in, we can.
Yeah, and then maybe your last real shot is next year when Jimmy gets back, and whatever you do with Kaminga in the offseason if you don't trade him. The Niners comp is interesting because you heard Kyle Shanahan talk before the last Seattle game, and I thought that he was kind of resigned to the reality of, look, we lost all these guys, and they're really good and stuff, and, we're going to try to win, but even after they lost, it wasn't, devastating, and heads aren't going to roll, and that was really the high watermark of what the Niners could do this year with everything that they went through.
Yeah.
So for the Warriors, is the high watermark. You're in the play-in, you make it out of the play-in, and maybe you shock somebody again like you surprised last year. That might be it.
I mean, I'm just looking at this team right now. They're already behind Phoenix, and now they don't have Jimmy Butler. Are they better than Phoenix?
And Curry's got to work 10 times as hard, and that's my fear.
I'm not sure that they're better than the Clippers.
And that's my other fear.
Yeah.
Right.
Wow, man.
You got to look.
No doubt. They got some young dudes at Clippers, man. Dudes I didn't even know.
I didn't
now
understand.
I'm like, they're playing.
I didn't understand why they were so bad for 2 months.
Yeah. Really rough start.
Yeah, they were awful. And now they're not.
Yeah.
So here they come.
I'll never forget when it was one of those Steven Jackson Year After We Believe. He was actually suspended for like the first 6 or 5 or 7 games of the year. And they lost all 7. They started like 0-7. And I was like, guys, you can't get behind the 8 ball like that. And they was 7 in a row after Jackson. You know what I mean? Like, and I'm looking at that team with Kawhi and Harden. They probably are like, wake me in mid-December, and then we'll catch up.
These are long seasons.
And even at that, like when Kuminga had those DNPs, the Warriors went 12-4 over that 16-game stretch. And with that, though, they never made it out of the play-in zone, and then you lost Jimmy. So 12-4 got you from the 8 to, I think, the 8.
What do y'all think are the biggest names that will move anywhere?
Carl Anthony Towns. I think the Browns are done.
You think Ja?
Yeah, I'm following that New York thing.
How about Jaren Jackson Jr.?
I think he stays.
How about Sabonis?
He stays.
Can we get Zubats?
Honestly, what was your question? The most likely to get traded?
Just the biggest names that might be on the move.
I would still pick Jonathan Kuminga if you consider him a big name. I know you were looking at it from who you could get.
He is a big name.
What do you think's taking so long?
Brian Windhorst.
I think the Warriors are looking at it like we still have 2 weeks to hear everybody's deal, and there's no teams are allowed to offer more right now for Kuminga. They're allowed to offer less, though, too.
Well, and the Butler injury not only takes the speed and urgency off of this, it takes the pressure off of this. Yeah. I don't even know if they want to deal him anymore. It's a fair point. And now, if you're not going to deal him this year, well, then maybe you do look at, Kerr's not going to be the coach
and
next
you got
year.
a new coach. Maybe, man.
You sure about that?
No.
Okay.
I'm not sure about it. No.
We'll ask him today. Steve Kerr, 4:30.
Yeah.
You can tell him, say, Steinmetz thinks you're done.
I'm going to hit him with
and
the Chris
Paul.
Paul.
Goose said, you're a lifer. He'll tell us when he's done. I believe that.
Wait. What? I want to make sure I get this right.
What is on his own accord? He can coach as long as he wants to coach this team.
Okay.
I really believe that's the case.
All right. I'll let him know you said that.
Yep.
And you can tell him I said he's halfway out the door, and it's easy to tell. No, I'm just kidding. All right, guys, have a great show. Steve Kerr, 5?
4:30.
4:30, Steve Kerr.
Greg Cosell.
Oh, yeah.
Can't wait to hear Greg on this one.
3:15.
Greg.
Ask him about his post-up game.
Yeah, Goo, you want us? Is there anything we can tell
95.7.
Greg Cosell for you?
Yeah, that Sam Darnold didn't convince me.
You didn't even turn your mic on, so I don't believe you. I don't believe you. All right.
Well, Cosell never gets convinced by anything. He just observes. On 95.7 again.
Okay.
That was a stupid question, Steiny. Stupid.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. Hey, cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Well, the plot thickens yet again.
Oh, boy, does it.
Yet again. So, this is a stupid comp. This is a terrible analogy.
Okay.
Well, I'm going to do my best. So, you know this. I missed a show last week. Grandy got to come in here and cook.
Yeah, he did cook, too.
He did, too. He cooked. Had that whole thing about Kyle Shanahan's fourth most important person in the entire NFL that he would draft and all that stuff. And I think we told the audience, I missed that show because I had jury duty.
Yeah.
And I was under the impression, I had jury duty years ago where they told us they had a rule. It was called 1 day, 1 trial. And what that meant was we cannot keep you more than 1 day. If we do not get you for one trial on that 1 day, you are free to go. And everybody knows, listen, I'm all about civic duty. I went, but also you all know what everybody's trying to do at jury duty. Get the hell out of there.
Get out.
Get out of here.
Totally.
That's all anyone's trying to do. And so I go to jury duty last week, and right before they ring the bell, we're all looking up. We're like, we'll get out of here, no trial. And then they come out and they go, okay, so here's the deal. We got good news and we got bad news.
Uh-oh.
You're all about to go home. Everyone's like, yeah. Now, here's the thing, though. You had to fill out a questionnaire before you go, and it's all about the trial that you have officially been called for. Now, that trial doesn't start today. We're not doing anything today, but we're going to look at your questionnaires, and we're going to text you and let you know if you need to come back.
Come back?
Thank you.
Come back?
Come back?
No.
I'm not coming back. So,
what are you, the Niners in the fourth quarter? We're not coming back.
Thank you.
Although they did this year a couple times.
A couple times. So I'm sitting there going, you can't do this. You can't get us all the way to the end and tell us this situation is about to be over and then suddenly go, but it's not. It's not over.
It's like Price is Right. Hole in one. Or two.
Exactly. So that's my terrible analogy to the Jonathan Kuminga situation. Everybody had finally arrived, I thought, at some sort of acceptance, whether mad about it or not, that Jonathan Kuminga was going to be dealt in the calendar month, January 2026. It's January 21st. We're almost there. Everybody agreed, though. Whether you love Jonathan and you're like, let him go, or you're not a Jonathan fan and you're like, man, this team needs to get somebody else who will actually play. Wherever you sat, it was time for Jonathan to go. Well, this is the jury commissioner going, actually.
Yeah.
What if we do this for one more full year? Can you take that?
It's possible. I mean, can I, as a sports talk radio host? Yeah. As a fan, sure. Can the head coach, Steve Kerr, assuming that he is back next year, we don't know for sure. Different people have different thoughts. Can Jonathan Kuminga, and has he rescinded his demand for a trade now that he got 20 minutes of actual on-court time? And I know last night he chose not to speak to the media post-game, and I get that. I think eventually he will talk, and maybe it'll be after tomorrow's game. Maybe it won't be until after the deadline, but I wonder how he's feeling about 20 minutes where he was allowed to go out there and, I mean, he cooked. It wasn't a 7-course meal, but
he looked
played
great.
pretty well. Yeah.
He looked great. I mean, again, especially considering he hadn't played in a basketball game for a month.
Yeah.
I don't know how you couldn't be super impressed by the way that he went out there. And for some people, just simply the fact that he went out there. I mean, you and many others were like, I wouldn't go out there with the position that the Warriors have put him in, but he did. So, okay. And then, whatever kind of a wobbly second quarter thing, but Steve went to him earlier in the third quarter. It started to look interesting, and then he stayed with him for pretty much, the final 18 minutes of the game or so. Yeah. So, okay, there's all of that. What did you make of, I don't know who gets into facial expressions and recognition, Joel, watch the conversation that Steve and Jonathan had when Jonathan left the floor at the end last night. What'd you make of it? Just facial expressions.
I think that what I made of it was, good job. You played well, and be ready for the next game. And Kaminga was a little bit like, oh, okay, sure. All right, thanks. I mean,
it's the same look my teenagers give me sometimes.
Right.
When's your report card coming? Yeah, okay.
Or when you compliment your 17-year-old or whatever, and it's like, oh, thanks. Thanks, Dad.
Whatever.
Like, I mean, where were you the last, 6 weeks?
But it was cordial.
Yeah.
It was cordial. Jonathan didn't give him a side eye or anything.
No, it wasn't like warm and, jovial, nor should it be when you give up, $145 and you lose at home. There's not a lot to really be slapping each other on the back about.
Well, I mean, that's to me, and 888-957-9570. Greg Cosell in a little bit less than an hour, and I would say right around 3 o'clock or so, we'll kind of grease the wheels and set the table for that, because Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch had a lengthy press conference today at lunchtime, and there was some really, really just like tons of interesting stuff that comes out of it. So we're going to get to that today too. And Steve Kerr joins us at 4:30. So make sure you're with us for that. But I think that if we look back to the way last season ended, and I know Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler are not the same guy, but if we go back to the way last season ended, there has long been this sort of this, then that conversation going back and forth in Warrior fandom about the fact that Jonathan Kuminga came into the Minnesota series with no Steph Curry. Same kind of vibe. Oh, now you need me. And he comes in and he does his 20 to 25 points and they lose. And so, same thing. It's just like politics in America today. Whatever you see, you're going to grab that one thing and be like, no, that's what you look at. Jonathan scored 24 a night. End of discussion. And then the other person will be like, they went 0-4. That end of discussion.
Right.
And here we are again. So to me, though, the beauty in this is that was 4 basketball games. That's not enough. That's not enough. If you actually want to get information, I will state again what I stated yesterday. I'm not telling you the Warriors need to keep Kaminga for sure. But if there is no satisfactory, what you deem satisfactory deal on the table by February 5th, then do the Minnesota series for 30 games. Do it. Do it and see what happens. I mean, how can last night at least not be encouraging in terms of trade value?
Well, in terms of how he looked and how he fits with, Steph and Draymond, although he didn't play a ton with them down the stretch because neither one of them was out there. But if the big sticking point was Draymond, Jimmy, and Kuminga, that trio can't play together, well, that's no longer a problem because Jimmy's going to be out for 8 months or however long he'll be out. So, and we heard this before where Kaminga plays really well with Steph and Draymond. Well, that is kind of a no-duh because almost everybody does. But if the problem is Kuminga, Butler, and Draymond, that's no longer a problem. So I'm with you in that if you get to the deadline and there's not a deal you like, you can roll this out there for the final 30 or so games and just see what you have. And that doesn't mean that you're necessarily going to exercise the team option in the offseason. You're allowed to, and you might, but I just wonder about Jonathan Kuminga and the trade demand, whether or not that stays a part of his reality or as he plays more, if that thing goes away.
About the demand. So I don't want to keep referencing this comment without playing it for you. I don't want to assume you've all heard it. This was before the game last night. General manager of the Warriors, Mike Dunleavy, is asked about Jonathan Kuminga's trade demand, and he said something very quotable.
Yeah, I mean, I think as far as the demand, I'm aware of that. I think when in terms of demands, when you make a demand, there needs to be demand on the market. So we'll see where that unfolds. But heard always with these guys, I tell them I'm willing to work with them, want to help people out, whether that's JK or any player on our roster. So we're good with, if that's his wishes, trying to figure that out, but we got to do what's best for our organization, and that's what we'll do. And as far as it goes with the deadline coming up, I think we'll take the next couple of weeks to assess this team a little bit more. I felt pretty good with where we're at heading into last night's game in terms of what we need to do. I thought our team was playing really well, heading in the right direction. Obviously, things have changed, so I want to take a couple of weeks here to watch these games and see our team and what we can do better. 3
clues last night that the Warriors are not hell-bent on trading Jonathan Kuminga. Remember, back when Monty Poole said a couple of weeks ago, better than 60% chance that Jonathan is dealt by the end of the homestand. Well, that was the end of the homestand, so that's number one. Yep. Number two is that comment right there. He's telling the world, I don't like what we're being offered, and I'm not going to be pushed around. So if I don't like what we're being offered, then get ready for us to not do it. And then the third clue is they played him. I mean, they played him. So they're not worried about him getting hurt. They played him.
That's right. I mean, they're not that worried. They're probably more worried about being able to go out and win a game. And so he played because he gives them a chance to win. And I don't know if you look at the last 16 games and think, well, he didn't give us a chance to win those games. And you could be defended by the fact that they went 12-4 over those games. So you won without Kuminga. He comes back and he plays, and you lost. And I don't think that he's the reason you lost.
Not at all.
The starters were not good, especially in the first quarter. And that, to me, was the reason you lost. But, yeah, if you were really going to trade him, or if it was imminent, as you said yesterday, you wouldn't have played him, risking a possible injury. So they might be of the mind where we're going to play you because now we need you, and also we're going to still try to trade you. But if we don't trade you in 15 days, maybe we just keep doing this for a while.
I'm just interested in our listeners with everything that this fan base has been through, with everything the organization has been through. Are you ready for the idea of keep Kaminga? Like, how does that resonate with you? We will take your calls right now on that. 888-957-9570, because to me, that was the message of yesterday. Not that they're keeping him for sure, but be ready. Be prepared that they might. And how does that land with you Warrior fans? Because for months, we've all been under the impression that there was next to no chance that that was happening. So let's talk that out. 888-957-9570, the number. Greg Cosell, 315, Steve Kerr, 430. We're sponsored by Ceremony Ford. Ceremony Ford's got over 40 Explorers in stock and ready to roll today. Get $2,500 back on every new 2026 Explorer in stock. Ceremony Ford, off 280 in Colma, Daly City, or shop 24/7 at ceremonyford.com. Today, your trusted Bay Area Ford dealer. All right, your calls. Here we go. Coming up, Willard and Dibbs. Also, you ever study the coaches who win relentlessly, the legends, the dynasties? They tend to be systematic warriors, very disciplined, obsessive. They outwork, outthink, and outlast everyone for their pure domination. Same thing with Omar Habas, Tarek Habas, and the Habas Law team. When Habas Law goes up against a big insurance company, they grind them to a dust. Habas Law knows every inch of the Bay Area legal playing field, and nothing catches them off guard. So if you've been injured and you want to win, visit habaslaw.com. Habas Law, they fight to make it right.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanitas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. With 24 monthly bill credits, 4 new lines, and 4 eligible trade-ins. For well-qualified customers with auto pay plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement required.
I'm David. I'm John. And I'm Chris. We're the 3 brothers that own Jack's Restaurant and Bar with 5 locations in the Bay Area.
We learned the restaurant bit.
Guys, that's my line.
That's my line. Pretty sure that was my line. Guys, we don't have time for this. Jack's serves delicious breakfast, lunch, and dinner 7 days a week.
Don't forget to say we have a full bar.
I won't. Don't forget to say it's a great place to watch all the games. I won't forget. Look, we're much better at cooking great food than making commercials. So come see us at Jack's in Pleasant Hill, San Mateo, San Bruno, Newark, and now San Jose.
You forgot to mention our website, ilovejacks.com.
I knew he would.
Dan Daly, the administrator of Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center, thanks his staff for earning Newsweek's top Bay Area facility recognition. Lawton, in San Francisco's Sunset District, provides top-tier therapies and partners with UCSF Medical Center. With a 5-star rating and Dr. Darby Clayson as medical director, it's also listed among the best by U.S. News. For skilled nursing, call Dan Daly at 415-566-1200. That's 415-566-1200.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
Doors and loading dock equipment are a crucial part of your business, and one you probably don't think much about.
until they break. A broken door or dock leveler can be a real security threat, along with disturbing the flow of goods in your business. Luckily, RNS is here for all your commercial door, dock, and gate needs. From overhead doors and security shutters to fire-rated and personnel doors, RNS can provide your business with safety and security. Call 800-FIX-A-DOOR to schedule a free estimate or visit rsdoors.com. RNS Doors. Look for the red truck.
And we're out. Back in 60.
Hey, what are you eating? Chimichurri filet mignon. It's a Factor meal.
Oh, nice. Wait, they let you eat like that in the pros?
Oh, they insist on it. A pro's work starts on the plate.
Oh, man, that does look good. Let me have a taste?
Get your own.
All right. Where do I find this? Is it factormeals.com?
Yep, and they've got a deal going on.
Oh, love a deal. I am so in.
Smart move. Pro move.
All right. Factor. Eat like a pro.
Every morning, we rise and shine, make breakfast, and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature-Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Hola, amigos! It's the big noise, Brad Evans from BetMGM Tonight. Listen Monday through Friday starting at 6 p.m. Eastern on Westwood One Sports as we cover the biggest sports stories from coast to coast. Get insights on the NFL playoffs, college basketball conference races, and more. Download the Odyssey app now and listen from anywhere. BetMGM Tonight, live and interactive, presented by BetMGM. Tune in, Team Huevos.
Honey, that flu keeping you up? Did you take NyQuil Intense Flu?
Nah, I got this. Okay, I don't got this.
Yeah, you need NyQuil Intense Flu.
Undo your flu with NyQuil Intense Flu. NyQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms so you can sleep.
You do got this.
NyQuil Intense Flu. The nighttime sniffling, aching fever. Best sleep with the flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Post will bring it out of bounds. Finds Melton. He'll circle. Leads Kuminga down the right side. Kuminga center steps all the way. Layup is good at the buzzer. What a play by Melton and Kuminga combining there. Melton with a beautiful pass to get Kuminga in stride. It's a 44-point third quarter. And granted, the Warriors start the fourth down 108-94, but they've given themselves a chance for an incredible comeback win.
Bay Area is Jonathan Kuminga. Catch my head coach, Steve Kerr, with Willard and Dibs each and every week, right here on 95.7 The Game.
Well, thank you, JK. That's correct. 2 hours from right now, actually, Steve Kerr. You know, it's interesting, I think. Kept saying it yesterday, whole new world, right? And I know that all the emotions around the Warriors and Jonathan Kaminga and everything will spill over from the last couple of years. But in many ways, we have arrived at what people have long said is the reason why Jonathan is not a fit. Jonathan wasn't a fit because why? He was a project, right? Somebody who needed minutes. He needed time. But the Warriors can't offer that because they're championship contenders.
Right.
Well, guess what? Now you just unfortunately arrived at exactly what everyone has always said is what not just Jonathan, any young player comes into the league 19 years old and raw. What do they need? Well, they need minutes, and they preferably would like those minutes in a place that is not overly pressurized about winning. Well, here we are. Here we are.
Probably not over-pressurized as far as winning, other than you want to maximize the Steph Curry window. And even when Jimmy was here, you still weren't really in an overly pressurized environment as far as winning goes. You had a better chance to win with Jimmy Butler. I think we can all admit that. But as it is now, without Jimmy Butler, it also opens up that spot. They play the same position, and that's what Steve Kerr will say today at 4:30 when he joins us. We ask him about Kaminga now playing. He'll say, well, Jimmy was kind of in his way because they play the same spot, and now he's not in his way anymore. But you're right. younger players, if you're not in that spot of we have to try to win right now, well, now you have a little bit more rope to go out there and give a guy some time to play.
Yep. And again, to me, this is not about the Warriors and Kuminga, quote unquote, working. It's not about them kissing and making up. I think it's been some time now that the Warriors have viewed Jonathan Kuminga not so much as a player, but as an asset. And I know that ruffles some feathers. I get it. I don't think it's ever fun when human beings are referred to as something that feels robotic. But in the world of sports, I mean, it used to catch my ear when I was working down in San Diego. A.J. Preller would literally never use someone's name. A.J. Preller's the GM of the Padres.
Gotcha.
He would never use someone's name. It was either the player or the asset. That's what he would call him.
Right.
The asset.
Not the player. Like, he would never say the name. He would say the player or the asset.
Or the asset. And
Wow.
it's like, dude, it really rubs you the wrong way when you hear that. But it is how some sports franchises, quite frankly, all of them to a degree, it is how they operate. This is very, very cutthroat. And in this moment, with this sort of reality that's unfolded, I don't think it's crazy for the Warriors to try to shine up the asset. And you got 30 games to do what you did last night, which I very much think would shine up the asset. I don't know how Jonathan and his agent would feel if they're still on the team February 6th. But
right. I wonder how they would feel about, being a shiny asset now down the stretch and knowing full well that the team still has his control and he's already made his demand to be traded. And you played the cut from Mike Dunleavy where, you can have a demand, but if there's no demand, then what are we even really demanding here? And so that was a little bit of a backhanded shot at Kaminga and the fact that he's saying, Dunleavy, that there isn't great demand out there. So can the demand go up in the next 2 weeks? I guess. And deadlines always spur action.
For sure.
And if you're a team, one of the other 29 teams, I believe you already know how you feel about Kuminga. So the demand for me only goes up as you get closer to the deadline. If you realize that you might be able to get him at a price that fits you, the acquiring team.
I thought the message from yesterday, some of it was with words, some of it was with action, but the message yesterday from the Warriors was, yeah, we might keep him. And I wonder how that lands with the fan base, because we've been operating, let's be honest, all of us, we've been operating in such a way, at least for the last couple of months, as the longest this could possibly go would be the first week of February. I don't think that's the case anymore, and I wonder if Warrior fans can wrap their head around that or how they would receive that. Let's a bunch of you want to weigh in, so let's do this. Bleacher Dave, West Oakland, thanks for calling Willard and Dibbs. What's up?
Good. What's the afternoon, y'all? What's going on? I think we know what's going on. So what we about to talk about?
Let's do it.
Hey, Diz, I talked to your boy Murph this morning about all this stuff.
Oh, nice. Bleacher Dave.
The Warriors better keep Jonathan Kuminga. I mean, at this point, are you freaking kidding me? Because what Dunleavy said is true. The Warriors can't get the return in value that they feel like he's worth because there's not enough demand for him. There's not enough competition. His value just isn't high enough. And y'all tell me, I just don't believe that Jonathan Kuminga's assessment by other teams goes up and down every night depending on how many minutes he plays. I just don't. I think teams make an assessment of a player based on a whole bunch of other stuff and not necessarily, last night's game. So, I was at the game Monday, had just come back from traveling. I saw Butler tear his ACL. That's the game when Clay tore his ACL. I'm starting to wonder if I'm a jinx.
Yeah, how about no more games for you, Dave? That's about the end of that. It's kind of like Shasky and his Niner road trips. We're not letting him go anymore, okay?
Yeah. Hey, I got a question for you guys before I jump off. And so this is coming up as well. Is it time to explore the T word? Because the Dallas Mavericks tanked toward last season. They got Cooper Flag. Is there any appetite for it? I'd say probably not. And as a guy who still pays a lot of money to go to games, I want to see as competitive a team as possible and certainly go to see Steph Curry every night. But it worked for Dallas. Would that make sense at this point? And B, would that be palatable to the fan base? So some questions out there for you guys. I think they got to keep Kuminga because you can't get value for him. You certainly don't think you get any value for Jimmy Butler. I think it is what it is, and we just have to knuckle down and endure. But always keep our mind that I never thought I'd see a greater warrior than Rick Barry. There's one over there playing in San Francisco every home game. Stay wet, babies.
See you, Dave.
Bleacher Dave.
Yeah,
one of the all-time greats.
You're going to get the same answer from both of us on this one.
Yeah, it's a couple of no's.
There's no appetite for tanking whatsoever, and quite frankly, it's too late. You've won too many basketball games already. But I think it's funny when people go, God, you need to get Steph help. You need to this. Everything is about Steph Curry. You owe him the world. And then in the next sentence, we're going to talk about tanking. Yeah, go ahead, pitch that to Steph. Hey, Steph, I know you're 37 years old.
Right.
But let's tank. And who knows, maybe the little ballsies will bounce our way, and we'll get some 19-year-old this fall when you're 38 years old and about to turn 39, and he'll help you right away. Come on.
It is a great draft, though, as we heard from a caller yesterday, but last year is not the model for tanking because Dallas had a 1.8% chance of landing the number one pick. And so they got incredibly, almost historically lucky in the lottery. So if you really want to tank and play the odds game, you need to be a bottom 3 team. And right now, Washington is 10-32, and you're 25-20. So you'd have to lose all the games.
All of them.
And even if you lost all the games, I still don't think you'd be in that category. So for one, Joe Lacob, I don't believe will ever tank because he's not cut out to do that. And 2, it is too late at 25-20 for you to go that route.
Yeah, it's just not the vibe of this whole thing. I mean, that's just not it. Yeah, like I get it, but it's just not where the Warriors are at. It's funny. The urgency of this year might be gone because of the loss of Jimmy Butler, but the urgency of the organization I don't think is. Like tanking is synonymous with a full-blown rebuild. And this team, again, whether it's the right move or not, I can't tell you, but they are obsessively urgent about Steph Curry as he approaches age 40. So tanking just doesn't go with that.
No, and just looking at the draft upcoming, Oklahoma City, they have 3 picks.
I know.
And they don't have their own. So their own pick right now is dead last. They give that one away, but they get 3 others back.
Sam Presti's been brilliant.
Right.
He's just been brilliant. They've acquired the picks. They've hit on the picks. They've signed the right people. They've made the right trades. He's been brilliant. And now this is what you get. What you get is like you get to be the best team in the league now for a little while.
For a long time.
In the middle of America.
And you got these 3 picks next year that you can package at this deadline to maybe, get even better in the short term.
And they're going to need them, by the way, because of the stupid rules that are in place because of the Warriors, by the way. They're going to have a hard time keeping this core together when it's time for all of them to be re-signed. All right, let's keep going here. Steve-O is next up. Hi, Steve-O. Thanks for calling.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I was at the game last night with the missus. She was rocking her Kaminga 00 jersey, hoping for the best. And I was listening to you guys yesterday, and I took note of how you were talking about he's not even warming up really, and because he knows he's not playing. And I was watching, and he went through the same routine. He didn't warm up, and I was like, that's it. He's not going to play. They're still going to sit him. And sure enough, when he came in, it was just electric. The crowd loved it. It was just a really positive moment. What I'm calling about is just, the reason he's been sitting is because they didn't want to injure him. He was absolutely on the trade block, and they needed, the league knows how good Kuminga is. He's a known entity, and they wanted to make sure that he didn't roll an ankle or something. Now that, unfortunately, Jimmy got injured, it's terrible. But the reality is that, the talk was Jimmy and Kaminga are the same player. Well, Jimmy's not going to be playing. And so now Kaminga's going to get, I think, a longer leash, and they're going to put him out there, and they're going to play him, and he's going to hopefully contribute to the Warriors this year and for years to come. I think it's going to be his time. He's been improving, and this is kind of his moment. And I think you'll see it more and more for the rest of the season.
Steve-O, thanks. I think that's a little bit of an overly optimistic viewpoint in this moment. I can't 100% say it's not going to work out that way, but I'm not going to take one Jimmy Butler injury and then 20 more points for Jonathan and suddenly decide that this organization and Kuminga are now kumbaya and everything's going to be great for the next 5 years. I can't rule it out, but I just, man, there is a lot of water under the bridge. If you listen to Dunleavy talk before the game yesterday, that did not sound like a man who's just like, no, Jonathan's on this team. We need Jonathan, and we play. Like, again, compare this to other trade demands, and then when the general manager talks. Like, Deebo Samuel, I demand a trade. John Lynch is like, great. Right. Good for Deebo. Our plans are for Deebo Samuel to be playing 49er football this fall. We think the world of Deebo, and he's on this team, and that's our plan, even though we acknowledge the trade request. And then Deebo Samuel played for the 49ers that fall.
Right. Even the Jordan Poole one, which is, Jordan Poole is going to be a Warrior for a long time, and 4 days later he's traded. Right. So whether it's the demand or the response from the GM, a lot of it is the silly season. And we'll get to the Niners stuff from today's press conference a little bit later, but the Mac Jones thing came up, and, Shanahan's like, we were in the business of keeping good players, and he's a good player. And Lynch is like, I fully expect him to be back. And all that being said, he could be dealt when the league year starts in March. These guys are not paid to give the God's honest truth.
No, they're not. But I also think that they're probably, they've got their finger on the pulse. They are John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan.
Yep.
Is somebody going to offer them a 1?
Probably not.
A 2?
Maybe. I mean, it's probably going to be a 3 and a 5 or a 3 and a 6. And, whatever it is.
Yeah, I think they'd say
if
no.
It's not good enough, right.
Yeah.
It just depends on where it comes from, too. But as far as the Jonathan Kuminga trade demand, that was kind of a telegraph pass. You could see that coming from the day he was eligible to be traded. The agent rushed right out. We demand to be traded. Okay.
Okay. Here again, if you missed it last night, here's Dunleavy with regard to, hey, that Jonathan demanded a trade, right?
Yeah, I think as far as the demand, I'm aware of that. I think when in terms of demands, when you make a demand, there needs to be demand on the market. So we'll see where that unfolds. But heard, always with these guys, I tell them I'm willing to work with them, want to help people out, whether that's JK or any player on our roster. So we're good with, if that's his wishes, trying to figure that out, but we got to do what's best for our organization, and that's what we'll do. And as far as it goes with the deadline coming up, I think we'll take the next couple of weeks to assess this team a little bit more. I felt pretty good with where we're at heading into last night's game in terms of what we need to do. I thought our team was playing really well, heading in the right direction. Obviously, things have changed, so I want to take a couple of weeks here to watch these games and see our team and what we can do better.
Do you think Mike practiced that one in the bathroom mirror? Like, they know what they're going to be asked.
Right.
Yeah, I'm aware of the demand, and with a demand, there needs to be demand.
Exactly.
Do you think he practiced it?
I don't even know if he practiced it, but he definitely thought about it. And maybe that came from, Chat GPT or AI. How do I answer a question about demand when it comes to, the two different words, the two different definitions of the word demand? And it spit that out, and he read it, and he thought, yeah, we'll go with that. Because I do think that the agent has gotten under his skin in a number of different ways. And even after he makes that comment, the agent tweets like, oh, supply and demand, basic economics. Here I go.
Right.
Off to Twitter.
It's like, here's how you can build demand.
Right. You play him. And demand goes up.
And then they did.
Right. And maybe demand goes up. We won't know. And we may never know.
I guess here's how I'd put it. With the whole idea of him being traded on February 5th, I think Jonathan and the agent are now the ones who are freaking out a little bit about how this is going to go, not the other way around. I think there have been moments in the past where the Warriors have been a little bit worried about asset management, their roster. What are they getting for their $22.5 million? We're trying to win here. Steph Curry, this might be his, third to last year or whatever. We've got to do this. And so there was some tension there. I think the tension right now is in the room with Jonathan Kuminga and Aaron Turner because they are keenly aware that it is a real possibility that they don't get dealt. And I think that worries them.
For sure. And I do think that the only reason why they eventually signed the 1+1 contract was with the hope that they would be dealt after January 15th and before the deadline. Because if they went qualifying offer for 7.9, they probably wouldn't have been traded because that's not enough money to get back. Even if you get the full 7.9 back, the Warriors wouldn't be that interested in trading him to get that kind of player. But for $22.5 million, the Warriors are motivated to get a player back who makes that. But now that Jimmy is out, that changes the calculus of everything because now the Warriors, they've shown early, I'm liking it early, one game in, they're going to play Kuminga.
Oh, man.
So if Kuminga plays, does that change his tune about wanting to be elsewhere?
Surprise you when he went in?
A little bit, yeah.
Because, I mean, it's funny. Like, it was interesting to hear the caller say, yeah, he didn't warm up. And once, Kawakami's tweeting, he's like, we're a quarter in. They've played 11 players, and none of them are named Jonathan. I got to give credit to our guy, Grandy. He sends out a tweet at the end of the first quarter. Last time Jonathan played, cursed at him the whole first quarter, and then poof, he started him in the second quarter. Just want to throw that out there. And then the second quarter started.
Poof.
And there he was.
There you go, Grandy.
Nice job, Grandy.
Dialed in.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Did you know? Did you tweet that after he had already gone on the floor? Okay.
I think there was still a few minutes left in the first quarter when I tweeted that.
I know.
We got to check the timestamp.
And the same thing happened in the second half in that Phoenix game the last time he played. He did not play in the entire third quarter and then opened the floor in the fourth. Mm-hmm. And I honestly would guess that the same thing would have happened last night. The only difference was they got down by 30, and then Steve was like, all right, fine.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah. But I don't know.
And again, it comes at, and this has to be part of the conversation, it comes at a very, very low leveraged moment. Jonathan played great. He comes in when the Warriors are down by 20. You cut it to 9. Awesome. I give him all the credit in the world. But that's the messaging. A lot of people are like, play Jonathan. And the Warriors are like, but we're trying to win. Well, when you're down 30 in the second half, I think you've kind of given up on the idea of trying to win. So it's like, well, let's see Jonathan. And then he goes out and he looks great. And honestly, that's the best you can do right now. I don't really see the Warriors as being some sort of the fairy tale of Jonathan joins the starting lineup and poof, wow, they're amazing. And they fired up to the 5 seed. But just minutes, play well, raise the value if you can, and reassess. Unless there's something on the table in the last 2 weeks that we don't know about, but it sure doesn't sound like it.
Well, I mean, there probably isn't something on the table other than Jonathan. He's on the table, and I don't think that there's any team out there that probably after last night is thinking, well, he's got to be off the market now. I mean, he played 20 minutes and he played pretty well, so they're not going to trade him now. I think maybe the Warriors are thinking, we're just going to play him because we need him, and we're going to play him because if he plays well, maybe it piques the interest of another team.
I mean, it's just kind of like, let's see what happens mode.
Right. The only bad thing that could happen, we won't speak of because it happens to athletes and you play sports and things can happen. But beyond that, I don't think that his value can go down per se.
Kevin in the city. Hey, Kevin, thanks for calling. What's up?
Hey, Willard and Dibs. Thanks for taking my call. I appreciate it. Yeah, so, first off, I just want to say I was at Chase Center last night as well, like your last caller. And the first half of basketball was one of the most deflated I've ever seen fans in that building. I mean, we're down almost 30 points in the first half to a mediocre Toronto team. Same thing like what your caller said. Kaminga wasn't even out there. He actually, once he finally hit the bench, he had his black hoodie on, looked like he was slouched over, like he was no interest in going in the game. And then, out of nowhere, no energy in the building. He puts Kaminga in for 5 minutes, got a standing ovation from the fan base, which the majority of the fan base, which I thought was great to see. And then Kaminga and Buddy check in halfway through the third quarter and completely ignited that arena like it was a playoff game. So it sparked life back into the team, helped them almost come back from down 30. And, honestly, if Toronto didn't shoot over 60% from 3, they might have been able to pull it off. But anyways, I do want to say, going back to Dunleavy, I need to talk about what I believe, from my perception of his words, is how reckless and unprofessional those words were last night when he's talking to the press about there being no trade demand for Kuminga in the market. And so Willie, I got a little bit different take than you do here. What I think is, if you're a GM trying to move an asset, Your job is to build, or at a minimum, protect the value of that asset. You don't publicly tell potential GMs or buyers that no one else wants them. NBA GMs and executives don't need to hear through the media that there's no trade demand for a player that they might be interested in. And if that's true, you keep that private, or you tell them, you lie to them. You tell them you have offers on the table to create urgency of the deal. So I think strategically it was a terrible move by Dunleavy. And even worse when you consider the human element to it and how it might potentially impact the locker room. I think I took it as, yeah, go ahead, Joe.
No, Kevin, we're up against it. We got to run. Here's what I would say. I think you have some very, very valid points. However, you're maybe jumping to a conclusion in this moment in terms of what Mike Dunleavy wants. You said if you want to trade the guy, you don't say that. I actually don't know in this moment anymore if he wants to trade him. I don't know that, number one. And number two, I don't think we can listen to the sound again coming up when people are like, Mike Dunleavy said there's no demand. He didn't actually say, I get that it feels like he insinuated it. We just said with the demand, there needs to be demand.
Right.
And I'm not saying anything more about that. So maybe there is demand, maybe there isn't demand.
Right.
And there's 15 days to go, too.
For the demand to go up. And yeah. What I heard him say is that, if you want to make a demand, there's got to be demand, and we can play it again, and maybe I'll hear something else. But I kind of agree with the caller that would not be the approach that I would take in that moment when talking about his demand.
I agree with you if what you're trying to do is drum up demand and trade him. I don't know that that's what they're trying to do anymore. Warrior Wednesday is brought to you by Freedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Freedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. We're also brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. All right, you got some more people want to weigh in? We will. Want to get to a couple of key 49er sound bites. Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch, wow, what they said about Mac Jones, what they said about Brandon Ayuk, what they said about Eddie Pinheiro, what they said about Ricky Pearsall. You got to hear some of this, and then Greg Cosell in 20 minutes on Willard and Dibs.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Paramount Plus is the new home of UFC, and we're coming out swinging with UFC 324.
Oh, what a shot!
And 325. Hey! On back-to-back weekends, the new era is here.
It's time!
Every fight.
Bam!
Yes! One subscription.
Oh, my goodness!
Pay-per-view just got knocked out. Back-to-back blockbuster UFC events this month only on Paramount Plus.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu. An Elite CompTIA certification partner.
Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Want to interact with the hosts but can't call? Text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line at 888-957-9570. Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at Aminet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well,
I'll take this one.
What? Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that. But Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there.
It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Dub Nation, it's Steve Kerr. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
90 minutes till Kerr.
Okay. Lock in. You got to yak in on Steve Kerr.
We're sitting here right now kind of batting around some of the things that we might want to bring up.
Hey, Steve.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
You coaching?
Yep.
Next year?
Yep.
I mean, and you're all allowed to do that too now. YouTube and the text line and phone lines. Like, what do you want to ask her? And no. Don't.
I got my own complaint.
Why are you so bad at coaching?
Yeah, tell that jerk.
He deserved it.
Greg Cosell, though, in about 13 minutes. NFL Films, an absolute G, the master of the monitor.
Bittersweet moment for me.
Sure, the season's over.
Well, I've got my file of all 19 games they played with all my notes, and after today's Cosell, it goes in the locker room. It goes in the locker, and it goes into mothballs.
You actually have a locker for those things?
I have a locker here. You know I have a locker here.
I know you do, but like you put your notes in there when the season.
These notes, yeah.
Like
Last year's notes. Thank you. That's a 4.
What, Grandy?
That was great.
What?
Last year's notes were not a complete set.
Come on, D's nuts.
D's notes.
Okay, D's notes. Yeah.
This year, though, I have a complete 19-game set. I'm keeping these.
Okay, so are last year's in there?
Threw them out because I didn't do every game.
And
I didn't have a complete set.
And they sucked.
Right, 6 and 11.
Yeah.
This year was pretty awesome.
One more Warrior call, and then you got to hear, there's some hot stuff coming out of the press conference for Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch. Season ender. But let's go to Duck Sauce in San Jose. What up, Duck Sauce?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Good afternoon. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, man.
Just a couple things on the Kuminga thing. You know, I feel like this whole time, throughout his time here, I just feel like the fans are either way on one side, either they can't stand him, or some of them think he's the best thing since sliced bread. And I kind of feel like I land somewhere in the middle. I don't think he's as great as some of them think he is, but I never thought him being unplayable on this roster was ever warranted. I mean, frankly, I just don't think this roster is talented enough to warrant that, no matter how bad he's played. I mean, and I think what some of the people in his side of the camp as fans would tell you is, even though, they always kind of compare him to Pods and Moody the way he's treated. And I know they don't necessarily play the same position, but I feel like the guys on Kaminga's side would tell you, well, I could point to a lot of stints where Moody and Pods have went through long periods where they looked awful, but Kerr let them work through their mistakes, and I think that's where some of the frustration lies, because to me, if you just go off this year, like, he started 5-6 games, he was playing really well, and then, he started not to play as well, and I feel like he started looking over his shoulder, but I never thought he started doing not doing the things that kept him on the court, like the little things Kerr wanted him to do. If anything, I saw him overpassing at times, which to me tells me someone's in your head. Not saying Kerr was trying to be in his head, but he was looking over his shoulder, to me. So, and again, his last stint where he did look really bad before Kerr just stopped playing him altogether, people were saying he's disinterested and whatnot, but to me, his confidence was shot. Like, his confidence was gone. So I just think, at the end of the day, when he's playing loose, why it's kind of hard to just move off him so easily is he frankly, he has attributes that this team should covet. I mean, because we don't have them. I mean, as great as Steph and Jimmy is, look how hard they work every time to score. At least he's almost a breath of fresh air when he is playing well, because he's the one guy on the team that can, like, you almost like, wow, that was easy.
I get it. No, I do. Duck Sauce, we got to run, but I really... Okay, I'm going to try to do this because you're spot on with a lot of things. And I'm not an NBA head coach. I would play him. He looks like he would be somebody worthy of minutes in my eyes, but also with what so many of you call homerism, I defer because I think Steve Kerr is a wonderful NBA brain. And he knows a lot more about this stuff than I do. So let me try to do it this way. There's no debating whether or not Jonathan has talent. Who's more talented, Trey Lance or Brock Purdy?
Well, I mean, talent, we're talking about like raw measurables. But it's Trey Lance,
that's
right?
That's what we're talking about here.
But talent is it's a small sliver of the overall pie, and I know that's what you're trying to make a point of, because yes, vertical leap and straight line quickness and all the other things that Jonathan Kuminga has, yes, he's more talented than most of the guys.
So
GP2 is a great example. He's not very talented. He can jump, but he plays a lot in certain spots because he plays winning basketball.
Does a bunch of other little things, right? And so I think sometimes we see these things, sometimes we don't. And I'm not saying just because the Warrior coaching staff said it, that automatically makes them right. Like I already said, I'd give him minutes. I wouldn't have let him rot for an entire month. That's not what I would have done. But I do know for a fact that if you get Warrior coaches into a private moment where there are no microphones, they've got some opinions about his all-around game. And you say that he has attributes that the Warriors need. He does. He also has some attributes that they're trying to get away from. That's also true. And so It's not about playing the most. Again, their opinion is it's not always about playing the most talented, raw, talented people. It's about playing a whole group of people that work together for this common goal, and their assessment is that has often not included him.
And I think it hasn't included him, particularly when Jimmy Butler came to town, and that's a determination that they've made. And you could look at the small sample of the last 16 games, and the Warriors went 12-4. So they started playing their best basketball of the year. Jimmy started playing his best ball. Melton's getting healthy, and they were stacking wins. And yeah, the schedule was a little bit kinder because you had a lot of home games and winnable games, whatever. You still went 12-4. So for me, it's more about the combinations, and Steve will say that today at 4:30 when he joins us. It's about who Jonathan plays well with, and if it's not Jimmy Butler, I think that's a big reason why he wasn't playing.
Speaking of talent, that was actually a big center of conversation at the 49ers season-ending press conference today. Greg Cosell is going to join us in about 5 minutes. Kyle Shanahan, John Lynch took questions on just about everything, and we want to rat-a-tat-tat through a bunch of these because they're super interesting. First off, let's talk about Mac Jones. You and I have had plenty of conversations about would they trade him, should they trade him, could they trade him, does someone else want him to be the starter? Here's John Lynch on what Mac Jones meant this year.
Mac made this place better. He was outstanding this season. He picked us up in a huge way, and it was a really fun process to watch him come in and the joy that he was playing with. You know, he's got an infectious attitude that affects everybody on our team. It affected that quarterback room. You know, you talk to Brock. Brock will tell how he made him a better player. Biggest thing he did is when we needed him, which came early in the season, you know, he went in there and won us a lot of football games, and he kept us in this thing. And so I can't say enough about Mac, not only his play, his leadership. I call it leadership. Do you make people around you better? And I think Mac did that all season. And so he's been an outstanding addition. Like Kyle said, you always listen, but I know we're a better football team with Mac Jones on our roster.
And Shanahan added this: will you consider trading him?
You always listen to people with trade offers, but we're also not into getting rid of good players. So I'd be very surprised if Mac wasn't around us next year.
I'd be very surprised if Mac Jones not on the team next year.
Yeah, very surprised, which would mean you get an offer that you're surprised that you got. And let's just say that the offer that's out there is a 3rd round and a 6th round pick, and you don't think that that's good enough for you to part with Mac Jones, then you keep him. If a team goes out there and says, you know what, we're going to give you our 1st round pick, that would be a surprise, and you would take it.
Yeah.
But at that point, that's why you would be surprised if he's not on the team. And I think that his value is probably in that third round plus kind of a category. And if you're the Niners, that's not good enough.
We want to get to all the Ayuk stuff because it's super interesting. There's one more, though, before Greg Cosell that I want to play for you. And it's when Kyle Shanahan was asked if there's anything that Ricky Pearsall can do to stop being broken glass. It wasn't quite asked that way, but here's his answer.
Yeah, I thought he did that last offseason, though. I thought Ricky had an awesome offseason last year. He got through all of training camp. Was one of our few wideouts who did all of training camp, I think minus the first 5 days. And I thought he went into the season as ready, much more ready than the year prior. Added some weight, was able to get through a training camp because he did train the right way. And that's why I thought he went into those first few weeks of the season ready to go. I think if you guys saw the film or you saw his stats, the stats did match the film. I think he was leading the league in a lot of categories before he got hurt. I want to say versus Jacksonville. And then he landed on his knee in the wrong way. And when you land on your knee in the wrong way and you hurt your PCL, sometimes that can last a week. Like Puka last year, sometimes it can last 7 weeks. And then when you do come back and you land on it again, it happens again. Can he prepare to not land on his knee? No. You know, he's trying to too. What do I got to do different? I'm like, let's talk about what you did do, and then let's talk about what happened. And so I think the main thing from last year is, man, what can we do to come back from that faster? When you do come back, what can we do to maybe not redo it so it doesn't linger? When it was said and done, Ricky played as Ricky for, I'd say, 4 games this year. Even though I think he might have dressed in 8, but he was Ricky for 4 games, and that didn't have to do with how he went into this year. That had to do with an injury that he had in week 4, and those are tough to overcome. But I think he found the right way last year and keep adding to it.
That sounds to me like somebody who plans on relying on Ricky Pearsall again next year.
Yeah, and hopefully you can rely on him more than you did this year. And I mentioned this to you probably off the air, but they completed by percentage the 3rd fewest passes to wide receivers, and part of it was you didn't have that reliable guy, Ricky Pearsall, who dressed for 8, but really only was Ricky for 4. So if Ricky could be Ricky for, 16, all of a sudden now you can throw the ball to receivers more often.
We're sponsored by DAZN. All right, speaking of receivers, what were their answers about Ayuk? What were their answers about Juwan Jennings? That and much more around the corner, and we will let Greg Cosell weigh in on all of that, and I guess we'll talk to him about the Seahawks and Rams a little bit too, but anyway, Greg Cosell, NFL Films, next on Willard and Dibs.
2 global superstars in their prime square off at Madison Square Garden. Here we go. Tiafimo, the Brooklyn-born king of 140, looks to retain his world title as Shakur steps up to become a 4-division world champion. Don't miss Lopez versus Stevenson, January 31st. Watch only on DAZN.
Dan Dibley here. As a homeowner, what you want is what I want. Comfort, efficiency, and style. Golden State Lumber and Showroom makes upgrading your home simple and even enjoyable, and you do it all without the guesswork. With over 70 years of experience, Golden State can streamline your project from start to finish. Their extensive inventory and vendor list means you'll find options to fit any budget, and best of all, they work directly with contractors and professional builders, saving you valuable time and effort. Aside from competitive pricing on window solutions, Golden State showrooms feature innovative interior doors, including True Style, which blends modern technology with old-world craftsmanship. Get inspired by the many possibilities when you visit goldenstatelumber.com and click products for windows and doors. Look for the showroom near you and take a virtual tour. Then talk with your contractor about your ideas and make an appointment from the website. Serving the Bay Area since 1954, Golden State Lumber and Showroom. When you succeed, they succeed.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal está? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI, all on America's best network. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla. Speed test intelligence data 2H 2025. Receive Netflix standard with ads on us with qualifying plans.
Looking for lifelong financial guidance? Look no further than Pettinelli Financial Partners, your dedicated financial coaches for every stage of life's journey. Whether you're planning for retirement, starting a family, or buying a home, we're here for you every step of the way. Visit PettinelliFP.com. The financial consultants at Pettinelli Financial Partners are registered representatives with and securities offered through LPL Financial. Member FINRA SIPC. Investment advice offered through Stratos Wealth Partners, a registered investment advisor. Stratos and Pettinelli are separate entities from LPL Financial.
Hi, I'm John with Jack's Restaurant and Bar. My brothers and I recorded our first commercial a while back. Got a little chaotic, so I'm here today.
What's going on here, bro? Are you recording a commercial without us?
Guys, no, I'm just trying
to what? Take all the credit for our half-pound all-natural burgers?
Or the best fish and chips
or
around?
7 mac and cheeses and 14 sandwiches, including a French dip that will change your life?
Or homemade meatloaf, pot roast, and next-level lamb
chops? Or that
chops?
people can order takeout and delivery by visiting ilovejacks.com?
Guys, no, I'm
just went behind our backs.
I knew he would.
Wait till we tell Mom.
Oh, please don't tell Mom.
Real family, great food, ilovejacks.com.
All right, Bay Area, listen up. This one is personal because I actually drive this thing. It's the Ceremony Ford kickoff sales event, and we're talking about the 2026 Ford Explorer. Yes, the SUV I drive every single day. School runs, freeway miles, road trips, all of it. But here's the deal. Right now, Ceremony Ford is offering $2,500 back on every new 2026 Explorer in stock. That's $2,500. Real deal money. No tricks, and this isn't a one-car situation. They've got over 40 Explorers available, different colors, different trims, ready to roll. You show up, pick what you want, and drive it home. The Explorer is roomy, powerful, packed with tech, and smooth on Bay Area roads. It just makes sense for real life. So head to Ceremony Ford right off 280 on Ceremony Boulevard in Coma, Daly City, or shop anytime at ceremonyford.com. Inventory is stacked, deals are legit, and that $2,500 rebate won't last. Ceremony Ford, my Ford dealer.
Hey, it's your boy Guru. Every time we put a rat on the table during our show, it's brought to you by Atco Pest Control. Atco Pest Control is a family-owned local business proud to provide pest control in the Bay Area for over 35 years. Atco uses natural methods to give you a peace of mind and keep your family out of harm's way. Quality pest control doesn't have to empty your savings either. Don't wait. Go to AtcoPestControl.com for all your pest control needs. They got you covered.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match
on ZipRecruiter. Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line. But my throat has officially thrown in the towel.
Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed. VapoCool.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
Not bad, guys.
On 95.7 The Game.
Is this bittersweet for you?
It is bittersweet, yeah. A whole season of note-taking, and I'm trying to bring my A game and getting sunned, getting put in my place. I'm going to miss that.
I mean, it always comes to an end, but it's always going to come back around again, too.
It will.
You know what I mean? Greg Cosell's like Christmas. Like, the only difference is he comes more than once a year.
That's right.
But it goes away, and then it comes back. Happy holidays, Greg Christmas. River Islands guest line. Yeah, how are you?
I'm not the one going anywhere, guys. I'll be sitting here every single day. So, I'm always good to go.
Wait, so can we call you like during the draft and then in free agency and then most importantly when we need a big pick?
Well, you can, but you'll have to, I think bring that up with your boss.
Okay. All right.
I see.
Right.
You are wearing Bronco orange today, so I believe the pick is in based on...
Not intentionally by any means.
Okay.
Not intentionally by any means. It was just a sweatshirt I happened to pick out in the dark this morning,
that's one you could see in the dark, that's for sure.
Like most true men, whatever's on top of the drawer,
right.
That's what we're wearing today. All right, Greg.
Right.
On Monday, when the Niners had, our first show back together after the Niners defeat, obliteration, if you will, in Seattle, one of the things I was really focused on is that it felt to me like Mike McDonald and the Seahawks had spent a couple years trying to figure out the 49ers. That's who they needed to beat in the division, and they did it. And now the shoe's on the other foot, and what I really notice is 3rd and 1, 4th and 1, and here's Kyle Shanahan pulling out gadget plays. Like, this is a guy who is synonymous with running the football. Why can't the 49ers run the ball at a better clip up the middle this year, and what do they need to do to fix it?
Well, they certainly couldn't do it, and I was wrong. I didn't think they would be physically handled in this again, and they were. They just couldn't handle that Seahawk defensive front. Murphy and Lawrence are sort of Murphy and Williams are kind of the foundation there, and they just can't handle those guys with what they have on the offensive front right now. So if they're going to look at Seattle as the team that they have to beat going forward, and it appears that's to be the case because the Seahawks do not have an old defense. There's a few guys, but for the most part, they're not really old across the board. Then they're going to have to find a way, with Kyle Shanahan's system to be able to run the ball with some efficiency. It doesn't have to be 150 yards, but some efficiency against that Seahawks defense. And in the two games that they played, recently, obviously, they could not get Murphy and Williams blocked on the inside. And, that's probably what led to the 4th and 1 speed option play, which, didn't work either, So, Lawrence actually made the play on that one, but they couldn't get those two interior guys blocked in either of the games.
And beyond that, if we extrapolate to the whole season where they averaged just 3.8 per carry, when you look at the totality of the film, where was the weakness in the run game?
Yeah, look, the way I can answer that is I'm not charting, each individual player as the offensive line coach and the assistants do. So I can't sit here and say, that the left guard was good, bad, the center was good, bad, the right guard was good, bad. The bottom line is they couldn't really move the ball consistently inside in the run game. So as they evaluate each individual player, that they have to make that decision as to whether they need to, look elsewhere or whether they feel certain guys can play better, as with another year. That's a decision they have to make. But the bottom line is, for a team that needs to be able to run the ball as a foundation, as a stabilizer, and with sustainability, they could not do that this year the way they had done so in the past.
Greg, I wonder what your overall sort of review of Christian McCaffrey is, and I mean it from this perspective. Obviously, he's a wonderful player, and he had a very, very big year, but with his yards per carry being down and all of the touches, and he's about to turn 30, do you see him as dynamic as he used to be, or is he kind of reaching a spot where maybe they need to tap the brakes a little bit on all the touches?
I think that's a fair. The latter, what you said, is probably fair. I mean, I think McCaffrey is as hard and as tough and as physical a runner as there is, and that every run he gives it everything. You could just see that in the way he runs. But this year, there were no real explosive runs. Now, I didn't think, with very few exceptions, there were times where he really got beyond, to the third level totally cleanly and could break away. Now, will some say, well, he's lost a step? I always find that hard because there's so many bodies there that it's hard, to know, if he were to truly break away, like he did have that 40-yard run. I forget who that was against. Was that against the Eagles? I'm trying to remember who that was against.
I don't think it was against the Eagles.
No, it's not against the Eagles. It was later in the season. If you just took that and isolated that run, you would say, hey, he looked pretty good. Didn't look like he was slow on that run. But, could you make the argument that he's not exactly what he was just because of the volume over the years and the fact that he's had injuries? You could probably make that argument, but I don't think he's that this particular season that we just played, that he lost it to the point where he wasn't an effective player. The thing that they have to decide, and this is a very hard thing to know, and I certainly don't know it. I'm not with him every day. You have to decide as you go into next year, can he have this kind of volume, or is it time to, I don't want to say have a running back by committee. It's not as if you're going to cut everything in half, but just, hey, that he had a lot of touches. That's a lot for a guy who's his age now and who's been injured.
Yeah, and touches in the pass game too. I think he had 102 catches. So when you look at the team on tape all year, what do you cite as the reason for a real lack of explosive plays in the pass game?
Yeah, that they didn't have this year. I mean, look, the bottom line is they don't have explosive receivers. They want to count on Ricky Pearsall. And again, he was hurt. So I don't think it's fair to do a true evaluation of Ricky Pearsall. I would bet that in terms of health, and I'm talking about, look, every player gets hurt, but they can still perform at their normal level. He obviously was hurt to the point where he couldn't perform at his normal level. So probably, what did he have, 4 or 5 games this year where he really could perform? So I still think they're counting on him to be a factor because he can provide some of that explosiveness. But the bottom line is they don't have those kinds of receivers. And at some point, look, the bottom line is, I got to talk to some defensive coaches this week because, now that I don't have as much NFL tape to watch, I can spend a little more time trying to learn from people smarter than I am. And, one of the things is everybody thinks Kyle Shanahan's offense is unbelievable. I'm talking about defensive coaches, and incredibly hard to defend. But the reality is at some point, you do need players when it comes to explosion in the pass game. Everything can't be run after catch. At some point, you need to be able to work the deeper intermediate levels and to have a vertical dimension somewhere along the line.
What was your overall review of the 49ers offensive line this year?
I think it was very uneven. I don't think it was the best year that they've had. And again, I'm not charting each individual player, so I can't sit here and say that. But I mean, just overall, watching the tape every week, in pretty good detail, I don't think overall they had their best season by any means. And I think, we spoke about McCaffrey and the fact that they were really unable to have a run game the way they've had in the past with that kind of sustainability and stability. And even with pass protection, I don't think it was quite exactly what they would hope it would be.
When you look at the other side of the ball and you're dead last in sacks as a defensive front, and yet your defense is kind of middle of the pack, do you look back at that and think what an outstanding job by Robert Saleh and the defense to be that good, quote unquote, without ever rushing the quarterback?
Yeah. I mean, now you get into people. I mean, look, Robert Saleh is another guy that is incredibly respected around the league. That's the bottom line. Obviously, he's gone now to Tennessee, but, I think one of the things, and I go back to Bill Walsh with this, and I think this remains true. He always said that one of the keys to winning playoff games in the National Football League is to be able to rush the quarterback in the fourth quarter. And, this is a team that they can't really rush the quarterback at any time with the injuries they had. I mean, obviously, Nick Bosa changes everything because he just changes the way offenses have to play. Fred Warner, a huge, huge loss. Fred Warner is in their defense. Basically the Niners are a defense that their main coverage tendency under Robert Saleh, that's what we have. He's gone, but we'll see what they do next. Is their coverage tendency is relatively static, which is not in and of itself a bad thing. That's his approach, but that makes linebacker drops incredibly nuanced as far as route recognition and pattern matching. And there's nobody better in the league at that than Fred Warner. He is clearly the best. So when you lose Fred Warner, you lose a true foundational piece of how you play defense. So now when you lose Bosa, because they were a 4-man D-line pass rush team as their foundation, and then you lose Fred Warner, you are basically losing your defense. So Robert Saleh really had to put it together, and you could argue he did a really good job, but the bottom line is they really couldn't rush the quarterback with 4. And the answer to that is not just blitz, as a lot of people think, because then you have to feel really good about your corners and your back end.
Greg Cosell, NFL Films, with his weekly visit here on Willard and Dibbs, 95.7 The Game, and we love hanging out. And Greg, we know you love basketball, so I want to ask this question. Yeah, here's something. This town has long talked about Draymond Green and whether he would actually fit really well on other teams, or is he just actually of his highest value with the Warriors because of his style and being alongside Steph Curry. I wonder if there's a mini version of that going on with Juwan Jennings, who is now an unrestricted free agent. They said today they want him back, but with his style, the blocking, all of that, do you think that he's someone that other teams would be really interested in, or is he more kind of a fit with the Niners and what they do?
Well, I'm not going to sit here and say that it's the only team that would be interested, but my sense would be, guys, and again, I'm bad with the money stuff because sometimes teams, you know how it is. When teams spend money, they think, oh, this guy really, we need a guy like that, so we're going to overpay him. So I don't know the answer to that. My guess is he's certainly not going to be seen as a guy to get a 5-year deal at a ton of money, at the high levels of wide receiver money. That would be my sense. Now, again, it's his agent's job to try to do that. He probably feels like he's worth it. He should. Every player, and certainly someone like Juwan Jennings, who's so physically and competitively tough, probably feels like he's worth whatever, He probably doesn't think he's Jamar Chase, but I'm sure he thinks, hey, I deserve a lot of money. So I don't know what the market will bear. He's in a great situation there because he really has tremendous value and is a volume receiver in the context of that offense. If he were to go somewhere else, I don't know. Is he a volume receiver? I guess that would depend on the team and the other receivers. But he's in a really good spot. But we all understand guys trying to earn a ton of money. You never begrudge them that. And we'll see what the market will bear.
And I'm not going to have you speak to the wide receiver market in terms of money, but watching all the football that you do, is it becoming less important for teams to have a really good number one wide receiver? And I think about Denver and New England. Now it's different with Seattle and the Rams, obviously, but are teams realizing that there are more than one way to go about offense without having to pay a guy $30 million?
I would say yes and no is the answer to that. I think at some point, it's a matchup league to some degree, okay? And at some point, you need wide receivers who can win one-on-one. Now, is every play like that? Maybe not. But I think some of these teams' receivers are a little better than you might think. And you have to be able to win one-on-one sometimes in this league. I mean, I've always heard Troy Aikman talk about that. He says, hey, if you drop back and it's man coverage and the quarterback throws a ball and they're incomplete, he says, that doesn't mean you need a new quarterback. That means you need new receivers. You got to be able to win one-on-one somewhere along the line. I don't know. I think can you scheme things situationally and put up a good play, which teams do and coaches can do, including Kyle Shanahan, obviously is very good at that. Yes, you can do that. But you don't win. I think most coaches would agree that overall, you don't become a great team or a great offense with doing gimmick-type stuff. And at some point, you will need to win one-on-one on the outside.
Greg, I think you can tell by our line of questioning, and we can tell from your answers and their answers today, Kyle and John Lynch, with regard to the wide receiver room. It needs some work, right? And so whether Jennings is a part of it, Pearsall's a part of it, Demarcus Robinson's a part of it. But when you're talking about man-on-man kind of beaters, if you will, like I don't think the Niners are going to be out there in the $30 million a year market for wide receivers, but right. Can I throw some names at you and you tell me if they're good at what you're talking about? Like, what about Christian Kirk and Alec Pierce? Those are wide receiver free agents. What do you think about them?
Yeah, Alec Pierce is an interesting player. I remember evaluating him coming out of the University of Cincinnati, and I actually liked him quite a bit, more than others. He's turned out where he is not to be a volume receiver, although this year was a little more so because of his size and his speed. He does have one-on-one ability. Now, is he the best in the league one-on-one? Of course not. But he has one-on-one ability because he's a legit 6'3" and he can run. They don't have anybody who can really stretch a defense. Ideally, Ricky Pearsall can potentially be that guy, but we don't actually specifically know the answer to that. As much as I like him, we don't necessarily know the answer to that yet. But Alec Pierce can get vertical. And at some point, you need two things, really. You need a vertical dimension, and you need to be able to win one-on-one somewhere along the line. So I like Alec Pierce. Christian Kirk he's more of a slot, short to intermediate. The scheme can maybe get him vertical at times, but he's not really that guy.
Yeah, and for Shanahan, this year they didn't do a lot of vertical, and it doesn't seem to be something that they do very often, but now they're going to have to scheme it without George Kittle. Is there any tight end that might be available out there that Shanahan can go out there and get and have a plug-and-play replacement for Kittle?
Well, Kittle is one of the best tight ends in the league, so you're not going to get anybody, and I don't even know who's available. I'm not in free agent mode at this point. I'm still in the NFL season, and then I'll be turning to the NFL draft. The free agent stuff for me is I kind of wait till guys sign and then I take note of it. I don't draw up a list of guys. So I always say to people, hey, tell me who you want me to talk about, and I can do that. But I don't sit and make a list of the free agents. Kittle is a great player. You're not going to find George Kittle in the free agent market. So then you're talking about tight ends, and tight ends come with very multiple skill sets. Some guys are receivers who are not inline players. Some lines are inline players.
Talking about, okay, how do you crack the code of the Seahawks earlier, but who do you see right now as sort of the tougher matchup for the 49ers between the Seahawks and the Rams?
Well, right now it's pretty evident that the Seahawks defense gives them significant problems. So at this moment in time, based on the evidence we have from this season, I would have to say the Seahawks. That's the way I'd go with that, because they can't, in a sense, against Seattle in the two games, they have not been able to run their offense. And if you can't run your offense against that defense, you're stuck.
And then,
as they were.
Yeah, and then with the Rams, I think there's this perception, like all year long, I heard from a lot of people, that's the best team in the NFC. And now their defense looks, I don't know, not as effective as it maybe was early in the year. What do you see?
Well, I think, look, bottom line is they basically gave up one touchdown to the Bears. That last play was just a fluky, crazy play, which Williams ran backwards and then just threw it up. It was basically a Hail Mary. So their defense, you could argue, just played a good game. But I think overall, one would feel that you could attack their corners and you could have success. I mean, the two corners who played the most snaps for the Rams in this playoff game this past weekend were Williams and Durant. And I don't think anybody would say that they're top-of-the-line NFL corners. They're solid within the context of how the Rams play, but I think they're beatable players. So, the question is, how does Seattle go? Look, I think Seattle would love to run the football, as their foundation. And if they've done that better over the last month.
And now no Charbonnet, that might be a little tougher. Just one for me, Greg, for the AFC game. Jared Stidham, not a lot of pro tape on him, but what did you think of him coming out of college?
I thought, it's funny you say that. I went back and I looked at my my evaluation because I evaluated him coming out. And I thought that he had NFL traits and that in the right situation, he could be one of those mid-level starters. And obviously the right situation has not turned out. And maybe, I'm not with him every day. Maybe he's not good enough to be an NFL starter. But he's been with Sean Payton for 3 years. I mean, he did start 2 games at the end of the 2023 season. He's very familiar with that offense. I'm not saying anything profound, guys, but obviously much of that game will depend on how it's called and if they can stay out of long yardage. Now, you can say that theoretically about any quarterback. I understand that. But in this case, it's particularly true, particularly with the way the Patriots have been playing defense in the playoffs they've been blitzing more. They stunt a lot. They're really good at it. So, it all depends on how that game is played. Look, the Broncos defense just had a really bad game. They gave up 30 points to, from everything I read this week, they gave up 30 points to obviously a quarterback who seemingly is the worst quarterback in football based on everything I see on social media. So who knows? Maybe Jarrett Stidham is better than Josh Allen because Josh Allen obviously stinks.
He clearly does.
Yeah.
But our visits with you do not. And I want to tell everybody that even though the Niners season is over, our visits with you are not. So
I hope that that's the case because I would love to talk to you guys. Believe it or not, because there's fewer NFL games for me to watch now, I've actually started, watching a little college tape, and I do it in very detail. So it's not like I see 7 guys in a week, because I just don't, I can't. I try to do it the right way.
Yeah. So when is the right time for us to ask you who the Niners should take at 27, Greg?
It's funny. I don't really go about it that way, because what I do is I love to evaluate. I don't do mock drafts. I just love to evaluate the players. And the fun for me is when the guys I evaluate that end up being 3rd, 4th round picks that I liked and end up playing well in the league. That's the fun for me. Everybody gets guys wrong, guys. That's just the nature of the business because, first of all, I don't work for a team, so I'm not talking to the guys. I'm not, I can't do all that. I'm sitting in my office watching tape. So when I'm done with a player, I'm done with a player. I'm not going to change my opinion in 2 months. So if I finish, just to throw an example out, let's say I finish Ty Simpson next week. I'm done with Ty Simpson. I'm not going to change my opinion in 2 months.
Okay, but if the Niners take him, then we can ask you about him.
Well, you can ask me about him even if they don't take him.
Okay, well,
yeah.
Well, I don't care if he ends up on the Jags or something. But anyway, yeah, Greg, awesome. We'll talk to you next week.
Well, I'll be here, guys, for sure.
Yes, you will. Perfect. All right, there he goes. Greg Cosell, NFL Films, Warrior Wednesday, brought to you by Freeman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. Also brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Okay, if you haven't heard the stuff on Ayuk, we gotta play this for you. We'll do that coming up next. Steve Kerr joins us in exactly 45 minutes. 888-957-9570. Willard and Dibs. Hey, it's Willard and Dibs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for members. And as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers from Safeway. Just clip the highlighted deals from the weekly mailer or click the deals in the For You section of the Safeway app to breeze through checkout. Buy one, get one free. Foster Farms Simply Raised Boneless, Skinless Chicken Breast. Thin sliced or tenders. When you buy 2, it's kind of like radio hosts. Buy one, get one.
And here he is, and you can mix and match 1 pound strawberries or 6-ounce blueberries, raspberries, or blackberries for just $2.99 each when you buy 3, and mix and match Lucerne flavored creamer or cottage cheese, Dannon Greek yogurt, Yoplait fridge pack, Mountain High yogurt, and Yakult probiotic drinks. Selected sizes and varieties, like us, just $2.99 each when you buy 2.
Wonderful job. Safeway makes it easy for you to save money on the items you already buy, so that's perfect. Go to Safeway.com for more details, and we will see you in the aisles.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing.
Mom, how do you feel?
I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Come on, kids. We're almost there. The map says straight ahead.
One-a-day 50-plus multivitamins are made for your overall health, with nutrients to support your brain and muscle function. Because don't you want to make the most of each day? So even on the family hike, you're not just keeping the pace.
Hey, Dad, wait up.
You're one step ahead. One-a-day 50-plus. The one for you. This statement has not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal está?
Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI, all on America's best network. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile.
Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla. Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025. Receive Netflix standard with ads on us with qualifying plans.
It's about time your deliveries worked as fast as you do. Your jobs can't wait. That's why the Home Depot delivers women where you need it. Scheduled, next day, or even same day. You order, we deliver. It's that easy. The Home Depot Pro. It's about time.
95.7 The Game and Great Clips have teamed up for the new basketball season. We want our listeners to look fresh with a great haircut from Great Clips. Each week, we'll pick a lucky winner to score a gift card. For a chance to win, courtesy of Great Clips, enter online at 957thegame.com.
Hey everyone, I'm Josh Radner, and I am so excited to tell you about How We Made Your Mother, a rewatch podcast looking back at How I Met Your Mother. And I'm here with Craig Thomas, who co-created the show along with Carter Bays. Hi, Craig.
Hey, Josh. Somehow it has been 20 years since the show premiered. I'm going to check the math on that. 10 years since it went off the air, and we thought that made this a perfect time to look back, see what the hell we did, and why the show still seems to resonate with fans around the world today.
Follow and listen to How We Made Your Mother wherever you get your podcast.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
You can swirl it, you can sip it, but the best way is to share it. Hey y'all, I'm Deanna, a team member at my local Chick-fil-A. And a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and new frosted sodas and floats is how well they go together. You get that bold flavor of the Coke mixed with the smooth deliciousness of the vanilla ice cream. You have a juicy filet and a smooth, creamy float. It's an awesome pairing.
Order a Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and a new frosted soda and float at your local Chick-fil-A restaurant. Real team member paid for their testimonial.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
I'm not a doctor, so it's questionable concern.
All right. On 95.7 The Game.
Hey, you remember that Dos Equis deal?
The world's most interesting man?
The most interesting man in the world.
Great campaign.
Yeah, my favorite campaign. I don't always drink beer, but when I do, I prefer Dos Equis.
Yep.
That guy.
Yeah.
The wide receiver room. That's the most interesting room. Maybe not in the world, but certainly in the 49ers world. And that's where I think we're going to spend a lot of time this offseason. There's not a damn thing settled. Maybe that DeMarcus Robinson will kind of sort of just be on the team.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense.
You know what I mean? That's settled. Not that Ricky Pearsall's not settled. It's settled, but everybody feels unsettled.
Yeah.
Because of availability.
Jordan Watkins. Kyle gave a good answer on Jordan Watkins today about his trials and tribulations this year. So I think that he gets another crack at being a guy in the room.
I do want to play this again for everybody because I felt really good about this answer. And I know that it gets people going, but sometimes, I just don't understand why injuries in sports aren't more relatable for people. Like, we could be doing all the right things, and we are the right person for the job, or we are or like all of the stuff, and then crap happens.
Yeah.
And that's life. And in pro sports, the people get ripped for it. Not anywhere else. Nobody does this to anybody else. We don't do this to people. When crap happens, the unfortunate, we don't blame people for the unfortunate.
This depends on what happens. Like injuries and health are endemic to what they do. So
correct.
It's so directly tied to it. I'm trying to think about the comp for like the average Joe or the average worker. Like if you're going through trouble at home and it affects your work, your heart goes out to the person, but ultimately it's a results-based business that you might be in.
No question. I get that it's frustrating. Like, I get that. That's super relatable. But sometimes I also feel like it's a moving target. Here's Nick Bosa. It's the second time that he's missed a year with a torn ACL. But I don't hear people being like, that dummy's never available. Like, I don't hear that. Ricky, by the way, seemingly gets blamed for being unavailable last year, which was not true. Other than when he got, shot in Union Square. Other than that, we can talk about camp injuries all we want. Who cares? Came back from a gunshot wound and played.
Right.
And that's it.
Well, and the reason why Bosa doesn't get held to the same standard is because he's had monster years, and Ricky Pearsall's had 2 years, and neither of the years he's played a lot of the games. And so he hasn't yet built up that equity, so to speak, with the fan base.
I get it. I mean, he played 11 of them in his rookie year, and again, the thing that held him out of the first 6 was a gunshot wound.
Right.
So, I'm certainly not coming after him for that. This year was hard. It's frustrating. It's also tantalizing because when he did play at full health, he looked really, really good.
The 4 games, yeah.
But he played in 8, and yes, in full health. Shanahan talked about 4 that he was really himself. But I love this answer because this was the framework of the question. Hey, what can Ricky do? Is there anything he can do to stay healthier throughout a season?
Yeah, I thought he did that last offseason, though. I thought Ricky had an awesome offseason last year. He got through all of training camp. He was one of our few wideouts who did all of training camp, I think minus the first 5 days. And I thought he went into the season as ready, much more ready than the year prior. Added some weight, was able to get through a training camp because he did train the right way. And that's why I thought he went into those first few weeks of the season ready to go. I think if you guys saw the film or you saw his stats, the stats did match the film. I think he was leading the league in a lot of categories before he got hurt. I want to say versus Jacksonville. And then he landed on his knee in the wrong way. And when you land on your knee in the wrong way and you hurt your PCL, sometimes that can last a week. Like Puka last year, sometimes it can last 7 weeks. And then when you do come back and you land on it again, it happens again. Can he prepare to not land on his knee? No. You know, he's trying to too. What do I got to do different? I'm like, let's talk about what you did do, and then let's talk about what happened. And so I think the main thing from last year is, man, what can we do to come back from that faster? When you do come back, what can we do to maybe not redo it so it doesn't linger? When it was said and done, Ricky played as Ricky for, I'd say, 4 games this year, even though I think he might have dressed in 8, but he was Ricky for 4 games, and that didn't have to do with how he went into this year. That had to do with an injury that he had in week 4, and those are tough to overcome. But I think he found the right way last year and keep adding to it.
I love the answer. For me, that's a real backing from Kyle Shanahan, because I'm a huge Ricky Pearsall fan, and I love when he told the story of Ricky keeps coming to me and saying, what can I do differently? And Kyle answered it by saying, let's start by talking about what you did do.
Right.
And then
came in, put on some muscle, got a little bit heavier, more durable, and he was ready through camp. Right. So, yeah.
And then how can we get back quicker when stuff like that happens? But no, you can't prepare for landing on your knee wrong. Same way Fred Warner can't prepare for his foot going the wrong way.
Yep.
Nick Bosa can't prepare. Michael Williams can't prepare for their ACL getting torn. Neither can Jimmy Butler. I don't know, man. I am still I'm bummed, but I'm as high on Ricky Pearsall as I was before last year.
Yeah, I'm there on Ricky Pearsall. I'm not that high on him for a number of reasons. One is I'm concerned about his ability to play through all 17. And the gunshot aside, sure, he came back last year and he had, 4 or 5 good games at the end of the year. And this year you saw the bright spot and you were rightly puffing out your chest because you were all about Purdy to Pearsall. That was your big thing in camp, and you were all high on it. And he came out in 4 great games, and he didn't make it in the end zone, but he was their big wide receiver threat. And then the knee happened and he missed. He ended up dressing actually for 9 games, but one of the games he kind of barely dressed, and he only got 1 target in that game. But even when he came back, he clearly wasn't the same Ricky he was early. And yeah, you can learn how to fall, but you can still have your knee get caught up. Right. You've got 11 guys trying to tackle you, and just because you fall a certain way doesn't mean you can avoid injury.
Yeah, you can learn how to fall in like wrestling, where it's all choreographed. Right. You can learn how to fall if you're just falling on your own, but when somebody else is forcing you to the ground and falling on you, sometimes it's going to go poorly. Watch a lot of football. It goes poorly a lot.
It can.
Yeah.
Yes, and that's why they outlawed certain tackles like the hip drop tackle and the horse collar, because you realize that, those are things that are avoidable if you stop tackling in that way. But the way Ricky got hurt, that just is going to happen sometimes. And so doesn't mean he's injury prone, but you come back in year 3 and you need to have a durable year, in my opinion.
Okay, check this out. So here, how about the wide receiver that's not here? The more we learn about this, the crazier it gets. Just the whole Brandon Ayuk situation from top to bottom. After you hear this, I wonder how this kind of resonates with everyone. First of all, listen to John Lynch talking about Brandon Ayuk.
The plan in terms of the transaction, that will come in due time. I think it's safe to say that he's played his last snap with the Niners. It's an unfortunate situation that just went awry. I will look long and hard at what could have been done differently, but sometimes just doesn't work out. And I think that this was a case where that happened.
Okay.
It went awry.
It went awry. And I love that he's like, let's look long and hard at how it happened, because I'm someone that while I think Brandon Ayuk went AWOL and sideways, the Niners absolutely bear some responsibility for this, because as I said earlier in the week, he gave you all the clues you needed. And then you went and signed him anyway to big dollars.
Yeah.
It's a huge mistake. Huge mistake, obviously.
And it went awry, and it's something that we've talked about, that sometimes it's about signing the person and not the player. And in this case, the person, like you said yesterday or the day before, he kind of was showing you who he might be, and yet you went ahead and signed him anyway. And what John talks about there with the contract procedure, based on when you decide to cut him, it depends on when the cap hit gets accelerated.
Right.
It's going to be $29 million dead cap charge, and a lot of that's the bonus that you already paid him, but you prorated it throughout the life. And so that can either be accelerated this year, or you can divide it up over 2 years, depending on when you decide to release it.
But it is some found money with regard to the Niners offseason. Lynch was asked about that. Does that help offseason spending?
Yeah, of course it does, but those things are complicated. With the cash that comes, there comes this cap acceleration and things of that nature. But yes, it obviously does affect things.
So that's what you're talking about there. But it does. There is going to be some maneuverability for the 49ers off-season spending, and this is part of it.
And already going into this year, they realized they had to cut a lot of money, which is why they let some favorites go, and they freed up some money. And so now going into this off-season, they have more money than they did going into last off-season. And, if they decide to release him after June 1st, that $29 million gets split over 2 years. So they have to decide financially if they want to just eat the 29 now, or do they want to split it up over 2 years? That's something that normally in a situation, you would do the player a solid. And when the league year starts in mid-March, you would cut him then. That way he can go out and get a new team. But I don't know if you're of a mind to do a solid for a guy who didn't do you a lot of solids.
I do. I know that they're not of that mind. Listen to this answer. Here's the money one, because this is so much worse than anybody might even realize. He flat out just disappeared. Listen to the way these two guys sound when they're asked. This is a great question, too. Y'all have any idea why Brandon was so mad?
Have you been able to determine why he was so upset, why he wasn't showing up, and just any background you can give on that?
I wish I knew. Can't help you there. Sorry.
Has there been a line of communication with him?
There was, but not anymore.
At what point did that snap?
Well, when I'm coaching, I don't hang out in the training room at all. So I don't see guys much that way. But I say it officially stopped for me when last time I tried to get a hold of him and couldn't. And then tried a couple more times and still couldn't. And then that matched everyone else that was trying to get a hold of him and couldn't. And eventually, there's not much of an explanation because it's really hard for us and anyone else to understand. And that's why it's something I've never seen in 22 years of coaching. So it's unfortunate. It's confusing because it's confusing for all of us. So, but it eventually becomes it is what it is. And you try as hard as you can to fix something that you don't understand, but it's not like we understand it very well still. But eventually you understand that it's not going to change, and you got to move on with your football team, which is always the most important thing.
Can you imagine signing a 4-year, $120 million contract with an organization, and then you're like, I'm not returning your calls? Like, no. And nobody has any clue why.
Well, it's funny you say that because I think about Jimmy Garoppolo and how he was impossible to reach, but that at least was off-season.
Right, but those were questions like, what, you want to get together for coffee when you're in town?
Right.
Not like, Mayday, where are you?
Right.
Where are you?
Do you want to be a Niner still? Do you want to come in and rehab and be in meetings and be a part of what we're doing? And apparently the answer was no. And we talked to his friend and former trainer, TJ Hushmanzada, and TJ was beside himself. He didn't understand why that this would go that way.
Yeah, TJ's like, dude, he's a stubborn you-know-what.
Right.
And once that mind is made up, it's made up. Nobody knows what the hell it's made up about, though. Like, nobody knows what brought him to wherever he is.
Right. The one thing that I think you can kind of glean through all this is that he really, really doesn't want to be a 49er anymore. So he just stopped being a 49er, despite the fact that he was under contract, and maybe his agent didn't tell him, hey, if you don't show up, they can kind of void your deal. And so a lot of your money goes away. Maybe he didn't even care about that.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Also related to the wide receiver room is this one. Kyle Shanahan was asked about team speed.
Yes, definitely. Being fast helps. Being good helps. There's lots of ways to do it, but you'd love it balanced out perfectly with your whole team, offensively, defensively, special teams. We definitely noticeably we're slower this year than we have been in years past. Sometimes that's substituted for a better football player. That doesn't mean you're always worse because of that, but it is. You definitely need more speed out there to handle things week in and week out for some of the situations that come up for certain schemes and certain defenses, certain offenses too.
Oh, that was a pretty interesting answer. We definitely were slower than we were in the past.
Yeah, and you could see that. Yeah. And, it happens pretty fast, pun intended, where Ricky Pearsall, one of your fastest guys, and he's got a PCL, so he's not able to go out there and help. And Fred Warner, who's a fast linebacker, he is gone. And so even the speed you did have, you lost a lot of them to injury. And I thought it was also interesting the way he talked about the depth and, the change they had to make where they couldn't pay all the guys. And so normally if Fred is gone, well, you got Dre Greenlaw and you would have had Hufanga and you would have had other pieces that you had on your team before. Due to injury, you could have slotted them in, but instead it's like, all right, Rook, you're up.
Man, work to do.
Yeah.
Work to do. And by the way, the only other newsy thing that came out of today, and this is bothering some people, and, whatever. You're welcome to have an opinion before something even happens, but they certainly sound like Gus Bradley is going to be the defensive coordinator, hire from within. It sounds like it's going to be Gus Bradley. This is what Shanahan said on the DC search.
I'm going to say it's a real wide net, but, Gus is the obvious one to everyone, and it is to us, too. Gus would be the main internal candidate. We feel very fortunate to get Gus and great about that. But also, we are going to go through the whole process. There's requirements we have to do and stuff that we want to do also. So hopefully we can get it settled sooner than later, but I see it working throughout this next week on it.
When you bring up names and just be like, this is an obvious thing to us, I don't know. It'd be pretty surprising at this point after that answer if it's not going to be Gus Bradley.
Right, but, there's things we have to do and stuff. Sure. And, Rooney Rule primarily to where you have to, interview candidates who are either female or minority. And that way, you can at least go through that dog and pony show, even though you're an organization that's been very good about hiring all different kinds of people. But I also thought that it was interesting that he's really the only internal candidate. A lot of people have been talking about KJ Wright as a guy who might be a future coordinator, but I don't think that he's quite at that spot yet where he can be the new D'Amico, and go from position spot to coordinator. You probably want somebody a little bit more seasoned at this point.
It's probably also hard to jump. Like Gus Bradley's kind of I think the 49ers they knew Robert Saleh wasn't going to be there for very long. So you flank him with someone else who's done it at a very, very high level. And then if you jump that person with someone else, then that person's gone. The obvious thing to do is now Gus goes to where Robert was, and KJ Wright can go to where Gus was. Start grooming KJ Wright to be the defensive coordinator after Gus Bradley's not the defensive coordinator anymore.
Hopefully it's more than a year and stuff. And Kyle had a funny answer about that. Like, his family's getting all mad at him because he wants to go on vacation and he has to tell him, sorry, I still have to do this now. And so
have to hire a defensive coordinator for the 87th year in a row.
Fifth time, right? Yeah. This will be 5-5, or it's already been 5-5.
Gosh, is it?
Because it was, last year Saleh and then Sorensen. I can honestly say I'm going to be here for a year.
Steve Wilkes.
And then D'Amico the year before that.
D'Amico the year before that. And Saleh the year before that.
So there you go. So, yeah, the Shanahan family's like, come on, Dad, can we go to Hawaii?
Come on.
Seriously.
All right, 888-957-9570. Let's reboot. Steve Kerr is going to be here in 25 minutes. And we started the show today kind of pulling apart this Mike Dunleavy quote from before the Warriors game last night when he is asked about the trade demand that is on the table from Jonathan Kuminga and his agent.
Yeah, I think as far as the demand, I'm aware of that. I think when in terms of demands, when you make a demand, there needs to be demand on the market. So we'll see where that unfolds. But heard, always with these guys, I tell them I'm willing to work with them, want to help people out, whether that's JK or any player on our roster. So we're good with, if that's his wishes, trying to figure that out, but we got to do what's best for our organization, and that's what we'll do. And as far as it goes with the deadline coming up, I think we'll take the next couple of weeks to assess this team a little bit more. I felt pretty good with where we're at heading into last night's game in terms of what we need to do. I thought our team was playing really well, heading in the right direction. Obviously, things have changed, so I want to take a couple of weeks here to watch these games and see our team and what we can do better.
So I thought last night on 3 different levels, the Warriors are kind of telling you at least be prepared for Jonathan Kuminga to Ducks still be on the team.
Man.
So what we kind of started asking everybody is, are you emotionally or even just basketball-wise as a fan, are you prepared for that? Are you prepared for Jonathan Kuminga to still be on this team after February 5th? Not only after everything that's happened, but the indicators that have all been there for at least a couple months that he was definitely going to be dealt. The 3 things that are out there, at least as far as my eyes, are A, Dunleavy's comment, what we just played for you, indicating that at least maybe the demand is not what Kuminga and his representatives think that it might be. Second thing is Jimmy Butler's injury, which changes the calculus for everything. And maybe the biggest indicator is they played him. They played him. There was a debate all day whether they would. Then Steve Kerr's answer before the game certainly didn't make it sound like they definitely would. He was like, it could. Maybe.
I'm allowed to.
Yeah, like he's got a uniform and everything, contract.
And the follow-up was, do you think he wants to play? And his answer was kind of a quick, yeah.
And then he goes in, and it's three. Yeah, thanks, Steve. All right, I'll talk to you shortly. So, then he goes in. It's kind of 3 or 4 uninspiring minutes, but whatever. I don't think anybody's expecting a whole lot. The guy hasn't played in over a month, so what can you really hold him to? And then he goes to him a little bit earlier in the third quarter, probably because the Warriors are down by 1,000 points. And he's like, all right, let's do this. And then Jonathan Kuminga and Buddy Hield, both of the guys who've been rotting on the bench largely, suddenly conduct a show. And they get Chase Center alive. They get a 30-point deficit down to 9. Jonathan scores 20 points in 21 minutes. The Warriors are not worried that he was going to break an ankle, which means they don't have a deal on the table. Put all of that together and then extend it from just sort of like what you and I spoke about yesterday. I don't really see a reason. Again, if there's no great deal on the table, I don't see a reason why you wouldn't just keep him and play him and see if the calculus can change again.
Yeah, and if Kaminga is willing to go out there and play, and I guess the reports were he didn't really warm up with the team last night, and then he goes ahead and goes out there and plays. So as long as he's going to be willing to play, and I was a little surprised, and I said it yesterday, that if I was in his spot, I'd be really reluctant to go out there and play after all the DNPs and all the things that have happened, but he clearly is not about that, and he wants to go out and play, and he played hard, and he played well, and Steve Kerr will speak to that here coming up. So if that's the case, in 2 weeks, if he doesn't get traded, then maybe he gets more minutes, or maybe he gets back to DNPville. We just don't know.
Let's Minnesota this thing. Do it. What do you have to lose?
Games. Every game.
Well,
I mean, Minnesota, he went 0-4.
Right.
And he played last night, and I know he was not the culprit. He was not the reason they lost.
At all.
But, the team went out there and they lost in a game that he played. So
well, isn't that what this entire conversation at its core for the last year and a half has been about? Like, you've got a section of people that are like, he can average 20 a game. You're right. And then the other section of people that are like, he can't affect winning. You might also be right.
Yeah. And I wonder how much of it is the Jimmy Butler part of it. And, can ask Steve that here coming up. Like, if he doesn't play because he doesn't fit with Jimmy, now that Jimmy's gone, does he get to play more because he fits with Steph and Draymond? So maybe it's as simple as that.
All right. If you want to get in on this, you got to do it right now because Steve Kerr's coming up in 20 minutes. Are you, as a Warriors fan, prepared for the idea of Jonathan Kuminga stays beyond the trade deadline? The never-ending story. 888.
That's a movie.
Yes, it is. It's an old one, but 888-957-9570. Are you prepared for the possibility that Jonathan Kuminga is not going anywhere? And we might be having this conversation again a year from now.
Wow.
Let it sink in.
Or until a year from now.
Yeah.
It might be happening over and over.
So what do you think? 888-957-9570. We'll get into this a little bit further. Also want to mention real quick, you know what just came out? The 2026 Golden State Valkyries.
I got it right here,
schedule. I got the Valkyries going. No. No. But
stay on task.
A few dates that we want to throw out. May 8th, a Friday. It's a road game against Seattle. That's going to be their opener. But if you're interested in, we talked so much last year about going to a Valkyrie game and what a unique experience it is. The home opener, Sunday, May 10th. Phoenix Mercury will be in town. They got another home game a few nights later on Wednesday the 13th. That's when it all gets started. Chicago will be in town. But right there, early to mid-May, that's when the Valkyries' second season gets started.
And you need to get started early because they've got 22 home games and all but 9 are in the first 2 months. So it's a May, June heavy home schedule.
Let's go.
2 in July, 2 in September. So you need to get your tickets early, get them often, because May and June is where you're going to get a lot of Valks at Chase.
Your calls are coming up. Steve Kerr is coming up. He's about 17 minutes away. Warrior Wednesdays, brought to you by Freeman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live work and vignettes. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. We're also sponsored by LifeSource Water Systems, Willard & Dibbs.
Do you really know what's in your tap water? LifeSource believes your water should support your health, not work against it. Upgrade to a LifeSource whole house water system. Clean water from every tap, no salt, no hassle. Call 1-800-WATER-99 or visit lifesourcewater.com. Warranty limitations apply.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Listos todos. Estas son las mañanitas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. With 24 monthly bill credits, 4 new lines, and 4 eligible trade-ins. For well-qualified customers with auto pay plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement required.
Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center, under the medical direction of UCSF-affiliated physician Dr. Darby Clayson and Administrator Dan Daly, would like to congratulate Lynn Hamakawa as 2024's Caring for a Lifetime recipient. Lawton, located in San Francisco's Sunset District, is a 5-star facility and is also a U.S. News and World Report, as well as a Newsweek's top-rated nursing facility. If you or a loved one are in need of physical or occupational therapy, don't hesitate to call Dan Daly at 415-566-1200.
Express yourself with personalized cafe appliances at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. You can select custom hardware in 4 finishes that let you uniquely accessorize your kitchen. Experience GE Cafe innovation with 6-burner Pro ranges, hot water dispensing refrigerators, and smart induction ranges. Plus, for a limited time, receive up to a $3,000 rebate with the purchase of select suite combinations. Uniquely style your kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Hey, it's Willard. You ever study the coaches who win relentlessly? The legends, the dynasties, they're systematic warriors, disciplined, obsessive. They outwork, outthink, and outlast everybody for pure domination. That's Omar Habas, Tarek Habas, and the Habas Law team. When Habas Law goes up against big insurance companies, they grind them to a dust. Habas Law knows every inch of the Bay Area legal playing field, and nothing catches them off guard. If you've been injured and you want to win, visit habaslaw.com. Habas Law, they fight to make it right. Habas and Associates, with offices throughout Northern California, including San Jose.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well,
I'll take this one.
What? Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there.
It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your
Did you
you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done. Low 60s today in San Jose, a bit warmer for tomorrow.
Weather brought to you by Staples. 2026 is here, and at Staples, deals mean business. Like up to $100 off custom print orders. Head into the new year looking good for less. Staples. That was easy. Ends 1/31.
Richard pops out, gets it, got hit in the chops by Ingram. Ball goes to Trace Jackson-Davis. Handoff back to Richard, the hash mark. To Spencer. Spencer knocked away by Memphis-Kilsville. Picked up by Trace Jackson-Davis. To Buddy Hield. Steps to his left. Nowhere to go. One to shoot. Fired it up. No good. Rebound. Kuminga put back. Good in traffic. Somehow got it over the rim.
Bay Area is Jonathan Kuminga. Catch my head coach, Steve Kerr, with Willard and Dibs each and every week, right here on 95.7 The Game.
And by the way, Grandy clued me in that Steve Kerr did speak publicly with regard to what he and Jonathan were talking about as Jonathan left the floor in the fourth quarter. Maybe a couple minutes left, right? About 3 minutes to go. And Steve was simply saying, hey, you've been out there for about 18 straight minutes. You want to keep going? Jonathan was like, I'm good. I'm used to this bench over here. Let me sit right down.
I miss my old seat, my old hoodie.
That's my chair over there, coach. That's my chair.
That's pretty funny.
And so he said, no, I'm good. I could use a breather, and we're not going to win this basketball game. So Steve tapped him on the chest and said, all right, go sit down.
Yeah. I mean, great job.
We'll see you Thursday.
Exactly.
No doubt.
We'll see you Thursday,
we'll see you on the court.
I think so,
tomorrow
too.
night in Dallas.
I think you're right. And probably all the nights until he's traded or not traded. And if he's not traded, then you'll see him all those nights, too.
I mean, I just want to throw this out there. This is just my view of the situation. The Warriors are obviously in a tough spot. A little bit of a tough spot here with the whole Steph Curry of it all. But Jimmy Butler tears his ACL, and Jonathan Kaminga, long considered a trade chip, at least seems to not be netting what the Warriors would like him to net. If we can all agree that the Steph Curry of it all is what really matters most, and maybe we don't all agree on that, but Steph Curry is your landmark player. Yes, he's getting old. Forget how realistic it all is. This is sports. Let's dream a little bit. What is currently the best way to get someone next to Steph? You could just wait for Jimmy.
Okay.
That's November, December, January.
Sounds good of next year, of this year, but next season.
Next season. And I don't know exactly what it'll look like when you get back. But you're at least a third of the way probably into the season when you get him back. And then their contracts are up at the end of next year. Don't forget that. So you could just wait for Jimmy. Or if your goal is we got to just keep pushing the can down the road until there's a right time to pounce on someone coming available, what is the best way to position yourself for that? I'm not saying it's likely, but my answer would be, keep Jonathan, Play him 25 to 30 minutes a night. See if he can put up numbers. See if that generates more interest. See if new players are available next year, and get all of those contracts on the Warriors' books to the point where they are expiring deals this offseason, and see what you can get. I'd keep him. I said it yesterday, and then he went out and scored 20, and now I'd keep him.
I just would depend on what you can get. I still would look to trade him, and the long-term fit with Jimmy is not there in their eyes, and so even if you think about keeping him, and you keep him to the offseason, and I guess you could, at that point, do a sign and trade with his value of $24 million or whatever the exact number is next year. So there is some value in keeping him and having him showcase for 35 more games and show everyone the player that he could be. And you might get more in the offseason, and you might keep him and you wind up as an 8 or 9 seed and you don't make it out of the play-in, or whatever happens. But you wind up getting more for him in July than you would right now in January. I get that part of it. And there's risk to it, injury and the rest of it. Sure. But I still think that ideally you would, in the next 2 weeks, find a way to turn him into something that can help you now and probably help you next year as well.
Yeah, and again, I say everything I say, at least, with the idea that, all I can do is believe what everybody's saying, which is that there just isn't a great market right now. But if there's something in the weeds, if there's a great deal out there, then yeah, by all means, that's fine. That's fine. It doesn't sound like it, and to me, further evidence. I was a little eyebrows up, like you. I was hoping it was the case, but a little eyebrows up when they're like, yeah, put him in. And there he goes into the game in the second quarter last night, and then ends up playing 21 minutes.
Right.
That says to me, there's nothing done with the Sacramento Kings or anyone else, or else they wouldn't be doing that.
Absolutely, and you're right about that. And I do think that it's one thing to just play him a little bit and, get him back in the flow, but they played him, and in the first stint, he did not play very well, which is to be expected.
Sure.
A lot of rust, and then, like you said, you popped him in there with about 6 minutes to go or 7 minutes to go in the third, and he played all the minutes. He ended up playing 16 or 17 straight minutes, and actually started playing well and was a big part of the team rallying, and not rallying all the way back, but making that thing at least watchable in the fourth quarter.
I thought he did great. I thought that was impressive for how long he had been off. The first free throw was funny. The first free throw.
Oh my God, he barely. That was like CYO.
Yeah, he looked like a giraffe that had just been born. It was just like he didn't even know how to walk.
That thing barely reached front iron. And then the second one was an overcompensation sensation.
There it is.
And then,
which is a buck, yeah.
Right, and he missed them both, and you're thinking, okay, I get it. But the first one was like, it kind of looked like the way I get out of bed. It's like, so stiff, right?
Yeah. We got that knockout tournament coming up here in not too many months away, and yeah, it looked like one of those.
We're going to need you to get healthy for that, Mark. We're going to need you to stretch out and avoid another calf strain.
Yeah, no, believe me, I will take a different approach, and I'll probably have some new kicks. I need some new kicks, and but I'm kind of waiting because I want them to still be new when we get to knockout.
Yeah.
Because I'm
break him in a little bit, though.
Little bit
of breakage.
Yeah.
I think it's up to all of us to figure out ways to get some ringers in the building to knock off Mark Grandy. I don't know if I can stomach a third straight title for the Grandy man.
I'm with you, but I want to do it within the rules. Like, we don't need to, have Kalena Azubuike call in and win his way into the knockout tournament. Like, we don't need to do that.
I'd have to check his free throw percentage, but I was thinking more like a Mark Price or Reggie Miller. Just bring in one of these real 90% shooters. You know who we should get? The Hall of Famer himself.
Who's that?
Granny style, Rick Barry. Put Rick Barry behind the Grandy man.
I have a way better idea. You know who we could get? Steve Kerr.
Not bad.
Pretty good free throw shooter.
Yeah.
Pretty good free throw shooter.
Or Seth Curry, a guy who, he'd be probably itching to get out there and play a little ball.
He's on the River Islands guest line right now, and it is presented by Great Clips, and sports success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. Great Clips, it's going to be great. And by the way, those of you watching on YouTube, Steve kind enough to join us on video, I assume from Dallas, where the Warriors will play tomorrow. So get on over to YouTube, and you'll be able to not just listen to, but also see Steve Kerr. Steve, have you ever won a big old knockout tournament in your life?
I don't know that I've ever participated in one, to be honest with you.
You know what knockout is, right? You know the game where everyone lines up on the free throw line and you shoot.
No, I know. It's just, I'm old. We just played horse when I was growing up.
Yeah, 21 and tip in and all those other fun games.
Right. That's right.
Steve, what a week it's already been, and it's only halfway over. So let's talk about Jimmy Butler first. How's he doing? Have you kind of talked to him? What's the emotional sort of state of the entire group after something like that?
Well, Jimmy is in good spirits. He keeps a pretty positive outlook on things, but we're all devastated for him and for us. I mean, we were really kind of finding our way, and I think Jimmy's been playing his best basketball the last couple of weeks, and felt like we really had a lot of momentum. And so obviously this is just a huge blow for him and for us, but. I feel mostly for him. I mean, this is such a great season for him, and he's in a great place and playing with Steph, and our team's winning. And then, at 36 to tear your ACL is just a brutal injury.
Yeah, it was terrible to see. And, you wonder about surgery and after surgery. Do you expect Jimmy to come back and be a part of the team in that mentor role?
Yeah, he'll be back. I tore my ACL in college. It's kind of a 9 months till you can play. Although it's different now. I mean, they've moved the timetable up from when I've tore mine 40 years ago. But within 8-9 months, he's probably playing basketball. He's probably back. Sometime early next season, I would guess. Obviously, all that depends on his own personal rehab, but the expectation is that he'll be back. And I think the way he plays, I think his style of play should hold up fine after an ACL, given that he plays with his brain. He's got such a strong body, strong fundamental base. I think he'll return at a high level, but he'll be 37. And the main thing for me is guys like that, Steph, Dre, they only get so many opportunities. And this was a real opportunity. I felt strongly that, and I've said this over and over again, just give us a chance. And I meant that. I know I stirred up the hornet's nest a couple of weeks ago when I talked about the dynasty, aging. But I felt strongly that we could play with anybody when healthy, and we were showing that. And that's why this is, just so disappointing for everybody.
Steve, what about during rehab? Does he plan to be around the team and continuing in a kind of the big brother role that he's been to some of the young players already?
Yeah, I don't know exactly, what his plan is, but he's following the protocol set forth by Rick Celebrini and Armando, and his, our group's staff is going to handle the rehab but given that he's going to be immobile here for a while, I'm sure he'll get home to see his kids in LA and eventually be back up here.
Yeah.
A lot of people have pointed to the Raptors matchup. They're long, they're athletic, as a tough one for you guys, but I just wonder what your view specifically on last night was. As you're reworking rotations and just coming to grips with reality, how much of that had to do with the outcome of the game and the way you guys played?
Well, first of all, give them credit. I mean, they were 30th in the league in three-point percentage coming into the game, and then shot 34. So, they lit it up. They hadn't been making shots in recent games, and they took it to us, and everybody caught fire, and we couldn't slow them down. So last night was mostly about them and Toronto just playing a great game. Obviously, we didn't have it. We couldn't get any stops defensively. A letdown, an emotional letdown is human nature coming off the injury, third game in 4 nights. It all plays a role, but bottom line is you got to go out and outplay your opponent, and we weren't able to do that last night.
obviously forced to have a different starting lineup, and you put Pods in to have that extra ball handler on the floor. What did you think of that approach and of Pods in the starting lineup and how that might work going forward?
Well, for sure, we need extra ball handling and passing to make up for Jimmy's absence. Jimmy is obviously our other shot creator besides Steph. So you lose him. We knew exactly how Toronto was going to guard us. They guarded Steph the same way in Toronto last month, and so putting BP out there felt like the right option to have someone else who could create plays, create shots, and I thought BP played well. Last night was not really about combinations or lineups. It was just about one team just lighting it up and coming in and earning a victory against us. But great homestand overall to go 6-2. Found some momentum. I'm confident that we can continue to play the way we've played. But obviously, you're subtracting one of the best players in the league. We can't ignore that.
Steve Kerr with us, as he is every week. Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. Steve, you've mentioned that you will need to tinker a little bit, obviously, with rotations. But I also wonder, at about the halfway point, with a trade deadline 2 weeks away, what can you share with the audience in terms of this kind of meeting of the minds that I'm sure you and Mike and Joe and everybody have had since the injury, in terms of sort of the goals and the outlook and the strategy of the rest of the season?
Well, this is still pretty new, and it's not like we've had a big organizational meeting. The injury came first night of a back-to-back. We took off this morning. Mike and I have had a conversation. He's on the trip, but we haven't gone into depth on any of this stuff. I mean, the one thing we talked about was we're still going for it. We're still trying to win every night. This is not a case where, we're going to start selling off assets. That's not the plan, that's for sure. We think we can be really competitive and play at a high level, and so that's the plan. So the next step is figuring out what that means in terms of rotations and lineup combinations, all that stuff.
We always talk about next man up in football, but clearly here, when Jimmy goes out, somebody has to step in, and it was Jonathan Kuminga last night, especially in some prolonged second half minutes. Is it to be expected that we're going to still see more Jonathan Kuminga now going forward with Jimmy out?
Yeah, for sure. I think, part of the reservation of playing him in recent weeks is that it's tough to play him with Jimmy. It's just not a great combination. I've said that, publicly. And then when you play shorter burst guys like Guy and Gary, those are better roles. Those are better players for those roles than Jonathan. But when Jimmy's out, there's definitely a role for JK, and he will play a role. And I was really pleased with his play last night. I thought he did a great job of staying ready and keeping his rhythm, and he played a great game last night.
Yeah, how difficult is that to do what he did, to kind of be stagnant for that length of period of time and then come into a game and look like he did?
It's hard. It had been about a month since he played, in a real game, and so I give him credit for staying ready and putting the work in to keep his rhythm, keep his conditioning up where it needed to be.
Steve, I think we obviously all get that this is different than just someone who had not been playing because he is at the end of a bench on a basketball team. Last week you said this is just a really difficult situation. So in the last 48 hours since Jimmy's injury, how have you navigated that with Jonathan to arrive now at this point?
Well, there's communication that happens after the injury, and we were on the same page going into last night. He knew he was going to play. I wasn't exactly sure how it would look last night going into the game, but was definitely committed to playing him, and he knew that, and he was ready. And now we move forward. We have to decide how we want to start, what lineup combinations make the most sense, not only for the first 5, but for the minutes when Steph goes out, because that's where Jimmy really would take over games. And those are the most concerning minutes for us now, to not have, a dominant shot creator in those minutes. And so we have to assess everything, as a staff, in terms of, who we're going to start, who's in the second unit, what the rotation will look like, and we'll figure it out. But we have not gotten there yet. We haven't even decided yet who's going to start.
Do you look back at last year before Jimmy arrived, particularly with Jonathan Kuminga, and see when he was successful and what combinations? Does that help to guide what you're going to do now that Jimmy is going to be gone for the rest of the year?
Somewhat, but our team was different then too. We didn't have Al Horford. We didn't have Quentin Post. He was in Santa Cruz at this point last year. We didn't have DeAnthony Melton. He was injured already. So we feel like we have a pretty good handle on our team this year, and all of our individual players, especially the guys like you who have been here for several years. So we have a pretty good idea of who plays well with whom, and combinations and that sort of thing. And that will all factor in for sure.
Steve, this isn't specific to Jonathan, but it's kind of mostly about Jonathan because of what happened last year. Like, I wonder how you would compare this situation to what happened in the Minnesota series last year. I get that that's a different star that you lost, but when Steph goes out, you guys kind of just unleashed Jonathan and had him go do his thing, and he scores 24 a game for a 4-game stretch. How would you compare this experience to that?
Well, it's similar in that we, were without one of our best 2 players last year in Steph, and now same thing, only it's Jimmy. So when you're without one of your main guys, then, I think Jonathan becomes a guy who can score, obviously, and becomes a factor in terms of, what you're trying to do, how you're trying to attack.
And when you look at Jonathan with this roster, are there players that you see that he plays really well with? And I know the metrics will say Steph and Draymond, because that's pretty much any other human being plays well with those 2. But are there other players or player types that you think JK can actually excel with?
Well, you're right in that, Steph, he's at his best as a screener and a diver. You saw him follow the pocket pass to Draymond last night for his first bucket. He gets coming out of the corner. We like him as a runner, as scoring in transition, throwing the ball ahead to him and attacking. He's much more efficient and effective in that role than he is as a on-ball guy, putting him in pick and roll or posting him up. Those are different areas for him. So, playing him with Steph is for sure, the best way to go. But he's going to be playing some minutes without Steph, and that's where we've got to figure out, does that mean he's playing with Melt? Is he playing with BP? Maybe, we'll figure that out.
Steve, around this time last year, you had stated to us that you sort of felt like something was needed to kind of change the dynamics, and this was before you guys acquired Jimmy. We're 2 weeks out from the deadline now. Do you feel a similar way about this group?
I feel differently about this group, mainly because we have Al Horford and Melton, and as I said, the addition of Quentin Post. I think that's given our team a totally different look. I think part of the reason we've had a lot of success the last couple of weeks and had a great homestand was because of Melton and Al finally, really being healthy enough to find rhythm, to find confidence, and both guys are playing at a high level. So I really want to see what we have here, on this road trip, these 4 games, Dallas, 2 in Minnesota, 1 in Utah. Let's see what we've got, because as I said, I think we can continue our momentum the way we're playing. We've generally taken care of the ball. We're shooting it well. We're spacing the floor, playing a lot of 5 out with multiple shooters. it's been a run for us, and we can still do this without Jimmy. Obviously, we're going to miss him like crazy, but we can still play the same way. And I really want to see what that looks like, 4 or 5 games from now.
Does losing Jimmy Butler change the organizational approach at the deadline? Do you become more aggressive, less aggressive, or is it really a non-factor in how you guys go about the next couple of weeks?
Yeah, that's really a question for Mike Dunleavy. And my experience with the trade deadline is everything heats up in the last week. And so that's something that Mike will and his group will be all over. He kind of shares with me when, there's some possibility that's out there. But at this stage, again, that's all Mike. I'm focused on the guys we have and the road trip that we're on.
So, Steve, you're locked in on now, but I know you listen to 95.7 The Game round the clock, so I know you already know this.
I do.
Yeah, like you know that Warrior fans, when something like this happens, and I'm referring to the Jimmy Butler injury, it makes a fan think that all of the dignitaries with the Warriors are now going to suddenly rethink the remainder of their career. Maybe Steph wants to go play somewhere else, and maybe they would trade Draymond, and maybe Steve doesn't want to coach beyond this year. Can you just, because so many people think that way, I'd love to hear you speak on how everybody kind of thinks about the big picture right now.
Well, number one, it's not like we sit around and have a huge discussion about all that.
Right.
Every player, every coach, we live our own lives, and then we come to work and try to help the team win. That's our job. I would say the vast majority of us, if not all of us, love what we do. And so when stuff like this happens, maybe fans think of existential questions. I think on the inside, I think we think about our lives and, are we enjoying what we're doing? Do we enjoy who we're working with? Why would we want to leave that? If the answer is yes, and we're enjoying ourselves, and, take Steph, for example. I mean, think of the life he has in the Bay Area. Think of what he has meant to the Warriors and vice versa. I mean, I can't imagine that he's sitting there thinking, I got to get out of here. Like, oh my God, Jimmy got hurt. I mean, I haven't talked to him about it, but I would be shocked. I would be shocked if that were, on his mind. I think everybody here loves it here. We love this organization. We love working together. And the plan is we move forward and we keep pushing, we keep competing, and let's see what we can do.
You're enjoying yourself this year, and you want to keep doing this.
I love my job. I love this job. It is so fun. It's so challenging. There's so many factors that circumstances that come up, and in a leadership role, your job is to help every person along and help them enjoy their journey, and hopefully all those journeys combine for a really good result for the team. And then you realize when you've done this long enough that every year is different, and you have to roll with the changes and make the best of every set of circumstances, and that's what we're trying to do.
Yeah, and this year the circumstances have been very different, and here you are just past the halfway mark. And so in your own mind, do you feel confident about what you want to do next year, or are you still kind of just taking it day by day and going to decide at the end of the year if you want to be back or not?
I'm very confident and comfortable with what I do for a living, with the job that I do. I said at the beginning of it, just felt like in my situation, I just wanted everybody at the end of the year to be comfortable and on the same page, and circumstances dictate that. So I can tell you that I love coaching and I want to keep doing it. But I also am well aware that these jobs, they all have expiration dates and everything has to line up. And we don't all individually control, the circumstances that help things line up. So I'm totally comfortable. I love working with the Warriors, love working with Mike and Joe and all the players. So this is an amazing job and I love it. And I imagine I'll keep doing it, but it has to line up at the end of the year where everyone wants that to move forward.
Steve Kerr with us on Willard and Dibs. I'm glad you brought up the word circumstances because clearly, just by virtue of 21 minutes last night, the Jonathan Kuminga situation has reached yet another new circumstance and so sort of a new chapter, at least for this moment. It's been through so many through the years, quite frankly. I wonder if you take a step back and what is your larger view of the whole experience? Has it been one of the more challenging experiences of your coaching career?
I wouldn't say so. I think it's, this job is filled with challenges. They're all different. I think what's made this one unique is just the spotlight, on the issue. I mean, we've spent, half this interview talking about Jonathan, in 15 minutes or so of chatting. And, he's a good young guy, but he's one of 15 guys on our team. He's a talented player, but we have a lot of guys who are really good, who can play basketball, who can help us win. And I think there's just been a ton of focus on him. And my focus is always on the entire group and trying to help every single one of them. And it's for whatever reason, he's been the focal point for the media, for the fans. I believe in looking at the team as a whole, and that's always my focus: is what do I have to do to help the team win and help each individual player, achieve his potential.
Situation certainly polarizing and opinions and all of that. But prior to Jonathan, I guess sort of the last polarizing thing for the Warrior fan base was everything that was going on with Klay Thompson. And you get to see him again tomorrow night. To what level has this kind of settled in with you guys when you have to play against him, or to what level is this still really weird?
It's still weird seeing Klay, but after 2 years, the novelty of it has worn off. The first game that we saw him was just bizarre, but now we've played against him 4 or 5 times, whatever it is. It seems like everybody is more comfortable. There's just a level of love and respect for Klay that will never leave. And that's kind of the beauty of the relationship and what we all accomplished together, what Klay did here. That'll never go away. That lives forever. And so we love Klay, and we're excited about seeing him tomorrow, and we miss him. But this is pro sports. This is how this business works, and you have to adapt.
Coach, thank you so much as always for the time, especially coming on video there from the road. Go get him tomorrow night. Thank you. We'll talk to you next week.
All right. Sounds great. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Steve.
There he goes. Steve Kerr right here with us on Willard and Dibs.
Better get a hand up on Klay now. He's been shooting it great last 5 games.
He's been playing better.
He's been shooting lights out from distance, scoring almost a point a minute in his brief time when he's out there on the floor.
What grabbed you from that conversation?
A lot of it. The one about him and coaching, and he loves his job, and I hear him say that he wants to keep doing it. But you get to the end of the year, and they all have to sit down and decide if it's in the best interests of everyone. I didn't hear anything in there of him, wavering about does he still want to do it, and He doesn't seem exhausted, and it's not. I mean, the Kaminga thing is no more of a challenge. He did point out that it's, more the media and the fans who keep bringing this thing up. And that to me is the part of the job that probably fatigues him the most.
I'm sure it fatigues. And we talked about it in the offseason, and it is why I was hesitant about Jonathan still being on the team, because it's going to wear everybody out, the constant questions. And Jonathan is not taking questions himself right now, which spreads out the questions even more to other people. But I think Steve keenly and others are aware of why. Brian Windhorst is on the air the other day just losing his mind over, why are we talking so much about this person? And the Warriors get this. It's not even really about the person. It's about what he represents. And it is about the fact that there are very passionate and firm opinions on both sort of sides, or there are a multitude of those opinions. That's what drives this. It's not Jonathan. It's not that he did something wrong. It's not that the Warrior, some people think the Warriors have done him wrong, but it's not any of the acts. It's the fact that there are a multitude of layered opinions about it, and therefore it stays alive. And guess what? It's going to stay alive after he gets traded too, if he gets traded.
Right. I mean, the Jordan Poole thing still pops up now and again, and how's he doing? And, he's on his third team since then or whatever, and, who won the breakup, et cetera. And it'll be ratcheted up even more if Kuminga gets traded this year, because you'll get an automatic, instant chance to see him play for someone else. And does he cook? And are they winning? And all the rest of it. But for now, that takeaway certainly was a part of it, like the Kaminga piece with Steve. And I think that he said a lot there as far as how they want Kaminga to play. And now that you don't have Jimmy Butler out there, maybe Kaminga can play more in that way of, you're the slasher, you're the dunker, and we're not just going to give you the ball and expect you to go out there and cook.
I hear him. He brought this up a number of times when comparing, even the Minnesota series, just other things about the loss of Jimmy Butler. Steve Kerr, to whatever level his body is ready to do it, is about to really lean on DeAnthony Melton. He brought it up a bunch of times. And so, not that he won't lean on Jonathan, I think that they will at times, but DeAnthony Melton is about to, whether ready or not, is about to take more center stage for this team.
Makes sense. I mean, he's a guy that they loved, and as he gets further from the torn ACL and the recovery, he should be able to play more minutes.
We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Here's the deal. It's the 5 o'clock hour. Hop into your car if you're getting off work. We really appreciate you doing it with us. And we will kind of lay the table out there for you with everything that has happened over the last 48 hours, including the comments that you just heard from Steve Kerr. What's your reaction to it? Are you prepared as a fan for the Jonathan Kuminga experience to continue in a Warrior uniform beyond February 5th? It is all your calls the rest of the way. So now is the time to do it. 888-957-9570. We're taking your Warrior phone calls the rest of the way up until 6 o'clock right here on Willard and Dibs. And it's Willard for Underdog. Hey, how about them football playoffs? Fun, right? Well, tell you what, even without the Niners, we can still have a good time because Underdog's the best place to get in on this action, make picks, win money right here in California. It's very easy to do if you've never done it before. You download the app, you pick your favorite players, whether they're going to go higher or lower on any given stat. And it's really anything, rushing yards, receiving yards, sacks, touchdowns, passing yards, anything. Get them all right, pair a few together, you can win up to 5,000 times your cash. This week on Underdog, kind of locked in on Matt Stafford's passing yards and going higher because for whatever reason, the Rams offense has been able to handle the Seattle defense much better than the rest of the league. So download the Underdog app today. Use my promo code, my last name, Willard. You type that in, you get free money. Score $75 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. Again, the promo code is my last name, Willard. Underdog, make picks, win money. Must be 18 or over and present in California. Terms do apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms. _DFS_.html for details. If you're concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Come on, kids. We're almost there. The map says straight ahead.
One-a-day 50-plus multivitamins are made for your overall health, with nutrients to support your brain and muscle function. Because don't you want to make the most of each day? So even on the family hike, you're not just keeping the pace.
Hey, Dad, wait up.
You're one step ahead. One-a-day 50-plus. The one for you. This statement has not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Right, Bay Area, listen up. If you've been thinking about upgrading your ride, now is the time. It's the Ceremony Ford Kickoff Sales Event, and they're pushing one of the best SUVs on the road, the 2026 Ford Explorer. Yes, I know Bonte drives one, which tells you two things. One, the Explorer is legit. And two, even Bonte makes a good decision every once in a while. Here's the headline: $2,500 back on every new 2026 Explorer in stock. They've got over 40 Explorers in stock, ready to roll. Show up, pick up your color, and drive it home today. It's roomy, it's powerful, it's loaded with tech, it's perfect for families, road trips, or just owning the road like a boss. So head over to Ceremony Ford right now off of 280 Ceremony Boulevard in Colma, Daly City, or 24/7 at ceremonyford.com. The deals are real. The inventory is stacked, and that $2,500 Explorer rebate won't hang around forever. Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer.
Hi, I'm Chris.
I'm David.
And I'm John Margevisi with Jack's Restaurant and Bar.
Dude, what's with that voice?
Bro, it's my radio voice. People say I have a great voice for radio.
Bro, people say you have a great face for radio.
Oh, you have a radio face.
Guys, not again. We're here to talk about Jack's. Our mom taught us everything we know. Use the best ingredients. Cook everything homemade. Treat everyone like family.
Don't forget the bar.
With amazing cocktails.
Of course, full bar, amazing cocktails. Let's stay focused.
You're right. I'm sorry, bro.
I'm sorry, too.
That's better. Besides, you're twins. You have the same face for radio.
Why, you little
I love Jax.com.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I left the pizza box on top of my car before driving home. Not smart. Oh, and a semi just turned my deep dish into a thin crust.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Mike and I have had, a conversation. He's on the trip, but we haven't gone into depth on any of this stuff. I mean, the one thing we talked about was we're still going for it. We're still trying to win every night. This is not a case where, we're going to start selling off assets. That's not the plan, that's for sure. We think we can be really competitive and play at a high level, and so that's the plan. So the next step is figuring out what that means in terms of rotations and lineup combinations, all that stuff.
Bay Area, it's Steve Kerr. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. Come on, Dub Nation. What are you waiting for? Download that Odyssey app now.
Come on, Dub Nation. LFG. There's that word, assets.
Yeah.
And Mike is on the trip.
He's on the trip.
Boom, boom, boom.
I would imagine he'll be on all the trips, at least until the deadline, right?
He got tickets to all the games.
Yeah.
All the January games.
Easy to pick out a 6'10" general manager when he's in the crowd. I wonder if there he is. He's like the size of a giraffe.
So they're in Dallas? There's been some big name in Dallas that's been rumored in trades.
That's true. He's also tall. Yeah.
Even taller than Dunleavy, I think. Please don't do it, Mike. Mike, please don't.
How would he? What the hell would he even give him?
I mean,
what are we doing? Trading injured stars?
I mean,
you want to talk about
Jimmy, are you done with surgery? Okay, cool. I got a plane ticket for you to Dallas.
What kind of a trade is that?
Yeah, bring Clay back too.
I mean, God.
Is it time to play NBA Trade Machine again?
Of course it is.
Okay.
It's January.
Yep.
Steve said things usually heat up the final week.
I like that because
that's next Thursday.
He's right. Next Thursday would be a week out from the deadline. So, yeah, Mike's on the trip, and you've got a Dallas and a couple of Minnesotas, and I'm sure wherever he is, he's got his phone with him. The phone is on.
So my prediction is this is how it's going to go, okay? Next Thursday, sucker's going to heat up, man. It's a week out before the NBA trade deadline, and then the Super Bowl comes marching to San Francisco. And everybody at 95.7 The Game, they all heading to the Moscone Center. We're going to be there round the damn clock all week long. And on Wednesday of Super Bowl week, somebody's going to be talking to I don't know, Patrick Peterson or
Marcus Allen.
I don't know. Eric Bieniemy's going to be running around selling energy bars or something.
I'm trying to think of the guys. Kyle Turley's the guy that we always everyone has Kyle Turley every year.
Great. Turley's awesome.
He is great.
I've had lengthy conversations with Kyle.
Who hasn't?
That dude has a story. So Kyle Turley's going to be there telling you about CTE, and Grandy's going to be like,
totally.
Jonathan Kuminga's a Hornet. What? That's get ready.
A Hornet?
Whatever. Just the first
Who's they getting back from Charlotte?
I don't know. 3-team deal, 5-team deal. I don't know.
Trades are hard.
Yeah, exactly.
Anthony Davis and Jimmy Butler make identical money.
Oh, good. Good.
The trade, is successful.
Jimmy can go not play for Dallas, and Anthony can come not play for Golden State. What a great deal.
Who says no?
Everybody.
Totally, right?
Oh, crap.
I mean, you're not trading Jimmy Butler. And I saw a report earlier that they're not doing that, but that would be pretty cutthroat. Be pretty cold-blooded.
Well, it would be cold, but it would be the first word that comes to my mind is it would be stupid. Not for the Warriors.
Right, for the receiving team.
What the hell are they doing that for?
If this happened next year,
yes, that's
then
different.
It's a little bit of a different story.
It's kind of like Melton last year.
Right.
But 5
times 5, exactly. 5 Meltons. So
5 D'Anthony Meltons.
Oh, yeah. That guy's not here anymore. The songwriter. No, love him. Still with the company.
Yep.
Kyle Madsen.
Hi, Kyle.
Friend of the program.
Really quick, just to entertain it for a little bit longer, why Dallas would maybe entertain Jimmy for Anthony Davis is because Anthony Davis has 2 more years beyond this one.
Which is why Golden State wouldn't entertain it.
Probably.
Yeah.
Yes. But
they don't want to do that.
Dallas, they just get out of that money a year earlier than they currently would.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And Anthony will play sooner than Jimmy.
Which is why you would say maybe the Warriors would maybe be interested.
There you go.
Because he could maybe return for a postseason push.
Okay, now that you're doing this, I guess we should ask you, are you in favor of this or something, Grandy?
No, I'm just trying to explain why Dallas would actually do it, because they want to just get off of his money ASAP.
I don't even know. I don't know if the Warriors are going to do anything at the deadline with what's happened. I thought they were going to trade Jonathan Kuminga. Now I don't know.
Right.
And if you're not going to trade Jonathan Kuminga, what the hell else out there is there?
You might be able to aggregate a couple of other guys, and Buddy Hield would be the one first and foremost. And if you do a Buddy and somebody else, and you get up to 12 or 13 million, can you get somebody who can come in here and be a rotational player? Maybe.
I mean,
what are we talking about,
what does
though?
that do for you?
Well, you don't play Buddy a lot, so you would take Buddy and another guy who maybe you don't play a ton, and you bring in somebody who actually can play and will play.
He says they're still going for it.
Yeah. How can you not? When you have Steph Curry, how can you not still go for it?
Well, I guess I would maybe use a little bit of a different phrase, because when people, it's kind of like what I did with you yesterday. Like when you use the word it, define it. What does go for it?
Go for it means...
A championship?
No.
Okay.
Well, of course, you're trying to win a championship.
You're
but
just trying to win.
I think they're currently listed at 100-1 to win the whole thing, which is a 1% chance. So going for it means you're in the play-in, hopefully the top half of the play-in, and you're one win away from a series. And when you get to a series, as we've seen with the Warriors, you usually can win at least a series. And if you can win a series, well, then you're still in the mix and you're playing into May. So for me, going for it is a little like what Shanahan said this year about the Niners. We just want to get in the tournament and have a swing, take a cut at it. And yeah, even if the Niners didn't lose all those guys, would they have been an ironclad Super Bowl front-running favorite?
No.
Probably not, but they would have had
been up there.
Right.
Top 6.
They would have had a shot.
Yep.
And that's all that you're trying to do when you, quote, go for it, I believe.
Before we go to the phones, and we are coming straight to you, anybody who wants to chat about all this, the trade situation, Jimmy Butler, Jonathan Kuminga, for me, I believe that the developments of this week make it much more likely and almost reasonable to keep Jonathan Kuminga. To keep him, unless there's some great deal out there, but it certainly sounds like there isn't, and it looks like there isn't, because the Warriors did not hesitate to put him in the game and actually play him for 18 straight minutes last night. And this is on the heels of this comment from Mike Dunleavy before the game when he was asked, and I love this, are you aware that Jonathan demanded a trade? Mike's like, yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, I think as far as the demand, I'm aware of that. I think when in terms of demands, when you make a demand, there needs to be demand on the market. So we'll see where that unfolds. But heard always with these guys, I tell them I'm willing to work with them, want to help people out, whether that's JK or any player on our roster. So we're good with, if that's his wishes, trying to figure that out. But we got to do what's best for our organization, and that's what we'll do. And as far as it goes with the deadline coming up, I think we'll take the next couple of weeks to assess this team a little bit more. I felt pretty good with where we're at heading into last night's game in terms of what we need to do. I thought our team was playing really well, heading in the right direction. Obviously, things have changed, so I want to take a couple of weeks here to watch these games and see our team and what we can do better.
I tell you what, this is such the more I listen to this quote, it gets more and more fascinating. The blasé nature with which he answers this question does feel like he's sunning Kaminga a little bit.
Oh, totally.
And it's not just the whole, I know the money quote, for there to be a demand, there needs to be demand. I get that. Okay.
It's just the way he says that.
Well,
and
it's also...
He's saying that to the agent, in my opinion.
No doubt. And then he's also, when he goes, look, it's the same for any player. If this is their wishes, then boy, we're just here willing to work with you on your wishes. He makes it sound like somebody who wants to relocate because they want to be around family who is getting older or something like that. Like there's zero. You watch the way the Niners have dealt with trade demands. They're always like, no, we want that player. So that's not in our plans. I'm sure Mac Jones would like to be a starter. Good for Mac. We'd like Mac to be our backup quarterback, and he's under contract to do so. But there's none of that. Mike, he almost just made it feel like, we don't even care if we have this player on the team or not. I don't think he's saying that, but it felt like that.
He cares, but he cares to the extent that they can get something for the asset because, you want to get a player back that you can actually use. And, it's not as easy as, Kaminga, you want to be elsewhere. You demand to be traded. Okay. If Steph Curry demanded to be traded, then you would absolutely acquiesce to that because you'd get calls from 29 teams and you would field 29 offers. Yeah. And so the demand would meet the demand. Not that Steph would ever do that, but if you're Kuminga and you wait until your day, JK Day, January 15th, and then you demand to be traded, okay, nobody could see that coming. So Mike sits there, and I could picture him in his office, slowly drumming his fingers and staring at his phone, and the news breaks. Kuminga's demanded to be traded, and so he's just sitting there, brum, 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 and you've got one of those, I don't know what it's called, but it has the balls, like the silver ball, where you swing up one side and it goes click, 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 click. So he's got that thing going over here. He's drumming his fingers, and he's just staring at his landline, waiting for it to ring.
It's the funniest trade demand I've ever seen in my life covering sports. It's the most hilarious trade demand ever because I've never seen someone demand a trade before to a team that's like, we know, like we're over. We've been on the phone for a year already. That's what we're doing.
Right.
Do you know what I mean?
It reminds me of my 3-year-old who, if you don't finish your veggies, you don't get ice cream. And then she screams out, I don't even want to have ice cream. Okay. I'm like,
come
really?
In there, you're sauteing something, and they come in and go, I demand dinner.
Exactly.
I'm cooking it.
Can't you smell that?
I'm cooking it right now. Go sit down. I'll call you when we're ready.
I mean, the whole demand thing, I don't know if it was scripted or if it just came out like that, but he's basically saying to the agent, cute demand, but there's not a great demand. So, you demand to be traded. Well, we demand that another team give us a deal that we can't resist.
Oh, gosh.
How are we doing with all these demands, everyone?
Not great. Eddie in San Francisco has been super patient. Hey, Eddie, thank you for calling and waiting. What's up?
Hey, guys. So, I've been waiting patiently. It was interesting to hear Steve Kerr. I'm at peace, though, man. The dynasty is over. Eagles have destroyed the dynasty. I kind of knew it was over when Iguodala said in the interview a couple of years ago that the front office thinks that they won these championships, and I was like, yeah, I think they do. And I think it's a complete joke that Mike Dunleavy is saying that they're going to do what's best for the franchise. What was best for the franchise was until 2020 not to draft a raw center and to either trade the pick to Indiana for one of their centers that were supposedly on the trade market, or trade down and get Halliburton. And then in 2021, I've been saying this since 2021, Franz Wagner, who we now know Steve Kerr wanted, and Trey Murphy III should have been the draft picks. It was obvious, like this. I don't understand what's happening. Like, the Warriors won championships with. Let me say this real quick.
Yeah.
So the Warriors won championships with high IQ, skilled players, and I don't know who in the building went. We got to get young, raw, athletic players in there. But it destroyed the dynasty. It's over.
Wow.
And if any other town, if this was any other town, Steve Kerr and everybody else would have been ran out of town. I don't know what you guys seem to be running cover. Last time I called, you guys were like, everybody in the building agreed. Okay, well, everybody in the building should be fired.
Well, Eddie, hold tight. What'd you just say? You said they should have drafted Franz Wagner. Steve Kerr agrees, and now you want to fire Kerr. Well, I don't understand. I don't get it. You're also talking about draft picks that were made prior to them winning another ring. So, like, I think it's pretty simple. If they went young and projects, it's because they too thought their days winning titles might be over. They were wrong, but that might and probably did come all the way from ownership on the way down. Why would you fire somebody it sounded to me like you're firing him for agreeing with you.
No, I'm firing him because running up. I want Steve Kerr fired now because it's obvious he doesn't really care for Kaminga, and that's very unprofessional. It's like, okay, you didn't get your guy, but and it's part of Jonathan Kaminga's fault too. Like, dude, if you want to be the man on the championship franchise, do what the championship coach is telling you to do. Be Sean Marion or whatever the hell they're asking you to do, and then eventually you'll get your turn. So it's like a double-edged sword. But, Steve Kerr as the championship coach, it's like, dude, you can't just, like, we all know you don't like Jonathan Kuminga. It shouldn't be obvious that you don't like this guy. And then you run out lineups that are 4-guard lineups. Like, it's ridiculous.
Wow.
Like, you can't have 4 guys that's 6'3" or 6'4" and under on the floor and expect to win games, period. Like, going for what? You're not going for anything.
Eddie, the roster construction is thanks, Eddie, is to me a completely different conversation, because that gets affected by the fact that almost about $115 million are wrapped up in 2 future Hall of Fame players. So that makes your maneuverability very, very difficult. And I just think that your call, look, you're obviously a really big fan. You're kind of oscillating between years and back and forth from now to 2021 and all of these things. I don't think, here's what I don't get in this entire conversation. What if Steve Kerr does, quote unquote, not like Jonathan Kaminga as a player? Not as a person, not personal.
Right.
He doesn't like him as a player. Let's go there. What if he doesn't like him as a player? Has he been proven wrong yet?
At times, but, it's all depends on how you look at it. And, beauty's in the eye of the beholder, and you could look at numbers and the ha-ha and all the rest of it. He's played well at times. Yep. At times he hasn't played well. And ultimately, he said this 1,000 times on our show. It's about combinations, and his combinations with Jimmy Butler are not great. His best combination, I was looking at the numbers earlier, 3-man combo is with Steph and Draymond. And if you look at the 3-man combos this year, of the top 20 combos based on plus minus, Kuminga's in one of them. And this has nothing to do with minutes played, because some of these are very small minutes, but his best combo is with Steph and Draymond. And a lot of times Jimmy's with Steph and Draymond, so that's not going to work for Kuminga. I don't think that it has anything to do with whether or not he likes JK as a player. I think that he thinks at times JK should play a certain way. And the caller actually made a good point about Sean Marion. If he played more like that, like the way that they want him to play,
I know, but we
just play more.
But we throw that out there as if you can just be Sean Marion.
Well,
just go be Sean Marion. Maybe he can't be Sean Marion.
But he can be the player that Steve wants, and Steve described it today where he's at his best when he's in the dunker spot, when he's diving to the rim.
That's a stylistic thing. It does not mean that Steve has to love his entire skill set.
Right.
By the way, he's not alone. Once again, I'll refer to there's no demand.
Right. And also, even this offseason when it was a sign and trade possibility, there weren't any teams out there thinking, hey, sign him to 30 and trade him to us, because we're willing to do that.
I'm not sitting here, I'm not peacocking that he's been proven right. I'm just saying he has not been proven wrong. Until Jonathan Kuminga holds down a top 3 on the roster spot for a winning team, then no one has been proven wrong. And until Jonathan Kuminga flames out, no one's been proven right. But to sit here and say, this is the concept that I don't get, is so many people think that Jonathan is owed something. That's what I would like if I were talking to extend the conversation we were just having with Steve. When he's like, I just, whatever it is, whatever the reason is, the media and the fans have latched onto this Jonathan thing. I don't know why when did Jonathan become so different than every other young player in the league? Where something is minutes are owed. This happens in every team.
It's not that
young players come in and they do or don't get minutes, and it's hard to crack rotations.
It just depends on your team. And if you look at his draft class, there's a lot of guys in his class who have gotten more minutes, and the majority of those players were on bad teams. And Jalen Green on Houston before they got good. Cade Cunningham on Detroit before they got good. They were given 30 to 35 minutes a night. Go out there, be young, do whatever you need to do. We stink. You get to play. Kaminga came into a team that did not have that luxury.
Right.
They won a championship his rookie year. So There's a lot of things you can look at that are contextual about the Kuminga era. I do think what you said is right. Nothing's been proven yet. Trey Lance was either mismanaged or, given a raw deal, however you thought. Then he went to Dallas and couldn't get even to be QB2. Then he went to the Chargers, and their quarterback almost died, and he only got to play one game, and now where are we with that? So, you can look at any situation, and a lot of it is the context of that situation. If Kaminga goes to fill in the blank, Charlotte was thrown out earlier, and maybe he helps turn Charlotte around. And he goes out, he averages 20 a night, and they become a perennial Eastern Conference playoff team. Then you can look at that and say, well, the Warriors were wrong, but also the way the Warriors play is not conducive to how he plays.
Well, and I also think people make the mistake of thinking that these are honestly, I think sometimes we really grab our family structures within our own homes and we apply them to Steve Kerr and Jonathan Kuminga. I've never viewed this, and maybe I'm wrong, I don't feel like this is a punishment. Like, look at this text. Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. Thank you so much for listening. 925 just sent this in. Gary Payton has great games and then not so great games, just like JK. But Gary plays. I don't think Jonathan's being punished. Steph Curry has bad games. This isn't about like you get a good game and now I give you a cookie and you get to play another one. Or if you have a bad game, you got to go to your room now. You stay there for a little while. There's no dessert for you. This is professional sports. That's not what we're doing. He might be wrong, but he simply doesn't think that Jonathan has attached himself stylistically and skill set wise to winning. That's it. It's not a punishment. It's not you play good, you get like I don't know. I don't see it that way. That's not the way I process it at least.
And the texter is not right in that Gary barely plays at all. He plays in every game, but he's only played, and I just was looking at it.
Not always. He gets DNPs.
He's played 65 more minutes than Kuminga on the year, and he's played in 23 more games.
There you go.
And he's played 65 more total minutes. So sometimes Gary comes in and he plays 4 minutes and that's it.
Right.
And occasionally he gets DNPs, but that's just the nature of players, 4 through 15 on this team.
Yeah, and I know Jonathan was a lottery pick, but my God, that was a long time ago.
Yes, year 5.
A long time ago. So I don't know if that's what everybody's attaching it to, where it's like you must play. Moses Moody was a lottery pick and went through years of DNPs. And I never heard this. Again, I know he can score 20 points in a basketball game, and that is very, very special. But this goes deeper than that. I think it always does. Draymond Green can't score 20 points in a basketball game, but he'll have a Hall of Fame speech one day. Like, there's more to this. I don't know if he's right. I don't know if he's right. But, I'm sort of in support of, a head coach is right to I see it this way, let's do it this way until he's wrong. And if he's proven wrong, then you can fire him. But I don't know. Those of you who think you've got this golden feather in your hand of every time Jonathan scores 20, see, Steve was wrong. They don't win those games.
Yeah. A lot of times.
It has not been proven right or wrong as of yet. I don't think.
And we'll see if it ever gets proven here or if it's elsewhere. And I think a lot of it comes down to the style of basketball that you play. And Kuminga does not play the style that Steve Kerr favors around Steph Curry. And so because of that, there are times when Jonathan doesn't get to play. And if you look at the total minutes in his draft class, he's played more minutes than Moses Moody throughout the course of their 5-year career. Kuminga is 17th in minutes. Moody is 20th. And as I was saying, the guys at the top, Scotty Barnes, Toronto,
that's a better player.
Oh, they're a lot better player.
That's a better player.
Well, Jalen Green, Alperen Şengün.
Better players.
And, Josh Giddey, Trey Murphy III that everyone wants. There's a lot of guys who are more established and just better players, more fully formed players, and also playing in different systems than what Kuminga's been playing in.
Let's go to Gene in Oakland. Hi, Gene. Thanks for calling. What's up?
Hey, fellas. So I noticed when you spoke with Kerr this time versus like about a week ago, he just seems a whole lot more relaxed right now. I think he is because, a couple of big weights have been lifted from his shoulders. First is this whole win a fifth ring for Curry thing. I mean, that was a distant dream even before this terrible injury, and now I think we can finally close the window on that. So this whole idea of the dual-pronged approach, develop your young guys while you're trying to win the fifth for Curry, that's gone. I mean, now it's all about the future as far as I can see, and I think he realizes that. I didn't hear any statements from him about still trying to win a championship at this point. I think it's a more relaxed situation for him in that sense. Just play the young kids, make them develop, give them all the runway they need, and that includes Kuminga, and that's the other major weight that was lifted from your shoulders. A week ago, you kept trying to press him on what about Kaminga, and he kept saying, "I don't want to talk about it."
Yeah.
This week he's talking about, hey, this kid's let's give him the runway, let's give him a chance, because that's what it's all about at this point, and I think that's the best thing to do under the circumstances.
Yeah, but Gene, did you hear him say we're going for it?
No. No, I didn't hear that, but of course he's going to say that, all right? But does he really believe it? I don't think so. I really don't.
Here's kind of how I'd respond to that, Gene. Thanks. I think every time someone brings up the word championship, I just think that we're kind of in la-la land. Steve has tried like hell. Steph has tried like hell. Maybe not Draymond. He's out there, don't let us win another championship. But they keep saying we're trying to give Steph a chance. We're using the wrong CH word. It's not championship, it's chance. And this is a totally different concept. What the Warriors are trying to do right now is not win a championship. They're trying to get into the playoffs and allow Steph Curry a grouping of 7-game series that they feel like he's so great he might have a chance to win. And so I think that's how at least I translate when he says we're going for it. I think that's what he means, because you can't say we're going for it 2 weeks after saying we're not in the class of Oklahoma City. Hello? I think they get where they are, and I think they get where they are now with Jimmy Butler out as well. But I sort of differ a little bit from Gene on this idea that Steve's like, well, cool, light a cigar. We're playing babies now. Let's just see what happens. Like, I don't think that's the mindset, actually.
That will never be the mindset. And, under Steve Kerr, they've never made the playoffs and lost in the first round. They've lost in the play-in, but when you get into an actual series, you at least win a round, a series. So, yeah, if you're in their spot, you're thinking, we're going to go for it, and it might break your way. And it kind of broke their way in 2022, where the top seed got knocked off before you got there. Luka Doncic was in his nascent days as a NBA one in the playoffs. And so things kind of broke your way to the extent that you still had to go out there and earn it over a Boston team, but you can't possibly get breaks if you don't make the tournament. And that's all they want, is to have a chance to be in the tourney.
Let's do Hypes. Hypes in the city. I'm hyped up for this one. Come on, Hypes. What do you got?
What's up, people? Quick take here. First off, agree with almost everything you're saying, and thanks for all the laughs with the cookies, by the way. That was great.
No problem.
Look, if we keep talking about Kerr and Kerr and Kaminga not playing because of Kerr, do you honestly believe if Curry and Draymond and Butler thought he should be playing with them, that Kerr would still not play Kaminga, right? Like, this isn't just Kerr. Like, there's a problem here, and it's not Kerr, it's Kaminga. And if he can't play this system's ball, then ship him out. And I love the kid. Explosive, he's got, that, but he doesn't seem to be able to rebound, doesn't seem to be able to play defense at the level I think all of them want him to, not just Kerr. So, little defending Kerr here. But go Dubs nonetheless. I want to see how this transpires.
Hypes, appreciate it. Yeah, again, I try to look at this through the lens of my favorite team, the Golden State Warriors. And so there's no individual, maybe Steph Curry, but there's no individual that kind of supersedes that or is above that. So whether it sounds crass or not, that's kind of how I look now at this trade deadline. I know Jonathan wants to play for another team. I totally get that. But the best thing in light of Jimmy Butler's injury and in light of the fact, at least we think, that there are no great offers on the table right now, the best thing for the Golden State Warriors is to keep Jonathan Kuminga, keep playing him, see if he can look the way he did last night. I actually thought it wasn't just scoring 20. I thought he had some hustle plays, some rebounds. I loved the way that he looked. And I think if you do that for some sort of an extended period of time, then there's an entirely new conversation this summer around all of it, whether it's trading him and his value's up or keeping him because he figured it out or whatever. All of it, I think the conversation can still change. And if not, what'd you lose? You know what I mean? That's kind of how I look at it.
Short of an injury, you're right.
Yeah.
I mean, unless you go out there and you lose games, but ultimately, if you trade him and you still fall short of the goal, or you keep him and you fall short of the goal, no matter what happens either way with Kaminga, you're still 1 year closer to the end of Steph and Draymond and, well, Jimmy whenever he comes back. So you're running out of time. Ultimately, you have to make the best decision to maximize the Steph Curry window, but that doesn't mean you take a bum deal just because Kaminga has demanded to be traded. If there's not a deal out there that you like, then, especially now with no Jimmy Butler, you can hold on to Kaminga and, try and see if you can catch lightning in a bottle like you did earlier in the year.
Yeah. What's different, to me, 2 weeks ago, the January 2nd thing made me feel like, like this is so hot to touch.
Irreparable.
Just get it, yes, whatever you're going to get in return, just do this because this is sort of maybe threatening the locker room. This is threatening the whole picture. It doesn't feel that way today. Maybe it'll feel that way tomorrow. It doesn't feel that way today.
No, because he got to play and he played well. And even though they got motorboated, it feels like, okay, now there's a path for him to play. And Steve actually said it to us when we interviewed him earlier in the show. And Steve said, yeah, I've said all along that the fit with he and Jimmy Butler is not a good one. So now Jimmy Butler's not on the floor. So the fit with Kaminga and fill in the blank is going to be much better.
How's that? Does he fit with Guy?
Probably not ideal. No, but does he fit with Melt? And Steve even said that because I said, what players does he fit with? And he's like, well, I mean, Melt and BP, I think these are guys who I think can play well with Kaminga.
Buddy Hield, apparently. They fit well last night. You know what I mean? Here's the one thing I'll really, really say also in this moment. We make it all about Butler. How about if we sort of change Jimmy Butler's name to the non-Steph minutes? Because that's not all of Jimmy, but that's the one standard. If Steph's not in the game, Jimmy is. And now when Steph's not in there, you tend to see the Warriors lose the shot clock all the way down to the bottom. People are looking at each other. Pods can't get his own shot. Moody can't get his own shot. They're trying to penetrate, and there's nothing there. Well, that's actually somewhere, while it's not perfect, my favorite player in the NBA, the here you take it guy. Right. And Jonathan's got a little bit of that in him. So I honestly, when Steph's not in there, put him in there, and when the shot clock gets to 7, if you don't got something cooking, here, Jonathan, go to the hole. See what you can do. I mean, that's honestly, and I think to a degree, that might be what other NBA GMs would like to see because there's a lot of value in that. I don't know if he can be great at it. He goes to the hole well.
Yeah.
I don't know about here you take it 1-on-5, but let's see it.
Well, the problem is if he doesn't get to the rim, then he is in basketball purgatory, which is in the mid-range.
That's true.
And it's not really what you want unless you're dealing with Kevin Durant, who is automatic in the mid-range. If Kuminga is the here you take it guy, he's probably not going to penetrate and kick to a shooter. He doesn't do that a lot. He's going to try to get to the cup, and if he doesn't, he's going to settle for one of those 14-foot fadeaways, which, make it. Great.
Yeah, I mean,
making it's better than missing it, but even if you make it.
Yeah, but here we are.
Right.
Here we are.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? He did one of them last night and got an and one somehow.
That's right, and the owner went bananas. The owner loved it.
Yeah, he did. Like, oh, you loving me now? You were loving me, then you hate me. Now you love me again.
Yeah.
Okay. Tim in San Diego. Hi, Tim. Thanks for calling. What's up?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Love the show.
Thanks, Tim.
Yeah, just a couple things here. Let's just start out with just the idiocy of Dunleavy and the Warriors organization as far as way to devalue Kuminga by saying that there is no demand. I mean, I'm in sales. That's when I'm trying to build a brand. You never say that. That is asinine. Why would you come out and say that? Not only that is petty and that's punk ass. You keep that in house because that was a direct blow at the kid, and that is BS. Secondly, you know why you guys should have held Kerr up to feet to the fire?
Oh, feet to the fire.
You know why people are talking about Kaminga?
Yeah.
You know why people are talking about Kaminga? He's the symbol of the crappy draft we've had since 2016. You know, that was the year after Looney. Jacob Evans. You know who was picked after Jacob Evans? Brunson and Desmond Bain.
Tim, do you know who picked Jonathan? Do you know who picked Jonathan Kaminga, Tim? Do you know who picked Jonathan Kaminga?
Yeah, Draymond Green.
No, and not Steve Kerr either.
Green.
No, Tim. No.
Draymond Green picked him. You
need to check more articles about the Warriors. Steve Kerr didn't, it's all reported last week. He tried to get everybody to take Franz Wagner. So you want to hold Kerr's feet to the fire for a pick that he didn't even want to make?
I'm talking about what we have. 2020, we have no draft picks for 10 years other than Podzinski, who is also a lightning rod, because that's Kerr's boy, who everybody says.
I'm not going to argue with you about this, Tim, but you just said you wanted us to hold Kerr's feet to the fire for the draft. He doesn't make the picks.
Well, no, I'm saying Kerr was saying, why do we always talk about Kaminga? Well, it's because the organization has screwed up since 2016, 2020. They had the top picks. What do you got? Here we go. Wiseman, Nico Mannion, Justinian
Jessup. Yeah.
Nothing.
I mean, these are second-round picks.
These are second-round picks, Tim.
48 and 51.
Yeah, go ahead. And who went right before Justinian Jessup that you wanted?
It's not the point. I'm saying
no, Tim, it's my point. You're being unfair, Tim. You're being unfair. You're saying nothing good's happened since 2016. Listen to yourself, Tim. Listen to yourself. We've been having parades since 2016, Tim. Parades, multiple.
Tell me who's here from 2016.
You're focused on the draft only, Tim, and you're largely talking about a team that was drafting 28th and later. If you want to rip the Wiseman pick, do it. You're right. If you want to rip the Kaminga pick, we can have that conversation.
Tim, I got your back here because in 2016, they used the 30th pick on Damian Jones. You know who went 2 picks later? You love him, and I love him.
Who?
Zubats.
Oh, crap.
They could have had
I love Zubac. Tim, thank you for calling.
Bob Myers, if you're out there listening, Damian Jones over the bots? You could have had Zubats at 30.
Oh, yeah, thanks a lot.
I do love the Zubats.
Yeah.
I do. God, he would fit so perfectly.
Patrick McCaw also in that draft. Taken by Milwaukee.
Champion.
Forever Warrior 3-time.
Warrior Wednesday is brought to you by Freeman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. We're sponsored by the Super Bowl Experience, presented by Jersey Mike's. Damn it, Warrior fans, if only something good had happened since 2016. Damn it.
How many titles would you have if you had Zubats?
I'm sick of this team. I'm sick of it. 10 years and only 4 rings.
That's right. And 2 other finals appearances.
It's bullshit.
Bunch of play-in losses.
You better be careful.
Willard and Dibs. We'll take a break.
The NFL is taking over the Bay Area. Experience football like never before with Super Bowl Experience presented by Jersey Mike's February 3rd through 7th at the Moscone Center. Tickets start at just $40 and kids 12 and under attend for free. Visit superbowl.com to buy your tickets today.
Well, hi, everybody. It's Willard for Underdog. Yeah, Underdog, the best place to get in on these football playoffs, especially now that the Niners are out. Bleep it. Let's just make some dough, right? You can make picks and win money right now in California. It's very easy to do. You pick your favorite players and whether they're going higher or lower on their stats. That's it. and then you pair a few together, and you could win up to 5,000 times your cash. And if you listen to me here, I'm about to give you some free cash. So listen, I like Stafford higher on the passing yardage this week. That's my one sort of suggestion that's out there. But you take a look, see what you like. If you download the app and use my promo code, Willard, you'll score $75 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. Again, the promo code, my last name, Willard. Type it in, get free money. Underdog, make picks, win money. Must be 18 or over and present in California. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play get terms _DFS_.html for details. If you're concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal está? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI, all on America's best network. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile.
Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla. Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025. Receive Netflix standard with ads on us with qualifying plans.
Lowe's knows how to turn big plans into real results. Whether it's new appliances or a home refresh, get started with 12-month special financing on purchases of $299 or more with a My Lowe's Rewards credit card, January 15th through the 30th, so you can invest in your upgrade now and pay over time. Lowe's, we help, you save. Offer subject to credit approval and cannot be combined. Minimum monthly payment required. See store or Lowe's.com for details.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well, I'll take this one.
What? Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there. It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every day you delay can mean lost wages, delayed medical care, and more stress for your family. At Boxer & Gerson, we fight for people just like you. Construction workers, delivery drivers, factory workers, restaurant staff, hardworking folks who get hurt just trying to earn a living. We won't back down. We get results. You work hard, you deserve real help. Call Boxer & Gerson now at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com. The consultation is free, but waiting could cost you. Boxer & Gerson, justice for workers.
Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center is a 5-star facility located in the Sunset District of San Francisco and in close proximity to our preferred partner, UCSF Medical Center. At Lawton, you're in good hands with world-class nurses led by a well-known and UCSF-affiliated medical director in Dr. Darby Clayson. Contact Administrator Dan Daly at 415-566-1200. That's 415-566-1200 for any additional information.
From carriage house to glass aluminum doors, RNS Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. RNS Doors. Look for the red truck.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
...to...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. Member FDIC.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your Nature Made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
What's up, everybody? I'm Nick Costos, and watching sports isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. And my show is not a job, it's a passion. From the NFL playoffs to the NBA and everything in between, celebrate sports with me every day on You Better You Bet from 9 a.m. to noon Eastern. Download the Odyssey app now and listen to Westwood One Sports from anywhere. It's You Better You Bet with me, Nick Costos, live and interactive Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern, presented by BetMGM.
Bay Area, it's Steve Kerr. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. And you can see us live on YouTube and Twitch right now. Just search 95.7 The Game and make sure to subscribe.
And another thing about this stupid Warrior organization. Another thing. They had a chance to make history last night.
How so?
And failed.
Oh, boy. Miserably.
Miserably.
No doubt. Oh, that's the little three-pointers by a bunch of guys thing, right? It's a record.
Wow, you sunned that more than Dunleavy sunned Kuminga's agent last night.
I mean, we all try too hard, I think, to come up with new stuff, and I'm guilty as charged, but just because something's never been done before doesn't mean it's a record. The fourth straight game that 10 different guys made a three.
Well, no, that sometimes it is funny with TV networks to be like, this is the first time on a Tuesday past 5 o'clock west of the Mississippi with a coach who has an injured finger won a football game. Like, yeah, we see that. This is a little different. If the Warriors had hit 23s or more last night, it would have been the first time a team has ever done that 5 games in a row in the history of the league.
Okay.
We didn't do it, though.
Right.
Failed.
Well, okay. And they shoot 45 threes a game, so it's bound to happen. I mean, they're the 3-point shootingest team in the NBA, in the association.
Which is why it's time for Triples for Autism, which is brought to you by Pettinelli Financial Partners and the Autism Society San Francisco Bay Area. Nope, they did not hit 20 or more, but they did hit 16, which is good enough for another donation from Pettinelli. Thank you, Buddy Heald, who went 6 for 6 from downtown. 45 for 45 this year on donations for Triples for Autism. If you'd like to donate, get involved yourself. Go to sfautismsociety.org. Triples for Autism is brought to you by Pettinelli Financial Partners and the Autism Society San Francisco Bay Area. Pettinelli is here for you, offering financial guidance and support throughout life's milestones. Go to PettinelliFP.com. So at least we got the important part.
Right.
Which is the donation.
Exactly. And they just need to hit 10 threes in a game to get there. And I would be absolutely stunned if they didn't go 82 for 82, although 4 times this year they have made exactly 10 threes. So they've been right there on the margin 4 different times.
No, they clutched up.
Yep.
They clutched up. They had 9, a couple minutes left to go in the game, and somebody's like, yo, Triples for Autism.
Yeah, you got to hit one now.
And then bang, rainbow, swish, which is exactly what the Valkyries are going to be doing in May, by the way. Want to let everybody know one more time that the schedule is out. Going to a Valkyries game, we are not paid to say this. We did this. It is different. It's really fun. You got to go check it out. It's a completely unique vibe. Their season will start on Friday, May 8th, but that's a road matchup in Seattle against the Storm. The home dates start on May 10th. Sunday, May 10th is the opener, Phoenix Mercury, and then a couple days later, Wednesday the 13th, Chicago will be in town. That's Angel Reese, isn't it? Isn't that Angel Reese?
Yep.
That's Angel Reese on May 13th. And then we go from there. So go check out a Valkyries game coming to an arena near you this May 2026.
April 13th, your WNBA draft, if you partake. And
all right,
we do. And we will.
Getting?
A little early, but...
Who we getting? What pick do we got?
They're picking 8th.
Okay.
8th, 23rd, and then 38th. But I'll tell you what, you better not pass on anyone now. Tim in San Diego will call. He's coming for you.
No, he'll call 8 years from now and get mad at you.
Yeah. And that's kind of one of my small pet peeves.
We love you, Tim.
For example, Jalen Brunson. He went with, I think, the third pick in the second round. So we're going to blame the Warriors. How about the other 29 teams who passed on him at least once?
They passed on him.
They all passed on him.
Chokers.
Right. So, we can always reverse engineer a draft. Now, that said, taking Wiseman at 2, even in real time, is like, oh boy, this is risky.
We can point out the mistakes. That's fine. Just don't make up new ones and unfair ones. Don't tell the Warriors as an organization that they've sucked for the last decade. That's ludicrous.
Yep. And also, when you're talking about the NBA draft and you're making mistakes at the bottom of the first round, Damian Jones and he was a second rounder, but
Justinian Jessup,
even if you point to first round picks, the majority of guys late first are, not always going to be difference makers.
Nope, but I remember 2 guys in the 20s. One is Brandon Pajemski, who I would say at that spot is value, and Jordan Poole. Right. I think 27th, right?
And you can even look further down at 2 second rounders currently, 3 if you count Will Richard that they didn't draft, but Trace Jackson Davis, second rounder, but Guy Santos and Quentin Post, second rounders, and they are rotational players, and they were found in the second round.
And Draymond Green also.
Sure. But I mean, that's an easy one because he's on the Mount Rushmore of NBA second round picks.
That's true. Jimmy in Bayview. Hi, Jimmy. Thanks for the call. What's up?
Hey, guys. I'm kind of up for consolidation of the Lollipop Guild. We've got all these guards. I'd like to see Buddy out. I'd like to see some more time for Richard and Melton. And we have Seth Curry as well, who's hurt. And I'd like to see Moody gone. I mean, I don't know if there's anybody that's going to take his long contract, but I think we've seen, with Kuminga, by holding assets too long, you can get into a jam. So what do you guys think of that? Thanks.
All right. Thanks, Jimmy.
Moody only 2 more years.
2 more years.
And $13 million a year is not that unwieldy.
No, but I'm like, where does the finger land when you go through the Warriors bench? That was kind of odd. Like, we need Buddy out. We need Moody out. There are 2 of your better 3-point shooters. I know that Buddy has struggled this year again, but hell, I watched Moody last week against the Knicks. He's the whole reason the Warriors were even still in that game in the first half. Like, I might be one of the first people that I've ever heard who's like, yeah, we got to get Moody out of here. Like, I don't know how Moses is hurting you. He doesn't cost that much. Is he great? No, but like, that's a clear rotational player that plays on both sides of the floor. Moses Moody is not the Warriors' problem right now at all.
No, I wouldn't say he is. I don't even know if you could point to anyone and say that's their problem. Their problems are, I think, more esoteric than that. One problem is you've got older players who don't always play consistently well, and you can see Steph last night fall under that category. And he called them the Lollipop Guild.
Yeah.
I do think you have a lot of duplicated player styles. You do have a lot of 6'3" and 6'4" guys who, if they're shooting well, they're really valuable. And if they aren't, then they're maybe not as good for you.
Just want to pass along a little bit of breaking news. Actually, real quick, in that San Francisco Giants outfielder Jung-Hoo Lee has been detained tonight at the Los Angeles International Airport. This is courtesy of Scott Boras, his agent. He said it's a paperwork issue. Quote, not anything political or anything like that, end quote. They're hoping to resolve it within the hour. Spokesperson for Representative Nancy Pelosi said her office is actively working with the Giants and congressional partners and federal liaisons to resolve the situation and secure Lee's release. He was arriving back from his native South Korea, and this is ahead of an appearance that is scheduled for the Giants this weekend.
Yes, and according to the reports I'm seeing, he forgot his travel documents in South Korea. So perhaps it's a passport or a visa or both, and then you get there and you're going through customs, and it's is Casey here? Oh, Schmidt.
Don't forget your documents.
Documents.
Who? Don't do. I mean,
you know what this is, right? Yeah. It's a documentation sensation.
Non-documentation sensation.
You ever leave for the airport? You're like, I don't have my license. You ever done that?
No, but it happens.
It does.
It happens to people.
It does happen to people.
And then you have to, go into like the secondary security and whatnot. And it's awkward. But if you're traveling internationally, you may want to remember those travel documents. They can be pretty important.
Yeah. But anyway, they're hoping that it's over within the hour. But Jung-Hoo Lee detained at LAX this evening on Wednesday night.
Well, I mean,
I'm just thinking of all the things that I'm not going to say.
I had 3 or 4 things that I had queued up, but we'll just say...
You better be careful.